In the capital, a young scion finds himself destitute, scavenging for scraps after the untimely demise of his grandfather, leaving behind only a marriage contract. Unexpectedly thrust into a foreign battlefield, he rises to become a fearsome and revered war god, instilling terror in all who hear his name. Today, he returns, only to discover that his stunning fiancée has come of age. What does it matter if he is a mere son-in-law of a wealthy family? What does it matter if he is reluctant to annul the engagement? Everything is governed by my will, not fate. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberates from afar as a tempest engulfs Schwanching Airport, the sound echoing throughout the city. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a J-40 fighter jet comes to a halt. However, before the crowd can fully absorb the shock, four ominous silhouettes emerge, four armed helicopters converging from all directions towards Schwanching Airport. Damn it, we're still a step too late. Before the helicopters even land, their doors swing open. Four figures descend from the sky. Bang! A resounding thud echoes as four imposing figures land firmly on the tarmac. Without a moment to catch their breath, they drop to one knee as the door to the J-40 opens with a thundering crash. Envoy of the Eastern Sea, Wei Bufan. Envoy of the Southern Wilderness, Gong Sun Yang. Envoy of the Western Desert, Tan Quan. Envoy of the North, Yu Qinchuan. We pay homage to the Supreme War God. Fortunately, Schwanching Airport had long been placed under strict security. Had the public known that these four envoys were present, it would have sent many into a panic. Wei Bufan, Gong Sun Yang, Tan Quan, and Yu Qinchuan are among the five war gods standing at the pinnacle of Huagua, each guarding one of the nation's four corners, having fought valiantly to repel external foes for years. Their presence is integral to the stability and prosperity of Huagua. As the aircraft door swings open, a youthful figure emerges before them. The young man, barely in his 20s, possesses striking features, and although clad in ordinary attire, he exudes an undeniable aura of authority. You four have neglected your duties, Chun Mo states, surveying them with a furrowed brow. In unison, they respond, we acknowledge our transgressions and willingly accept punishment. Chun Mo waves his hand dismissively. Enough. I have retired. I no longer possess the authority to intervene in your matters. At the tender age of 8, Chun Mo had been taken to the foreign battlefield by the head of the Divine Temple, fighting for decades, gradually transforming from an inconspicuous novice into a figure of dread and respect. Today, he returns to Schwanching, having achieved his goals and ready to retire. Supreme, the four men's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Within the Divine Temple, Chun Mo is not only a revered war god, but also their mentor and the embodiment of faith for all members. From this day forth, there is no longer a supreme war god, there is only an ordinary man. Chun Mo, he declares with a calm demeanor. After years of relentless battle, he has grown weary. Now, he desires nothing more than to lead a tranquil life, free from the burdens of war. Before embarking on this new chapter, he has two tasks to fulfill: to annul the marriage contract that has bound him for 18 years, and to uncover the truth behind his grandfather's death, exacting retribution where necessary. This contract was established between his grandfather and the elder of the Su family 18 years ago, and throughout the years, he has never caught a glimpse of his fiancée. 18 years ago, Chun Mo and his grandfather relied on each other, surviving by begging. He remains perplexed as to how his grandfather managed to secure this engagement with the Su family. When Chun Mo was 8, his grandfather, who had never left his side, announced a trip to the capital. Yet, upon his return, he was gravely injured and passed away in Chun Mo's arms without uttering a word. Though many years have passed, that moment remains etched in Chun Mo's memory. Unfortunately, as a child, he lacked the strength to confront this hatred. Now, upon his return, he is determined to uncover the truth behind that fateful day and avenge his grandfather's death. After leaving the airport, Chun Mo, through diligent inquiries, arrives alone at the Unyielding mountain villa. Halt! Do you not see where you are? How dare you intrude? A vigilant security guard blocks his path. This villa houses one of Schwanching's most prestigious families. Ordinary individuals cannot easily gain entry. I seek Su Bingtian, the elder of the Su family. I am Chun Mo, the fiancé of Su Mujin. Please relay my request, Chun Mo states. The fiancé of the eldest daughter of the Su family? The guard bursts into laughter, unabashedly revealing his mockery and disdain. This young man speaks boldly. Yet the Su family is renowned throughout Schwanching, with Su Mujin being one of its most beautiful daughters. In contrast, the young man before him appears impoverished, likely just arrived from the countryside. How could such a person be worthy of an engagement with the Su family's heiress? Leave, leave. This is no place for someone like you. The guard insists, stepping forward to expel Chinemo. With a frown, Chinemo emanates a terrifying aura. How dare a mere security guard treat him thus? However, he quickly tempers his demeanor, having resolved to live as an ordinary man. It is best to avoid confrontation. Yet, in that brief moment, the guard is left trembling with fear, drenched in cold sweat, and hastily contacts the Su family as instructed. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man emerges from the villa. Butler Tang. This is him, claiming to be the fiancé of the eldest daughter. The guard points at Chinemo. Butler Tang scrutinizes Chinemo with a mix of skepticism and disdain. You are Chinemo? Indeed, Chinemo replies with a nod. Follow me, Butler Tang says, turning to lead him into the villa without a further glance. Watching them depart, the guard wipes the sweat from his brow, relieved that he did not forcibly eject the young man. Following Butler Tang, Chinemo enters a lavish villa, where a well-dressed woman, her beauty preserved through the years, occupies an expensive sofa in the opulent living room. Madam, this is him. The woman raises her gaze, and upon merely glimpsing Chinemo, her brow furrows deeply, clearly unwilling to meet him. You're my daughter's fiancé, Chinemo? Indeed, I have come to find Elder Su, Chinemo states, maintaining his composure. He is resolute in annulling the engagement and cares little about how others perceive him. All he wishes is to clarify the marriage contract with Su Bingtian and depart swiftly. The elder is not someone you can simply visit. I am Mu Jin's mother. You may convey your matters to me, she retorts. To you? Chinemo hesitates, realizing the engagement was originally arranged by his grandfather and should be addressed with Su Bingtian. Moreover, he has inquiries that only the elder can answer. Noticing Chinmo's discomfort, Su Mu Jin's mother's expression darkens further. What? You do not wish to speak with me? Do not presume to know my intentions for being here today. Chinemo is taken aback. Does the Su family already know of his intent to annul the engagement? With a sigh, Su Mu Jin's mother replies, Chinemo, that name has been etched in my heart since 18 years ago. I had thought that after all these years of silence, this marriage would have been rendered void. Upon hearing this, Chinmo's heart sinks. He had not anticipated the Su family to hold such significance to the engagement. It appears he may encounter difficulties. Well, Chinemo begins to explain, but is abruptly interrupted by Su Mu Jin's mother. By your appearance, it seems you have just emerged from the countryside. Allow me to inform you of the current state of the Su family. The Su family is an illustrious and renowned noble clan in Xuanqing, both in terms of wealth and status, ranking among the most distinguished in the city. The possessions within this villa are such that even a single item could sustain the expenses of an ordinary family for a lifetime. Noticing that Chinemo remained unfazed, Mrs. Su lost her inclination to continue her boastful discourse. Therefore, do you comprehend my intent? Chinemo nodded. I understand. The Su family is indeed exceptionally affluent. Mrs. Su was nearly driven to exasperation, while the steward, Tang, stood by in silent disbelief. Was this fellow genuinely oblivious, or merely feigning ignorance? How could he not grasp such an evident implication? However, if he were in Chinmo's position, he too would not forfeit such a golden opportunity. Given that, I shall be straightforward with you. Mrs. Su cleared her throat and articulated, historically, marriage has always emphasized compatibility in status and wealth. For example, my maternal family, the Jiang family of Jiangzhou, is also a distinguished lineage, which grants me the privilege of entering the Su family. Are you implying that? At last, Chinemo grasped Mrs. Su's meaning. Precisely. My daughter can only marry someone of equal standing to the Su family or greater, not a rustic like you. Mrs. Su asserted with utmost seriousness. Even if you wish to enter the Su family through marriage, it is utterly impossible. Upon hearing her words, Chinemo felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the Su family harbored similar intentions of annulling the engagement, which simplified matters. Yet, he found Mrs. Su's condescending demeanor quite displeasing. He had come to call off the engagement, yet it seemed he was the one being dismissed. In truth, for Chinemo, whether he annulled the engagement or was dismissed, the outcome was the same, as he had achieved his desired goal. Nevertheless, Mrs. Su's attitude left him quite irked. Mrs. Su, might I trouble you to summon old Master Su? There are matters I wish to discuss with him in person. Apart from calling off the engagement, Chinemo had another pressing matter to address, uncovering the truth behind his grandfather's demise. Old Master Su evidently had connections with his grandfather, thus some inquiries needed to be directed towards him. Upon hearing that Chun Mo still sought an audience with old Master Su, Mrs. Su misinterpreted his intentions. "You insolent brat, do you presume upon my generosity? The engagement you had with Mu Jin was merely a drunken jest from old Master Su and cannot be taken seriously. Just look at your pitiful appearance. How do you believe you are worthy of my daughter? This marriage must be annulled, regardless of your desires. However, in light of your grandfather's past kindness to the Su family, I can offer you 2 million as compensation." With that, Mrs. Su tossed a bank card onto the table before Chun Mo. He was momentarily speechless. 2 million? What did she take him for? If word of this got out, would he not be the laughingstock? The engagement of the esteemed supreme war god valued at merely 2 million? 2 million. Chun Mo replied with a faint smile. Mrs. Su assumed he found the sum insufficient and coldly retorted, "Insufficient? I shall increase it to 4 million, but you must promise never to set foot in the Su family again." Chun Mo stood immobile. Mrs. Su furrowed her brow. 5 million. Yet he remained unmoved. The steward, Tang, was suddenly enraged. "Kid, know when to stop an insatiable appetite may lead to your downfall. Are you threatening me?" Chun Mo lifted his gaze, casting a dispassionate glance at Tang. He despised being threatened above all else. Had he not resolved to pursue a different path in life, Tang would have long since faced dire consequences. Yet, that single glance sent a chill down Tang's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent force. "You may interpret it as such." Mrs. Su nodded in tacit agreement with Tang's remarks. Chun Mo, lacking further patience for this dialogue, withdrew the engagement document from his pocket. Upon seeing the document, Mrs. Su's eyes brightened. Now this is more like it. The youth must recognize the times. Some things are simply beyond your reach. As Mrs. Su reached for the document, Chun Mo abruptly retracted it. "Perhaps you are unaware, but I have a particular aversion to being manipulated by others, even if that person is my grandfather. Hence, I have come today specifically to annul the engagement." Mrs. Su, momentarily stunned, soon wore a smile indeed. No one could resist the allure of wealth. However, to her surprise, Chun Mo placed the engagement document back into his pocket. "Yet now, I have altered my perspective. I shall not annul the marriage today. If the Su family wishes to terminate the engagement, then let Su Bingtian come to me personally." Mrs. Su's expression shifted dramatically. "Chun Mo, do you realize what you are doing?" But Chun Mo paid her no mind, rising to leave without a moment's hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, Mrs. Su's countenance darkened, her body trembling with rage. She had a nagging sense that she had made a monumental error today. "Madam, should I intercept that fellow?" Steward Tang inquired. Mrs. Su hesitated for a moment before finally dismissing the idea. No need. This matter must not escalate to avoid drawing old Master Su's attention. Old Master Su is deeply sentimental with his character. Should he discover Chun Mo's presence, he would undoubtedly uphold the engagement and compel Mu Jin to marry that impoverished lad. "I will not allow such a scenario to unfold. Absolutely not," Mrs. Su declared with unwavering resolve. Tang suggested, "Madam, why not allow me to handle this? I assure you I will retrieve the engagement document." Mrs. Su knitted her brows, but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, but do not create too much commotion." After departing from the Su residence, Chun Mo returned to the place he had inhabited over a decade ago, yet the years had transformed it beyond recognition. The formerly dilapidated streets and homes had vanished, replaced by an expanse of upscale developments. Standing at the roadside, observing the pristine thoroughfares and the bustling crowds, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. How things have changed. At that moment, four shadowy figures emerged, edging closer towards Chun Mo. "Monkey, is he the target?" one burly man inquired, pointing at Chun Mo. Chapter 3. The Fury of Old Master Su. The monkey nodded. "It's him. I've been following him since he left the Su family. There's no mistake." The burly man scrutinized Chun Mo once more and instructed the others, "Keep your eyes peeled. Our target is the marriage contract he carries. Let us not complicate matters. If this goes well, each of you will receive a reward of 100,000. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to confront Chun Mo immediately. Unbeknownst to them, a cold smile had already crept onto the corner of Chun Mo's lips. He had long sensed that someone was tracking him. A mere handful of petty thieves hardly concerned him. "Kid, you must be Chun Mo, right?" The four surrounded him. Chun Mo responded with a chilling smile and a counter-question. "Did Butler Tang of the Su family send you?" "Precisely. Hand over that marriage contract if you know what's good for you. Don't force us to act." Chun Mo frowned, finding the Su family Mo's shamelessness appalling. Resorting to such despicable tactics when they refused to annul the marriage was beneath contempt. Seeing his lack of response, the four assumed he was too frightened to react. "Kid, it's time you learn a lesson. Know your place. Some people are beyond your reach." The burly man laughed, extending his hand toward Chun Mo's neck. "Perhaps you should heed your own advice." With that, Chun Mo lifted a leg, and with a single kick, the four were sent flying dozens of meters away. Without even a glance back, he continued on his way. Watching Chun Mo's retreating figure, the burly man was struck with astonishment. A master? Boss, what master? The monkey and the others struggled to rise, unable to suppress their curiosity at their leader's terrified expression. A master is the strongest existence beneath the heavens, a true overlord. Who would have thought this kid, at merely 20 years of age, would already be a master? That old fellow Tang Feng nearly got us killed. We must settle the score with him later. Chun Mo strolled through the familiar yet strange streets, memories flooding his mind. Since he could remember, he and his grandfather had lived here, relying on one another. After his grandfather's passing, he found himself with an unexpected little shadow. However, that shadow had vanished. It had been so long. He wondered how that little companion was faring now. Just as he contemplated leaving, a somewhat familiar face caught his eye. Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang was one of the few people who had treated Chun Mo kindly, often providing for him in the past. He expected to see her upon his return. "Who are you?" Aunt Zhang regarded the young man before her with confusion. "It's me, little Mo. Little Mo. When did you come back? Where have you been all these years?" If Shawan knew you were back, she would be overjoyed. Old Master Su Vintian, was actually 83 this year. However, he had always led a regular life and practiced some internal martial arts in his youth, making him far healthier than most at his age. Yet, recently, he had been feeling restless, unable to sleep soundly, and his health had been deteriorating. He found himself fatigued with the slightest exertion. "Master, it's getting late. We should head back." The old steward, Wang Xinrong, said, having been by Su Bingtian's side for nearly 20 years, instilling confidence in the family. Su Bingtian had a habit of taking walks early in the morning and late at night, and today was no exception. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Xinrong and asked, "You've been by my side for quite some time, haven't you?" Wang Xinrong was taken aback, unsure of why Su Bingtian would ask such a question. However, he responded, "Indeed, it's been over 18 years. 18 years. How many 18 years does one have in a lifetime? You've endured much by my side." Su Bingtian mused, "Master, you have treated me generously. This little hardship is nothing. I would willingly serve you for another 18 years. Ha, you think too much. I doubt I can last another year, let alone 18. Master." Su Bingtian waved his hand, halting Wang Xinrong's words, "I know my own body. In life, death is inevitable, and there is no need to shy away from it. 2 years ago, I purchased land in Shishan to build a manor. It should be nearly completed now. I know you prefer tranquility. After my passing, would you take charge of the manor?" Wang Xinrong quickly expressed his gratitude. Su Bingtian continued, "But don't be too hasty in your thanks. I actually have something else I need your assistance with. Master, speak freely. I would face any peril for you." Reflecting on the great calamity that befell the Su family 2 decades ago still sent chills down his spine. Although the Su family appeared strong now, they were fraught with hidden dangers. Should I pass away, the entire family might soon fracture. Therefore, I wish to request that you protect the safety of my descendants for just 3 years after my departure. Wang Xinrong nodded firmly. "Rest assured, Master. I will not let you down. Moreover, there is something else. 18 years ago, I arranged a marriage for Mujin, and the suitor's name is Chun Mo." As they conversed, they made their way back, soon arriving at the entrance of the villa district. Upon seeing old Master Su return, the security guard at the gate respectfully greeted him. "Old Master, why are you back so early today? Have you heard we have guests?" Su Bingtian, generally easygoing with his subordinates, was taken aback by the guard's words. "Guests? What guests?" "Your future grandson-in-law, Miss Su's fiancé." The guard replied with a smile. "Future grandson-in-law? Fiancé?" Chun Mo. Su Bingtian's confusion deepened, but he quickly urged Wang Xinrong, "Hurry, assist me back." Su Bingtian felt the end was near and wished to set the family affairs in order while he still had breath left. Among his greatest concerns was his granddaughter Su Mujin's marriage. Upon hearing that Chun Mo, who had been missing for over a decade, had returned, he was overcome with excitement and hurried toward the Su family villa without waiting for Wang Xinrong's support. However, Upon entering the villa, he found no trace of Chun Imo. Where's he? Su Jianpeng was bewildered. Recently, his company had been facing numerous issues, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to return home for days. Just moments ago, he had been in a meeting when he received a call from his father, commanding him to return within half an hour. Reluctantly, he abandoned his work and rushed home. Upon arriving at the Su family villa, he found the hall already filled with people. However, the atmosphere fell off. Old Master Su sat in the center, his face darkened, clearly having just erupted in anger. The others were visibly anxious, remaining silent. Su Jianping's heart sank. Could it be that his father had learned of the recent troubles at the company? Dad, what has happened? Su Jianping inquired, his unease palpable. Chapter 4. A young woman's transformation of. It's because you married such a fine wife. You should ask her what good deeds she has done today. Su Bingtian fumed, his anger boiling at the thought of his daughter-in-law, Jiang Chudai's actions. Jiang Chudai trembled in fear, nearly toppling from her seat. Su Jianping, perplexed, wondered what could have transpired to provoke such fury from his father. He approached his wife and quietly inquired. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Chudai recounted the events of the afternoon to Su Jianping, though she omitted certain details. Mu Jin is our daughter, the young lady of the Su family. How could we allow her to marry a poor country boy? They had never even met, and Mu Jin would certainly not agree to this marriage. Moreover, I did not mistreat him. I even compensated him with several million. Su Jianping finally understood what was happening. He was well aware of Su Mu Jin's engagement, but after so many years without any news from her fiancé, he had long since cast it aside. Who would have thought that Chun Imo would suddenly appear today? However, like his wife, he disapproved of this engagement. The immediate priority was to pacify the old man. Su Jianping glared fiercely at Jiang Chudai and said, "How could you make such an important decision without consulting Dad?" Jiang Chudai explained, "Dad's health hasn't been great lately, so I thought it unnecessary to disturb him over such a trivial matter. Besides, that Chun Imo is just a worthless country bumpkin. I doubt Dad would willingly send his beloved granddaughter into a pitfall." Jiang Chudai's reasoning was both logical and reasonable, and her tearful demeanor prompted nods of agreement from those present. In his heart, Su Jianping also felt that the old man had become somewhat muddled. His daughter was a young lady of the Su family. How could she marry a rural pauper so casually? If word got out, they would be the laughingstock. Yet he dared not confront his father directly. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to say, "What's done is done, Dad. Please calm down." Chudai's point was valid. Not to mention the vast disparity between their families. Mu Jin had never even met the other party. How could she accept this? Just as he finished speaking, Su Bingtian suddenly rose, grabbing the teapot on the table and hurling it across the room. The precious purple clay teapot shattered into countless pieces. Everyone present was taken aback. This teapot was the old man's most cherished possession, a clear indication of his anger. Su Jianping's heart sank. It seemed he had underestimated the significance of this engagement in his father's eyes. A country bumpkin? Su Jianping retorted, "Who hasn't been poor at some point? When I was down on my luck, I had to beg for food. If everyone thought like you, would I have been able to marry your mother and have you?" Su Jianping was nearly beside himself with rage. How could Chun Imo be considered a country bumpkin? How had he ended up with such foolish children? Wang Xinrong, standing behind Su Jianping, quickly advised, "Old master, please don't get angry. It could harm your health." "I'm not angry because I want to be. It's because they are so disappointing." Su Bingtian sighed. "I fear I won't live much longer. What will happen to the vast Su family if I die? If we drive Chun Imo away now, they will surely regret it later." Su Jianping was baffled. How is the fate of the Su family intertwined with Chun Imo? Surely the old man wasn't losing his grip on reality. Yet faced with the furious Su Bingtian, he could only ask, "Dad, what must we do to appease you?" "Find him. Go and bring Chun Imo back at all costs. If you can't find him, you can forget about being the head of the Su family. And you, your wife, can return to your family." Su Bingtian barked. Upon hearing this, everyone present trembled, especially Jiang Chudai, who nearly fainted. Milan Bar was a well-known entertainment venue in Shuangqing. Its proximity to the university town drew countless students every weekend. Yi Xiaowan worked there as a waitress to support her studies. After learning of Yi Xiaowan's whereabouts from Anzhong, Chun Imo arrived at the bar. The thought of finally seeing his sister made his steadfast heart race. Although Yi Xiaowan was someone he had picked up, she was now his only family in this world. He wondered what she looked like after all these years. Upon entering the bar, The flashing lights and booming music created a chaotic atmosphere. Chinemo couldn't help but frown. It was concerning for a girl like Yi Xiaowan to be working in such a place. However, now that he was back, he vowed to protect her and ensure she lived carefree. Navigating through the bustling crowd, he finally stopped outside a private room on the second floor. Xiaowan, you, Chinemo Gij? Yi Xiaowan studied him for a moment before exclaiming in delight. Xiaowan, it's been a long time. Ah, it really is Chun-Mo Gij. Yi Xiaowan joyfully leaped forward, intending to throw herself into Chun-Mo's embrace, but suddenly halted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chun-Mo Gij, where have you been all these years? Shunzi and I have been thinking of you. Chun-Mo reached out to ruffle her hair, just as he had done over a decade ago. The old adage about girls changing every 18 years rang true. After all these years, Yi Xiaowan had transformed from the little black girl into a graceful swan. Yet she still retained that innocence, creating a stark contrast to the opulence of the bar. Chun-Mo, having weathered life as storms, had aged but not changed significantly in appearance, which is why Yi Xiaowan recognized him at once. Xiaowan. As they exchanged pleasantries, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. A man in a well-tailored suit approached. Upon seeing him, Yi Xiaowan hurriedly greeted, Manager Wu. Didn't I tell you many times to call me Wu Ge? Calling me Manager Wu sounds so distant. The man replied with a smile before scanning Chun-Mo's tattered attire, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. And this is? Oh, this is my brother Chun-Mo. He just returned from outside today to visit me, Yi Xiaowan explained. Brother? Manager Wu laughed heartily. Since you are Xiaowan's brother, you are also my brother. Feel free to order whatever you want. Tonight's expenses are on me. No need. I just want to talk to Xiaowan for a bit, and then leave. Chun-Mo coldly declined, sensing the man's ulterior motives toward Yi Xiaowan. Don't be so polite. With our relationship, this is nothing. You can rest assured. Xiaowan is under my protection here. No one will bully her. Manager Wu reached out to put his arm around Yi Xiaowan. Chapter 5. Reunion with Mu Jin. Yi Xiaowan seemed to anticipate this, subtly stepping aside to avoid Manager Wu's hand. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face, but he withdrew his hand. Just then, a bald man with tattooed arms came up the stairs. Upon seeing him, Manager Wu quickly approached with a lowly demeanor. Dog brother, what brings you here today? Why didn't you let me know in advance, so I could send someone to pick you up? The bald man clapped Manager Wu on the shoulder. Today, I brought a distinguished guest. Don't let me down. Make sure to arrange for good drinks and good girls. Rest assured that is all on me, Manager Wu assured, slapping his chest. Good, then hurry up with the arrangements. I'm off to fetch Boss Gao. I'll be back shortly. As the bald man turned to leave, he suddenly noticed Yi Xiaowan standing nearby. Oh, this girl is a real catch. A new student? Boss Gao loves girls like this. He'll want her soon. Manager Wu looked troubled. Dog brother, that one do. She is my sister and can't be sent out. Sister? What kind of legitimate sister do you have? The bald man mocked. Dog brother, this really isn't possible. Manager Wu insisted again, having already set his sights on the pure and charming Yi Xiaowan. He couldn't let her go so easily. Wu, you think you're being clever? I shall reiterate once more, ensure that this young lady is escorted to the private room. Should you fail to comply with my instructions, you shall bear the consequences. The bald, tattooed man glared fiercely at Manager Wu before turning and descending the stairs. Watching the figure of the man vanish, Manager Wu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and concern, leaving one to ponder his true thoughts. Yi Xiaowan, evidently frightened, turned pale. Chun-Mo furrowed his brow and suggested, perhaps it would be best for us to leave. The so-called Boss Gao, a mere trifling figure, was not taken seriously by Chun-Mo. His primary concern was for Yi Xiaowan's safety. In a bar like this, the innocent and charming Yi Xiaowan stood out too much, and Chun-Mo wished to shield her pure heart from harm and corruption. However, Manager Wu waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Do not worry. This is Lord Hong's establishment. No one dares to misbehave here. I have stated that as long as I am present, no one shall harm Xiaowan. Regrettably, within mere moments of his declaration, his words were swiftly contradicted, rejecting Manager Wu's good intentions. The group had barely reached the first-floor hall when the bald, tattooed man intercepted them upon his return. Wu, what the hell is going on? Was it not agreed that you would deliver this girl to my room? The bald man was accompanied by several others, one of whom, notably portly, bore a long scar across his face, resembling a menacing centipede. Upon seeing this individual, Manager Wu's demeanor changed instantly. He hurried forward to offer his greetings. "Mr. Gao, you have arrived." Yet, to his surprise, Mr. Gao did not even spare him a glance, shoving him aside and fixating his gaze on Yi Shaowan. "Dog, is this the toy you mentioned earlier? She certainly surpasses those ordinary women." Desire gleamed in Mr. Gao's eyes, and had it not been for the public setting, he might have transformed into a predatory wolf of the night. Manager Wu's heart sank as he stole a glance at Yi Shaowan, mustering his courage to speak. "Mr. Gao, this is not acceptable." "Shaowan is not. Get lost. Who are you to speak here? Do you dare to obstruct someone chosen by Mr. Gao? Speak another word, and I shall ruin you." Before Manager Wu could finish, Doggy kicked him to the ground and approached Yi Shaowan with a sinister grin. "Beautiful girl, come with me. I promise you shall not be mistreated." However, Chinamo would not permit anyone to lay hands on Shaowan. Just as he prepared to intervene, a clear, melodious voice rang out, in broad daylight. "How can you impose such difficulty upon a young girl? Do you not find it excessive?" As her words faded, a group of young men and women approached. The speaker was a girl leading the way, her beauty surpassing even Yi Shaowan's, exuding an air of fresh elegance that instantly captivated those present, as if she were a celestial being misplaced in such a sordid venue. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Shaowan instinctively called out, "Sister Mujin." The girl was Su Mujin, the eldest daughter of the Su family, who had crossed paths with Yi Shaowan on several occasions, leaving a profound impression with her beauty and strength. Mujin? Chun Mo, upon hearing the name, momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Su Mujin. He recalled that his grandfather had mentioned a betrothal with someone bearing the name Mujin, prompting him to regard her more closely. Su Mujin seemed to sense Chun Mo's gaze and turned her attention toward him. Upon recognizing Chun Mo, she appeared slightly taken aback before breaking into a smile. Surprised to encounter him here, Chun Mo was equally astonished, reflecting on how small the world seemed. "Who are you to intervene in Mr. Gao's affairs?" Doggy approached angrily, only to be rendered speechless upon beholding Su Mujin's beauty, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Ha ha, I didn't expect a gift to walk right up to me. Today it is quite fortuitous. Mr. Gao, you can indulge in the pleasure of 3 tonight." "Silence." Mr. Gao swiftly interrupted Doggy, seemingly wishing to silence him permanently. "Miss Su, what a surprise to run into you here. How fortuitous. You know me?" Su Mujin furrowed her brow. She had come to attend a class reunion, and, being here for the first time, had not anticipated witnessing Yi Shaowan being bullied. Mr. Gao wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, "I had the honor of attending old Master Su's birthday celebration last year and had the pleasure of meeting Miss Su there. Shaowan is my good sister, Mr. Gao. Understand my meaning?" Su Mujin's voice turned cold as she pulled Yi Shaowan closer, demonstrating their relationship to Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao immediately nodded, understood. "Today, I have acted foolishly and offended Miss Yi. I sincerely apologize, Miss Yi." The Su family's standing in Xian City was formidable. Provoking them would leave Mr. Gao with nowhere to hide. Before the storm could fully brew, Su Mujin's presence diffused the tension, underscoring the Su family's significant influence. With the matter resolved, the group had no inclination to linger and promptly departed. As they exited the Milan bar, Chun Mo turned to Su Mujin and expressed, "I did not anticipate encountering Miss Su again here. I'm truly grateful for your assistance earlier." Chapter 6, You Treat, I Pay upon returning to Xian City at noon. Chun Mo casually selected a restaurant for a meal, only to realize post-repast that he was utterly broke. The proprietress, suspecting him of attempting to dine and dash, clung to him insistently, almost prompting her to call the authorities. Ultimately, it was Su Mujin's kindness that resolved his predicament by covering the bill. Su Mujin smiled. "It is indeed quite serendipitous. Who would have thought we would cross paths twice in a single day?" Hearing their exchange, Yi Shaowan exclaimed, "Brother Chun Mo, you know Sister Su as well? Just a coincidence." Chun Mo replied, feeling a tad awkward. He had returned without a single possession, not even money for a meal. If Yi Shaowan discovered this embarrassing fact, it would tarnish his image in her eyes. Yi Shaowan suggested, "In that case, Brother Chun Mo, why don't you escort Sister Su home later?" Certainly, Chun Mo did not refuse, as he too wished to discern whether this Su Mujin was indeed his betrothed. However, given the recent events, it seemed highly likely. For reasons unknown, Su Mujin also did not decline. After returning Yi Shaowan to school, Chun Mo intended to escort Su Mujin, But to his dismay, they stood by the roadside for several minutes without a single taxi passing by. As Chun Mo waved at the vehicles that sped by, Su Mu-jin couldn't help but chuckle. Do you not know how to summon a ride using your phone? What? Summon a ride with a phone? Chun Mo was taken aback. Having spent years on the battlefield, he had not been acquainted with such modern technology. Su Mu-jin then realized that Chun Mo likely did not even possess a phone. Never mind. Would you accompany me as I walk back? Su Mu-jin suggested. Walk back. It's quite far. Can you manage that? Chun Mo glanced at Su Mu-jin's high heels, realizing that walking back to the Su residence might leave her feet blistered. It's fine. I train in Taekwondo. Wait. No. You must have known me for a while. Su Mu-jin suddenly took a few steps back, regarding Chun Mo warily. Speak quickly. What is your purpose in approaching me? Chun Mo shook his head. What purpose could I have? It is all mere coincidence. Not so. Su Mu-jin's eyes narrowed. I have never disclosed where I live. Yet you just remarked about the distance. How did you know how far my home is? Upon encountering me at the bar, you appeared somewhat taken aback, as if you had never anticipated my presence here. Hearing Su Mu-jin's words, Chun Mo could not help but regard his fiancée with newfound respect. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her quick wit and keen observational skills were also quite remarkable. However, he did not disclose his identity, especially since he had already resolved to break off the engagement. Expressing it seemed rather futile. Earlier at the bar, had I not shown up, would you have been able to handle that predicament on your own? Su Mu-jin gazed at Chun Mo with curiosity, inquiring, Who exactly are you? Chen Montak, Xiaowan's elder brother, just returned to Xuanqing. Chun Mo? Su Mu-jin frowned, the name evoking a sense of familiarity, though she could not recall where she had heard it before. Nevertheless, she pressed on with her questions. Where have you been all these years? I'm afraid I cannot answer that question, but rest assured, I would never harm you. Seeing Chun Mo maintain such an aloof demeanor, Su Mu-jin decided to ignore him and strode ahead. Chun Mo also fell silent, casting a sidelong glance to the right as he followed her. He had promised Yi Xiaowan to escort Su Mu-jin home. How could he go back on his word? The two walked in silence, the atmosphere gradually becoming peculiar. After a while, Chun Mo finally broke the silence. Why haven't you returned home this late? Do your family members not worry? I just returned Xuanqing today and did not inform them of my arrival. What? You came back without telling your family? I am an adult. Do I really need to inform them? Besides, if they knew I returned, they would certainly send a driver to fetch me, and I would lose all sense of freedom. A complex expression flitted across Su Mu-jin's face. Although she was the daughter of the Su family, possessing an enviable status and background, she had also sacrificed much. Even matters of marriage were not hers to decide. So you want to go home to enjoy more freedom? Indeed, I did not expect you to be so astute. Su Mu-jin's face brightened with a smile. Since I helped you twice today, shouldn't you treat me to a late-night snack? But I don't have any money on me. You should know that. No worries, if you're willing to treat. I can buy. What do you think about that stall over there? Following Su Mu-jin's gaze, Chun Mo noticed the bustling food stall nearby, which was thriving at this hour. All right, he nodded, as he had not indulged in Xuanqing's late-night snacks for quite some time. The two settled at a relatively less crowded stall and ordered some food. Not long after they sat down, two young men with bleached hair took a seat not far from them. Chun Mo cast a casual glance at them, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He had already noticed them trailing him and Su Mu-jin, but had refrained from taking action, as he was yet to ascertain their intentions. However, he did not regard them as a threat. The atmosphere of the food stall transported him back to his childhood. Back then, the streets of Xuanqing were far from the cleanliness of today, yet they were vibrant and full of life, with food stalls lining the streets, exuding a sense of warmth. Chun Mo fondly remembered sitting by the roadside with Yi Xiaowan, longing for the delectable treats that tempted them. Back then, they barely scraped by scavenging, with no means to afford such luxuries. He vividly recalled Yi Xiaowan often saying, "When I grow up and earn money, I will eat barbecue every day." Noticing Chun Mo lost in thought, Su Mu-jin couldn't resist capturing the moment with her phone. The sound of the shutter jolted Chun Mo back to reality, and he leaned over to see. "What are you doing? Taking a picture. Are you serious? You truly are like someone just emerged from the mountains, unaware of such things?" Chun Mo shook his head in bewilderment. Su Mu-jin pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here for me." With that, she crossed the street to a nearby 24-hour convenience store. As she stood up, the two men immediately reacted, one following her, while the other remained seated, clearly fixated on Su Mujin. Chen Mo contemplated intervening, but ultimately decided against it. A few minutes later, Su Mujin returned with a bag in hand. The man who had followed her quietly resumed his seat, and they exchanged hushed words. "This is for you." Su Mujin handed the bag to Chen Mo. He blinked in surprise, instinctively accepting it. "What is this?" "A phone. But I don't know how to use it." Chen Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Over the years on the battlefield, he had been immersed in training and combat, never once touching such devices. Perhaps it was his singular focus on martial arts that propelled him to remarkable heights, becoming a master at merely 20. Yet, once he reached the pinnacle of mastery, his progress stagnated, despite his relentless efforts. The temple master later informed him that he lacked worldly experience and life insights, which hindered his mental state. Thus, he resolved to leave the battlefield to seek understanding and opportunities for breakthroughs in the mundane world. "It's all right if you don't know how to use it. I can teach you," Su Mujin said, pulling a chair beside him and unboxing the phone to guide him through its basic functions. After her patient instruction, Chen Mo finally grasped the rudiments of using the phone. After adding each other as friends, he sent his first message, albeit clumsily. "Hello, Miss Su," smiley emoji. Seeing the smiley face, Su Mujin burst into laughter. Who still uses that emoji? However, recognizing Chen Mo was using it for the first time, she did not mind. "Nice to meet you." Fist salute. Just when they thought their conversation would conclude there, Chen Mo sent another message. "Have you offended anyone recently?" Su Mujin was taken aback and replied, "No." "Why do you ask?" She found it perplexing that Chen Mo would inquire about such a matter. Chen Mo continued to focus on his phone for a while before sending another message. "In the future, do not venture out alone this late." Su Mujin felt even more puzzled. Just then, Chen Mo messaged again. "You are too beautiful. It's dangerous. Especially be wary of unfamiliar men." A smile spread across Su Mujin's face. She had not anticipated that Chen Mo, who appeared so earnest and unassuming, would possess such charm. Though it was merely a simple compliment, hearing it from him was surprisingly delightful. If someone else had said it, she would hardly have felt anything, perhaps even resented it. But coming from Chen Mo, it filled her with an inexplicable joy. It seemed this man, who appeared to have emerged from the mountains, was not as dull as he seemed. His words lifted her spirits considerably. As the daughter of the Su family, it was rare for her to have the opportunity to sit freely at a roadside stall, savoring late-night snacks. In such moments, she felt truly alive and liberated. "Unfamiliar man? Are you referring to yourself?" "So muhin diblaiv." "Of course not. I am your fiancée." "Get lost." Su Mujin shot Chen Mo a fierce glare, putting down her phone and pretending to be angry. To her surprise, Chen Mo seemed to take her seriously, replying with a simple okay before standing up and leaving. Su Mujin gazed in astonishment at Chen Mo's departing figure. Could it be? Is he truly unable to handle such a trivial jest? After all, he was the one who initiated the banter. Perhaps Chen Mo was simply not accustomed to such humor. Indeed, it was inappropriate for her to have spoken thus. A wave of self-reproach washed over Su Mujin as she opened her mouth, yearning to call out to Chen Mo and clarify that her previous words were merely a jest. Yet, her dignity as the eldest daughter of the Su family compelled her to refrain. As she watched Chen Mo's silhouette fade into the distance, a profound sense of loss enveloped her, as if she had misplaced something precious. Oof. If he wishes to leave, then let him. Who cares? Su Mujin then rose, grasping her bag and phone, and turned to depart in the opposite direction of Chen Mo unbeknownst to her. The two men at the adjacent table swiftly followed suit. Reluctant to squander the rare freedom she had, Su Mujin wandered aimlessly forward. Suddenly, the two men blocked her path, one of them leering, "Beautiful lady, why haven't you returned home so late? Do you need us to keep you company?" Su Mujin was taken aback. What do you want?" "What do we want?" The man chuckled lewdly, his gaze raking over Su Mujin's alluring form, barely suppressing his salivation. "I warn you, step aside quickly, or I shall call the police." As she spoke, Su Mujin retrieved her phone, preparing to dial for help. However, before she could do so, the man snatched the device from her grasp. "Call the police? What will you report?" "Now it's too late. If you wish to report, then come and embrace me." He laughed maliciously. Panicking, Su Mujin frantically scanned her surroundings for assistance. But the streets were desolate, devoid of passers-by, leaving her with no opportunity to call for help. Before she could utter a cry, the other man had crept up behind her, covering her mouth with his hand. Su Muqin struggled desperately, but the man's robust physique rendered her efforts futile. Stop resisting. Beauty, rest assured, as long as you serve my brother and me well tonight, we promise not to harm you. He sneered, extending his claw-like hand toward her. Overwhelmed by despair, Su Muqin shut her eyes and cried out, "Stop!" At that moment, a voice rang out, startling the lecherous men. They turned to see a young figure who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Upon recognizing Chun Mo, Su Muqin's face lit up with relief. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Do you really think you can play the hero?" The lecherous man produced a dagger from his pocket, advancing toward Chun Mo, having recognized him as the young man who had been with Su Muqin earlier. Chun Mo, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly kicked the man, sending him sprawling. He dismissed such street thugs entirely. The second thug, witnessing this, realized Chun Mo was not to be trifled with. "Stop. If you don't want this woman to come to harm, you'd better stay right where you are." Unbeknownst to them, the burly man had drawn a dagger, pressing it against Su Muqin's neck, threatening to slit her throat at the slightest provocation from Chun Mo. Chapter 8. Difficult to serve naive. Chun Mo chuckled coldly, gesturing with his hand, unleashing an invisible surge of energy. The burly man felt his arm go numb, and the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Muqin broke free from her captor's grip and rushed to Chun Mo's side, clutching him as if her safety depended on his presence. The two thugs, finally realizing that this young man was not someone they could intimidate, hastily retreated. Furrowing his brow, Chun Mo flicked his fingers, sending two energy blasts hurtling toward them. After ensuring their departure, he picked up Su Muqin's phone from the ground and handed it to her, asking, "Are you all right?" Still shaken, Su Muqin stammered, I'm fine. Weren't you leaving? Why did you come back?" Chun Mo shook his head. "I merely went to the restroom, and when I returned, you were gone. Also, didn't I tell you to be cautious? Why did you wander into such a deserted area?" Su Muqin bit her lip, hesitating before asking, "Did you know someone was plotting against me?" Chun Mo nodded. "Indeed. Those two have been following us. Initially, I thought they were just troublemakers. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Su Muqin shot him a glare. "I was only suspicious." Chun Mo replied, "It's genuinely perilous for a girl to be out alone at this hour. Perhaps this serves as a lesson for you. What will you do if such a situation arises again?" You jerk," Su Muqin retorted. Chun Mo feigned innocence. "I just saved you, and yet I'm met with scorn. You truly are difficult to please. Who asked you to save me?" Su Muqin shot him a disdainful look, turning away in a huff. However, after walking a few paces, she halted, still haunted by the earlier events. After waiting for a while, she realized there was no sound behind her. Frowning, she wondered if he had quietly left her alone again. With that thought, Su Muqin quickly spun around, only to find Chun Mo's face mere inches from hers. Startled, she stumbled back. "W, what are you doing behind me?" With a look of feigned innocence, Chun Mo replied, "Was I supposed to escort you home? Shall I leave?" "Wait. Do not leave." Su Muqin called out hurriedly. "What now, Miss Su?" Chun Mo asked, perplexed by her erratic behavior. "Are you truly indifferent to my well-being? Do you want me to leave, or to accompany you?" Su Muqin was nearly exasperated, her face a picture of grievance. Why must he ask such trivial questions? Was he amusing just moments ago? Could he also be a dense male? "Fine. Let us go. I will see you home." Shaking his head, Chun Mo turned toward the direction of the Su residence. "All right." Su Muqin obediently followed him, now hesitant to utter another word. The streetlights cast a dim glow as the night deepened, the only sounds emanating from the chirping insects in the nearby grass. Observing the sturdy back of the man before her, Su Muqin felt a lightness in her step, as if the earlier dread had been swept away. Suddenly, Chun Mo came to an abrupt halt. "Can you teach me how to use Didi?" Su Muqin, lost in thought, nearly collided with him, but managed to stop just in time. "What? Didi?" "Yes, I tried using it earlier, but I genuinely couldn't figure out." "You." Su Muqin's expression turned peculiar as she glanced at a specific part of Chun Mo, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Why don't you help me out?" Chun Mo was utterly baffled by her sudden change in demeanor. "Get lost." Su Muqin was on the verge of losing her composure. Just when she had begun to harbor a semblance of affection for him, he was acting strangely again. Now genuinely upset, she sidestepped him and continued forward. "Hey, are you really planning to walk back without taking a cab?" Su Muqin paused, turning back to ask, "Did you just say Didi for a cab?" "Indeed. Wasn't that what you mentioned earlier?" Chun Mo waved his phone. Su Muqin stood frozen for a moment, then burst into laughter, tears of mirth nearly spilling from her eyes. Ultimately, with Su Muqin guiding him step by step, Chinamo finally learned how to use Didi to hail a cab. But since he had no bank card, Su Muqin ended up paying for it herself. After returning the hibiscus to the Unyielding villa, Chun Mo retraced his steps. He arrived once more at the site where he had dealt with the two ruffians. In a thicket, the two thugs lay there, their fates uncertain. Chun Mo approached and lightly tapped them a couple of times, prompting them to slowly regain consciousness. Upon seeing Chun Mo before them, terror gripped their hearts. "Speak. Who sent you to deal with Miss Su?" Chun Mo asked in a grave tone. "And no one. We just thought Miss Su was attractive, so we acted foolishly. I will grant you one more opportunity." "Truly, there was no one. No one instructed you? Then how did you know her surname was Su?" Chun Mo ceased his idle chatter and struck several pressure points on their bodies. Their eyes widened in panic, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Each human possesses 720 acupoints, with 108 vital points and 36 death points. The points I just struck, if I do not intervene within 2 hours, you can await tomorrow's arrival to collect your corpses. The two men, their courage shattered, no longer dared to be defiant. "Spare us. Please spare us, sir. It was Ahi. He instructed us to do this. It truly has nothing to do with us." The two men begged for mercy, a pool of liquid forming beneath them unbeknownst to them. Chun Mo frowned and inquired, "Ahi? Who is that? Why did I want you to follow Miss Su?" Ahi, whose real name is Chiu Hui, offered us $1 million to follow Miss Su and find an opportunity to abduct her. As for the rest, we know nothing. At this moment, the two men regretted their choices. Who would have thought that for a mere $1 million they would fall into Chun Mo's hands? Losing their lives would indeed be a grave loss. Chun Mo pressed on. "How long have you been tracking Miss Su?" "Since you two left the Milan Bar." "And who is Chiu Hui? Where is he now?" Chiu Hui is a leader in the underground society of Xuanqing, overseeing several nightclubs. Yet he spends most of his time in an underground boxing venue in the northern part of the city. "A boxing venue?" Chun Mo inquired with curiosity. "Yes, a place for illegal fights, and there's also gambling." "Sir, we've told you everything we know. Please let us go." "Get lost." Chun Mo struck their bodies again, releasing their pressure points. Although he did not kill them, he left them with a hidden hand. These two could live no more than a month at best. Chapter 9. Muqin's insomnia. Su Muqin returned to the villa at 1 in the morning. To her surprise, her family was still awake, all seated in the living room. Her father, Su Zhanpeng, wore a solemn expression, while her mother, Jiang Chudai, appeared troubled, with only her brother, Su Bo, engrossed in a game on his phone. Upon seeing Su Muqin, they were taken aback and quickly asked, "Muqin, why are you back so late?" "I returned for a class reunion." "Why didn't you inform us? It's dangerous for you to be out alone at this hour." "I'm an adult now. What danger could there be?" Su Muqin defended herself, though a hint of anxiety lingered within her. Had it not been for Chun Mo's timely intervention, she could have faced unknown peril tonight. Su Zhanping admonished, "Next time, do not venture out alone. You are the daughter of the Su family, and there are countless eyes watching you. What if something unexpected were to occur?" "Enough, enough. Must you lecture her every time she returns? She is old enough to have some personal space." Jiang Chudai quickly interjected. Su Muqin hastily changed the subject. "By the way, Mom and Dad, why are you still awake at this hour? Has something happened? Sis, do you remember your childhood betrothal? Today, your fiancé came to our door." Sulbo chimed in. "What? Fiancé?" Su Muqin was taken aback, recalling her grandfather's arrangement of a childhood betrothal, a name resurfacing in her mind. Chun Mo? Su Thumpin Klidifai. It is the engagement arranged when you were young. The betrothed is named Chun Mo. Is this true? Su Muqin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be false? Your mother was home at the time and sent him away. Later, your grandfather returned in a rage, gathering everyone and declaring that if that boy was to be found, he would send your mother back to her family. Mom and Dad, is what Subo said true? Su Muqin turned to Su Zhanping and Jiang Chudai, questioning them. Jiang Chudai's face grew uneasy as she nodded slightly. Su Zhanping sighed. After all these years, I thought everyone had forgotten about this matter. I never expected today he would show up with a marriage contract. That boy is just a country bumpkin. I absolutely do not approve of him coming to our home. Subo scoffed. Su Muqin shot him a fierce glare and scolded, "Be quiet." Subo shrank back, silenced. Returning to his phone, Jiang Chudai continued. What Subo said is not unfounded. That boy clearly appears to have come from the mountains. I have also investigated. He has been orphaned since childhood and grew up scavenging with his grandfather. After the old man passed, he vanished without a trace. I thought he was dead. Yet here he is again, disappeared for over a decade, and just now emerges from the mountains? Upon hearing this, Su Muxin couldn't help but visualize Chun Mo once more. Jiang Chudai proceeded, that boy clearly hasn't had an easy life. Seeing that our Su family is wealthy, he likely intends to come as a son-in-law. As for his claim of coming today to annul the engagement, I refuse to believe it. He must be dissatisfied with the money we offered and wants more. This engagement is not one I will acknowledge, no matter who he is. Su Muxin furrowed her brow. No, I must go find grandfather now and demand he annul the engagement. With that, she turned to head toward Su Bingtian's residence. Do not go, Su Zhangping barked. Do you intend to wake your grandfather at this hour? Furthermore, his health has not been well. You know his temper. What if he becomes upset? There is nothing more to discuss. If we do not find him, so be it. If we do find him, your grandfather will certainly refuse to annul the engagement. Dad. Su Muxin wished to protest further. Su Zhangping commanded, enough, it's late. Everyone should return to their rooms and rest. Tang, make sure to keep an eye on the young lady. She is not allowed to go anywhere besides school. With no choice, Su Muxin returned to her room in frustration. Lying in bed for a long time, she found it impossible to sleep. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, not only was she beautiful, but she also excelled academically and began engaging with the family business while still in school, earning admiration wherever she went. Yet, who could have known that she had no freedom in marriage? Now, a man she had never met before, armed only with a marriage contract, sought to become her partner for life? How could this be? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. She picked up her phone, wishing to confide her frustrations, but after scrolling through her contacts, found no suitable confidant. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon Chun Mo's name. Hesitating for a long while, she finally set her phone down. In the living room below, after sending Su Muxin and Su Bo to their rooms, Su Zhangping appeared worn out. Chudai, please pay close attention to this matter. Since the old man has spoken, we cannot afford to be careless. We must do everything possible to locate him. The company has faced many challenges lately. I will rest now, as I have a meeting to attend early tomorrow. Jiang Chudai nodded. Once it was confirmed that Su Zhangping had returned to his room, she turned to the steward, Tang, and inquired, how is it? Has everything been arranged? There should be no issues. Perhaps that marriage contract is already secured. Tang replied, unaware that the person he had sought had already been dealt with by Chun Mo. That's good. Jiang Chudai secretly sighed in relief. However, Tang expressed his concerns. What about the old master? It's fine. I refuse to believe that the old master would truly send me back to my family home over a mere rural pauper. Jiang Chudai asserted with conviction. Nevertheless, we must still take action. Tomorrow, send everyone out to search. The louder the commotion, the better, so that the old master understands we have indeed made every effort. After handling the two thugs, Chun Mo returned to Yi Shaowan's residence. Since she often worked part-time outside school, Yi Shaowan had rented a modest room, conveniently adjacent to another vacant one where Chun Mo temporarily stayed. In their childhood, they relied on one another and frequently lived together. Who would have thought that over a decade had passed in the blink of an eye? Yi Shaowan's living conditions were rather poor, lacking even a single decent piece of furniture. Observing the stark environment, Chun Mo pondered whether he should find a way to earn some money the following day. Chapter 10. The underground fighting arena. The next morning, news of the Su family's extravagant search for a rural boy spread like wildfire across the city. Gao Qixing, the head of the Gao family, furrowed his brow upon receiving reports from his subordinates. What is the Su family up to? Why such a grand search for one individual? The subordinate shook his head. It appears they have mobilized nearly all their resources in the search. This person must be of great significance. Dad, do you think the Su family has discovered something? Gao Hongbin, his son, inquired. Gao Qixing's expression darkened further. Recently, under his strategic maneuvering, the Su family had been beset with crises. At this moment, they ought to be in disarray, desperately trying to resolve their predicaments. Their overt search for a single individual seemed decidedly unusual. After a lengthy pause, Gao Qixing suddenly commanded, "Bring in Elder Ke." Before long, a white-haired elder was escorted into the room. Upon seeing the elder, Gao Qixing quickly stood to greet him. "Elder Ke, please take a seat. The elder, named Ku Hongfang, had ancestral ties to the Gao family, leading him to accept Gao Qixing's invitation to assist them. Without hesitation, Elder Ke made his way to his seat. What brings the head of the Gao family to seek me so early? I have just received news that the Su family is searching the entire city for someone. Gao Qixing stated directly. Could it be that they have sensed our movements and are seeking someone to unravel the situation? Elder Ke stroked his long beard and chuckled. The head of the Gao family worries too much. I'm not only proficient in martial arts, but also well-versed in medicine. My methods are undetectable in Xian City. Even if they were to stumble upon them, they would have no means to decipher them. Hearing this, Gao Qixing nodded slightly, though he remained somewhat uneasy. Elder Ke, do we truly just wait? Rest assured, the old master of the Gao family has at most 3 months left to live. Once he passes, the entire Su family will hardly stand a chance against the Gao family. It is only a matter of time before the Gao family becomes the foremost family in Xian City. When Chun Mo awoke, Yi Xiaowan had already left for school. On the table, breakfast awaited him, accompanied by a note. Brother Chun Mo, I have gone to class. I made breakfast for you. Remember to eat. Alongside the meal, Yi Xiaowan had left him 500 yuan. Chun Mo smiled gently, appreciating the thoughtfulness of the girl. Such feelings were indeed a long-lost comfort. After finishing his meal, Chun Mo set out to find work. His master had told him that the experience of life was essential for refining one's heart in the worldly realm. So he considered job hunting as a form of training. The entire day was spent in pursuit of a paying job, yet lacking qualifications and experience, he faced numerous setbacks. As dusk approached, he reluctantly decided to conclude his search. Master, please take me to the abandoned steel factory in the northern suburbs. Chun Mo instructed as he flagged down a taxi. The driver glanced back at him through the rearview mirror, asking, Are you headed to the underground fighting arena? Chun Mo was taken aback. How did you know? The underground fighting arena in the northern suburbs is hardly a secret. Most people go there to watch illegal fights. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Could you share some details about the arena? The driver explained that the underground arena was essentially a gambling den, selling tickets and offering odds on fights, even wagering on life and death. People these days live too comfortably and seek out thrilling experiences. It's not just locals. Wealthy heirs from surrounding cities frequent here as well. The driver smiled faintly, imparting knowledge about the underground market. But be cautious. Gambling is rife with deception. If you're curious, it's fine to observe, but don't get too caught up. Chun Mo nodded, expressing gratitude for the warning. Thank you. I'm merely going to take a look. By the way, do you know someone named He? Taxi drivers encounter a myriad of individuals daily, often possessing more insights. So Chun Mo sought further information. Upon hearing the name, the driver's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly slammed on the brakes. You're looking for him? No, I've merely heard of him. I was just curious, Chun Mo clarified. He's not someone to be trifled with. No one knows who truly runs the underground fighting arena, but he is the one in charge there. It's best to avoid provoking him. Shortly thereafter, the driver brought Chun Mo to the entrance of an abandoned factory. Here we are. Just go inside. However, unfamiliar faces aren't usually allowed entry. Just mention that the two Kai sent you. Thank you. Chun Mo paid the fare and ventured inside alone. After searching for a while, he located an entrance to the basement, flanked by 2 burly security guards. It seemed that the taxi drivers had connections with the arena, bringing in customers. Upon mentioning the driver's name, the guards allowed Chun Mo entry. The basement was spacious. The former parking area had been transformed into a fighting arena. In the center stood a platform of several dozen square meters, surrounded by railings and ropes, with ample seating for spectators. At that moment, 2 muscular men were engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows with visceral intensity. The environment indeed provided a visceral thrill. The audience was lively, with around 100 patrons, many of whom were shouting and cheering with bare chests. Thankfully, the basement was equipped with sufficient air conditioning. Otherwise, it might have been suffocating. Chun Mo navigated through the crowd and found a spot to sit. The 2 fighters continued their brutal exchange, undeterred by their wounds, blood splattering as they fought fiercely. Soon, one fighter, caught off guard, was struck heavily in the chest and fell to the ground. The referee approached, counting to 10, but the fighter could not rise. Undoubtedly, the other had emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers for the victor, while others lamented their losses, cursing in dismay. Having experienced far more brutal and exhilarating scenes, Chun Mo merely cast a glance before beginning to survey his surroundings. His purpose for visiting was not to watch the fights. However, after scanning the area, he found no sign of heir. Suddenly, a man in his 20s caught Chun Mo's attention from a short distance away. They were separated by only 2 seats, and Chun Mo had not noticed him earlier due to an obstructed view. Chapter 11. Deathmatch. Those who come here to watch the fights are either ruthless thugs or gamblers. However, this young man appeared different, seemingly refined and out of place in the overall atmosphere of the venue. As if sensing someone was watching him, the young man turned his head, smiling and nodding at Chun Mo. At that moment, 2 more boxers were ushered onto the stage, one stout and the other lean, clearly mismatched in weight class. After the host announced their details, the crowd began calling out to place bets. The young man suddenly turned to Chun Mo and asked, "Who do you think will win this time?" "I have no idea," Chun Mo replied, shaking his head. He had discerned the underlying tricks of such underground fights, where the saying 10 bets, 9 deceptions rang true. The outcome was entirely manipulated by those controlling the ring, as evidenced by the previous match, where it was clear the fallen man had not exerted his full strength and still had the capacity to fight. "Is this your first time here, brother?" the young man inquired again. Chun Mo countered, "Do you come here often?" The young man shook his head. "I only come occasionally. This is my first time here as well." Chun Mo nodded. "You possess an extraordinary demeanor. You indeed do not seem to belong here." The young man chuckled, "Just a cultured rogue." He then added, "You don't seem like an ordinary person either." Chun Mo remarked, "But I am no rogue." The young man burst into hearty laughter, then moved to sit beside Chun Mo, extending his right hand. "You are quite intriguing. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Chao Hechuan." "Chun Mo," he replied. "A fine name, common yet elegant, unlike mine, which is Hechuan, but I lack any substance," Chao Hechuan mused. Chun Mo was taken aback by how a mere name could elicit such reflections. At that moment, the staff responsible for betting approached them, asking if they intended to place a wager. Chao Hechuan bet 50,000 on the stout fighter to win. Chun Mo noticed that when he produced the money, his eyes did not blink, clearly indicating an affluent background. However, his judgment seemed slightly lacking. "Brother, aren't you going to place a bet?" Chao Hechuan asked after making his wager. "No, I'm just here to observe," Chun Mo replied, realizing he had barely 500 in his pocket and preferred to avoid embarrassment. "I noticed you shaking your head when I placed my bet. Did I bet incorrectly?" Chao Hechuan questioned, having observed Chun Mo's subtle gesture of disapproval regarding the stout fighter. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Mo explained, "Sometimes one must look beyond appearances. Pay attention to that lean fighter's gaze." Earlier, when the 2 fighters had stepped onto the stage, Chun Mo had noted that despite the lean man's frail physique, he exuded a formidable presence, particularly his cold, sharp eyes resembling those of a wolf. Moreover, the number of bets placed on the stout fighter far exceeded those on the lean one, leading Chun Mo to conclude that the victor would undoubtedly be the lean fighter. Chao Hechuan turned to glance at the stage, falling silent. Minutes later, the battle concluded, and indeed, Chun Mo's prediction was correct. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd, indicating that most had lost their bets. "You truly are impressive, Brother Chun," Chao Hechuan exclaimed, unabated by his loss, instead giving Chun Mo a thumbs up. Chun Mo smiled faintly. Such prowess was child's play to him, hardly worthy of mention. As one match concluded, another began. "Brother Chun, who will you bet on this time?" "The bald one," Chun Mo asserted confidently after a quick assessment. "Excellent." Chao Hechuan beckoned the bookmaker over, placing a 200,000 wager on the bald fighter's victory. Chun Mo grew curious about Chao Hechuan's identity, pondering who he might be to so casually wager such a sum. Did he truly believe in Chun Mo's judgment? Or did he simply regard money as inconsequential? After the betting concluded and the countdown finished, the fight commenced. This bout was significantly more intense than the previous one, lasting nearly half an hour before concluding with the bald fighter breaking his opponent's right arm. "Ha ha, we won. Brother Chun, you truly are remarkable." Gao Hesun et Galim, his excitement palpable, as if he had won himself rather than merely profiting from the bet. 2 minutes later, the staff returned, handing back the 200,000 stake along with an additional check for 200,000 as winnings. Chao Hechuan collected the original wager but handed the winnings check to Chun Mo. "Is this for me?" Chun Mo asked, bewildered. "Indeed, were it not for you, Brother Chun, I would not have one. Consider it a token of our acquaintance." This, Chun Mo was about to refuse, but Chao Heshuan pressed the check into his hand. Take it. Hesitating like that makes you less of a man. Reluctantly, Chun Mo accepted the check. He had to admit he was indeed a man. Now how about this? Are you interested in joining me inside for some more action? Chao Heshuan proposed, standing up. Chun Mo inquired, there's more inside? Indeed, this is merely a warm-up. The true heart of the boxing arena lies within. Shall we take a look? Chun Mo realized that this was why he had struggled to find Ahi earlier. He must have been inside. Following Chao Heshuan, they navigated a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a large iron door. Though it was not far, without guidance, one would find it difficult to discover. Chun Mo also noted that the security here was significantly more stringent than outside, with several hidden guards ensuring that any intruder would be swiftly detected. After verifying Chao Heshuan's identity, the guard opened the large iron door, allowing the two to enter. The interior was considerably smaller than outside, yet the decor was of a much higher caliber. In the center stood a ring of several dozen square meters, devoid of seating, replaced instead with a few luxurious sofas. Chun Mo scanned the room and noted that the number of attendees, including staff, was fewer than 50. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the ring, where two dark, muscular men were engaged in a brutal fight, their bodies marred with wounds and the ground soaked in blood. The scene was gruesome, yet neither fighter showed any intention of yielding. It was a fight to the death. Chao Heshuan explained to Chun Mo. The matches here are generally to the death. They only conclude when one fighter is killed. However, the betting stakes are significantly higher than outside, starting at a minimum of 1 million. Chun Mo nodded, realizing that those who could enter this arena were undoubtedly affluent and of high status. As he looked around for Ahi, a voice rang out from the crowd. Chao Heshuan, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I thought you might not dare to show up. How could I possibly miss the engagement arranged by Uncle O? Rest assured, I have come prepared. Chao Heshuan replied cheerfully, then led Chun Mo toward the sofa. Chapter 12. On-the-spot betting in truth. Chao Heshuan's purpose for attending tonight was to fulfill a gambling agreement with others. After a thorough explanation from Chao Heshuan, Chun Mo grasped the situation's intricacies. The individual referred to as Uncle O was named O.D. Hai, a prominent boss from the nearby E City. The Chao family was a prestigious family from Rong City. O.D. Hai had set his sights on a particular business belonging to the Chao family, employing various tactics, both overt and covert, all of which had failed, ultimately resulting in his own losses. Finally, O.D. Hai staked control over a dock as the wager, with both parties agreeing to a fight in this underground boxing arena in Xian City. Should the O family emerge victorious, the land would belong to them. Conversely, if the Chao family won, O.D. Hai would have to relinquish control of the dock willingly. Initially, the Chao family would not have agreed to such a gamble. However, the dock held immense significance for them, prompting the decision to send Chao Heshuan in their stead. As the casino manager, Chiu Hui took this gambling match very seriously, remaining on the premises throughout the day. It wasn't long before the bout in the ring concluded, resulting in the demise of the defeated party, while the victor was left battered and bruised, with even a leg broken. However, the prospect of a substantial monetary reward rendered these injuries somewhat trivial. Once the area was cleared, a Mediterranean man ascended the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the highlight of this evening. The esteemed Boss O from East City and the Chao family from Rong City are fortunate enough to engage in a duel here tonight. Please welcome participants. As the announcement echoed, two similarly robust men were brought forth. The palpable intensity radiating from both indicated that their prowess far surpassed that of the previous contestants. Yet, this left the onlookers in a quandary, as the two appeared evenly matched, making it difficult to determine whom to bet on. Chun Mo's gaze remained fixed on the Mediterranean man. He was likely the target for today, Chiu Hui. At that moment, an elderly man appeared beside Chao Heshuan. How is it, young master? Will there be any unforeseen complications? He inquired. Chao Heshuan glanced at the elder. The old man nodded. Rest assured, young master. We have invited Master Hao, who wields unparalleled skills in Bajiquan, having triumphed over all challengers in the surrounding 13 cities. He will not disappoint you this time. Chao Heshuan felt a slight sense of relief and quietly asked Chun Mo, Brother Chun, what do you think? Will my fighter prevail? Chun Mo observed the stage, noting that Master Hao, a master of external martial arts in his 50s, exuded a calm and composed demeanor. In contrast, the fighter from the O family appeared to be a muscular overseas expert, likely a Muay Thai practitioner. While Muay Thai is known for its devastating power, it is difficult to sustain. If Master Hao could endure the initial onslaught, victory would be assured. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Chao Xuan let out a sigh of relief. With Brother Chen's assurance, I can relax. If this endeavor falters, I fear I shall face another round of scolding upon my return. On the stage, Chiu Hui continued. First and foremost, to ensure a fair competition, I have verified that both fighters are free of any prohibited substances and meet the standards for this bout. Once the match commences, no interference is permitted. Is that clear? No objections here, Odihai responded, shaking his head. Naturally, I trust Boss Chiu. I harbor no doubts either. Chao Xuan concurred. Secondly, this match is a life-and-death duel. It will conclude only when one party concedes or is killed. Any questions? None. Both Odihai and Chao Xuan replied in unison. Thirdly, as per our agreement, should Boss O emerge victorious, he will claim ownership of the land by the Jingtian River. Conversely, if the Chao family prevails, control of the Zhongwan Pier will transfer to them, and Boss O shall have no grounds to interfere. Are there any dissenters? None. Chao Xuan asserted first. However, Odihai chuckled and turned to Chao Xuan. Chao Xinzi, shall we raise the stakes? Chao Xuan furrowed his brow, asking, what do you mean? Having the pier without cruise ships is insufficient. I possess 3 cargo ships worth a combined 100 million. Shall we consider them as additional stakes? Odihai proposed, smiling. Chao Xuan raised an eyebrow. Such a wager was undeniably tempting. And what do you seek in return? I have heard that the Chao family owns a unique establishment in East City. Although its value pales in comparison to my 3 cargo ships, it could serve as an acceptable wager, Odihai replied. Chao Xuan absently tapped his fingers on the sofa, deep in thought. While 3 cargo ships were not trivial, they represented a lucrative trade route. Odihai's willingness to offer such a stake indicated his confidence in victory. Was he truly prepared to concede? The elderly man beside him interjected, Young master, our clan only approved the land deal. Everything else is a different matter. I understand. Chao Xuan waved his hand to silence the elder and looked at Odihai. No problem, I accept. Is it a deal? It is indeed a deal. Words alone are insufficient. Let us formalize it in writing. With that, Odihai produced 2 contracts, clearly prepared in advance. Chao Xinzi, please review them and sign if all is satisfactory. Chao Xuan was taken aback, but then smirked. So this was your true intention. Uncle O. He promptly signed the contract. The onlookers were stunned. It was evident that Odihai had set a trap, yet they could hardly fathom why Chao Xuan would willingly step into it. Chen Montauk was equally perplexed. Despite the apparent superiority of Chao Xuan's chosen fighter, matters of life and death in such a contest were never absolute. What if he lost? Was there an aspect he was unaware of? Once Chao Xuan signed, satisfaction spread across Odihai's face. Haha, splendid. Just as I expected from Chao Xinzi, straightforward. Ahi, we may commence. He was eager to begin. The crowd began placing their bets, though due to the recent developments, the majority leaned toward Odihai. Ultimately, it was Chao Xuan who wagered 20 million, just enough to balance the scales. After placing his bet, he turned to Chun Mo with a smile. Brother Chun, would you care to join in? Chun Mo hesitated. He hadn't intended to wager, but since Chao Xuan had extended the invitation, he decided to risk the 20,000 he had just received. After all, it was a gift from Chao Xuan, and losing it would bear little consequence. With all preparations complete, the moment of life-and-death combat had arrived. Begin. At the command, both fighters launched themselves at each other. This contest, determined by victory or demise, demanded utmost seriousness from both men. The fighter from the O family, fueled by youth and vigor, unleashed a ferocious barrage against Master Hao, quickly gaining the upper hand. Yet, Master Hao remained unflustered, skillfully navigating through the onslaught, sustaining little more than superficial damage. The clash between experts in the realm of hidden strength was a rare spectacle in this underground arena. The spectators, unfamiliar with such fierce competition, were caught in a whirlwind of excitement, their adrenaline surging as they cheered loudly. This fervor continued for 7 or 8 minutes until the Muay Thai fighter began to tire, his earlier ferocity waning. Observing this, Chao Xuan's smile broadened. Just as Chen Mo had predicted, if Master Hao could withstand the initial onslaught, the advantage would tilt in his favor. Master Hao, a seasoned fighter, remained composed, gradually widening his advantage. Before long, the first half of the match concluded, and the referee stepped in to separate the two. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chao Hushuan's face as he instructed the elder beside him. Fu Bo, please inform Master how to give his all from the outset of the second half, and end this fight swiftly. If he secures victory, I shall grant him an additional 1 million as a reward. Fu Bo rose and approached the stage, whispering Chao Hushuan's message to Master Hao. Chinamo noticed that an elder beside Dihai also approached the Muay Thai fighter, offering him advice. Moments later, the break concluded, and the second half of the battle resumed. From the outset, Master Hao shifted his strategy, unleashing a torrent of Bajiquan techniques, unstoppable in their might. Surprisingly, the Muay Thai master, seemingly invigorated by some unseen force, faced Master Hao's onslaught without the slightest hint of retreat. His reckless approach was nothing short of life-threatening, exuding an even greater aura than in the first half. Observing the two grappling fiercely, Chinamo narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. It was evident that at the end of the first half, he had noticed the Muay Thai master retained less than 40% of his energy. How could he possibly have regained his former vigor, and even surpassed it, in just a few minutes of respite? This was clearly illogical. The issue undoubtedly lay in the brief intermission they had just experienced. In the face of the Muay Thai master's desperate and self-destructive offensive, Master Hao found himself once again retreating, yet the results were far from favorable. He was quickly cornered, sustaining numerous injuries. Age had begun to take its toll on Master Hao, and as time progressed, his stamina waned, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Chao Hushuan's eyes were intensely fixed on the unfolding battle, his brow deeply furrowed. If this continued, Master Hao would undoubtedly lose, and he would forfeit his wager with Dihai. According to the rules, neither party was permitted to intervene unless Chao Hushuan conceded defeat or Master Hao was killed, thus concluding the match. Chao Hushuan glanced at Chinamo, who remained motionless. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed in resignation, uttering, "I concede." As the gong signaling the end of the match resonated through the air, Master Hao collapsed, completely drained of energy. The Muay Thai master, however, seemed oblivious to this. His eyes still ablaze with fury, ready to strike Master Hao down had he not been restrained in time. Dihai, brimming with triumph, laughed heartily. Chao Xianzi, I told you you cannot defeat me. From this day forth, not only does that land belong to me, but the Chao family's business in East City is also mine. Ha ha! In stark contrast, Chao Hushuan wore a frown of dismay and turned to glance at Chinamo, his eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. Xiao Hui ascended the platform once more, declaring, I announce that the victor of the contest between the Chao family and Boss O is... Wait, Chinamo interrupted, rising to address Xiao Hui. Manager Xiao, I would like to inquire about the rules of your boxing arena. What happens if someone is found cheating? If someone is discovered to have cheated, they not only lose, but also face the punishment of having their hands severed. Xiao Hui replied firmly. Chen Montak nodded. Then let me ask you, does administering injections to a fighter constitute a violation of the rules? Absolutely. Are you suggesting that there was cheating in the recent match? Who is responsible? Xiao Hui frowned. As in his establishment, such underhanded tactics would not be easily forgiven. It was him. Chenemo pointed at the elderly Thai man standing behind Dihai. Gasps erupted throughout the crowd. Chao Hushuan's expression brightened. If it were confirmed that the O family had cheated, wouldn't that mean the Chao family had won? Nonsense. Dihai bellowed. Chao Hushuan, can you not handle defeat? Are you resorting to slandering me for losing? Moreover, Manager Chiu had people thoroughly inspect everything before the match, and the entire contest was under constant surveillance. If you claim we cheated, present your evidence. Xiao Hui nodded. Indeed, everything must be substantiated by evidence. A comprehensive inspection was conducted before the match, and no anomalies were detected during the entire contest. What about during the intermission? Chen Mo interjected. The Muay Thai master displayed signs of defeat in the first half. Yet after a few minutes of rest, he emerged even more vigorous than before. Have you noticed that just before the second half commenced, he patted the back of that fighter from the O family? Xiao Hui acknowledged that indeed happened, but it does not constitute evidence of cheating. You can send someone to examine the Muay Thai master's back. A needle should still be lodged there. Chen Mo's words sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Dihai's expression shifted dramatically. Before Xiao Hui could react, the elderly man beside Chao Hushuan leaped onto the stage. Fu Bo, it turned out, was also an expert in hidden strength. The Muay Thai master, still in a frenzy, nearly broke free to attack Fu Bo, But Fu Bo swiftly struck him at the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. As Fu Bo examined the Muay Thai master's back, he uncovered a 2-centimeter-long needle glinting under the lights. Chapter 14. Revelation. Chun Mo silently shook his head. Fu Bo had acted too hastily. He had pointed out the opponent's method, but it would have been better if Chiu Hui had discovered the needle himself. After all, this was Chiu Hui's domain, and he was the referee of the wager. Only he could validate the evidence. Seeing the needle, Chao Huishuan felt a surge of joy and turned to O.D. Hai, demanding, "What do you have to say now, Master O?" "What do you mean?" O.D. Hai retorted coldly. "I do not comprehend what you are implying, Chao Xinzi." With the evidence now indisputable, could O.D. Hai still deny it? Chiu Hui frowned. "Boss O, you are well aware of the rules of my arena. Even with your esteemed status, I cannot overlook such misconduct. Do you have any explanation to offer?" "Indeed, this must be addressed." O.D. Hai responded calmly. "I have nothing to explain. I simply know that members of the Chao family charged forward, seized my people, and produced a needle. Surely, they must be the ones instigating trouble." Regardless of the accusations leveled against him, he remained adamant in his denial. What could they do? Chiu Hui's face darkened. "Boss O, everyone present is not a fool. We all understand the reality of the situation. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, you will not leave this place unscathed." With that, Chiu Hui made a gesture, and 5 or 6 armed figures emerged around the venue, their guns aimed directly at O.D. Hai. O.D. Hai's expression shifted as he replied, "Manager Chiu, you previously stated that everything must be supported by evidence. What does a mere needle prove? Furthermore, this needle is in the hands of the Chao family. I could just as easily claim they are attempting to frame me for their inability to accept defeat." Chiu Hui furrowed his brow. He would not allow cheating in his establishment. If it had been anyone else, he would have acted decisively. However, O.D. Hai was a formidable presence in East City, daring to contest territory and business with the Chao family. His influence was significant. He was merely a steward of this venue, and if he were to offend O.D. Hai severely, even his backers might not be able to protect him. Yet, with so many witnesses present, he could not ignore the situation. Offending the Chao family would yield no favorable outcome either. He could only take action if the evidence was irrefutable, leaving O.D. Hai with no room for denial. Chun Mo spoke again. "There is indeed evidence, concealed within the ring on his left hand." Pointing at the man beside O.D. Hai, Chun Mo asserted, "If I am not mistaken, the ring contains a syringe and performance-enhancing substances." Upon hearing this, O.D. Hai's complexion paled. However, this time he did not make the previous errors. As soon as Chun Mo finished speaking, Chiu Hui sprang to O.D. Hai's side, swiftly seizing the ring from the man who had interfered. After examining it closely, Chiu Hui smirked. "Boss O, what do you have to say now?" "What? What do you intend to do?" O.D. Hai's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. "In my arena, such behavior is intolerable. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, you cannot blame me for lacking compassion. However, considering your status, I shall be merciful and merely sever one of your fingers. Is that not sufficiently gracious?" "You dare!" O.D. Hai glared fiercely. "Chiu Hui, why not call your master behind you and ask if he dares to touch me?" With a sullen face, Chiu Hui bellowed, "Bring him down." Immediately, several individuals stepped forward and restrained O.D. Hai, pressing one of his hands on the table. Chiu Hui drew a dagger, advancing step by step toward O.D. Hai. Gazing at the glinting blade, O.D. Hai felt fear creep in, turning his head to a corner and shouting, "Master Gu, save me." "Boss O, our previous agreement did not include this. It will cost extra." Master Gu replied nonchalantly. Chiu Hui instinctively retreated 2 steps, realizing that the person who had just snatched the ring from him was also a formidable expert, a fact he had overlooked. O.D. Hai quickly responded, Add. To spare my life, I will pay whatever it takes. Rest assured, Boss O." Master Gu grinned wickedly, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. As his words fell, the old man's aura surged dramatically, an oppressive and terrifying force enveloping the space, making it suffocating. The temperature in the room plunged several degrees. "A master of transformation?" Fu Bo exclaimed in shock. Though transformation and dark energy were merely one realm apart, their combat prowess was worlds apart. Master Gu approached O.D. Hai, casually waving his hand, and the 2 individuals restraining O.D. Hai were sent flying. Regaining his freedom, O.D. Hai resumed his previous arrogant demeanor. "Gao Xianzi, I originally aimed to acquire your family's land and a shop, yet you proved ungrateful." Here's your chance. If you wish to return alive today, call your father and demand he relinquish half of the Chow family's assets to buy your life. Chill away. You are but a mere watchdog. How dare you act against me? You must be tired of living. Adehai's gaze shifted to Chun Mo. If it weren't for your meddling today, there would be no such chaos. Master Ge, eliminate him. All right. Master Ge nodded. Young man, when you arrive in the underworld, do not blame me. Blame yourself for meddling. Know that some matters in this world are beyond your control, and some individuals are not to be trifled with. Noise. Chun Mo interjected, dismissing the threat as the mere presence of a transformation master. In a swift motion, he casually struck toward Master Ge, akin to swatting a fly. A white streak shot forth, hurtling directly toward Master Ge. The once smug Master Ge's expression shifted dramatically, his body frozen in fear as he realized he could not evade. He could only watch helplessly as the white streak collided with him, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. Chi energy. Fubo gasped. The externalization of true energy was a technique of a master. He had trained since the age of 5 and had spent decades honing his skills. Now merely at the dark energy level, he was among the top experts in scavenging. Yet this young man, seemingly around 20, had already attained mastery in martial arts. The scene before him could only belong to a true master. With Master Ge's demise, the chilling and terrifying atmosphere that had enveloped the area dissipated instantly. Everyone present exhaled in relief, especially Chao Heshuan and Chiu Hui, who felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. Only Adehai lay on the ground, ashen-faced, understanding the might of a master. He had just instigated a confrontation with one. It seemed he was doomed. After the shock, Chao Heshuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Chun Mo. He had not anticipated that the casually befriended youth was a martial arts master. Brother Chun, I cannot thank you enough for today. Your great kindness will not go unacknowledged. From now on, I, Chao Heshuan, will follow your lead. Chun Mo had exposed Adehai's cheating, allowing him to win the duel, and then demonstrated his mastery by eliminating the formidable Master Ge. If not for Chun Mo's intervention, Chao Heshuan would never have imagined the peril that awaited him, nor would the entire Chao family have faced such immense losses. Chun Mo smiled. You flatter me, Chao brother. Chiu Hui finally regained his composure, astonished that this unassuming youth was indeed a martial arts master. Today, I owe my life to you, young Master Chun. I am deeply grateful, and in scavenging, should you require anything, I will not hesitate to risk my life. A martial arts master. Such a figure was a pinnacle not only in scavenging, but across the entire Central Plains. To befriend such an individual, even as a servant, would be a mark of honor. Chun Mo nodded and inquired. They say, he is you, correct? Yes. Chiu Hui replied, elated that Chun Mo recognized his name. Feeling immensely honored. However, he did not anticipate Chun Mo's sudden sharp inquiry. Tell me, who ordered you to act against Miss Su? Chiu Hui was taken aback, subconsciously asking, Miss Su? Which Miss Su? Su Muhin? No, I didn't just as Chiu Hui began to protest. He caught sight of Chun Mo's icy glare and immediately collapsed to his knees. It was young Master Su who ordered me to do it. This individual before him was a genuine master, and he certainly did not wish to share Master Ge's fate. Although young Master Su wielded wealth and influence, no amount of money was worth more than his life. Chun Mo furrowed his brow. Young Master Su? Which young Master Su? His name is Su Luan. He is Miss Su's cousin. Nonsense. If he's indeed her cousin, then why would he act against his own sister? Do you think I'm a fool? Chun Mo questioned, gripping Chiu Hui tightly. And no, I would never deceive you, young Master Chun. It was truly young Master Su who instructed me to do this. He wanted me to keep an eye on Miss Su and find an opportunity to abduct her. Why would I want to do that? I don't know. I was merely following orders. At that moment, Chao Heshuan interjected, Brother Chun, may I ask what your relationship with Miss Su is? He finally grasped that Chun Mo's presence here must be connected to this matter. I am her fiancée, Chun Mo replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Chiu Hui nearly fainted in fear, his anxiety mounting. Fortunately, his two subordinates had ultimately failed. He had initially thought them incompetent for not capturing her and for leaving themselves half-disabled. In retrospect, he was relieved they had not succeeded. Young Master Chun, spare me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders. Chun Mo nodded inwardly, believing Chiu Hui's words. It seemed there was considerable intrigue and conflict within the Su family. However, this was ultimately their affair, and he did not wish to intervene unnecessarily. His investigation was merely coincidental. He had a favorable impression of Su Mujin, which prompted his involvement. Chen Mo released his grip on Qiu Hui, saying, "If you wish for me to spare your life, you know what to do from now on, correct?" "Yes, yes. I will fully obey your commands and will no longer associate with the Su family." "You need not sever ties." Chen Mo waved his hand. "You may continue to contact young Master Su, but you must inform me of everything without delay." "Absolutely, young Master Chen. From today on, I am yours." Qiu Hui exclaimed joyfully, hastily pledging his loyalty. It was clear to anyone that aligning with a martial arts master was 100-fold or 1,000-fold better than siding with the Su family. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. "Young master, how shall we deal with him?" Qiu Hui pointed at the limp figure of Idehai and inquired. Chen Mo cast a faint glance in his direction and replied, "Let us adhere to the rules of the ring." "Yes." Qiu Hui, as if receiving a divine edict, drew his dagger and advanced toward Idehai. Chen Mo's strength far surpassed that of the Su family, and with such a formidable ally backing him, it was no exaggeration to say that whether it was merely injuring Idehai or taking his life, there would be no repercussions. "Bosso, you may choose, left hand or right hand." Qiu Hui scrambled to his feet and knelt before Chen Mo, pleading, "Young Master Chen, I was blind to your greatness. Please, show mercy." However, Chen Mo did not even spare him a glance. Merely refraining from allowing Qiu Hui to execute him was a considerable act of mercy. What more did he desire? "The matter is now in your hands." Once concluded, hand him over to Brother Chow. With that, Chen Mo turned and exited the boxing arena. By the time Chen Mo returned to his lodging, it was well past midnight. Upon his arrival, he noticed a figure standing in the night, eagerly awaiting his return. "Xiaowan?" Chen Mo hurried over, asking, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Upon seeing Chen Mo, Yi Xiaowan's initial worry instantly evaporated, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Chen Mo, you're back." Chen Mo affectionately ruffled Yi Xiaowan's hair and gently asked, "Have you been waiting for me all this time?" "Yes." "Brother Chen Mo, you've returned, and you're unfamiliar with this area. I was worried when you and T returned by this late hour." Chen Mo was once more touched by the little girl's concern. "You could have called me," he remarked. "I was afraid of disturbing you, so I only sent a message." "You sent me a message?" Chen Mo quickly took out his phone. Indeed, there were several unread notifications. The signal in the underground boxing arena was poor, and Chen Mo had not been in the habit of monitoring his phone attentively. Thus, he had overlooked the messages. There were 3 unread messages. "Brother Chen Mo, I made dinner for you. Come back early to eat. Why are you still not back this late? Please be safe. Are you there?" The first 2 messages were from Yi Xiaowan, while the last one was surprisingly from Su Mujin. Chapter 16. Let me try. Chen Mo found himself intrigued by Su Mujin's late-night inquiry. What could compel her to reach out to him at such an hour? After a moment's reflection, he opted not to respond, considering the lateness of the hour. However, the following morning, the first thing Chen Mo did was to message Su Mujin back. "I missed your message last night, Miss Su. Is there something you need?" Yet, after sending the message, he was met with silence for quite some time. It was not until over half an hour later that Su Mujin replied, "I'm sorry. I'm at the hospital. It's quite noisy here." "The hospital? Are you unwell?" Chen Mo inquired with genuine concern. Setting aside their betrothal, Su Mujin was, in fact, the first friend he had reconnected with upon his return. It was only natural to express concern for a friend's illness. "It's not me. My grandfather is gravely ill. The doctor says it might be dangerous this time. Our entire family is currently at the hospital." Chen Mo's brow furrowed. Old Master Su Bingtian, was gravely ill. He had yet to meet the man or inquire about the events of the past. And now he was on the brink of death. Chen Mo had long pondered over certain issues. His grandfather had been a mere scavenger, while Old Master Su was the wealthiest man in Chuanqing. How could 2 such disparate individuals ever have crossed paths? Even more perplexing was the fact that Old Master Su had consented to marry his granddaughter to Chen Mo. Furthermore, Chen Mo's grandfather had passed away so abruptly. Did Su Bingtian know something? He needed to address the matter of the betrothal directly with Su Bingtian, for it had been an agreement between their grandfathers. And even if he intended to annul it, it was imperative to communicate clearly with Old Master Su. Letting this matter linger without resolution was not in Chen Mo's nature. Nor could he leave his deceased grandfather's affairs unaccounted for. Contemplating these matters, Chun Mo inquired about Su Mujin's location and promptly set off for the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he found Su Mujin. Due to her grandfather's illness, Su Mujin had not slept a wink the previous night. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face haggard. "Are you all right?" Chun Mo asked with concern. "With old Master Su's condition, you must take care of yourself as well." "Yes." So Muhin Nadif. Over the past few days, the stress from her grandfather's illness had indeed taken a toll on her. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Mo inquired, "What illness does old Master Su have? How did it suddenly worsen?" Su Mujin shook her head. "Grandfather collapsed and lost consciousness yesterday morning, and he hasn't awoken since. The hospital has been unable to determine the cause. Experts speculated that it might be due to his age combined with emotional distress, leading to this situation." Chun Mo's brow tightened. The first hospital of Xuanqing was renowned as the best in the city, and if they could not ascertain the issue, what was his grandfather's previous health like? "My grandfather was usually in good health. He exercised daily. However, for the past 2 to 3 months, his condition has been deteriorating. The doctors had examined him back then, but merely attributed it to aging, so we didn't think much of it. But yesterday morning, he suddenly became bedridden and unconscious. After being brought to the hospital, every possible examination was conducted, even bringing in experts from Zhongzhou, yet nothing conclusive was found." As she spoke about her grandfather's illness, Su Mujin's mood darkened. Old Master Su was the cornerstone of the entire Su family. Their current standing was built upon his efforts. Should he pass away, it would not only be a significant loss for the Su family, but could also greatly affect their business. "May I see your grandfather?" Chun Mo asked. "You?" So Muhin questioned, "Basil, why would you want to see him?" "I have some medical knowledge. Perhaps I can be of assistance," Chun Mo replied. During his time on the battlefield, he had not only honed his martial skills, but also acquired profound medical expertise from his shrine's master. "You know medicine?" Su Mujin's face brightened momentarily, but then dimmed again. If even the experts from Zhongzhou couldn't diagnose the issue, what could Chun Mo possibly do? "I appreciate your kindness, but your efforts may be in vain. Their inability does not preclude my capability. What harm is there in trying?" Chun Mo stated, locking eyes with Su Mujin. His expression filled with conviction. There was no ailment he could not cure. Perhaps influenced by Chun Mo's confidence, Su Mujin ultimately nodded. "All right, I will take you up. However, please do not act recklessly." Although she knew the likelihood of success was slim, she still held onto a flicker of hope. After all, given her grandfather's current state, allowing Chun Mo to take a look could not hurt. Who knows, perhaps a miracle might occur. Su Mujin led Chun Mo to the hospital's special care ward, designed specifically for dignitaries and the affluent. Those who occupied these rooms were invariably of status and wealth far beyond that of ordinary individuals. To shield old Master Su from disturbances, the Su family had even reserved an entire floor. Numerous medical personnel and security guard were stationed in the corridor to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Following Su Mujin, they arrived at the hospital room. Old Master Su lay pallid on the bed, an oxygen tube inserted into his nostrils, his body connected to various monitoring devices. The data displayed on the equipment indicated that his condition was indeed grave. In the room, aside from several key members of the Su family, there were also a few doctors clad in white coats. They were the director of the first hospital, Wang Zhasheng, the chief physician, Xiao Jiming, and the expert professor from Zhongzhou, Zhao He. The three were huddled together, quietly discussing old Master Su's condition, their expressions grave and their heads shaking from time to time. Su Zhanping and others quietly listened nearby. Like Su Mujin, their faces bore signs of exhaustion, indicating that they too had not closed their eyes the previous night. With everyone's attention focused on Su Bingtian, Chun Mo's entrance alongside Su Mujin into the hospital room went largely unnoticed. A mere glance at Su Bingtian allowed Chun Mo to form some judgments. It was no wonder these esteemed experts could find nothing amiss, for the elder Su was not afflicted by any ailment. However, they were correct in one regard. Without timely intervention, the elder Su had but 3 days left to live. After lengthy discussions, the doctors failed to arrive at any conclusions. Ultimately, Wang Zhasheng called Su Zhanping outside the room and sighed heavily. "Master Su, we are truly at our wits' end regarding the elder's condition. You should begin preparing for the inevitable." "What?" Su Zhanping was taken aback. "Director Wang, is there truly no other way? Please, think again. If you can save my father, the Su family will agree to any terms." Chapter 17. Do not insult him, Director Wong sighed. I understand your distress, Master Su. However, even Professor Zhao He from Zhongzhou has been consulted, and we are utterly powerless against the elder's condition. Su Zhangping's face turned ashen. Zhao He's medical skills were renowned not only in Zhongzhou, but throughout the entire nation, earning him the title of a master healer. If even he could not cure the elder Su, sending him to the capital or overseas would likely yield no better results. Moreover, given the elder's current state, there was no time for such delays. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone grappled with this grim reality. Is there a solution? Su Mujin quietly inquired of Chun Mo behind her. Chun Mo nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mujin finally spoke. Father, I have brought a friend. Su Zhangping merely acknowledged with a faint HM, too preoccupied to focus on her words. Father, my friend believes he can cure grandfather's illness. What? At last, Su Zhangping comprehended her words. Mujin, this is neither the time nor the place for such nonsense. Even Zhao He has deemed it impossible. What can your friend possibly do? His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, who now noticed the newcomer in the room, a young man whose extraordinary demeanor was undermined by his remarkably ordinary, even tattered, attire. Su Mujin hurried to explain, Father, please let him try. He might truly possess a solution. Su Zhangping scrutinized Chen Mo closely, and upon realizing he was merely a youth of around 20, his expression darkened. At such a young age, regardless of his talents, what formidable medical skills could he possibly have? The gravity of the elder Su's condition had already cast a pall over his mood, and now he was even more incensed. Try? If even Director Wong and Professor Zhao cannot succeed, what can this boy offer? He shot Su Mujin a fierce glare. She had always been sensible. What had driven her to bring a mere youth here to make such claims, especially in front of Director Wong and Professor Zhao? This was a blatant affront to their expertise. Su Mujin understood this, yet her grandfather's life was at stake. Even a glimmer of hope warranted chance. Master Su, just because others are a loss does not mean I lack a solution. Chen Montauk interjected. Su Mujin continued to plead, Father, you know grandfather's situation. Since Professor Zhao cannot help, what harm is there in letting my friend try? Su Thumpin hesitative, weighing the gravity of the elder's condition against the prospect of attempting the unorthodox. What if the boy truly had a remedy? He turned to Director Wong. I apologize. Director Wong, my daughter is being foolish, and I appreciate your understanding. It's quite all right. Miss Su's intentions are commendable, and I can empathize. Director Wong replied with a forced smile, eyeing Chun Mo with scrutiny. May I inquire as to which hospital you are affiliated with? Or perhaps the name of your esteemed mentor? I am neither an expert nor a disciple of any master. Chun Mo replied candidly. At this, Xiao Jiming scoffed derisively. If you are neither, what gives you the audacity to speak so boldly? I dare say you do not even possess a medical license. Nonsense! Su Zhangping shouted, equally incensed. Just then, Jiang Chudai emerged from the restroom and exclaimed, Chun Mo, what brings you here? What? The Su family gasped in disbelief, staring at Chun Mo in shock. Is he, Chun Mo? Indeed, it is he. Jiang Chudai confirmed, eyeing Chun Mo with suspicion. What are you doing here today? Jiang Chudai was perplexed. Hadn't T. Butler Tang said he had been expelled from Xuanchen? How had he resurfaced in the elder Su's hospital room? The Su family exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. So many had been dispatched to find Chun Mo, yet he appeared at Su Mujin's side as a friend. Wasn't he Su Mujin engaged to him? Jiang Chudai turned to Su Mujin and demanded, Mujin, do you not realize who he is? He hasn't harmed you, has he? Su Mujin nodded. I know his name is Chun Mo. Initially, the name had seemed vaguely familiar, but she had not connected it to their engagement. After all, with so many people in Huagua, sharing names was commonplace. Now, however, she comprehended that this Chun Mo was indeed her long-lost fiancé. Su Mujin fixed her gaze on Chun Mo, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. You, who were cast aside earlier, now dare to pursue my daughter, do you? Let me assure you, as long as I am here, your ambitions will come to naught. I will never allow Mujin to marry a pauper like you, Jiang Chudai declared, her demeanor imposing. Aside from the elder Su, no one in the family acknowledged the engagement. Given the elder's precarious state, the possibility of his recovery was uncertain. How could they deter Jiang Chudai? Su Mujin, too, began to harbor doubts. Was Chinimo's approach truly motivated by ulterior motives? After much internal conflict, she finally asked Chinimo, "Did you already know my identity?" "Yes." Chinimo replied with a nod. Su Mujin pressed on. "If you knew who I was, why didn't you tell me? What would telling you accomplish? And if I claimed to be your fiancé, would you believe me?" Su Mujin fell silent. Indeed, should a stranger declare himself her fiancé, she would likely consider him deranged or harboring ill intentions. Moreover, in the days they had known each other, Chinimo had never acted inappropriately. He treated her as any ordinary friend would. "Mujin, come here. This boy is nothing but a country bumpkin, a deceitful scoundrel. You must sever ties with him." Qianchudi insisted, pulling Su Mujin closer. Su Mujin frowned, breaking free from Jiang Chudai's grasp. "Enough. Mother, while you may dislike him, you cannot insult him like this." Chapter 18. Serving tea to the son-in-law to acknowledge mistakes. "Have I insulted him?" Jiang Chudai scoffed. "How have I insulted him?" "Chinimo, weren't you quite defiant that day? You claimed you came to the Su family simply to annul the engagement. Did you even disdain 500,000? It appears you find that amount trivial. You have schemed to position yourself beside my daughter, clearly with intentions aimed at our entire Su family. I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you." "Shameless? I wonder who is truly shameless here." The esteemed matriarch of the Su family covertly resorts to hiring an assassin to reclaim an engagement. Chen Montakli taunted, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Do not slander me. When have I ever sought to have you killed? I merely instructed Butler Tang to escort you out of Xuanqing." Jiang Chudai realized she had misspoken and hastily fell silent, instinctively glancing at the ailing Elder Su, who lay in bed. She vividly recalled the day Elder Su had erupted with fury. If he were to discover that she had dispatched someone to trouble Chinimo, almost leading to an assassination attempt, she would undoubtedly be sent back to her family home. Hearing his wife's words, Su Zhanpeng furrowed his brow. "Chudai, what is truly happening? Did you send someone to assassinate Chinimo?" Jiang Chudai quickly shook her head. "I did not. I merely asked Butler Tang to send Chinimo away. I never intended to harm him. You can ask Butler Tang for confirmation." "But where is Butler Tang?" Jiang Chudai turned, searching for Butler Tang, but he had discreetly slipped away as soon as Chinimo appeared. It seemed futile to seek him now. Regardless, the crux of the matter was that the Su family's reputation was hanging by a thread. If news of their covert actions in response to the annulment spread, they would be the subject of ridicule. Su Zhanpeng was nearly apoplectic. He had been preoccupied with business matters, overwhelmed with stress, and with Elder Su's critical condition. This incident was the last straw. Yet, this was not the time for blame. He merely shot Jiang Chudai a fierce glare. "Enough. Chinimo, let this matter rest here. I concede that the Su family is at fault. You may state your terms." Chinimo frowned. "Let rest? If I had been killed by those men, would you still speak so lightly of the matter, Master Su? What do you want?" Su Zhanpeng's expression darkened, the atmosphere growing tense. "Enough. Grandfather's life hangs in the balance. Cease your quarrels." At that moment, Su Mujin interjected, her heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She had never imagined that Chinimo was her betrothed, nor could she fathom all that had transpired prior. She approached Chinimo, lowering her voice. Chinimo, there must be some misunderstanding here. You mentioned you could cure grandfather's illness. Would you consider examining him first? We can discuss everything else later, if that is agreeable." Seeing the pleading look in Su Mujin's eyes, Chinimo nodded slightly. "However, it seems your family does not wish for the old man to recover." This remark incited the Su family member's ire, who shouted back at Chinimo, "Impudent, arrogant. Someone, hurry and expel this ignorant fool." Soon, 2 bodyguards entered, approaching Chinimo from either side, clearly intent on forcibly removing him. "Stop." At that moment, the hospital door swung open, and Wang Xinrong, who had been beside Elder Su, stepped out. He scrutinized Chinimo, assessing him from head to toe. "You are Chinimo?" "Indeed," Chinimo replied, immediately recognizing Wang Xinrong as a martial arts expert. Wang Xinrong nodded and addressed Su Zhanpeng. "Let us have a try." But Uncle Wang Su Zhanpeng attempted to refuse, but Wang Xinrong had already turned and re-entered the ward, leaving no room for further discussion. "Zhanpeng, are we truly allowing him to treat grandfather? He is so young. How could he possibly cure him? What if something happens to grandfather?" Jiang Chudai was desperate to expel Chinimo, unwilling to allow him to remain. "Since Uncle Wang has agreed, let him try." Su Thampen finally conceded. albeit reluctantly. Though he was the head of the Su family, Wang Xinrong had been at Elder Su's side for decades. His words often held greater weight than those of Su Zhanping. Director Wang, however, interjected, "Mr. Su, he may treat him, but we must clarify that if anything happens to Elder Su, the hospital bears no responsibility." Chen Mo understood this was simply the hospital's way of avoiding liability. "Rest assured, Director Wang, should I fail to cure Elder Su, I will naturally take responsibility for any consequences. However, if I succeed, you believe you can cure him?" Director Wang sneered, a look of contempt upon his face. "If you truly manage to heal Elder Su, I will kneel before you and apologize. Even Professor Zhao from Zhongzhou could not determine the cause of his illness. How could you possibly succeed? What are your terms?" Chen Montak Muzit. "If I cure Elder Su, I ask for nothing more than for you to stand at the hospital entrance and proclaim 3 times, 'I am a quack.'" "You?" Director Wang's displeasure was evident. Yet he could not erupt in anger before the Su family. He huffed and fell silent. Director Xiao Zhiming then proposed, "If you truly heal Elder Su, not only will I apologize, but I will also take you as my master. How does that sound? Count me in. If you can cure Elder Su, I too will become your disciple." Professor Zhao chimed in. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "Very well, but you are both too old. I would find it embarrassing to take you on as disciples." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, for he had more pressing matters to attend to than instructing 2 men past their prime. Jiang Chudai suddenly smiled, taunting, "What is this? Are you feeling insecure?" Chen Montak, "If you truly cure Elder Su, I will personally greet you at the Su family door and serve you tea as a gesture of apology." Given that neither the hospital nor Professor Zhao could assist, and with the hospital's advanced diagnostic tools failing to uncover the cause of Elder Su's ailment, Jiang Chudai believed it was impossible for Chen Mo, merely a 20-year-old youth, to succeed. In her eyes, Elder Su's situation was dire, and for Chen Mo to cure him would require a miraculous reversal of fate. But was such a thing even possible? Chapter 19. Poison. Very well. It is a promise. Chen Mo smiled, finding the terms quite agreeable. Once he cured Elder Su, Jiang Chudai would have nothing left to say. With that, Chen Mo strode directly into the ward. Upon his entrance, Wang Xinrong immediately rose to make way for him, yet remained at the bedside, ready to intervene should Chen Mo make any sudden moves. The Su family and Director Wang followed closely behind. Elder Su lay unconscious, his eyes shut tight. Yet, even in slumber, his brow was furrowed, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Chen Mo approached the bedside, extending his hand to examine Elder Su's pulse, which was weak and barely perceptible. Although Director Wang and the others had failed to identify the nature of Elder Su's illness, they were correct in asserting that his condition was critical, without effective treatment. He had no more than 3 days to live. However, now that Chen Mo was present, such an outcome was simply unacceptable. As he felt Elder Su's pulse, he began to channel a thread of true energy into the old man's body, traversing his meridians throughout. Moments later, Chen Mo's expression shifted slightly. Unexpectedly, the situation within the venerable Su was far more dire than anticipated. This was no mere illness. He was evidently poisoned, and not by an ordinary toxin, but by a particularly rare and lethal substance known as Li Pisan. This poison is extremely uncommon and primarily targets martial artists. Once ingested, it plunges the victim into a deep coma, resulting in a loss of bodily control. Mild cases may leave one as a living corpse, while severe cases could lead to instantaneous death. Li Pisan is typically wielded against martial practitioners, and Chen Mo had only encountered it previously on the battlefield beyond the domain. How could it possibly manifest here? Could it be that this nefarious faction had extended its reach in Ahuagua? Prior to his retirement, the sect leader had cautioned him to remain vigilant regarding such matters. To his astonishment, mere moments after returning to Xuanqing, he had stumbled upon this lead. Noticing Chen Mo's furrowed brow and silence, Dean Wang smirked derisively. "What is the matter? Can't discern anything, can you? Did your bravado just backfire?" "Oomph. I said it before. A mere country bumpkin like you can boast all you want. But what real skills do you possess?" Jiang Chudai echoed his sentiments, harboring no belief in Chen Mo's medical prowess. Only Su Mujin appeared anxious, her heart brimming with hope for a miracle, though now it seemed exceedingly slim. She felt conflicted regarding Chen Mo, uncertain of the attitude she should adopt towards him. Was he truly a fraud, with ulterior motives for approaching her? Were all those words he had spoken mere fabrications? No, that couldn't be. Su Mujin shook her head, attempting to dispel such thoughts from her mind. Chen Mo, however, was not preoccupied with the judgments of others. He was contemplating his next move. In truth, awakening Su Bingtian was a straightforward task. He merely needed to channel a stream of true energy into him to revive him. Yet, due to the peculiar nature of Li Pisan, it was imperative to utilize the blood of the poisoner as a medicinal catalyst to fully restore Su Bingtian. The perpetrator must be identified and their blood used as an antidote. Otherwise, regardless of whether he used true energy or medicine, it would only provide temporary relief without actually eradicating the toxin in Su Bingtian's system. After a brief pause, Chen Mo finally took action. He turned to Su Mujin and requested, "Could you kindly fetch me a box of silver needles?" Certainly. Without hesitation, Su Mujin hurried off to find them. Such items were readily available in the hospital. Upon hearing Chen Mo's intention to use silver needles, Zhao He inquired, "Are you planning to administer acupuncture to the old master?" Chen Montauk nodded affirmatively. "What? That's out of the question." So Thumpin exclaimed. Jiang Chudai chimed in, "Indeed. It's already a challenge to have you examine the old master. Must you also perform acupuncture? Moreover, do you even know how to do it? The old master is in such a fragile state. What if something goes awry?" Chen Mo shot a cold glance at the two. "I previously stated that if anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." Responsible? And how do you intend to do that? If anything happens to the old master, your life wouldn't suffice as compensation. The other members of the Su family echoed their disapproval, creating a cacophony in the hospital room. "Silence!" Chen Mo shouted, pointing at them. "Do you not wish for me to save the old master? Enough! Given my father's condition, let him try. Let us see what he can achieve." Su Zhangping finally interjected, prompting the others to quiet down. Shortly thereafter, Su Mujin returned with a box of silver needles, handing them to Chen Mo. In truth, even without the needles, Chen Mo could control the toxin within Su Bingtian and awaken him. However, such an approach would be overly ostentatious. People would likely claim that Su Bingtian's awakening was merely a stroke of luck for Chen Mo, rather than a result of his skill. This was akin to a locksmith who, upon effortlessly unlocking a door, was dismissed as lacking expertise, with no one acknowledging the true mastery involved. Thus, Chen Mo aimed to utilize acupuncture, employing his mysterious techniques to astonish the onlookers and silence their criticisms. As Chen Mo took the silver needles, he selected one, disinfected it, and with a sudden flick of his finger, the needle embedded itself precisely at Su Bingtian's forehead. The members of the Su family had never witnessed such a technique. Indeed, Chen Mo's simple maneuver elicited gasps of astonishment. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, he swiftly took another needle and pierced it into Su Bingtian's by Hui point atop his head. Dean Wang and the others stood in stunned silence. Taken aback by the audacity of such actions, was it not perilous to pierce so deeply? However, Chen Mo's subsequent movements were even more dazzling. As he deftly maneuvered the needles with both hands, akin to a pair of butterflies dancing gracefully, their speed increasing until only a blur remained. In mere moments, he had utilized the majority of the silver needles, which were now embedded throughout Su Bingtian's head, face, chest, arms, and down to his legs. At last, Chen Mo ceased his actions. Yet, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Mo pulled the reclining Su Bingtian upright and delivered a forceful slap to his back. Phew! Su Bingtian, already in a weakened state, could hardly withstand such a blow and immediately coughed up a mouthful of old blood, sending the onlookers into a frenzy. "Dad! Grandpa! Master!" The Su family members cried out in alarm. Even Wang Xinrong cast a disapproving glance at Chen Mo. "You boy, what are you doing? Someone, seize this ruffian." Chapter 20, Awakening Cough. Just as Wang Xinrong was about to take action against Chen Mo, he suddenly withdrew his hand. The sound of coughing, though subtle, rang out clearly in Wang Xinrong's ears, and his face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. "Old master, you've awakened?" The previously raucous hospital room fell silent. "Dad! Grandpa! You're finally awake." The crowd rushed forward, gathered around the bedside. Chen Mo turned and shot a fierce glare at the onlookers, causing them to halt in their tracks. No one dared to question Chun Mo's medical expertise any longer, nor did they have the audacity to rebuke him. Chun Mo reached out and effortlessly removed all the silver needles from Su Bingtian's body, leaving not a single one behind. The old master's formerly pallid complexion began to visibly regain its color, and his dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. Su Bingtian surveyed the gathered crowd and proclaimed, "I have returned to life." The room erupted in joy, with many moved to tears. Su Mujin was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears, wishing to cry yet unable to do so. Dean Wang was in awe. "A miracle. This truly is a miracle." Zhao He and director Xiao echoed their admiration, gazing at Chun Mo with fervent reverence. Only Jiang Chu Dai appeared embarrassed, wishing to dissolve into the earth, filled with shame and regret. With Su Bingtian now awake, she knew her previous actions would surely come to light, leaving her anxious about the potential repercussions. Nonetheless, Su Bingtian had no time to address such matters. Instead, he scrutinized Chun Mo and asked, "You are Chun Mo?" Although incapacitated by the Li Poisan poison, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, even comprehending the conversations taking place. The unexpected appearance of Chun Mo filled him with joy. Chun Mo nodded, "Indeed, that is I. I never expected my life to be saved by you." "Thank you." Su Bingtian smiled warmly. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for gratitude, old master. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. However, you're not yet fully recovered. It would be best for you to rest. I will prepare a prescription for you shortly." Su Bingtian replied with a hearty laugh. "Very well, I will heed your advice." With that, Chun Mo procured paper and pen, swiftly drafting a prescription, and after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately handed it to Jiang Chu Dai. Jiang Chu Dai was taken aback. She never anticipated that Chun Mo would entrust such a task to her, leaving her with a sense of unexpected honor. "Madam, I leave this matter to you. Remember, you must prepare the medicine according to the prescription without any negligence. Once the medicine is ready, please bring it to me," Chun Mo earnestly instructed. He was aware that the poisoning of old Master Su was undoubtedly the result of deliberate malice, and the news of Su Bingtian's revival would soon be known to those responsible. If their initial attempt at poisoning failed, they would likely take further action. Thus, this presented a significant opportunity. Chun Mo's decision to assign the task of preparing the medicine to Jiang Chu Dai was not only a test for her, but also a strategy to see if she could act as bait to draw out the mastermind behind the plot. "Understood," Jiang Chu Dai replied solemnly as she accepted the prescription. At that moment, she dared not entertain any other thoughts about Chun Mo. By assigning her the task of preparing medicine for old Master Su, he had afforded her a tremendous opportunity to win the old man's favor. If she personally prepared the medicine, it would likely mitigate any severe reproach from old Master Su for her previous misdeeds. There's a saying that the more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more she grows fond of him. Although Jiang Chu Dai had not yet agreed to marry her daughter to Chun Mo, her attitude toward him had subtly begun to shift. In today's society, to swiftly alter someone's perception of you, one must demonstrate strength and capability before them, letting one's prowess speak for itself. Chun Mo had just showcased his exceptional abilities in front of everyone, while even the first hospital in Xuancheng and the experts from Zhongzhou were at a loss. Chun Mo had succeeded. How could this not earn him the respect of those present? Even Su Mujin looked at Chun Mo with admiration. As old Master Su required rest, the others gradually exited the ward, leaving only Wang Xinrong to attend to him. Dean Wang approached Chun Mo, exclaiming, "I never expected that a young man like you, Mr. Chun, would possess such remarkable medical skills. It is truly enlightening. I would like to invite you to join our hospital as an expert, with generous compensation. How do you feel about that?" Chun Mo chuckled. "I do not even possess a medical license. How could I presume to be an expert?" He recalled Dean Wang's previous remarks and was astonished at how quickly the man had forgotten them. His audacity was remarkable. Dean Wang laughed heartily. "No worries. With your skills, becoming an expert professor would be a breeze. As for your medical qualifications, I can assist you with that." Chun Mo cast Dean Wang a sidelong glance. Choosing not to engage further, Zhao He stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Chun Mo, and said, "Mr. Chun, your profound understanding of medicine at such a young age is truly admirable, especially your astonishing acupuncture technique displayed earlier. If you would not mind, please accept me as your disciple." The crowd gasped in surprise. While there had indeed been a wager that Zhao He would acknowledge Chun Mo as his master if he saved old Master Su. Zhao He was a renowned expert from Zhongzhou. The idea of taking a 20-something as his master would surely invite ridicule. As soon as Zhao He finished speaking, Director Chiu chimed in eagerly, "Me, too. If Mr. Qin does not mind, I would like to be your disciple as well." He bowed as he spoke. Dean Wang felt increasingly awkward. These two esteemed individuals, both in age and status, genuinely sought to be Chun Mo's disciples. What would that mean for him? Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Chun Mo as well, saying, "I too wish to be your disciple. I hope you will not look down upon me." At this moment, the Su family members were left in stunned silence. What was happening? 3 individuals were clamoring to become Chun Mo's disciples. Their combined ages approached 200 years, yet they sought to learn from someone a mere fraction of their years. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause an uproar. Chun Mo first smiled at Zhao He and Director Chiu, saying, "Let us forego the formalities of discipleship. However, if you encounter any difficult medical cases in the future, feel free to consult with me so we may discuss them together." All right. Both men looked pleasantly surprised. Although they were somewhat disappointed that Chun Mo had not formally accepted them as disciples, they felt they had still gained something worthwhile. "What about me?" Dean Wang awkwardly inquired. Chapter 21. Who is the traitor? You? Chun Mo smirked coldly. "Surely you haven't forgotten our wager? You are required to shout, 'I am a quack doctor' 3 times at the hospital entrance, with so many witnesses present. Do not attempt to deny it." Dean Wang's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment, and he promptly left without another word. Su Zhanting cleared his throat and approached Chun Mo, saying, "Mr. Chun, what exactly is wrong with my father? Please, there's no need for such formality. You can call me Xiao Chun," Chun Mo replied. "But he is my father." Su Muhin interjected. Assuming Chun Mo was unaware of Su Zhanting's identity, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a flush of embarrassment. "Chen Monadi, Uncle Su, please accompany me to the ward. I have something to discuss with you." "What about us?" The other members of the Su family were equally curious about the old man's condition. However, Chun Mo declined, stating, "You all should wait outside for now. The old master is still quite weak and should not be disturbed by too many people." Given that old master Su had been poisoned, every person present had the potential to be a suspect. Thus, it was best for as few people as possible to be aware of the situation. Though the Su family members were dissatisfied with Chun Mo's decision, they had to concede, as he was old Master Su's savior. Despite their grievances, they could only watch as Chun Mo escorted Su Zhanting into the ward. Just before entering the intensive care unit, Chun Mo suddenly paused and turned to Su Mujin, instructing, "Mujin, if your mother returns with the medicine after brewing it, ensure it is delivered promptly." "Huh? Oh, all right." This was the first time Su Mujin had heard Chun Mo refer to her as such, and her heart raced uncontrollably. As Chun Mo and Su Zhanting re-entered the ward, they found old Master Su looking significantly better, reclining against the head of the bed and conversing with Wang Xinrong. Upon seeing Chun Mo enter, Su Bingtian eagerly gestured. "Xiao Chun, come, take a seat." Chun Mo was momentarily startled. Old Master Su's overly warm demeanor was somewhat disconcerting. Wang Xinrong smiled at Chun Mo and promptly stood to make space for him. Chun Mo, feeling no reluctance, walked over and sat down. From the earlier events, he discerned that although Wang Xinrong was not a member of the Su family, he had earned old Master Su's trust over the years and held a significant position within the family. Xiao Chun, what exactly is wrong with my father?" Su Zhanting was still preoccupied with the old man's condition. Old Master Su was the pillar of the Su family. As long as he remained, the family would be secure. Yet, in the presence of the old master, he hesitated to ask directly. Chun Mo glanced at Su Bingtian, who waved his hand, saying, "No need to worry. Whatever you need to say, Xiao Chun, please do so. I'm fully aware of my own health. If I cannot even bear this, then I have wasted all these years in the business world." Chun Mo nodded before stating, "In truth, the old master is not ill. He has been poisoned." "What?" Both Su Zhanting and Wang Xinrong exclaimed in shock, especially Wang Xinrong, who managed old Master Su's daily affairs. How could he have suddenly been poisoned? Chun Mo did not elaborate, but rather asked, "How many individuals in the Su family have access to the old master's daily life?" Su Zhanting trembled. "Are you implying?" Although the Su family is large and prosperous, only a few individuals are privy to the daily life of the old master. Each of them is a core figure within the family, making it implausible for anyone to poison him. As the saying goes, one cannot fathom the intentions of others. Can you guarantee that there are no treacherous hearts within the Su family? Who are the individuals typically qualified to interact with the Old Master? Chen Mo continued his inquiry. There's myself, my wife Jiang Chu Dai, our son Su Bo, our daughter Mu Jin, my cousin Su Zhanya, and my nephew Su Luan. Su Zhangping recounted everyone who had recently been at the Su family villa, adding, my cousin has a son, Su Zhe, but he has been living abroad for many years. I'm also included. Wang Xinrong interjected. Chen Mo frowned. Is there anyone else aside from you? What about the servants and housekeepers? They indeed had opportunities as well. Su Thampin conceded. This realization indicated that many individuals had the chance to administer poison. The question remained, who is the culprit? The poison affecting the Old Master is known as Li Pisan, a rare toxin that is not easily encountered. Furthermore, this particular poison has a unique aspect. To completely eliminate the toxin, one must find the perpetrator and use their blood as an antidote. Su Thampin gasped. Wang Xinrong also furrowed his brow. Does this mean the poison in the Old Master has not been resolved? Chen Mo nodded. Correct. I have merely managed to control the poison temporarily. So to detoxify, it is imperative to locate the one who administered it. This left Su Zhangping in a quandary. He was at a loss as to where to begin his search and lacked sufficient time for a leisurely investigation. Chen Mo continued. I believe the news of the Old Master's awakening will soon spread, so we must act swiftly. Moreover, I can only prolong the Old Master's life for a week. Your time is limited. This Su Zhangping, seasoned in the business world for decades, found himself flustered by the sudden turn of events. The Old Master's life was intertwined with the fate of the entire Su family. It's inconsequential. I have lived for decades and regard life and death with indifference. What troubles me is your marriage with Mu Jin. Chen Mo, the Old Master remarked. Chen Mo felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly redirected the conversation. Thus, the pressing matter is to swiftly identify the poisoner. Once we find them, I can immediately detoxify the Old Master. Yes, I will find a way to unearth that person as soon as possible. Su Zhangping vowed with fierce determination. Su Bingtian waved his hand. The family business is paramount. We must not lose our composure in the chaos. I'm already content to have regained consciousness. Zhangping, Xinrong, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Yang Chen. Upon receiving the Old Master's dismissal, Su Zhangping and Wang Xinrong promptly exited the room. However, Chen Mo cautioned, you two should refrain from discussing what I just revealed with anyone else, lest it provoke unnecessary complications. As Su Zhangping and Wang Xinrong closed the door behind them, Chen Mo felt a surge of anticipation. He understood that the matters Su Bingtian was about to discuss were undoubtedly related to events from over a decade ago concerning his grandfather. Chapter 22. The Chen family of the capital, with Su Zhangping and Wang Xinrong gone. A brief silence filled the room. Chen Mo had numerous questions for Su Bingtian, but found himself uncertain of how to articulate them. Su Bingtian's gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo, seemingly admiring his future grandson-in-law. After a considerable pause, Su Bingtian finally spoke. Young Chen, do you have many questions for me? Yes, Chen Mo nodded. I wish to understand the circumstances surrounding my grandfather's death. This was the matter of utmost concern for Chen Mo. Su Bingtian was momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating such a direct inquiry, I thought you would ask about your engagement with Mu Jin. Chen Mo frowned. Is there a connection between these two matters? Did your family have any involvement in my grandfather's demise? Realizing Chen Mo's misunderstanding, Su Bingtian hastily clarified. No. Your grandfather was not only my friend, but also a benefactor to the Su family. How could I possibly wish him harm? Then how did he die? Chen Mo's eyes were fixed intently on Su Bingtian. I once promised your grandfather that I would never disclose this to you, but now I fear that if I do not speak, I may never have the chance again. Su Bingtian sighed heavily and continued. This tale begins 36 years ago. Su Bingtian gazed out the window, seemingly lost in deep reminiscence. 36 years ago, the Su family faced dire straits. I was pursued by enemies and fled to the capital alone. At the brink of death, it was the head of the Chun family, Chun Nantian, who saved me. At that time, the Chun family was one of the 4 great families in the capital, and under their protection, I managed to survive. The Chun family head even helped me resolve my conflicts with my enemies. Subsequently, I returned to Xuanqing, and with the support of the Chun family, I was able to rise again, leading to the present glory of the Su family. For many years afterward, I sought an opportunity to repay the Chun family's kindness. But given their status and wealth, they had no need for my assistance. However, 20 years ago, a monumental upheaval suddenly befell the Chun family, and in a single night, they almost completely vanished from the capital. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo began to suspect why Su Bingtian had mentioned the Chun family of the capital. Yet, he was puzzled. His grandfather's name was not Chun Nantian. What had transpired within the Chun family? I do not know. Su Bingtian shook his head. At that time, he was merely the head of the Xuanqing Su family, thousands of miles away from the capital, and thus was unaware of the details. By the time he attempted to investigate, all traces had been meticulously erased, leaving him with no leads. After the Chun family's misfortune, I felt a profound sense of guilt, believing I could never repay their immense kindness, until one day, your grandfather unexpectedly appeared in Xuanqing. My grandfather? Chun Mo's body tensed, his heart racing. Indeed, it was your grandfather, Chen Qishui. At that time, he was in tatters, resembling a beggar, and he had with him a child of about 1 year old. That child was you, Chen Mo? Are you suggesting? Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeper. Yes, your true identity is that of the young master of the Chun family in the capital. Your father was named Chun Tianhua, and Chun Tiance is your biological grandfather. At that moment, Chen Mo finally grasped the situation. No wonder he had often questioned his grandfather in his youth about why others had parents while he did not. His grandfather had always remained silent, occasionally shedding tears in the stillness of the night. So this was the truth? Yet, despite his efforts to recall, he could not remember anything about them. Su Bingtian continued. Chun Qishui was actually a trusted aide of your grandfather. Before the upheaval in the Chun family, your grandfather had foreseen the impending disaster and secretly arranged for the children of the Chun family to be sent away. Chun Qishui brought you with him, seeking refuge with the Su family in Xuanqing. Does this imply that there are still members of the Chun family alive elsewhere? Chen Montak in Kviut. Probably not. Su Bingtian shook his head. You should be the only survivor. This is largely due to the fact that I had little contact with the Chun family after returning to Xuanqing. And perhaps that is why the old master allowed Qishui to bring you here. However, Qishui was exceedingly cautious, even after bringing you to Xuanqing. He rarely engaged with my Su family, preferring to scavenge for a living rather than accept my assistance. I am filled with profound guilt, which is why I arranged this marriage on the very day Mujin was born, promising that when you both grow up, I would wed Mujin to you. After your marriage with Mujin, half of the Su family's fortune will be transferred to your name, serving as her dowry. The Su family is the wealthiest in Xian City, and even half of our assets would undoubtedly incite envy among countless individuals. However, Chen Mo was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His mind was consumed by the reality of his true identity. As a child, he trailed behind his grandfather, scavenging for refuse, selling scraps, and enduring hunger and cold, without even a proper place to call home. Observing the carefree lives of his peers, Chen Mo often fantasized about how wonderful it would be to live like them. Yet, reality was brutally harsh. Ultimately, even his grandfather, who provided him shelter from the storms of life, passed away. He could only strive to collect trash, struggling through life, until the master of the Temple of National Defense discovered him, altering the course of his existence. To his astonishment, he was revealed to be the young master of the Chun family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. Alas, that family had long since ceased to exist. The image of his grandfather's death resurfaced in Chun Mo's mind. It was early summer when his grandfather, who had never left his side, suddenly mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to. When he returned, it was already deep into autumn, and on that stormy night, his grandfather, Chun Qishui, finally came back. Yet he was covered in wounds, his clothes drenched in blood. He arrived home barely clinging to life, unable to utter a word. And after handing over the marriage contract to Chen Mo, he breathed his last. How did my grandfather die? Chen Mo pressed. This question had weighed heavily on his heart for over a decade. To his disappointment, Su Bingtian shook his head. All I know is that he went to the capital. Your grandfather visited me before going, stating he had something of utmost importance to attend to, and he asked me to look after you if he did not return. Chun Mo furrowed his brow. Did he mention what this important matter was? No, but I suspect it may be connected to the annihilation of the Chun family. Perhaps he had uncovered some vital clue. Chapter 23. Branching out a crucial lead regarding the Chun family's demise. That doesn't add up, if that were the case. He would have inevitably exposed his whereabouts when he came to find me, which would have put me at risk as well, Chen Mo pondered. Su Bingtian, however, was resolute. Qi Shui was always meticulous. If he had not evaded those people, he would never have returned to seek you out. But who was responsible for my grandfather's death and the destruction of the Chun family? Although Chen Mo had no recollection of the Qin family, he still bore the blood of the Su family. The vendetta could not go unavenged. Su Bingtian remarked, the Qin family's enterprises in the capital are vast and their power formidable. To obliterate the Chun family in one night is no simple feat. Logically, there should be some traces left behind. Yet, despite my years of investigation, I have found nothing. Who benefited the most from the Chun family's destruction? Chen Mo inquired. Typically, such matters stem from self-interest. Whoever stands to gain the most is the prime suspect. Su Bingtian sighed. Following the Chun family's downfall, their properties were swiftly absorbed by several other prominent families in the capital. However, my inquiries reveal that none of these families possess the capability to annihilate the Chun family overnight. But what if those families united? That would be impossible. Su Bingtian shook his head. You may not comprehend the true strength of the Chun family. To be completely destroyed in a single night is beyond imagination. I cannot fathom what kind of force could achieve such a feat. Even the other three major families in the capital could not manage it. Perhaps such a force does not even exist in this world. By the way, where have you been all these years? Su Bingtian suddenly asked. When you vanished, I feared you had been captured by enemies. I often reproached myself, thinking if I had brought you back to the Su family sooner, perhaps you would not have encountered any misfortune. Yet I was too timid. That unknown adversary was far too terrifying. If they could destroy the Chun family in a single night, what chance would the Su family have? After Chen Qi Shui's death, Su Bingtian had intended to bring Chen Mo back to the Su family, but a sudden family crisis arose. By the time he resolved the matter and saw Chen Mo, he discovered that Chen Mo had already gone missing. This burden weighed heavily on Su Bingtian's conscience. Chen Mo waved his hand. There is no need for you to feel guilt, Su Elder. Had it not been for the Su family's covert protection, I might have perished long ago. He understood that without Su Bingtian's clandestine care, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him and his grandfather to survive in Xian City. Thankfully, you are safe now. Not only have you returned unscathed, but you have also acquired remarkable skills. If your grandfather could see your achievements, his spirit would undoubtedly rejoice. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Yes, if only he were still alive. No worries. In his absence, I shall be your grandfather. Your marriage contract with Mu Jin remains valid. I shall have Xen Rong find an auspicious date for your union while I am still alive. Chen Mo was taken aback and quickly replied, Su grandfather, let's put this marriage on hold for the time being. Are you saying you do not fancy Mu Jin? Su Bingtian queried, perplexed. No. Miss Su is exceptionally talented and intelligent, with no discernible faults. Then do you believe the Su family lacks the stature to match yours? Certainly not. Then what is the issue? Chen Mo hesitated before stating, Miss Su is indeed wonderful, and there is no question of compatibility. I simply feel that the marriage arrangement made back then was far too hasty, which would be profoundly unfair to both myself and Miss Su. Finally, Su Bingtian grasped Chen Mo's perspective and burst into hearty laughter. So, you youngsters desire the freedom to pursue love. However, that is inconsequential. Isn't it common nowadays to marry first and cultivate love later? You could approach it that way. Marry first, and then nurture your feelings gradually. Chen Montag was rendered speechless. How could this elder be so resolute in his beliefs? Ultimately, he could only helplessly state, Su grandfather, I appreciate your good intentions, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, I carry deep-seated grievances. Until I avenge these wrongs, I shall not entertain thoughts of marriage. This excuse was reasonable, and he hoped Su Bingtian would not press him further on the subject. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Su Bingtian furrowed his brow and ceased to pursue the marriage discussion, instead asking, Do you wish to avenge the Qin family? Indeed, Chen Montag affirmed solemnly. Setting aside the Chun family in the capital, the memory of his grandfather, parents, and friends whom he could barely remember, he felt it imperative to avenge the death of his grandfather, Chen Qishui, who had perished in his arms. Regardless of who was responsible, they would pay the price. But how do you plan to exact your revenge? Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words. The clues he possessed were exceedingly scant. He knew only that their adversaries were of no ordinary caliber, and he did not even know who had struck against him. How could he seek vengeance? Yet, Su Bingtian smiled mysteriously. I have a plan. What plan? Chen Montak in Kvilat Iagali. To seek out your enemy is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nearly impossible. Instead, why not let your enemies come to you? Let them come to me? Chen Mo was taken aback. Based on my conjecture, the downfall of the Chen family was likely not due to worldly possessions, but rather something far more profound. If they were aware that another member of the Chen family still exists, do you think they would seek you out? Grandpa Su, what do you mean? Revitalize the Chen family. Revitalize the Chen family? Indeed, Su Bingtian nodded, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. With your status as the eldest son of a Chen family, you can restore it to its former glory, reclaiming all that the Chen family lost over the past 20 years. At that point, your enemies will inevitably come looking for you. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, wisdom comes with age, and Grandpa Su's words struck true. Instead of searching aimlessly like finding a needle in a haystack, it is wiser to wait for the opportunity to present itself. Then, according to you, Grandpa Su, what should I do to revitalize the Chen family? Su Bingtian smiled mysteriously. For a family to rise again, two crucial conditions must be met, both indispensable. What are those two conditions? The first is capital. Without financial resources, no matter how strong one's capabilities may be, it is impossible to rise swiftly and revive the Chen family's former illustrious status. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, how can one stand firm without a solid economic foundation? And the second? The second is establishing a family, marrying a good woman to bear children and expand the Chen lineage. Chapter 24. Chen Mo was left utterly speechless. After all his ramblings, Grandpa Su ultimately wished to marry his granddaughter into the Chen family. Half of the Su family's wealth would belong to Chen Mo, thus providing him the means to rejuvenate the Chen family. Similarly, Su Mujin could bear children for the Chen family, ensuring its continuation. What a clever scheme. Yet, this would make him no different from a son-in-law of the Su family. Not only did he lack any emotional foundation with Su Mujin, even if feelings developed, he could not accept such an arrangement. Even if they were to end up together, he would prefer to marry Su Mujin on his own merit rather than through a mere contract. Grandpa Su, let us discuss this matter later. The pressing concern is to find the person who poisoned you and eliminate the toxin from your body. Upon mentioning this, Su Bingtian furrowed his brow. As human beings, we possess emotions and desires. Who wishes to die if they can live? Moreover, I am aware of the current situation in the Su family. Su Zhamping is neither ambitious nor capable of preserving what we have. If I were to perish, the entire Su family would likely face a catastrophic disaster. Furthermore, if we do not uncover the poisoner, they could use the same method against Su Zhamping. Grandpa Su, do you have any enemies? Chen Montak in Kvilat. Su Bingtian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Having navigated the business world for a lifetime, I certainly have my share of adversaries. Take the top families in Xinjiang, for instance. Although they appear amicable on the surface, behind closed doors, they would gladly see each other perish. It seems the best course of action is to start by identifying any internal traitors. I will have Xinrong investigate. But Grandpa Su, I believe this matter should be left to me to handle, to avoid alarming the enemy. Also, it would be prudent for you to refrain from going out in the coming days to prevent them from taking desperate measures against you. Very well. I will heed your advice. Su Bingtian nodded with a smile. Just as Chen Mo prepared to say something further, Su Bingtian added, Little Chen, to be honest, I have watched Mujin grow up. Have you truly considered marrying her? Chen Mo was left speechless. This old man was incredibly persistent. At that moment, the hospital door swung open, and Su Mujin stepped inside, followed by Jiang Chudai, carrying a thermal container. Father, the medicine is ready. You should drink it while it's hot. Jiang Chudai said as she poured the concoction. Chen Mo lifted the bowl, first inhaling the aroma, then asking, Did you oversee the gathering and brewing of the herbs personally? Jiang Chudai quickly replied, As you instructed, I supervised the entire process. I watched the pharmacy staff gather the herbs, and I personally brewed the medicine, ensuring no one else interfered. Chen Mo nodded slightly, and then set the medicine bowl down. Grandpa Su, this medicine is for your health. You should drink it while it's warm. Jiang Chudai and Su Mu-jin assisted in propping Su Bingtian up, with Su Mu-jin personally feeding him a medicine. This act significantly alleviated Su Bingtian's prior discontent with Jiang Chudai for sending Chen Mo away. Father, I admit I was wrong before. I should not have viewed Chen Mo through colored lenses. Thankfully, you recognized his worth and arranged an engagement for Mu-jin in advance. Once you recover, we will begin preparations to expedite their marriage. While speaking, Jiang Chudai occasionally cast glances at Chen Mo, increasingly finding him likable. Akin to a mother-in-law growing fond of her son-in-law. Su Mu-jin's face flushed. Mother, what are you talking about? What marriage? Chen Mo felt somewhat uncomfortable under Jiang Chudai's gaze and said to Su Bingtian, Grandpa Su, I will take my leave now. Please rest well, and I will visit you often when I have the chance. Then, Chen Mo turned his attention to Su Mu-jin, who also looked up at him, their eyes meeting. Su Mu-jin's lips moved as if to say something, but like a startled rabbit, she quickly turned her head away, her heart racing uncontrollably. It was only when Chen Mo turned to leave and the door closed behind him that Su Mu-jin came to her senses. Feeling an emptiness in her heart as if a piece were missing, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the door, lost in thought. Child, have you taken a liking to young Chen? Su Bingtian chuckled softly. Su Mu-jin was startled awake by her grandfather's words and quickly clarified, no. Not at all. Not at all. You think I cannot discern your feelings? Jiang Chudai also laughed. Su Mu-jin protested, Mother. Silly girl. What are you still doing? Go see him off. Huh? Oh. Su Mu-jin's face grew even redder. After hesitating, she ultimately stood up and followed him, disregarding the task of feeding her grandfather. Seeing Su Mu-jin rushing out, Chen Mo asked, What is wrong? Is there something else? No. Nothing. My mother said I should come out to see you off. Su Mu-jin replied, her nervousness evident, her words slightly jumbled. Chen Mo took her words at face value. All right then, please convey my thanks to your mother. However, once in the car, neither of them initiated a conversation. Chen Mo was lost in thoughts about what Grandpa Su had just revealed, pondering his next steps. Meanwhile, Su Mu-jin still struggled to accept that Chen Mo was her fiancé, unsure of how to approach the topic. It was only after Chen Mo was dropped off at his residence that Su Mu-jin finally spoke up. Thank you for today. Chen Mo smiled. No need for thanks. We are family, and this is only natural. Given the relationship between Su Bingtian and his grandfather, even if Su Mu-jin had not said anything, he would have stepped in to help. However, to Su Mu-jin, this sounded different. She assumed Chen Mo's actions stemmed from his role as her fiancé, making her feel a mix of shyness and uncertainty about what to say next. Suddenly, a peculiar noise interrupted their awkward silence. Su Mu-jin realized, well, it's getting late. Let me treat you to dinner. Today it's on me. Recalling their previous dining experience together, a smile brightened Su Mu-jin's face. That sounds great. Chen Mo nodded, genuinely hungry as his stomach growled. After parking the car, they made their way to the night market, eventually returning to the same restaurant as before. As it was tea peak hours yet, there weren't too many customers at the stalls. The two casually found a spot to sit down, and Chen Mo inquired, What would you like to eat? Anything, it's up to you. She replied, All right. Chen Mo then raised his voice and called out to the owner, Boss. Bring us the same dishes as last time. Chapter 25. Dreamlike scene, eh? The owner stared at Chen Mo in bewilderment. The same as last time? What was it like? Su Mu-jin chuckled lightly and pulled Chen Mo down, saying, You fool. So many people come and go here every day. How would the owner remember what we ate last time? Let me handle it. She then stood up to order inside. Chen Mo watched Su Mu-jin's figure and couldn't help but smile, reluctantly admitting that Su Laoyizi was right. Su Mu-jin was indeed a woman of both beauty and intellect, perfectly suited to be a good wife. It was hard to find any flaws in her. Her appearance, demeanor, abilities, and eloquence were all impeccable. Even in ordinary clothing, her innate grace shone through. More importantly, despite being the cherished daughter of the Su family, the apple of Su Zhangping's eye, Su Mu-jin possessed none of the typical heirs or princess syndrome associated with such status. As Su Mu-jin moved, all the men's gazes in the room converged upon her, including the owner, who was busy grilling meat. It wasn't until a hand touched his ear that he snapped back to reality. The owner shuddered and quickly lowered his head, focusing on the barbecue to mask his embarrassment. Observing this scene, Chen Mo suddenly gained a profound insight. Perhaps this was the essence of the mundane world. The very reason the master had sent him back. Life encompasses beauty and ugliness, kindness and malice, gratitude and resentment. Perhaps only through personal experience can one truly appreciate it. Now that he had returned, he ought to fully experience the ebb and flow of life and the common world. After being back for so long, it was only at this moment that Chun Mo truly relaxed. When Su Mujin returned and saw Chun Mo's dazed gaze, she asked, "Chun Mo, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you." Chun Mo replied with a smile. "Looking at me? What's so special about me?" Su Mujin felt a surge of joy within, but couldn't help but blush. "You're quite beautiful." Su Mujin's face reddened further as she shot Chun Mo a glare, saying, "Why are you acting just like those ordinary folks, living in this mundane world, who is not an ordinary person?" Chun Mo smiled lightly. "I don't wish to be ordinary. But alas, I am bound by a marriage contract. Escaping this mundane world is not possible." Su Mujin was at a loss for words as she sat down. After a moment, she asked, "Why didn't you mention this matter last time?" "What matter?" Chun Mo was taken aback. "The marriage contract. I did mention that I am your fiancé, but you didn't believe me, and now you're blaming me?" "Eh." Su Mujin was also taken aback, recalling that Chun Mo had indeed claimed to be her fiancé that day, but she thought he was joking and didn't take it seriously. "You." After a moment's hesitation, Su Mujin finally asked, "Did you really go to the Su family to annul the marriage?" Chun Mo nodded yes. "Why?" Su Mujin was very curious about this, even feeling a bit indignant. Given her qualities, numerous suitors at school had pursued her. Yet Chun Mo wanted to proactively break off the engagement. With a serious expression, Chun Mo stated, "There's a saying you should have heard. Life is precious. Love is even more so. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. We had never even met before, yet due to this marriage contract, we would be bound together for decades. Is that fair? Just because of an agreement between two elders, we are to sacrifice our freedom and happiness for a lifetime. Do you think that is appropriate?" Su Mujin instinctively shook her head. "Indeed, when I first learned of this engagement, I couldn't accept it. However, I never imagined my betrothed would be you." As she spoke, Su Mujin suddenly laughed. "What if it were me?" Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "If it were you, I might consider it. What if it weren't you? What would you do?" Chun Mo inquired further. "Of course, I would resist to the end, unless that person was exceptionally charismatic, admired by all, possessing both inner and outer beauty and extraordinary talent. As if such a person exists. But what if they do? Regardless, I would never marry someone I do not like, even if my grandfather pressed me." Su Mujin declared earnestly. Chun Mo sighed lightly, feigning regret, and said, "Then it seems you will never come to like me." "What?" Su Mujin looked puzzled. Chun Mo leaned in teasingly. "Did you not realize that the man I just described is actually myself?" Su Mujin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Surprised by this side of Chun Mo, in a serious tone, said, "Hey, I'm being sincere. All right. No more jokes. Our food is about to arrive. Filling our bellies is the priority." At that moment, the owner brought over the grilled meat, perhaps due to previous events. He dared not glance at Su Mujin again, hurriedly setting down the food before leaving. After a moment of silence, Su Mujin hesitated for a while before suddenly asking, "Chun Mo, do you still want to annul the marriage?" Chun Mo responded with a question, "And what about you? Do you still wish to resist to the end?" Su Mujin contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know." "Then that's settled. Don't dwell on what you cannot understand. Let things unfold naturally, shall we?" Su Mujin seemed to grasp something. "Right? Let be natural. To our natural course. Cheers." Chun Mo laughed heartily, raising his glass. "Cheers." Su Mujin raised her glass as well. The two locked eyes, momentarily forgetting to put down their glasses. As night fell, streetlights began to illuminate, their warm glow swaying with the wind, transforming the barbecue stall, filled with the aroma of grilled delicacies, into a dreamlike scene. The handsome man and beautiful woman sharing a drink became the most eternal presence in this dream. Suddenly, a phone ringing shattered the dreamlike atmosphere. Chun Mo set down his glass and picked up his phone to see an unfamiliar number calling. "Who is it?" "Chun Xiao, it's me, Ahi." Chun Mo frowned. "What do you need?" "Chun Xiao, are you currently dining at a barbecue stall?" "Yeah. How did you know?" "Su Xiao learned about the previous events and asked me to bring people to find you." Chun Mo understood. It must be Chiu Hui who informed Su Luan about the situation. However, he didn't elaborate further, realizing that the newly recruited subordinates would hardly be loyal. "What?" Are you bringing people to confront me? Chapter 26. A disgraceful scene. No, I wouldn't dare. Su Xiao asked me to bring people over, but I declined. Chiu Hui quickly clarified. Chen Mo is a master. I wouldn't even think of confronting him. Chen Mo nodded. All right, besides you, who else would Su Xiao typically seek? That remains uncertain. Anyone with money can be found. Good, I understand. After hanging up, Chen Mo was surprised that Chiu Hui would call him, and his performance exceeded his expectations, likely due to being intimidated by Chen Mo's mastery. However, the follow-up remained to be seen. Setting down his phone, Chen Mo suddenly asked Su Mujin, "Is Su Luan your cousin?" Su Mujin was taken aback. She could not comprehend why Chen Mo would suddenly pose such a question. Yes, he is my uncle's son. And how do you usually get along with him? Well enough, I suppose. My uncle is actually my father's cousin. My great-grandfather passed away early, and later my grandfather brought their family over, saying it was better to live together for mutual support. Besides them, who else is there in the Su family? Chen Mo inquired further. I have an aunt, but she married long ago and rarely returns. My father has several cousins, and they manage a portion of the Su family's assets, but they seldom visit, only gathering during festive occasions. Chen Mo nodded. This situation mirrored many prominent families. With numerous members, while the family business flourished, it also bred complications, as human hearts are often inscrutable, especially when interests are at stake. What about Su Luan? What kind of person is he? Su Luan? Su Mujin could not help but curl her lip in disdain. To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than a wastrel. He did not take his studies seriously and has gotten several girls pregnant during his school days. He was sent abroad for a few years, and upon his return, he became even more reckless, idling about and frequenting nightclubs, ignoring even my grandfather's illness. Chen Mo finally understood. No wonder he had not seen Su Luan at the hospital today. Su Mujin continued. I once heard my mother say that originally the head of the Su family was supposed to be my great-uncle. However, after the family fell into hardship, my grandfather led the Su family to prosperity, thus becoming its head. My great-uncle passed away shortly thereafter due to illness, and my grandfather felt indebted to him, treating my uncle as if he were his own son. Chen Mo's eyes widened in realization. So that is how it is. His current suspicion fell upon Su Luan. Initially, he had considered confronting Su Luan directly to extract the truth, but given this newfound information, he decided it prudent to avoid provoking Su Luan without sufficient evidence. Does your uncle not intervene at all regarding Su Luan? Chen Mo asked. Su Mujin shook her head. Intervene? My uncle is particularly protective. If it weren't for his constant pampering, Su Luan would never have turned out this way. He often bullied my brother and me in our childhood, yet my uncle always shielded him, never reprimanding him. I recall your uncle has another son, correct? Yes, one named Su Zhe, currently studying abroad. He has always been exceptionally bright and performs well academically, making him the most outstanding among our generation. This places immense pressure on my brother. Chen Mo looked intrigued. And how does this relate to your brother? The position of family head. Presently, my father is the head of the Su family, but many within the family are clamoring for Su Zhe to be the next successor. Chen Mo shook his head inwardly. It seemed that being born into a prestigious family was not necessarily a blessing. Despite lacking for nothing, one was constantly burdened with worries and concerns. As time passed, the customers at the barbecue stall grew in number, and the originally sparse seating was now filled. Strangely, the patrons bore a resemblance to street thugs, and they did not leave even after finishing their meals, occasionally casting furtive glances in Chen Mo and Su Mujin's direction. Noticing this, Chen Mo furrowed his brows. It appeared these individuals were summoned by Su Luan, but their leader had yet to arrive, hence their restraint. Nevertheless, Chen Mo chose to remain unperturbed, feigning nonchalance as he sat. Before long, a loud roar echoed as a sports car sped towards them, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the food stall. The door swung open, and a wealthy young man emerged, none other than Su Luan himself. He scanned the area before striding directly toward Chen Mo and Su Mujin. Upon spotting Su Mujin, he froze momentarily, clearly surprised to see her there. Ah, cousin, why are you out here on such a late night? Have you come to rendezvous with your sweetheart? Su Mujin frowned. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Are you afraid I'll ruin your little escapade? Su Luan sneered. How dare you speak such nonsense? Su Mujin retorted coldly, harboring no fondness for her uneducated cousin. Nonsense? With so many witnesses, how can you claim I'm speaking nonsense? Su Luan waved his hand, and the group surrounding him stood up, encircling Chun Mo and Su Mujin. Clearly, these individuals were Su Luan's entourage. Seeing the situation unfold, the other patrons hastily dropped their utensils and fled, sensing trouble brewing. The barbecue stall owner, recognizing the impending chaos, quickly sought refuge but discreetly dialed the police. With dozens of thugs surrounding him, Su Luan straightened his posture and spoke with newfound authority. Mujin, you are the young lady of the Su family, and your actions reflect upon our family's reputation. How could you choose to meet a country bumpkin in a place like this at such an hour? If word got out, it would tarnish the Su family's name. Su Mujin furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed as to why Su Luan had suddenly appeared. What was his intention? Chun Mo interjected. What Su Mujin wishes to do, whom she chooses to meet, is of no concern to you. I believe it is you who is bringing shame upon the Su family. Impudent. Who are you to speak? I was addressing my sister, and it is not your place to interrupt. Su Luan glared at Chun Mo with disdain. You came here looking for me. You do not know who I am? I have heard others say Su Luan lacks intelligence, and it seems that is indeed the case. What a pity. Chun Mo feigned a look of deep regret. Since you asked, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mujin's fiancée, merely dining out together. I fail to see how that is disgraceful. Fury flared within Su Luan as he pointed an accusing finger at Chun Mo. You, Chun, have yet to face me, yet you have already made your presence known. Just wait until I beat you to the ground. Then we shall see if you dare to speak so brazenly. Su Luan, have you had enough of this charade? Leave at once. Su Mujin stood up abruptly, her voice filled with authority. Cousin, I'm only looking out for your best interests. A man like this is unworthy of being a son-in-law to the Su family. Do not let yourself be deceived, lest you end up with nothing. Su Luan feigned concern for Su Mujin, unaware that Su Laozi had already acknowledged Chun Mo's status. He was oblivious to Chun Mo's actions earlier that day, as well as the details relayed to him by Chiu Wei, which did not include Chun Mo's identity as a master. Upon hearing that Chiu Wei had severed a hand from Oda Hai, Su Luan was momentarily stunned. After all, Oda Hai was a notorious figure in East City, wielding influence in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Though the Su family was not intimidated by him, Su Luan himself did not represent the entirety of the Su family. The Chao family was equally a force he could not afford to provoke, which led him to target Chun Mo, believing that subduing him would suffice as a response to Oda Hai. However, he did not anticipate that Chun Mo would be with Su Mujin, and that Chun Mo was indeed the fiancé acknowledged by Su Laozi. This revelation only intensified Su Luan's desire to eliminate Chun Mo, for Su Laozi had stated that upon Su Mujin's marriage, half of the Su family's assets would serve as her dowry, a proposition he vehemently opposed. My affairs are of no concern to you, Su Mujin replied coldly. Today, I am determined to take charge. Everyone, go ahead and deal with him. If he is harmed, it will be on me. With a grand gesture, Su Luan commanded those around him to advance on Chun Mo. However, before they could act, the distant wail of police sirens grew closer. A police car halted in front of the barbecue stall, and two officers emerged. Observing the crowd, their brows furrowed in concern. What is happening here? They inquired. Upon seeing the officers, Su Luan's expression shifted. He suspected Chun Mo had summoned them and couldn't help but taunt. Aren't you quite bold? Why call the police now? He approached the officers with an air of superiority. Which precinct are you from? Don't you know I am quite familiar with Director Zhao? The officers, unimpressed by his demeanor, replied, I'm afraid your acquaintance with the director has no bearing on us. They gestured to their uniforms and body cameras. Su Luan felt a twinge of embarrassment. When had the esteemed Su family heir ever faced such treatment? You will regret this, he declared before stepping aside to make a phone call. The officers continued their duties, asking the lingering crowd, what are all of you doing here so late? Please present your identification. The unruly group, lacking the connections of Su Luan, quickly produced their IDs for registration. They insisted they were merely dining and had committed no offenses. The officers approached Chun Mo and Su Mujin. And you two? We are also here to eat. Did anyone bully you? Not exactly bullying, but they did disturb our dining experience, Chun Mo replied, half jokingly, as he dismissed the idea that such lowly individuals could intimidate him. The officers then asked, who called the police? I did. The restaurant owner emerged from the crowd. Why did you call? With so many people here, I feared a disturbance, he answered honestly. At that moment, one officer's phone rang. After a brief glance at the screen, his expression changed. After the call, he looked at Su Luan with a mix of complexity and helplessness. All right, please sign here. In the future, refrain from unnecessary calls. We are quite busy. The owner complied, signing the report. The officers did not linger and prepare to leave. As they departed, Su Luan scoffed quietly, muttering, "What a bunch of worthless fools." The officers paused but continued on their way. Suddenly, Chen Mo called out, "Officers, you haven't registered this person's identification." The officers turned back to see Chen Mo pointing at Su Luan, who now held a phone, recording the scene. Su Luan's face darkened. "Chen Mo, are you looking for trouble?" Ignoring him, Chen Mo addressed the officers. "Did you hear that? He is threatening me." The officers exchanged glances. Having received a call from their superiors, they had originally intended to dismiss the situation, but now they could not simply walk away. "Sir, may I see your identification?" They asked Su Luan. "I don't have it," he replied angrily. "Then I'm afraid we must ask you to accompany us to the station," they insisted. You don't even know who I am? Do you want me to call Director Zhao?" The officers maintained their serious demeanor. "Mr. Su, I am aware of your reputation, but please cooperate with our duties." Frustrated, Su Luan cursed under his breath, but ultimately retrieved his identification. Once the officers recorded the information, they finally departed, satisfied. Throughout this, Chen Mo had been filming. Curious, Su Mujin asked, "What are you recording this for?" Chen Mo smiled, "To document the beauty of life." Su Luan approached angrily, slamming his hand on the table. "Chen, don't think just because you are Mu Jin's fiancé that you can act defiantly in front of me. Be careful, or I'll have someone deal with you." Chen Mo smiled. "Just a reminder, I'm recording this, and the officers have noted your information. If anything happens to me or Mu Jin today, you will be implicated." Su Luan's expression turned ashen, unable to retort. Chen Mo inwardly shook his head, finding Su Luan woefully inadequate, lacking intelligence and strategy. Such a person could never be a serious threat to the elder Su. As Su Mujin gently called, "Chen Mo, I'm done eating. Let us go." He nodded in agreement. Initially suspecting Su Luan to be a potential traitor to the elder Su, he now recognized him as merely a foolish wealthy heir, unworthy of suspicion. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Luan shouted as they stood to leave. "We are continuing our date. Do you intend to interfere?" Chen Mo took Su Mujin's hand, which she accepted without resistance. Fueled by their affectionate display, Su Luan's anger boiled over, yet he felt powerless against Chen Mo. Frustrated, he redirected his rage toward the barbecue stall owner. "Who told you to call the police? Destroy this place." His lackeys sprang into action, overturning tables and scattering dishes. The chaos ensued, with some rushing inside to wreak havoc, smashing anything within reach. The owner's wife, witnessing the destruction, wept, "Please stop. Don't break anything. Please, Su Xiao, it was my fault. Spare me." The owner pleaded. "Spare you? It's too late. This is the price for meddling." Su Luan, still unsatisfied, kicked the owner to the ground and raised a chair to strike him. But just then, someone firmly seized his arm, rendering him immobile. Looking up, he met Chen Mo's piercing gaze, which inexplicably made him feel vulnerable. Su Luan instinctively released the chair and stepped back. "What do you intend to do?" "Su Luan, you have gone too far." Su Mujin scolded, rushing to help the owner. As they moved away, the noise behind them revealed Su Luan's pent-up frustration was now being unleashed on the barbecue owner. Fortunately, they had not wandered far. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Chen Mo set the chair down, coldly addressing Su Luan. "Were it not for the elder Su's reputation, you would have met your end long ago." Su Luan paused, then laughed derisively. "Kill me? With your abilities? You are the one seeking death. I had intended to let you go today, but now." Before he could finish, a powerful kick sent him sprawling. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Surin was violently thrown 30 meters away, several of his ribs shattered, struggling to rise from the ground. The arrogance that once gleamed in his eyes was now replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Surin had always engaged in petty squabbles, bullying ordinary people, but he had never encountered a scene like this. The sheer force that could hurl someone 30 meters was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. What kind of combat prowess was this? As he watched Chen Mo approach him slowly, Surin felt an urge to flee, nearly losing control of his bladder in terror. "Don't come any closer." Chen Mo sneered. "Weren't you just threatening to kill me? What's wrong? Feeling powerless now? What do you want? Be careful, or I'll call the police." At that moment, Surin desperately wished for the return of the two constables. but he knew it was a futile hope. The only lifeline he could grasp was his father. Trembling, Surin retrieved his phone and dialed. "Dad, come quickly. Someone's trying to kill me." Chun Mo continued to advance, determined to teach Surin a lesson today. However, upon hearing Surin's call to his father, his intentions shifted. Su Zhanya was on his way. Chun Mo was intrigued to meet this man. "You better watch out, Chun. My dad is on his way. If you so much as lay a finger on me, he will ensure you pay dearly." Surin seemed to regain some confidence, starting to shout again. Ignoring him, Chun Mo seized Surin by the neck and dragged him back to the barbecue shop like a mere chick. "Fine, let us wait for your father." With that, Chun Mo sat down on a nearby chair. Su Mujin approached him from behind, whispering, "Chun Mo, my uncle is very protective, and he is accompanied by several formidable bodyguards. You should be cautious." Chun Mo smiled lightly. "No worries. How strong can they be? I could crush them with one hand." What bravado! Though Su Mujin felt Chun Mo was boasting, his calm demeanor eased her concern slightly. Moments later, several luxury vehicles sped into view, surrounding the barbecue stall completely. A group of over a dozen individuals emerged, with a man at the center who, though not tall, exuded an air of calm authority. This man was Su Mujin's uncle, Su Zhanya, and Surin's father. Although Su Zhanpeng was the head of the Su family, much of the family's power lay in Su Zhanya's hands. Upon seeing his father's arrival, Surin shouted excitedly, "Haha, my dad's here. Shin, you're finished today. Dad, I'm over here. Come save me." The enthusiasm took a toll on his injuries, and he let out a painful cry. Su Zhanya strode over with his bodyguards. On seeing Surin's condition, his expression darkened. A middle-aged man behind Su Zhanya approached Surin without needing instruction, crouching down to examine him. "Sir, the young master has 3 broken ribs." Su Zhanya's face hardened. "What happened?" Surin pointed at Chun Mo, weeping. "Dad, it was him. He hurt me. If you had come in time, he might have killed me." Su Zhanya's gaze shifted to Chun Mo, his brow furrowing in recognition. "You? I recall seeing you at the hospital. I never imagined you were the one who injured my son. I believe your precious son might have instigated this." Chun Mo replied coolly. Since Su Zhanya's arrival, he had been observing him, suspecting him as well. Su Zhanya scoffed. "Regardless of what he did, it is not your place to intervene. In Xian City, no one dares harm the son of Su Zhanya. Uncle, it was my cousin who brought trouble upon us. He tried to attack Chun Mo and even vandalized the barbecue shop, which prompted Chun Mo to retaliate." Su Mujin interjected. "Silence." Su Zhanya glared at her fiercely. "When has it ever been a family's business for an outsider to intervene? And you, Mujin, as a woman of the Su family, should always maintain your decorum. Running out at this hour to drink with a man? Do you want others to think our family lacks upbringing? If your father finds out, what face will he have as the head of the Su family?" I did not." Su Mujin's face flushed with anger, yet she found it difficult to retort against her uncle. Chun Mo pulled her behind him. "Today, I have learned something new. The so-called upbringing allows one's son to roam freely, engaging in reckless behavior while neglecting to discipline him, yet feeling entitled to lecture others' daughters. You," Su Zhanya's expression faltered, "don't think that just because you cured the old master's poison, you can act with impunity in the Su family. We do not recognize your so-called fiancé status." Upon hearing that, Chun Mo's brow arched. "Su Zhanya, who informed you that the old master was poisoned?" Realizing he had misspoken, Su Zhanya quickly clamped his mouth shut. "Dad, why waste time with them? Hurry up and take revenge for me. I want to kill this kid today." Surin snarled. "You were so arrogant just now. If I don't end you today, I swear I won't bear the surname Su." Chun Mo suddenly turned around, startling Surin into silence, who instinctively recoiled. Noticing the middle-aged man behind him, he felt a bit more secure. The man was Su Zhanya's personal bodyguard, a peak-level practitioner of hidden strength among the best in Xian City. Though Chun Mo's earlier display was impressive, Surin was confident that once his father's bodyguard intervened, even 10 Chun Mo's would be no match. "Quickly, uncle, take action and kill that brat," Surin urged. "Young master, stay calm and mind your injuries." The man handed Surin a painkiller, alleviating his suffering somewhat. Then, he proceeded to manipulate Surin's chest, pulling, pressing, and kneading. In less than a minute, he managed to realign Surin's broken bones. After finishing, he lifted Surin and returned him to Su Zhanya's side. "Master, how should we deal with this young man?" Su Zhanya's brow furrowed, his expression indecisive. Chun Mo had saved the old master's life today, and the old master seemed to hold Chun Mo in high regard. almost sending Jiang Chudai back to her family over him. Most importantly, Su Mujin was also present. It would be unwise to act against Chun Mo in front of her. After careful consideration, Su Zhanya finally said, "Forget it for now. Let us focus on treating my son." He knew that Su Bingtian wouldn't last long, and once he passed, he would have the final say in the Su family. Eliminating a Chun Mo would be as simple as crushing an ant. Dad! Surin looked perplexed. His father had always avenged him against bullies, so why was he backing down today? Su Zhanya cast a cold glance at him, and Surin quickly fell silent. "Stop!" Just as Su Zhanya was about to turn away, Chun Mo's voice stopped them. "Su Zhanya, your son vandalized my shop like this, and you intend to walk away without consequence?" "You." Su Zhanya's expression darkened, but he ultimately chose to endure. "What do you mean?" "Of course, I will compensate." Su Zhanya cast a deep glance at Chun Mo. "All right, I will pay." Saying this, he pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly scribbled a series of numbers before tearing off a check and tossing it to the owner of the barbecue shop. 1 million, is that sufficient?" "Absolutely. That's enough to buy my shop." The barbecue owner nodded eagerly, initially relieved that these individuals would let him off, never expecting compensation. However, he felt that no amount of money was worth risking his life. Chun Mo, seemingly aware of the owner's concerns, reassured him, "Rest assured. No one dares to retaliate against you. There are so many witnesses present today. Should anything happen to you, Mr. Su will undoubtedly be the prime suspect. If the authorities fail to intervene, feel free to come to me." "Thank you, thank you." The owner and his wife expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Su Mujin smiled knowingly, surprised at Chun Mo's meticulous nature in considering such details. Just as Su Zhanya was about to leave, he nearly stumbled, his resolve to eliminate Chun Mo strengthening. "Chun Mo." Mujin. Once Su Zhanya and his group departed, Chun Mo and Su Mujin exchanged glances, speaking simultaneously. Su Mujin blushed slightly. It's getting late, I should head back." "Oh, all right, I want to walk you out then." "Yes, goodbye. Farewell." As soon as Chun Mo finished speaking, he turned and left, coincidentally heading in the same direction as Su Zhanya. Watching his retreating figure, Su Mujin stomped her foot in frustration, pouting slightly as she muttered, "So unromantic." It was not that Chun Mo lacked romantic sensibilities. Rather, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Once out of sight, he lightly tapped his toes, resembling a shadow, swiftly disappearing into the night, closely trailing Su Zhanya and his companions. "Dad, why didn't you let Uncle Hu take care of Chun Mo? He.S. just a country bumpkin. Eliminating him wouldn't cause any trouble." Upon returning home, Su Luan expressed his displeasure. "What do you know? He is not merely a country boy, but the future son-in-law of the Su family. And today he even cured the old man of his poison." Su Luan was taken aback. "Is that even possible? Do you think I would let him off easily otherwise?" "Dad, why not eliminate both him and that old man in one go? Then the Su family's assets would surely be ours." Before Su Luan could finish, Su Zhanya slapped him hard across the face. "How could you say something so foolish? You think so little of the consequences? A trivial matter like Su Mujin is inconsequential, but what if you alarm the snake? I have endured for so many years, and now that the plan is nearly complete, you nearly jeopardized everything." Su Zhanya looked at Su Luan with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. He could not comprehend how he could have such a capable son and yet have one so foolish. After another slap, Su Luan was on the verge of tears. "Dad, how did I alarm the snake? The plan has already succeeded, hasn't it? Once we deal with the old man, the entire Su family will be under your control." "Deal with what?" "The old man has already regained consciousness." Mentioning this made Su Zhanya grit his teeth in anger. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Su Zhampeng was overwhelmed with company matters, a chaotic mess. Once the old man was dealt with, he could emerge and command the entire Su family. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, Chun Mo would appear? The next noon, Chun Mo arrived at the Su family villa. The old man had returned home from the hospital, but since the poison was not yet resolved, Chun Mo needed to perform acupuncture on him daily. Upon reaching Yunding Mountain Villa, Chun Mo spotted Su Mujin and Jiang Chudai standing at the entrance. As soon as they saw Chun Mo, they hurriedly approached. "Little Chun, you're here." Jiang Chudai's face was filled with warmth and enthusiasm. She took Chun Mo's coat without any hesitation, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. Chun Mo was puzzled. "Annie, what is this? This child, why call me Annie? From now on, you're like family here. No need to be so formal." Chun Mo glanced at Su Mujin, who giggled. Did you forget? Yesterday in the hospital, you made a bet with my mom. Only then did Chun Mo realize that Jiang Chu-dai had promised to welcome him personally if he could awaken the old man, and it seemed she was keeping her word. Chun Mo looked again at Jiang Chu-dai, who was beaming with joy, and leaned toward Su Mu-jin, whispering, "Your mom looks as if she has won." Su Mu-jin shot him a glare. Behave. Chun Mo chuckled, following Jiang Chu-dai into the villa. Her eagerness to greet him stemmed not only from losing the bet, but also from hearing about the previous night's events. Upon learning that Chun Mo had kicked 3 of Su Lun's ribs, Jiang Chu-dai was ecstatic. Throughout their childhood, Su Mu-jin and Su Bo had suffered countless times at the hands of Su Lun, and Jiang Chu-dai had long been unable to tolerate him. Chun Mo's confrontation with Su Lun was akin to avenging her grievances. Even more astonishing was that Su Zhanya had also faced setbacks at Chun Mo's hands, which made her view him with newfound respect. Jiang Chu-dai understood that Su Zhanya had long coveted the position of head of the Su family. Chun Mo's mere presence had caused Su Zhanya to falter, something not easily achieved. It seemed the old man's choice was indeed astute. Her son-in-law was not only capable, but also a blessing for the entire family. Her only concern was that she had not made a good first impression on Chun Mo, especially since he seemed to have come to call off the engagement. Initially, she thought he was speaking in anger, but now she feared it might be true. Such an outstanding son-in-law should never be allowed to slip away. Upon entering the villa, Chun Mo was surprised to see several unfamiliar faces. Su Mu-jin leaned close to him, quietly introducing, "That's my little aunt, Su Xinyue, my father's younger sister. The one beside her is my uncle, Peng Zhe, from the Peng family in Rongqing." Chun Mo nodded slightly, noting the subtle air of pride surrounding Peng Zhe, which suggested that the Peng family was also a distinguished lineage. Su Mu-jin informed him that today the old man had summoned all family members, seemingly to announce something significant. "Little Chun is here, please take a seat." Su Zhangping greeted warmly. "Uncle Su." Chun Mo replied politely before casually finding a seat. Su Mu-jin squeezed in next to Jiang Chu-dai, but was immediately pushed away. "What are you doing sitting here? Go sit next to little Chun." The foolish girl. How could she not take the initiative? Su Mu-jin's face flushed crimson as she noticed the only available seat in the living room was beside Chun Mo. After taking her place, Jiang Chu-dai began arranging the tea set, boiling water to brew tea. Having lost the wager, she understood that in addition to greeting guests, she was obligated to serve tea to Chun Mo as an apology. Once the first cup was prepared, Jiang Chu-dai called out to Chun Mo, "Shout, Chun tea." She added, "I was wrong before, please don't take it to heart." No, Andy, please don't say that. It was indeed my folly," Chun Mo quickly replied, adhering to his principle of treating others with respect. Seeing him accept the tea and take a sip, Jiang Chu-dai's face broke into a satisfied smile as she happily continued to serve tea to others. "Oh, today I am fortunate to enjoy the tea brewed by my sister-in-law for the very first time." Su Xinyue checked, her gaze lingering on Chun Mo while mentioning Su Mu-jin. Jiang Chu-dai responded, "This isn't my fault. Look how long it's been since you last visited. You must have forgotten about your sister-in-law. I've just returned, and you all too. Your sister Mu-jin's fiancée shows up without any prior notice. And I didn't even prepare a red envelope." Su Xinyue laughed cheerfully. Jiang Chu-dai waved her hand dismissively. "We are all family. There's no need for such formalities. Xiao Chun, my aunt has spoiled you, so please don't mind her." Chun Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he had not yet formally engaged with Su Mu-jin. Chapter 31. Always at your service inside the Su family villa, the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Yet Chun Mo felt restless and awkward. He had intended to end the engagement, but today felt as if he were on the brink of marrying Su Mu-jin. As he searched the ground for a fissure to escape into, the front door was abruptly pushed open, and a man and woman entered. The woman, in her 50s, was adorned in jewelry and heavy makeup, epitomizing the image of a wealthy matron, while the man, similarly ostentatious, had a rotund belly and a slick appearance. The moment they stepped in, the previously lively living room fell silent. Su Zhangping stood and called out, "Elder sister, brother-in-law." Jiang Chu-dai's expression shifted, but she eventually stood up to greet them, and the others followed suit. Only Chun Mo remained seated, seemingly unfazed. Su Mu-yin discreetly tugged at Chun Mo's sleeve, but he showed no reaction. His reluctance to engage with the newcomers stemmed from the unwelcoming glare they directed at him upon entering. "Ah, I had expected such a lively gathering," the older woman sneered. "All of us are Sioux family, yet while you revel in merriment, there's a chill on the other side. Truly, the world is harsh. Only the wise comprehend its warmth and coldness." Su Zhan Peng frowned and quickly replied, "Sister, you are overthinking this. They have just arrived and are preparing to visit you." "Yes, elder sister, please join us for tea." Jiang Chudi chimed in. "Tea is all well and good, but I heard that Mu Jin's fiancé is here, so I came to see if this is indeed him." The older woman's gaze fell once more on Chun Mo. Yet, Chun Mo remained motionless, unperturbed. The woman's expression darkened before she forced a smile. "According to our Sioux family customs, when a new son-in-law visits for the first time, I, as the elder aunt, have not prepared a gift, but will give you a red envelope instead." She pulled a wad of cash from her bag. Not much, merely 4,800, but nonetheless a token of her regard. With that, she flung the money directly at Chun Mo. Everyone in the living room was taken aback. Throwing money at someone was not a gift, but an outright humiliation. Moreover, the number 4008 seemed ominously suggestive. Was it a curse for Chun Mo's demise? The cash scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, but astonishingly, none landed on Chun Mo, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. Furrowing his brow, Chun Mo thought, "Does this old woman seek death?" Before he could react, the woman spoke again. "I've given you the red envelope. Now it's time to settle some scores. Was it not you who broke my nephew's 3 ribs last night?" Sumu Jin's face paled as she hurried to explain, "Aunt, this isn't Chun Mo's fault. It was Su Luan whose silence." The older woman glared at Sumu Jin. "When adults speak, where do you find the audacity to interrupt? Is this how your mother raised you?" Jiang Chu Dai's expression soured, but she refrained from expressing her discontent due to the woman's status. Chun Mo frowned and asked, "And who might you be?" The older woman was taken aback and retorted with a cold smirk, "You dare ask who I am? Ask them who I am. Chun Mo, she is my elder aunt, Su Xin Jiao, the biological sister of my uncle Su Zhanyi. That man is my uncle Wan Qianqing. What do you intend to do?" Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, inquiring coolly, "Have you yet to answer my question? Did you indeed break my nephew's 3 ribs last night? And if I did? If I didn't, what then? So you admit it. Now I ask you, who instigated you to do this?" As she spoke, Su Xin Jiao's gaze shifted towards Su Zhanpeng. Su Zhanpeng's brow furrowed, while Jiang Chu Dai's expression shifted dramatically. It became clear that Su Xin Jiao's true target was Su Zhanpeng. Why wait for someone to instigate? If one wishes to strike, one strikes. Chun Mo scoffed. Jiang Chu Dai breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Chun Mo might blunder with his words. Though Su Xin Jiao was not particularly remarkable in appearance or capability, she had married well. Wan Qianqing was from the Wan family of Zhongzhou. While not the head, his status was still considerable. Although the Su family was the foremost clan in Xincheng, they were still a notch below the Wan family of Zhongzhou. Su Xin Jiao had always doted on her 2 nephews, and it was her indulgence that had emboldened Su Luan. Hearing that her nephew had suffered such an injury, Su Xin Jiao could hardly contain her fury and came to confront Chun Mo, fully aware of her brother Su Zhanyi's intentions to pin the blame on Su Zhanpeng. "No instigator? If no one instigated, do you think a mere country bumpkin like you could dare lay a hand on my nephew?" "Enough." Su Zhanpeng could no longer tolerate it. "Sister, you are being excessively unreasonable. We seldom have the chance to gather like this. If you've come to reminisce over tea, you are welcome. However, if you seek trouble, I advise you to wait until after the old man concludes the family meeting." Su Xin Jiao coldly snorted. "What? You think invoking the old man can intimidate me? My brother may fear him, but I do not." Beside them, Wan Qianqing chuckled and remarked, "Zhanpeng, it's not that I'm criticizing you. This matter indeed falls on your shoulders. Everyone is aware of the issues between you and Zhanyi. Yet as an elder, how can you involve the younger generation? Your elder sister has every right to be upset. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Zhanpeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Mo leaned back on the sofa and coldly declared, "I've stated it clearly. I was the one who struck him. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to confront me. I can begrudgingly oblige you once more." Su Xin Jiao's fury escalated, pointing at Chun Mo as she exclaimed, "Very well. You wait and see. Whatever harm my nephew has suffered, I will repay you tenfold." With that, she turned to leave. Wan Qinqing glanced at Su Zhanpeng's side and said, "What a shame for things to escalate like this. Why must it come to this?" He shook his head and followed Su Xian Jiao toward the exit. Suddenly, Chinmo called out, "Wait." The two turned around, and Su Xian Jiao coldly smiled. "What? Are you afraid now? It's not too late to reveal who is behind this." Chun Mo finally rose from the sofa, sweeping his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly emerged, scattering the money strewn across the floor towards the door. "No one has yet been born in this world who can command me. If you wish to avenge your nephew, feel free to come. I am always ready. As for this money, you should take it back and buy some supplements for your nephew for 1,008. Not a single bill less." Chapter 32. Finding a master, Su Xinjiao was instantly taken aback. Throughout her life, she had always been the one to suppress others. When had she ever been treated this way? After a considerable pause, she finally reacted with a piercing scream. Wan Qinqing was startled and quickly inquired, "Xinjiao, are you all right?" "Aye. Today I will kill him." Su Xinjiao's eyes bulged with fury, nearly igniting with flames. Wan Qinqing frowned. He naturally did not regard a mere Chun Mo as a threat, not even considering Su Zhanpeng a serious matter. However, they were in the Su family, and Old Master Su was still present. Most importantly, Chun Mo's earlier display forced him to re-evaluate the man. "If you dare utter another word, I will shatter your teeth." "Yumph." Su Xinjiao dared not lay a hand on Chun Mo. Her words were merely bluster. Wan Qinqing supported Su Xinjiao, and the two departed in disgrace. Chun Mo's earlier display had not only shocked Su Xinjiao and her husband, but had startled everyone present in the living room. Jiang Chudai and Su Zhanpeng were particularly impressed. They had been captivated by Chun Mo's exceptional medical skills the previous day at the hospital, and now his air of mystery had grown even more profound. Su Xinyue praised Chun Mo endlessly, suggesting that Su Muxin and Chun Mo marry today and bear children next year, leaving Chun Mo feeling quite uncomfortable while Su Muxin blushed deeply. Just as Chun Mo contemplated fleeing, Wang Xinrong entered. "Zhanpeng, the family meeting is about to begin. The old master has sent me to invite everyone. Mr. Chun, the old master specifically instructed that you accompany us as well." Su Zhanpeng and the others thought little of it, assuming old master Su had already accepted Chun Mo as part of the family, hence inviting him to the family meeting. Such an occurrence was indeed welcome, and they would never refuse. However, Chun Mo was puzzled. He understood that the old master was gathering all the Su family members for a reason. Yet, as this was a matter internal to the Su family, what business did an outsider like him have there? Was it possible that there were matters the old master could not handle himself and wished him to assist? Contemplating this, Chun Mo did not decline and followed Su Zhanpeng and the others towards the Su family conference hall. The conference hall was located within old Master Su's villa, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 200 to 300 people. As Chun Mo entered the hall behind Su Zhanpeng and the others, he noticed many had already taken their seats. The large conference room was distinctly divided. One side centered around Su Zhanpeng, while the other supported Su Zhanya. Upon Chun Mo's arrival, nearly all eyes in the room turned towards him. Everyone was aware that Chun Mo was Su Muxin's fiancée, yet they were astonished that she had brought him here. This was a family meeting, and only members of the Su family or their spouses were entitled to attend. Since Chun Mo and Su Muxin were not yet married, why did he have to be present? Seated in the middle of the crowd, Su Zhanya's expression darkened upon seeing Chun Mo enter alongside Su Zhanpeng. Immediately, Su Xinjiao stood up and angrily rebuked Su Zhanpeng. "This is a family meeting. What business do you have bringing an outsider here?" "Aunt, it's grandfather who—" Su Muxin attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Su Xinjiao. "Do not invoke the old master to pressure me. According to our rules, as long as you and that boy are not married, he is not considered part of the Su family and has no right to attend the family meeting." As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Xinjiao held a significant position, especially given her husband's influence in Zhongzhou. Moreover, she spoke the truth. The Su family did indeed have such a rule, and Chun Mo's presence at the family meeting was a breach of propriety. Su Muxin attempted again to clarify, "Aunt, it was indeed grandfather who instructed me to bring Chun Mo in. Su Xinjiao skov, impossible." The rule against outsiders attending family meetings was established by the old master himself. Would he break this rule? "I see you are enchanted by this boy, and without being wed, you are already turning your back on the family. If you marry him, the entire Su family might be lost." Furthermore, what merit does a boy born of a mother who bore him but did not raise him have to become my Su family's son-in-law? Su Muxin's face flushed with anger. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, a subtle air of menace emanating from him. Before the gaze of the assembly, he slowly approached Su Xinjiao. Who did you just call unfilial and ungrateful? Su Xinjiao sneered. Of course, I am speaking of you. With so many witnesses present, she felt no fear. Besides, even if Chun Mo were formidable, could he truly contend with everyone gathered here? Slap. The room was left in stunned silence, everyone aghast at the scene before them. Chun Mo had audaciously slapped Su Xinjiao in public. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. In the Su family, Su Xinjiao's status was second only to the old master. Even the family head, Su Zhanpeng, would not dare to confront her. Yet, Chun Mo had struck her before all the members of the Su family. This was utterly preposterous. Su Xinjiao was left dazed, utterly bewildered. How could a fiancé yet to enter the family dare to strike her? Witnessing his wife struck, Wan Qinxing shot up from his seat, ready to retaliate against Chun Mo. However, as he raised his hand, he met the icy gaze of Chun Mo, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, and his hand instinctively retreated. Su Zhanpeng also rose, glaring at Chun Mo, his voice filled with fury. Chun, you have gone too far, daring to strike my sister? Chun Mo turned to him. What? Do you wish to meddle as well? Do you believe I will not handle you as well, and see if the old master will stop me? You. Su Zhanpeng gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, but ultimately he sat back down, realizing he was barely able to protect himself, let alone intervene in this matter. Xiao Chun, what do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Su Zhanpeng finally spoke up. I intend nothing. It is simply that this woman has a foul mouth, and if you, the family head, cannot manage her, then I shall. Chun Mo's declaration ignited a flicker of anger within Su Zhanpeng. It was not merely due to Chun Mo striking Su Xinjiao, but the display of strength and attitude he exhibited. This was not merely a search for a son-in-law. It was as if they were seeking a master instead. Chapter 33. Slapping the Su family's face. At this moment, the members of the Su family could no longer remain seated, each rising to glare at Chun Mo. This was the Su family's territory, and to strike the eldest daughter of the Su family and confront the family head was a blatant act of disrespect. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. What is this boy? Get out. Such a person is unworthy to be the Su family's son-in-law and does not deserve to enter our family. Some even directed their ire towards Su Zhanpeng. Head, if you do not expel this boy today, you are unworthy to lead our family. Su Zhanpeng wore a dark expression, silent. He too felt that Chun Mo's actions had gone too far, leaving him utterly humiliated. Jiang Chudai was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Though she found some satisfaction in Chun Mo striking Su Xinjiao, this was the Su family, and Chun Mo's actions had effectively offended everyone present. How could he ever return to the Su family? Moreover, if this affected Su Zhanpeng's position, the consequences could be dire. Alas, though this child possesses talent, he remains excessively impulsive. Only Su Mujin vaguely surmises that Chun Mo's actions are not born of impulse, but rather stem from a complete disregard for the Su family's members, including his own parents. Over the years, the Su family has enjoyed a prestigious reputation in Xuanqing, fostering a sense of superiority and complacency among its members. They have never considered that someone might not regard them with the same reverence. And today, that person has arrived. Aside from Su Mujin, there is another individual present who has refrained from speaking harshly to Chun Mo, her brother, Su Bo. He sits in his seat, curiously examining Chun Mo with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Throughout his life, he has harbored a strong aversion to his aunt, often derisively referring to her as an old witch behind her back. However, as a member of the Su family and the son of Su Zhanpeng, he is compelled to display respect and decorum when in her presence. Otherwise, he would be accused of lacking propriety. Just moments ago, Chun Mo accomplished what Su Bo had longed to do but dared not attempt, inciting admiration within him, merely for having the audacity to confront Su Xinjiao publicly. Su Bo has already acknowledged Chun Mo's status as his sister's husband. Sister, brother-in-law is truly impressive. Su Bo whispered to Su Mujin, even giving a thumbs up. Su Mujin, consumed by her own anxiety, had no time to engage with him and shot him a fierce glare instead. She wished to speak in Chun Mo's defense. Yet being surrounded by her elders, her voice bore little weight. Someone quickly, get rid of this brat. How dare you strike me? If he is not eliminated today, I shall not bear the surname Su. Su Xinjiao finally regained her senses, one hand covering her face while the other pointed furiously at Chen Mo, resembling a shrew scolding in the streets. Let us see who dares. A cold voice emanated from outside the door. Instantly, the conference room fell silent. Every gaze fixated on the entrance. The door swung open to reveal Old Master Su, seated in a wheelchair, pushed in by Wang Xinrong. Su Bingtian surveyed the assembly, his expression grim. He had been present for some time and had clearly heard the proceedings within. His gaze finally settled on Chen Mo, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Little Chen, you have certainly struck a blow to the Su family's face today." Hearing the old man's words, Su Zhanping and others felt a heavy weight in their hearts, while Su Zhanya and Su Xinjiao felt a surge of delight. The old man was poised to seek justice for them. Indeed, this young man had not only slapped Su Xinjiao's face, but had also dealt a blow to the Su family's dignity. Any hope of him becoming a son-in-law was likely extinguished, and it remained uncertain whether he would walk out of the Su residence alive today. Chen Montag smiled faintly, nonchalantly responding, "Old master, you cannot blame me. Some individuals in your family simply deserve a beating. If you truly believe I have tarnished the Su family's reputation, then I apologize." His words elicited laughter from many present. Hadn't he just been so arrogant? Now he seemed to cower. With the old man here, how could he still act so brazenly? Such a person dared to pursue Mujin? A dream. Everyone's anticipation hung thick in the air, eager to see how Old Master Su would deal with Chen Mo. However, the old man's subsequent words left everyone in stunned silence. "No need for apologies. You did well." With Wang Xinrong's assistance, Old Master Su rose, his gaze coldly surveying each individual present. Under his scrutinizing glare, all were rendered speechless, as if petrified, none daring to utter a sound. Indeed, it had been quite some time since the Su family had been publicly humiliated. These years had rendered them too comfortable. Old Master Su sighed heavily. "Second uncle." Su Xinjiao's face shifted between shades of green and white. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she typically wielded authority over others. Yet in the presence of Old Master Su, she was compelled to temper her demeanor. Nonetheless, she found it difficult to accept the old man's words. "Second uncle, this brat is not even a member of the Su family, yet he brazenly entered the family meeting. I merely spoke a word or two to him, and he assaulted me." Silence. Old Master Su's face contorted with fury. Everyone was taken aback, uncertain why the old man was so enraged today. Only Su Zhanya furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous shift. "It was I who invited him. My life is indebted to Chen Mo. I feared my old life might not endure the family meeting, so I asked little Chen to observe from the side. If this is deemed a violation of family rules, then let the blame fall upon me. If you all believe my life has lingered too long, I can have little Chen leave this very moment." "Second uncle, I did not mean that." Su Xinjiao protested, her expression one of grievance. Su Zhanping interjected, "Father, it is I, as the head of the family, who has failed to manage matters well, causing you concern." Su Bingtian waved his hand dismissively enough. "I do not hold any grievances against you. Let this matter end here." He then surveyed the assembly, saying, "The reason I have gathered all of you today is that I have several important matters to announce. I fear my time is short. While I still breathe, I wish to contribute to the Su family, lest I face my ancestors with shame." His words carried a sense of preparing for the end, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. All present wore solemn expressions, not daring to breathe. "Little Chun, come here." Old Master Su beckoned, motioning for Chun Mo to approach. Chapter 34. The heir of the Gao family. "Little Chun, I require your assistance once more with acupuncture." The poison within Su Bingtian had not been eradicated. It merely remained temporarily subdued by Chun Mo's acupuncture. Less than a day had passed, and his complexion had begun to pale again, his vitality waning. Chen Mo nodded, accepting the silver needles prepared by Wang Xinrong, and began to perform acupuncture before all present. Once again, he demonstrated his exquisite acupuncture technique, as his vital energy flowed into Su Bingtian's body. In mere moments, the old man's pallor returned, and the spark of life rekindled in his eyes. Chun Mo meticulously retrieved the needles, his brow slightly furrowed. This acupuncture merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. each session yields diminishing returns. If the perpetrator behind the poisoning is not swiftly identified, Su Bingtian will inevitably succumb to the poison. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the assembly was left in awe, finally convinced that Chun Mo had indeed been invited by Old Master Su to treat his ailment. Everyone was aware of the old man's precarious health. Just days prior, he had nearly succumbed. Little did they expect that this young man possessed such skill, explaining why Old Master Su held him in such high regard. Consequently, many in attendance began to reassess their impressions of Chun Mo. Well, let us officially commence the family meeting. Instantly, everyone straightened in their seats, holding their breath in anticipation. Su Bingtian glanced at Su Zhanya and began, "Today, I wish to address two primary matters. The first is to eradicate the malignant tumor within the family." Malignant tumor? Most present were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Su Bingtian gestured to Wang Xinrong. "Xinrong, please announce it." Wang Xinrong stepped forward, declaring loudly, "The ungrateful Su Zhanya, in a bid to usurp the position of family head, has colluded with outsiders to poison the old master, a crime of undeniable gravity. Today, we shall execute family justice before all members of the Su family. Su Zhanya, do you have anything to say?" The room erupted into chaos at Wang Xinrong's words. Who in the Su family did not know that Su Zhanya was among Old Master Su's most trusted individuals? Nearly half of the family's enterprises were overseen by him, and he was a likely candidate for the next family head. He colluded with outsiders? He poisoned the old master? What is happening? Second uncle, I am innocent. When have I ever committed such acts? Clearly, someone is framing me. Sutsanya exclaimed in distress. He then pointed at Chun Mo with a look of deep resentment and accused, "It's you, isn't it? You must be the one slandering me." "Slandering you?" Chun Mo replied with a cold smile. "Su Zhanya, do you dare to claim that the poison the old master ingested was not your doing? To add a crime, there are always excuses. You accuse me of colluding with outsiders to poison my second uncle, but where is your evidence? Bring it forth. You seek evidence, do you? Then behold." Chun Mo retorted, pulling out his phone. A recording began to play. "Dad, let us not hesitate any longer. Let us eliminate him and that old fool together." Upon hearing this voice, everyone furrowed their brows. It was unmistakably the voice of Su Zhanya's son, Su Lun. Su Zhanya was equally taken aback, his heart racing. Wasn't this the conversation he had with Su Lun last night? When had that brat recorded it? Unbeknownst to him, Chun Mo had stealthily followed them home and recorded their entire exchange. "As long as we deal with the old master, won't the entire Su family be at your command afterwards?" This recording, though brief, was crystal clear, revealing the undeniable dialogue between Su Zhanya and his son. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Zhanya, filled with a mix of confusion and resentment. Su Bingtian was the pillar of the Su family. His demise would undoubtedly have grave repercussions that everyone understood. Moreover, Su Bingtian had always treated Su Zhanya as if he were his own son, a fact not lost on anyone. No one could have anticipated that Su Zhanya would be so heartless, willing to poison the old master for the sake of becoming the head of the Su family. This was utterly outrageous, even though they had already learned of these matters. Hearing it again made Su Bingtian's face turn ashen with fury. "Su Zhanya, what more can you say?" With a thud, Su Zhanya's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "Second uncle, I was wrong. I confess, but I truly did not conspire with outsiders, nor did I ever intend to harm you." Su Bingtian furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, you should confess all your actions before everyone here." "Yes." Su Zhanya, kneeling on the ground, began to recount how he had been blinded by ambition and had colluded with outsiders to harm the old master. "Second uncle, I only wanted to become the head of the Su family. I never intended to poison you." Slap, slap. The sharp sound of several slaps echoed in the meeting hall. It was Su Zhanya slapping himself. "Enough." Su Bingtian rebuked, "Before so many people, stop your charade. Jampeng, according to family rules, what is the punishment for colluding with outsiders to harm one's kin?" Jampeng replied, "According to the Su family rules, traitors to the family are to be executed." Su Zhanya immediately felt faint, collapsing to the ground. "Second uncle, I beg you, spare my life for the sake of my deceased father. I truly never intended to harm you. You're just making excuses. Do you even know what poison you administered to the old master?" Chun Mo interjected, revealing Su Zhanya's intentions. "What? Liposan? Liposan?" Su Zhanya appeared bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Chun Mo frowned slightly and continued. Who provided you with the poison? If I tell you, will you spare my life? Perhaps you should clarify everything first. Fine. After a moment of hesitation, Su Zhanya gritted his teeth and confessed. It was the Gao family. Gao Hongbin gave me the poison. Who is Gao Hongbin? Chen Montak in Kviot. Subintian explained. Gao Hongbin is the young master of the Gao family in Xuanqing, the son of Gao Qixing, the head of the Gao family. Seeing Chun Mo still puzzled, Su Bingtian elaborated, Xuanqing has 4 prominent families, Su, Gao, Zhao, and Sunday. Their strengths are roughly equal, but the Su and Gao families are slightly superior. Though they appear amicable on the surface, they are fiercely competitive behind closed doors, employing various underhanded tactics. Is a mere title of number 1 truly so vital? Chun Mo questioned. It is more than just a title. The one recognized as Xuanqing's best gains access to superior policies and resources, Su Bingtian clarified. Yet, I still fail to comprehend why one would conspire with outsiders for the position of head of the family. Even if you attain it, what significance does it hold? Chapter 35. The well-intentioned Su Bingtian I. How could I genuinely assist the Gao family? Su Zhamping hesitated. Knowing that assuming the role of head of the Su family would eventually lead to its downfall, having squandered countless opportunities over the years. Take last year in real estate. For instance, our Su family had an overwhelming advantage yet ended up at a standstill with the Sun family, only to be outmaneuvered by the Zhao family. Had I been the head of the Su family, we would have claimed the title of Xuanqing's best long ago. How could such a situation have occurred? Su Thanya scoffed, clearly unimpressed with Su Zhamping's assertions. Chun Mo nodded slightly. In the business realm, akin to a battlefield, only those with ruthless strategies endure and succeed. Su Zhamping's temperament was too gentle. While that might suffice in ordinary circumstances, it rendered him unsuitable as the family head. Conversely, Su Zhanya's impetuousness, coupled with a willingness to use any means necessary to win, could lead to rapid advancement for the Su family. Yet, it would inevitably incite formidable enemies, and in time, the family would surely decline. After all, Xuanqing is but a small place. Across the vast expanse of Huagua, countless families surpass the Su family's power. Thus, Su Bingtian's choice to have Su Zhamping lead was not merely due to his blood ties, but rather a multitude of considerations. However, Su Zhanya perceived this as favoritism, and coupled with various other factors, his heart gradually twisted, fostering resentment towards both Su Zhamping and Su Bingtian. You speak so eloquently, yet in the end, you are merely a pawn for others, Chun Mo remarked. That, Su Zhanya was left speechless. Chun Mo continued. As I mentioned earlier, the poison they instructed you to give the old master was Li Pisan. If the old master is poisoned and an antidote is not found, he will undoubtedly perish. But have you considered this? If they are capable of employing such methods against the old master, could they not do the same to you? Deep down, Su Zhanya was aware that he was being used by the Gao family, yet he was blinded by ambition, solely focused on disposing of the old master to claim the position of head of the Su family, oblivious to everything else. After Chun Mo's words, Su Zhanya finally came to a realization. Sadly, the damage was already done. It was too late to express remorse. Second uncle, I was wrong. I was blinded and committed such a heinous act. My death would be insignificant. I only wish for you to treat Su Luan and Suja kindly in the future. Second uncle, this cannot all be blamed on Zhanya. It was the Gao family's scheming. Please spare his life. At that moment, Su Xinjiao stepped forward to plead on Su Zhanya's behalf. Others echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Zhanya was deceived by the Gao family and fell for their trickery. Old master, please forgive him this once. However, regardless of the pleas, Su Bingtian appeared unaffected, even closing his eyes to rest. Su Zhamping furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the old master's intentions. Did he wish for Su Zhanya to perish or to grant him mercy? If he intended for Su Zhanya to die, there would be no need for such complications. He could simply declare the verdict and have Wang Xinrong execute the family law. Conversely, if he sought to spare him, he would not have convened a family meeting to publicly announce Su Zhanya's crimes before all the Su family members. As everyone remained in confusion, Su Bingtian finally opened his eyes. He turned to Chun Mo beside him and inquired, Xiao Chun, how do you believe I should handle this matter? Su Zhamping finally understood that the old gentleman's grand display of authority was solely to pave the way for Chun Mo's future within the Su family. With an existing marriage contract, having saved the old gentleman's life, and having confronted Su Xinjiao, Chen Imo now held the power over Su Zhanya's fate. With such leverage, once he entered the Su family, no one would dare to mistreat him again. Yet, Su Zhanping felt this was less about finding a husband for Su Mujin and more akin to selecting a future heir for the Su family. Instantly, all eyes in the room shifted towards Chen Imo, unable to fathom why the old gentleman would entrust such a significant decision to an outsider. However, no one dared voice dissent at that moment. Su Zhanya also glanced at Chen Imo, his gaze betraying a hint of pleading, though he lacked the courage to meet Chen Mo's eyes. Su Xinjiao, too, felt her heart race. She never anticipated that her brother's life would be in the hands of this young man. Understanding the old gentleman's intentions, Chen Imo smiled gently and replied, "Old sir, this matter pertains to the Su family, and I have no part in it. As for how he should be dealt with, I believe it is up to you to decide. Not your concern. Su Bintian Froneth, you are Mu Jin's fiancée. You are, in a sense, part of the Su family." Chen Imo shook his head. "No, I am Chun. I belong to the Chun family." His words incited a stir among those present. The old gentleman's meaning was now unmistakable. If Chen Imo agreed, he would formally enter the Su family, and no one would dare oppose it. Yet, Chen Mo's refusal was shocking. Many in the room sported expressions of schadenfreude, for this Navi country boy seemed incapable of grasping such a monumental opportunity. Su Xinghiaoskov, you speak so eloquently, but in the end, you merely wish to become a son-in-law of the Su family. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Mo's icy gaze fell upon her, causing her to swallow her words. Did she still crave another slap after the first? Su Xinjiao trembled and quickly retreated, vowing silently that she would never allow Chen Imo to become a son-in-law of the Su family. Without the old gentleman's protection, he would eventually fall into her grasp, and then she would see how to deal with him. Just as everyone anticipated that the old gentleman would be angered by Chen Mo's words, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, splendid. Indeed, you are a Chun. I did not misjudge you." The old gentleman's unexpected mirth left everyone bewildered, unsure of his reasoning. At that moment, Su Bingtian glanced at the kneeling Su Zhanya and declared, "Zhanya, although your transgressions warrant death, in light of your years of service to the Su family, I shall spare your life. However, while you may escape capital punishment, you must surrender all assets you control within the Su family and depart, never to return." "Thank you, second uncle." Su Zhanya expressed his gratitude hastily. Though he had lost everything, at least his life was spared. As long as there were green mountains, he would not fear the absence of firewood. Rising, he cast a resentful glance at Chen Imo before departing the conference hall without a backward glance. Chen Montag merely smilet, unperturbet. A mere ant could be crushed effortlessly. Why would he care? After resolving the matter concerning Su Zhanya, Su Bingtian turned to the assembly and announced, "Now, let us address the second significant issue." The members of the Su family focused their attention. 18 years ago, I arranged a marriage for my granddaughter Mujin. As per our agreement, when Mujin comes of age, she shall wed Chen Imo. Su Bingtian proclaimed. Hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted to Chen Imo. Though many had known of this arrangement, the old gentleman's public declaration lent it a new weight. Su Xinjiao furrowed her brow, realizing that the second important matter was this, and she scrambled to devise a way to break the engagement. Conversely, Jiang Chudai was filled with joy. This was the first time the old gentleman had mentioned a marriage proposal at a family meeting, signifying his esteem for the union between Chen Imo and Su Mujin. Muyin. Su Mujin's face burned crimson. Her head bowed as she pondered her thoughts. Jiang Chudai quickly nudged her. Mujin, the old gentleman is calling you. Only then did Su Mujin lift her head, her gaze instinctively drawn to Chen Imo, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Mujin, step forward, come to your grandfather. Su Bingtian beckoned again. Su Mujin stood and walked to Su Bingtian's side, joining Chen Imo under the gaze of the entire Su family. Feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her, her face flushed even deeper, more vividly than a ripe tomato. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Observing the pair standing together, Su Bingtian smiled. They truly were a match made in heaven. Muyin, I have watched you grow up. In the blink of an eye, you have matured. Before all the Su family members, I ask you, are you satisfied with the husband I have chosen for you? Su Bingtian inquired. I. Su Mu-jin's head nearly sank to her chest as she stammered, unsure how to respond. Dad. Su Zhamping hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke up. Father, Mu-jin is still young. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss marriage? Su Bingtian countered. Mu-jin is already 18. What's premature about it? Your mother and I were married at 18. I do not know how much longer I have to live. The only thing weighing on my mind is the marriage between Mu-jin and Chun Imo. This matter is settled. Furthermore, I have another announcement. After Chun Imo and Mu-jin are wed, I shall bestow half of the Su family's assets as Mu-jin's dowry. What? The entire Su family was taken aback. The old gentleman's decision was utterly outrageous. He intended to give half of the Su family's wealth to Chun Imo. Even Su Zhamping, as the head of the Su family, did not command such a portion of the estate. Consequently, he was left utterly astonished by his father's decision. If his daughter and son-in-law obtained that wealth, wouldn't they overshadow him? In that instant, he was unsure whether to feel joy or concern. Nearly everyone in attendance deemed the old gentleman's decision foolish. Yet upon witnessing his serious demeanor and resolute gaze, no one dared to voice opposition. What? Do you have objections? Su Bingtian spoke with an air of finality. Even if you do, it matters not. I'm not here to consult you, but to inform you. I have even prepared a will. Even in death, this decision will remain valid. Su Bingtian cast a cold glance at the assembly before turning to Chun Imo and asking, Xiao Chun, you have no objections, do you? Chun Imo shook his head. Old sir, I apologize, but I cannot agree to this. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Such a condition, and Chun Imo had the audacity to refuse. To become a son-in-law of the Su family was a coveted position that many would eagerly vie for. Yet this mere country boy turned it down? Su Bingtian was equally incredulous, raising an eyebrow and asking, You refuse? Is it that you look down upon the Su family? Or my granddaughter? Su Mu-jin kept her head lowered, and no one noticed her biting her lip, her eyes glistening. Chun Imo shook his head. Neither. Then why? Su Bingtian pressed. Grandfather Su, I have previously stated that my purpose in coming to the Su family was to annul the engagement. Chun Imo paused for a moment before continuing. I possess a flaw, which is my aversion to constraints. Even if I were to marry Su Mu-jin, it would solely be for my affection for her, rather than any marriage contract or the wealth of the Su family. Shudi Vade Su Muyin. I would do so with honor, allowing her to marry into the Chun family with pride. Su Bingtian nodded. It is commendable for the youth to possess ambition. Yet one must also learn to confront reality. In this era, without a solid background or capital, even the most formidable abilities struggle to find expression. Given your current circumstances, it may not be so simple to earn the right to marry my daughter. Chun Imo responded with a faint smile. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. Grant me a little time, and I shall surely succeed. Su Xian sneered. You are quite audacious for someone of your age. Without the Su family's support or a marriage agreement, what are you? How long do you require? 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps 10 or 20. Such arrogance is utterly unfounded. You are unworthy of being our son-in-law. 3 years, 5 years? Who do you look down upon? I only need 3 months. Chun Imo shot a cold glance at Su Xian, finding her exceedingly bothersome. Were it not for the respect he held for the old Master Su, he would have silenced her long ago. 3 months? What nonsense! Even if you could manage it, it would depend on whether Mu-jin is willing to marry you. With that, Su Xian turned her gaze towards Su Mu-jin. I am willing. Su Mu-jin whispered, her face flushing crimson, her heart racing, her fingers trembling. Her voice was so soft that, amidst the noise, only Chun Imo and the old Master Su heard her. 3 months? The Su family member scoffed. Are you dreaming? Do you have any idea how much effort and sacrifice have gone into the Su family's current wealth and status? Even if you possess some medical skills, what is that worth? At most, you might earn a meager sum, which pales in comparison to the true aristocracy. What aristocratic family hasn't weathered storms and accumulated wealth over generations? Moreover, what can you achieve in just 3 months? Are you planning to get rich selling ointments? Chapter 37. The 3-month pact. Su Xian's words elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Aristocratic families are not to be compared with mere nouveau riches. Their status is built over time. Furthermore, Chun Imo is presently a penniless youth without even the capital to start. How could he possibly rise? Lottery? Even if Chun Imo were to have extraordinary luck and win, how much could he earn in 3 months? Such a sum would still be insignificant in the eyes of the Su family. Su Bingtian frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Everything he had done today was to pave a path for Chen Mo. His arrangements were the quickest way for Chen Mo to restore the Chen family. Yet, he did not expect Chen Mo to refuse. He is still too young, too proud. A person destined for greatness does not sweat the small stuff. With the entire Chen family resting upon Chen Mo's shoulders, he should utilize every resource at his disposal to revive the family. Yet, Chen Mo rejected even this opportunity for the sake of so-called freedom. With his mindset, how could he revitalize the Chen family? How could he achieve greatness? Su Bingtian sighed inwardly and then advised, "Young Chen, a true gentleman can endure and adapt. I know you possess talent, but relying solely on yourself for 3 months is far too short. Besides, if you become the son-in-law of the Chen family, you remain a member of the Chen family, which does not hinder your aspirations." Chen Mo understood the old master Su's good intentions, but as the supreme war god, he was driven by his own will. "Grandfather Su, I appreciate your concern, yet my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion." Seeing Chen Mo's resolve, Su Bingtian ultimately relented. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 months. However, I must make it clear, if you fail to satisfy me by the end of this period, the engagement to Mu Jin will be annulled. Even if you come begging, I will not grant you another opportunity." Upon hearing this, a look of worry crossed Su Mu Jin's face. Could he truly achieve it in such a short time? Yet, gazing at Chen Mo's determined expression, her confidence surged. From the moment she uttered those 3 words, "I am willing," she had chosen to believe in this man before her. Regardless of whether Chen Mo fulfilled his promise in 3 months, she would stand by his side. 18 years of engagement, coupled with their shared experiences, convinced Su Mu Jin that this was fate ordained by the heavens. In an instant, her gaze towards Chen Mo became entranced. Chen Mo felt the intensity of her gaze and turned to meet hers, their eyes intertwining, becoming inextricably linked. The old master Su's words ignited a sense of schadenfreude among many present. Without the old master's support, Chen Mo had no hope of fulfilling the conditions to marry Su Mu Jin. Several individuals began to entertain different thoughts, contemplating whether to introduce their favored young masters to Su Mu Jin. After 3 months, they had the opportunity to seize the initiative. The allure of half the Su family's wealth was simply too great to resist. Who would not be tempted? Even a quarter or a tenth would still be a substantial fortune. Wan Yuanqing leaned closer to Su Xian and whispered, "This lad is likely out of luck. How about introducing Zi Heng to Su Mu Jin? That could be worth a try, but your nephew Zi Heng lacks ambition. Su Mu Jin and my cousins may not find him appealing. Though your Su family hold a respectable position in Xiancheng, you still pale in comparison to our Wan family. Zi Heng is my elder brother's son. He is more than sufficient for Su Mu Jin. What do they possibly find unworthy?" Wan Yuanqing scoffed. Su Xian nodded, conceding that Wan Yuanqing made a valid point. If Zi Heng could indeed marry Su Mu Jin, it would yield substantial benefits for both her and Wan Yuanqing. However, they first needed to eliminate this Chen Mo. Previously, they had refrained from taking action due to the old master's protection, but now that his shield was gone, this boy was at their mercy. At this moment, Su Bingtian spoke again. "I have one final matter to address. We owe a debt of gratitude to Chen Mo, who not only revived me, but also exposed the Gao family's plot. The Gao family's despicable tactics cannot go unpunished. Indeed, let us confront the Gao family. How shameless! Unable to defeat us in business, they resort to such underhanded methods. It is utterly disgraceful. Let us declare war on the Gao family." The mention of this matter stirred the Su family members to righteous indignation. Competition among prominent families is a common occurrence. Yet the Gao family's willingness to poison the old master was intolerable. Observing the outraged crowd, Su Zhanpeng furrowed his brow. The Su and Gao families had battled for years without gaining the upper hand. Otherwise, the Gao family would not resort to such vile tactics. As the head of the Su family, he understood the Gao family's strength all too well. Given the current situation, engaging in conflict with the Gao family would only result in mutual destruction. Su Bingtian shook his head inwardly. These individuals only knew how to shout slogans without taking practical action. He worried about how the vast Su family would thrive after his death. Su Zhanpeng had some capabilities, but ultimately he was still too mediocre. His grandson, Su Bo, was still too young to discern any potential in him. As for his overseas nephew Su Jia, he was indeed promising, but given the recent issues with Su Zhanyi, it was unrealistic for him to return to inherit the family business. The only one who seemed promising, Chen Mo, was still unwilling. It truly put one in despair. Enough! Amidst the incessant clamoring of the crowd, Su Bingtian could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "War with the Gao family? What do we have to wage war with? The poison in the old master's body has yet to be neutralized. If we do not acquire the antidote within 3 days, the old master will perish." Wang Xinrong chimed in. "Then let us go find the Gao family and demand the antidote." "Oof. Do you think the Gao family would admit to such a thing? Besides, who would go to the Gao family to request the antidote? You?" Wang Xinrong questioned. The individual immediately fell silent, unwilling to speak further. Competing with the Gao family was a matter of business. If we failed, we would merely suffer some financial losses. However, barging into the Gao family to demand an antidote? Why would they willingly hand it over? It could very well lead to a loss of life. The room fell into a deep silence. Everyone lowered their heads, holding their breath, afraid to utter a sound. Ultimately, it was Chen Mo who stepped forward and said, "Grandpa Su, I will take care of this matter. You all can wait here. I shall retrieve the antidote tonight." Chapter 38. The serious Su Bo. What? Are you joking? Just based on you? Chen Mo coldly surveyed the crowd, his disdain evident. Su Bingtian furrowed his brow. "Little Chen, the Gao family is not to be trifled with. This matter requires a different approach. Grandpa Su, time is of the essence. It won't be long before the events at the Su family reach the Gao family. Once they are on guard, finding the antidote will become increasingly difficult. As for the Gao family's strength, it may seem formidable to you, but it is nothing in my eyes." But Su Bingtian was about to protest further. "Rest assured, Grandpa Su, I will be fine. However, I do need a companion." "A companion?" Su Bingtian was taken aback, then said, "Who do you need?" Chen Mo nodded. "I am not a member of the Su family, so I cannot demand the antidote directly. Therefore, I need a member of the Su family to accompany me." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the assembled individuals, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Wherever Chen Mo's gaze fell, people hastily lowered their heads, fearing their names would be called. What a joke! Accompany this fellow to the Gao family to demand an antidote? It would be akin to seeking death. Observing their reactions, Su Bingtian felt a wave of disappointment surge within him. "I will go." Su Zhanping stood up. As the head of the Su family and the biological son of Su Bingtian, he had to step forward at this moment, or he would be ridiculed. Yet, Chen Mo rejected the offer. "Uncle Su, you cannot go. As the head of the Su family, it would be inappropriate for you to stir trouble at the Gao family. Besides, it is merely an antidote. There is no need for the head of the Su family to personally intervene." "Then I shall go." Wang Xinrong volunteered. This was also Su Bingtian's sentiment. Wang Xinrong was the strongest in the Su family, and his presence would ensure Chen Mo's safety should anything go awry. However, Chen Mo still declined. "No, your reputation is too great. Upon seeing you, the Gao family would surely prepare defenses. We might not even reach the Gao family's doorstep before the culprit escapes, making it difficult to locate them. Neither I nor Uncle Wang is suitable. Who do you intend to bring?" Chen Mo smiled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on Su Xinjiao. Su Xinjiao shivered and instinctively took 2 steps back. Wan Qian frowned. It was evident that Chen Mo intended to take revenge. If he suggested that Su Xinjiao accompany him to the Gao family, Old Master Su would undoubtedly agree. He quickly interjected. "Xinjiao is now my Wan family member after marrying me. It would not be appropriate to take her." The room erupted in jeers. Su Xinjiao was the eldest daughter of the Su family, yet she lacked even this minimal responsibility. Her standing in the eyes of the crowd diminished significantly. Chen Mo coldly smiled. This was precisely the effect he desired. "Then I shall go," Su Muqin declared, seeing no one else respond. Before Chen Mo could speak, a slightly childish voice rang out. "Why does my sister need to go? Does our Su family not have a single man?" "You shall go." It was Su Muqin's younger brother, Su Bo. He stepped forward with a resolute expression, standing in stark contrast to the others who were bowing their heads. "Absurd," Su Zhanping rebuked. "What business do you have interrupting adult matters? Go back." Jiang Chudai quickly rose to pull Su Bo back to his seat. However, Su Bo shrugged her off, declaring, "Mom and Dad, I am serious. I am not a child anymore. I can contribute to the Su family. Be quiet. You're only 16. What contribution can you make? Su Zhanping scolded. What being 16? It is precisely because I am young that I want to draw the Gao family's attention. Moreover, as the son of the head of the Su family, I am qualified to represent the Su family. What is inappropriate about it? We cannot send my sister. That would make us the laughingstock of the Su family for lacking even a single man. Su Bo's words caught Chun Mo's attention. He had not expected such ambition from one so young. Yet, Su Zhanping and Jiang Chudai were unwilling to agree. In their view, accompanying Chun Mo to the Gao family was tantamount to seeking death. Even if they spared him for being Su Zhanping's son, it would leave a blemish on his future as the heir. Su Zhanping immediately raised his hand to slap him. What is appropriate? Go back. In truth, Su Bo had only stepped forward in a moment of impulse, but after being slapped by Su Zhanping, he developed a rebellious spirit. Instead of sitting down, he retorted, I am going, and you can beat me if you wish, but I will go. You. Su Zhanping was at a loss for how to respond. Chun Mo smiled. I believe Su Bo is indeed a suitable choice. Let us elect him. Grandpa Su, you have no objections, do you? Su Bingtian nodded. Very well. Since Chun Mo has spoken, let Su Bo accompany you. This declaration startled Su Zhanping and Jiang Chudai. What was Chun Mo thinking? Did he truly intend to take Su Bo to his doom? Su Muqin also expressed concern. Chun Mo, my brother. Chun Mo shook his head. Rest assured, I will ensure his safe return. With that, he wasted no time and set off with Su Bo towards the Gao family. The Gao family resided in a vast manor in the southern outskirts of Shuanqing. As night fell, a figure hurriedly entered a secluded courtyard. Old Ku, the family head requests your presence. Understood. I shall come immediately. Ku Hongfang answered nonchalantly, his brow slightly furrowed. Why was he being summoned at this hour? However, he did not dwell on it and left the courtyard, heading towards the Gao family's main residence. Gao Qixing, the head of the Gao family, was seated in the living room and quickly rose upon seeing Ku Hongfang enter. Old Ku, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you. Ku Hongfang waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. What is the purpose of your summons, Gao family head? Old Ku, I just received news that that old man from the Su family has been discharged from the hospital. Gao Qixing's expression darkened slightly, his words tinged with discontent. However, Ku Hongfang appeared indifferent. He has merely been discharged. What is the fuss? Perhaps he has given up and is preparing for his final arrangements. With my skills, not to mention Shuanqing, even the entire central state cannot find a cure. Gao Qixing felt slightly reassured but still replied, Old Ku, according to my information, that old man seems to have regained consciousness. Did you not say? That is of no consequence. Ku Hongfang waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a fleeting moment of clarity. The poison that threatens his soul remains unbroken. In 3 days, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. Are you certain? Gao Qixing pressed. Chapter 39. 3 Birds with 1 Stone Hoof. The Gao family primarily harbors doubts about me. Thus, I shall take my leave. After all, this is merely a matter between the Gao and Su families, and it no longer concerns me. I have repaid all my debts of gratitude. With that, Ku Hongfang rose to depart. Gao Qixing quickly grasped his arm, wearing a conciliatory smile. Elder Ku, please do not take offense. I merely inquired out of curiosity. It was not my intention to upset you. At that moment, Gao Hongbin hastily entered. Father, Elder Ku, I have had someone investigate, and indeed, the old man of the Su family has been discharged from the hospital, revived by a lad of merely 20 years. He is the very person the Su family had been searching for recently. Is this information reliable? Gao Qixing asked. Indeed, I have also heard that the Su family plans to marry Su Mujin to this young man. Is this news credible? Gao Hongbin nodded affirmatively. This information was relayed to me directly by Dean Wang Zixing. It is absolutely trustworthy. Gao Qixing's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged with anxiety once again. They had expended such effort to poison the Su family patriarch. Could it all be in vain? Elder Ku, what should we do now? Ku Hongfang remained unfazed, casually responding. What is there to fear? The poison of the Li Pisan is not easily countered, especially not by a mere 20-year-old youth. The old man of the Su family is doomed. The decline of the Su family is already a foregone conclusion. However, to ensure absolute certainty, I will concoct some additional medicine shortly. You must find a way to administer it to Su Bingtian. He shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Gao Qixing and Gao Hongbin exchanged glances, both praising. Elder Ku is truly extraordinary. Flattery, flattery. Though he feigned modesty, Ke Hongfang's face radiated pride. One thing you must ensure is that no one learns of my involvement. Otherwise, not only I, but your Gao family will also face grave misfortune. Rest assured, Elder Ku, besides my father and me, no one in the Gao family is aware of your role. Gao Qixing assured him promptly. Just then, a servant rushed in to report, Master. The Su family has sent someone claiming to have urgent matters to discuss. Gao Qixing was taken aback. What could the Su family possibly want at this juncture? Could they have discovered the Gao family's covert machinations and come seeking retribution? Gao Hongbin inquired, who is it, and how many are accompanying them? Is Su Bo, the young master of the Su family, with a bodyguard in tow? Su Bo, Su Mujin's younger brother? That inexperienced lad? What could he possibly want? Gao Qixing couldn't help but chuckle. Has the Su family fallen so low as to send a mere child? Hongbin, you shall handle this matter. Fear not, father. I shall entertain him appropriately. Gao Hongbin smirked slightly. Chen Mo and Su Bo stood at the entrance of the Gao family estate. At this moment, Su Bo had lost his previous bravado, his face etched with anxiety and trepidation. Sister, brother-in-law, do you think they will kill us? What? Are you afraid? Chen Montauk chuckled. Being merely 16, Su Bo had never encountered such a situation, yet his youthful spirit compelled him not to yield easily. Thus, he mustered his courage and declared, I am not afraid. I just think, with just the two of us, isn't a bit. I never forced you. You came of your own accord. I just can't stand those people, always boasting, yet when it matters, they all hide. I'm not like them. They're a bunch of cowards. Chinamo couldn't help but laugh. If they overheard you, they might just label you a traitor. I couldn't care less. Chinamo nodded slightly, appreciating Su Bo's audacity. Unlike typical rich second-generation heirs, true pride does not come from oppression, but from an indifference to all. Once we enter, just ensure your own safety. I'll handle the rest. No, I want to help. Su Bo raised his fist, declaring, I'm a black belt. If the Gao family dares to act, I will protect you. Chen Mo chuckled. With Su Bo's limited skills, protecting him was a tall order. Can you even handle few of them? After pondering, Su Bo confidently asserted, I can take on 10. All right, you can take 10. The rest are mine. As they allocated their roles, the estate's gates swung open. Young Master Su, the master requests your presence. Su Bo straightened up, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy heir, and followed the attendant inside, with Chen Mo closely trailing behind. Within the Su family, the gathering did not disperse, remaining in the conference hall, closely monitoring the movements of Su Bo and Chen Mo. Had they truly gone in? Hearing the latest news, Jiang Chudai was frantic. Zhamping, think of something. He is my only son. If anything happens to him, what can be done? He brought this upon himself. At this point, Su Zhamping felt utterly powerless. Su Mujin was equally worried, concerned not only for her brother Su Bo, but also for Chun Mo's safety. In a corner, Su Xinjiao and her husband, Wan Yuanqing, appeared rather pleased. They really went in? This time, that young man is surely doomed. What a pity that Su Bo is caught in the crossfire, Wan Yuanqing remarked. Su Bo should be fine. The Gao family wouldn't dare to kill the young master of the Su family so brazenly. By the way, Yuanqing, don't you have acquaintances in the Gao family? Yes, why? Su Xinjiao scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and whispered if Su Bo were to die, the position of the Su family's heir would surely fall to Su Jia. Moreover, if Su Bo were to perish in the Gao family, the Gao and Su families would be at odds, allowing you to step in under the guise of aiding the Su family. Then we could arrange for your nephew to marry Su Mujin, and the entire Su family would ultimately be under our control. With such a significant contribution, you would undoubtedly be the next head of the Wan family. Wan Yuanqing was taken aback by Su Xinjiao's words, taking a long moment to process before his face broke into a delighted smile. Xinjiao, your idea is brilliant. You truly are my wise helpmate. Su Xinjiao's scheme was a masterstroke, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If this plan succeeded, even if he did not become the head of the Wan family, it would be a vast improvement over his current situation. At the Gao family estate, Gao Hongbin scrutinized Chenamo, who dressed in plain attire. He presumed to be merely Su Bo's bodyguard, and redirected his focus to Su Bo observing the youthful lad, who was feigning maturity. Gao Hongbin smiled lightly. Young Master Su, with the finals approaching, why have you come to my Gao family instead of attending your evening classes? You. Su Bo was visibly displeased. Gao Hongbin had struck a nerve. Nevertheless, recalling the purpose of his visit, he ultimately resorted to the rhetoric Chun Mo had previously taught him. I am here to demand an explanation. How dare you poison my grandfather? Hand over the antidote and the perpetrator at once. Hearing this, Gao Hongbin was taken aback. How had the Su family discovered their involvement in the poisoning? Yet, such matters were not something he would ever admit. Preposterous. With a facade of calm, Gao Hongbin retorted, evidence is paramount. Your grandfather's misfortune has nothing to do with the Gao family. If you continue to make such accusations, I may have to sue you for defamation. We certainly have evidence. Does the esteemed Gao family wish to act like a turtle, daring to commit wrongs, but unwilling to face the consequences? What did you say? Gao Hongbin was instantly filled with rage. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing at Su Bo's nose, given your sister's connection. I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said, but if you dare to repeat it, just see if you can walk out of the Gao family mansion alive today. What? You can do it, but can't handle someone speaking about it? Since you claim there's nothing, do you dare let us search the Gao family estate? Su Bo replied. These words were all prearranged with Chun Mo. Based on Chun Mo's speculation, the one who concocted the poison must still be in the Gao family estate. Even if they are not, we can still uncover some clues. You think you can just search the Gao family estate at your whim? Gao Hongbin scoffed. Su Bo immediately retorted, afraid? That just shows you have something to hide. Observing Su Bo's demeanor, Chen Amo silently nodded. It was quite commendable that Su Bo could remain composed and assertive in front of Gao Hongbin. Impudent. Gao Hongbin could hardly tolerate being berated by a 16-year-old. He bellowed, someone seize this insolent child. I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. With a single command, two burly men rushed in from outside, flanking Su Bo on either side. Su Bo instinctively glanced at Chun Mo. Although he was a black belt in Taekwondo, he had little real combat experience and was quite nervous at the prospect of a physical altercation. Perhaps deeming Su Bo just a mere child, the two men did not take him seriously, reaching out to grab his neck. Unexpectedly, Su Bo swiftly seized one man's wrist and executed a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling across the room. Following that, he performed a 180-degree spinning kick, striking the other man squarely in the chest, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. The fluidity and precision of these moves bore the hallmarks of a skilled practitioner. However, Chun Mo silently shook his head. While these techniques looked impressive, they were merely showy and fraught with openings. Against an actual expert, Su Bo wouldn't stand a chance. Having taken down two men, Su Bo wore a triumphant expression, even brushing off the dust from his injuries. Chun Mo nearly chuckled. Su Bo lacked experience, treating this like a performance, taking a moment to show off. The most prudent course of action would have been to seize the opportunity to subdue Gao Hongbin and use him as leverage to extract the antidote from the Gao family. However, being a novice in combat, Su Bo missed the chance entirely. In that brief moment of delay, the two bodyguards had regained their footing and several more rushed in. You actually have some skills. No wonder you're so arrogant. Gao Hongbin sneered coldly. Su Bo, do not forget that this is the Gao family. To stir trouble here is to court death. Throughout this exchange, Gao Hongbin had not glanced at Chun Mo, treating him as if he were invisible, having displayed his prowess. Su Bo felt emboldened. So what if it's the Gao family? Today, I will turn your household upside down. Arrogant. Gao Hongbin shouted at the bodyguards, seize him. Against a group, even a skilled fighter would struggle, and Su Bo, already lacking in practical experience, soon found himself at a disadvantage. After barely taking down 3 or 4 more men, he was struck multiple times. His only recourse was to rely on his agility to evade their attacks throughout the living room. Brother-in-law, I can't hold on any longer. We must flee. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten his earlier bravado about taking on 10 opponents. Chen Montak smilet lightly. Flee? Not necessary, given that you called me brother-in-law. How could I possibly run? No sooner had he spoken than he leaped beside Su Bo, effortlessly sending the men surrounding Su Bo flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise again, Su Bo was utterly astonished. Brother-in-law, how are you so powerful? Just average. I can only take on 10 at a time. Chen Montak chuckled. Su Bo felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. These bodyguards were merely common folk, lacking martial prowess. Even the slightest attempt to approach Chun Mo ended with them being sent flying. In mere seconds, all the Gao family bodyguards lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Fear finally crept onto Gao Hongbin's face. Who? Who are you? Chun Mo's earlier display had been so formidable that Gao Hongbin couldn't help but re-evaluate him. My surname is Chun. You are the one the Su family has been searching for so fervently? The one who revived that old man of the Su family? Although he had already known that a young man around 20 had saved Su Bingtian, seeing him in person was still shocking to Gao Hongbin. That old man is my grandfather, and you were the ones who poisoned him, weren't you? It seems you've let something slip. Su Bo, rubbing his sore lower back, chimed in, brother-in-law, teach him a lesson. All right. As soon as the words left Chun Mo's mouth, he moved like a flash of lightning, reaching Gao Hongbin before he could react. Now, tell me, who provided you with the poison? Gao Hongbin trembled uncontrollably, fear gripping his heart, yet he stubbornly retorted. This is the Gao family. I advise you to release me immediately, or you will not leave here alive. Is that so? Chen Montauk smiled faintly. What is the Gao family to me? Someone, summon the members of the Dark Dragon Guard. Chun Mo did not intervene, allowing Gao Hongbin to call for reinforcements. It would be best if he could draw out the mysterious figure behind the Gao family, thus saving him the trouble of further efforts. Su Bo, however, was visibly anxious, urgently warning Chun Mo, my father mentioned that the Dark Dragon Guard comprises ruthless martial artists. You must be cautious. Chapter 41. A blessing for the sister before long. 20 men clad in black combat attire stormed into the parlor. Each exuded a calm demeanor, their eyes sharp as blades, radiating a subtle, yet palpable murderous intent, clearly forged in the crucible of life and death. Just their presence alone instilled a profound sense of pressure in Su Bo. Having previously boasted that he could take on 10 opponents, Su Bo now felt a wave of panic and trembled. Not only could he not contend with 10, but even one of these formidable men was beyond his capabilities. At that moment, he glanced at Chun Mo, wondering if his brother-in-law could withstand this many experts. Gao Hongbin, who had been quaking in fear moments ago, now felt emboldened upon seeing the Dark Dragon Guard arrive. Chun, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Everyone attack. Dispose of this brat. Hearing Gao Hongbin's command, the 20 members of the Dark Dragon Guard surged forward, encircling Chun Mo. Yet, faced with such an overwhelming force, Chun Mo stood still, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Su Bo's heart raced, shouting, brother-in-law, be careful. To him, these were unparalleled masters. How could Chun Mo possibly handle so many? Regret washed over Su Bo as he lamented, stepping forward in a moment of bravado. Had he remained silent, perhaps Chun Mo would not have come to the Gao family. Chun, prepare to meet your end. Gao Hongbin shouted in excitement, anticipating that Chun Mo would soon be obliterated by the 20 members of the Dark Dragon Guard. However, the scene that unfolded next left Gao Hongbin in utter disbelief, and even Su Bo stared in shock, mouth agape, without even fully comprehending the situation. The members of the Dark Dragon Guard found themselves suddenly propelled backward upon nearing Chun Mo, as if he were a landmine that detonated upon contact, sending them flying. In an instant, 20 adept fighters from the Dark Dragon Guard were scattered like petals in the wind, colliding forcefully against the walls of the living room before collapsing onto the ground. Before they could regain their footing, Chun Mo moved again, and the air was filled with their anguished cries. By the time he stood poised once more, not a single one of the 20 could rise again. They had all been incapacitated by him. Su Bo, utterly astonished, felt an overwhelming shock coursing through him. Was his brother-in-law even human? Could he possibly be some sort of monstrous entity that had suddenly emerged? Yet, a thought quickly surfaced in Su Bo's mind. I must learn martial arts from my brother-in-law. This was an opportunity too grand to overlook, akin to clinging to a colossal tree trunk. Gao Hongbin stood in a stupor, completely dumbfounded. These were the elite of the Dark Dragon Guard. The Gao family had invested tremendous effort and resources to cultivate them, and they had resolved countless issues for the family in secret over the years. How could they be so easily dispatched before Chun Mo, as if they were mere children? They hadn't even had the chance to retaliate. At that moment, fear gripped Gao Hongbin. He was so terrified he could hardly contain himself, nearly wetting his pants. As he watched Chun Mo advance toward him, his face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? You can now honestly tell me the whereabouts of the person connected to Li Pasan, Chun Mo stated coolly. What Li Pasan? I know nothing. Gao Hongbin retorted stubbornly. Know nothing? Then you have no further value to live, Chun Mo declared, picking up a fruit knife from the coffee table, his expression turning menacing as he gazed at Gao Hongbin. Realizing Chun Mo was serious, Gao Hongbin could no longer maintain his bravado and quickly pleaded for mercy. No, no, I know. It's in the north courtyard. Lead the way, Chen Mo commanded, tossing the fruit knife into Su Bo's hands. He answers now. If he dares to be dishonest, eliminate him. Su Bo accepted the knife with excitement, replying eagerly, "Rest assured, brother-in-law." He then yanked Gao Hongbin forward, holding the knife against his neck. "Let's go, young Master Gao." Meanwhile, Gao Qixing was still with Ge Hongfang. To him, sending Gao Hongbin to deal with a mere junior from the Su family was more than sufficient. However, when he received reports of the involvement of the Dark Dragon Guard, he prepared to investigate the matter further. Just then, another servant rushed in. "Master, the Dark Dragon Guard has also been defeated." "What?" Gao Qixing was taken aback. He had invested countless resources and efforts into the creation of the Dark Dragon Guard, which had never faced defeat until now. He had intended to wait a few more days until Old Man Su passed away before launching a decisive strike against the entire Su family. With the Dark Dragon Guard's covert assistance, the Gao family could even contend with the prominent families of Zhongzhou. But now, they couldn't even handle a mere child from the Su family? What on earth was happening? I'm not sure of the specifics. It was the person besides Su Bo who acted, and it seems he defeated 20 elite guards with a single move. A single move? How is that possible? Gao Qixing's eyes widened. What about the young master? How is he? The young master is being held hostage and is currently heading towards the north courtyard. The north courtyard? Gao Qixing's gaze shifted to Ge Hongfang, for that was his residence. Ge Hongfang stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "This is bad." Gao Qixing quickly ordered, "Gather all remaining elite members of the Gao family. We must capture those two today, come what may." "Yes," the servant responded before leaving in haste. Ge Hongfang then said, "Master Gao, it seems the opponent is aware of my presence. They are likely targeting me. In that case, I shall personally confront them." Gao Qixing nodded. "Your assistance is appreciated, old Ku." The two hurried towards the north courtyard. Su Bo, wielding the dagger, marched behind Chen Mo, escorting Gao Hongbin towards the north courtyard. The commotion they had caused had drawn considerable attention, and the path was lined with Gao family bodyguards, yet none dared to approach. Whether it was due to Gao Hongbin's hostage situation or fear of Chen Mo, the onlookers wore expressions of dread, feeling emboldened by their fearful demeanor. Su Bo held his head high, a surge of confidence swelling within him. He had never experienced such a sensation. Even his father, Su Zhanpeng, had never faced such a predicament. His gaze towards Chen Mo brimmed with admiration. This was all thanks to his brother-in-law, who was simply extraordinary. His grandfather had indeed made a wise choice in finding such a formidable brother-in-law. His sister was truly fortunate. Chapter 42, The Poison Master Su. "Young Master Su, please be careful," Su Bo clumsily warned, nearly slicing Gao Hongbin's throat with the knife, which sent Gao Hongbin into a panic. Thankfully, the journey to the north courtyard was not too long, and upon their arrival, Gao Hongbin sighed in relief. Before they could enter the courtyard, Chen Mo caught a whiff of a pungent, fishy aroma, causing him to frown. This was evidently not the work of a simple pharmacist, but rather that of a poison master. In the realm of medicine, pharmacists were typically benevolent, committed to healing and saving lives. In contrast, poison masters were ruthless, skilled in the use of various toxins, and sometimes even experimented on the living, making them despised by all. Chen Mo was taken aback that a poison master would be found in such a small place as Xuanqing. He seized Gao Hongbin by the collar and demanded, "Who resides here?" It's old Ku," Gao Hongbin replied truthfully. "Old Ku? Be more specific. I lack the patience for ambiguity. You had better clarify everything." Chen Mo warned, taking the fruit knife from Su Bo and twirling it, making Gao Hongbin's face grow even paler. "His name is Ge Hongfang. He was invited by my father. The poison in old man Su's body was administered by him." At that moment, Su Bo had already pulled out his phone and activated the recording function. Chen Mo nodded inwardly, impressed by the young man's quick thinking. "And where is this Ku person?" he continued to question. At the main residence. He was discussing with my father how to continue their attack on old man Su when you arrived." "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Chen Montauk frowned. You didn't ask earlier? Let us there." Chen Montauk looked, concerned about whether the old man had fled following the commotion. "No need to worry. We have already arrived." Just as they prepared to move, a voice called out from behind them. As the words fell, a group approached, led by Gao Qixing, with Ge Hongfang at his side. Upon seeing Ge Hongfang, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Though the lighting was dim, he immediately noticed a mysterious emblem on the hem of Ku Hongfeng's clothing, a symbol unique to a clandestine organization. It appeared that Ku Hongfeng was indeed affiliated with this secretive force. But why was he in Xuanqing? So, you were the one who revived Su Bingtian? Ku Hongfeng scrutinized Chen Mo in return, his gaze filled with curiosity. Chen Mo appeared unremarkable, with an average demeanor. He sensed nothing particularly special about him. Having just heard Gao Qixing boast about the prowess of the Dark Dragon Guard, it seemed more likely to be mere exaggeration. If they were truly formidable, how could they not handle such a young man? The unease that had previously plagued Ku Hongfeng dissipated entirely. Indeed, it was I, Chen Mo affirmed with a nod. Ku Hongfeng continued, I never expected that someone so young could recognize my Li Pasan. May I ask who your master is? Chen Mo frowned, replying coldly, Stop trying to get close to me. I advise you to hand over the antidote for Li Pasan quickly, and then come with me to the Su family to explain the situation. If I have to take action, you shall bear the consequences. Ku Hongfeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Consequences? Ha ha! Young man, you are rather arrogant, aren't you? I initially considered sparing you due to your promising talent, but now, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he flicked his hand, sending a cloud of white powder hurtling towards Chen Mo instantly. Chen Mo was enveloped by the powder. Brother-in-law, Su Bo exclaimed, knowing without a doubt that this powder was anything but ordinary. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had displayed remarkable strength. How could he fall so easily? Su Bo rushed forward to help, but as he approached, dizziness and nausea struck him. He staggered back a few steps, feeling slightly better. Gao Qixing, his face pale with fear, realized this was the first time he had witnessed Ku Hongfeng make a move. He anticipated that Ku would possess such prowess. Fortunately, he had not been negligent in recent days. Had he offended Ku, he might not even realize how he met his end. While fear gripped him, Gao Qixing's heart swelled with delight. The greater Ku's abilities, the more advantageous it would be for the Gao family. The Su and Sun families would be nothing compared to the Gao family, which would become the only top family in Xin City. Even in Zhongzhou, the Gao family would have a place. Truly, Ku was an extraordinary figure. Gao Qixing couldn't help but express his admiration. Ku Hongfeng smiled faintly, just a trivial skill, nothing remarkable. In their eyes, Chen Mo was now like a fish on a chopping board, destined to be at their mercy. Gao Hongbin seized the opportunity to approach, standing beside Ku Hongfeng. After exhaling, he glared at Su Bo, gritting his teeth. Su Bo, with Master Ku's intervention, your brother-in-law is as good as dead. What do you have left to rely on? If you are wise, kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I may spare your life. At that moment, Su Bo had no time to respond to Gao Hongbin. His gaze was fixed on Chen Mo, who stood there in a daze, unmoving. Was he truly poisoned by that old man? If so, how would he explain it to his sister? And what about grandfather? Without the antidote, he could only watch helplessly as grandfather succumbed to the poison. Seeing Su Bo indispensive, Gao Hongbin barked, someone seize that kid. The bodyguards of the Gao family finally reacted, approaching Su Bo to apprehend him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I thought you were quite capable. Turns out it's just this? Everyone was startled and turned towards the voice. It was Chen Mo. ISNT, he already poisoned by Master Ku's deadly toxin and on the verge of death. Chen Mo stepped forward, a subtle smile on his face. He had long since become immune to toxins. How could such trivial skills harm him? Brother-in-law. Su Bo was both shocked and delighted. You're all right? Of course, what could possibly be wrong with me? It is they who should be concerned. Chen Mo replied with a grin. Ku Hongfeng was astounded. This is my secret formula, the 1,000 spider poison. How can you be unharmed? Chen Mo brushed off the residue of the poison powder from his body. Scoffing, what nonsense, 1,000 spider poison. It resembles plain flour more than anything. Ku Hongfeng was furious. Losing face in front of so many was intolerable. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You blat, d. With that, he flicked his left hand, sending several silver needles flying directly towards Chen Mo. Get lost. Chen Mo waved his hand, sending the silver needles back. Ku Hongfeng quickly dodged, but one of his bodyguards was not so fortunate. The needle struck him, and the ensuing scene horrified everyone present. The bodyguard writhed as if splashed with acid, emitting thick smoke, and within moments, he was left as nothing but a puddle. Gao Qixing and Gao Hongbin felt their scalps tingle with fear. This poison was utterly terrifying. if it were to touch them. They instinctively stepped back from Ku Hongfang. Chen Mo wasted no time, leaping to Ku Hongfang's side and grasping his neck. You are from Yuansha, aren't you? Why are you here? Speak honestly, and I might spare your life. Ku Hongfang's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you? Who are you? The supreme war god. You must have heard of me, Chen Mo stated calmly. It's you? Ku Hongfang trembled, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, as if he had encountered the most terrifying being on earth. Since you know who I am, then speak honestly. Do not make me resort to violence. However, as Chen Mo finished speaking, blood trickled from the corner of Ku Hongfang's mouth. Chen Mo was taken aback and prepared to help, but he was a moment too late. Seizing the opportunity when Chen Mo was distracted, Ku Hongfang had bitten down on the poisoned tooth in his mouth, committing suicide rather than revealing secrets. Chen Mo shook his head quietly and, after retrieving the antidote for Li Pisan from Ku Hongfang's body, turned to Su Bo. Mission accomplished. We should return now. Oh. Su Bo nodded, following Chen Mo as they made their way outside. Stop. You caused havoc within the Gao family, killing Master Ku, and expect to leave just like that? Gao Qixing bellowed. Chen Mo halted, casting a cold glance at him. What? If I don't leave, do you expect me to stay for a midnight snack? With that, he pulled Su Bo along and walked out without looking back. Gao Qixing's expression shifted between rage and despair as he could only watch Chen Mo and Su Bo walk further away. Even with over 100 bodyguards and guards surrounding them, Chen Mo didn't even glance their way, as if they were invisible. This composure and tranquility greatly impressed Su Bo. Previously, at the Su family, Su Bo thought Chen Mo was merely decent. However, after this ordeal, he was utterly in awe of Chen Mo's capabilities. He felt that even if he were to tie Su Mujin to Chen Mo's bed, he would willingly do so. Brother-in-law, you are truly incredible. The Su and Gao families have been at odds for decades, neither able to overcome the other. Yet today you alone have made the Gao family bow their heads. When will I become as formidable as you? Chen Mo smiled. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can achieve that. Then, brother-in-law, when will you teach me martial arts? Will I then be able to make the Gao family disappear entirely from Xian City? Chen Mo paused and said, Little Bo, remember this. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. The purpose of martial arts is never to seek strength for conflict, but to refine oneself, achieve completeness, and transcend the mundane. If your heart is not cultivated, no matter how powerful you become, you remain merely a creature of the earthly realm, unable to transcend. Su Bo listened, somewhat confused, as if he understood, yet didn't he. He looked up at Chen Mo and asked, brother-in-law, does that mean even if someone bullies me, I cannot retaliate? Of course not. If someone does not offend me, I will not offend them. But if they do, I will repay them tenfold. As Chen Mo and Su Bo chatted freely while exiting the Gao family, Gao Hongbin was filled with indignation. Dad, are we just letting them leave like this? If word gets out, what face will our Gao family have left? To think that two people could make the Gao family bow down. If this gets out, we would become the laughingstock. How can the Gao family maintain its standing in the circle? Gao Qixing sighed softly. Do I not wish to keep them? But do you think it's feasible? With so many of us here, are we unable to handle just two? What if? We truly cannot afford this gamble. Gao Qixing wore a forlorn expression. He sensed that Chen Mo had not exerted his full strength earlier. Who could ascertain where his true limits lay? If they were to let him go, it might only serve to provoke him further, leading to disastrous consequences. Gao Hongbin silently lowered his head. Indeed, the Gao family could not bear such a risk. Should they win, it would be fine. However, if they lost, the entire Gao family would be doomed. It was astonishing that the Su family could find such a formidable figure. Clearly, fate was not ready to forsake them. Gao Qixing sighed skyward, having meticulously planned for so long, only to see everything disrupted by the sudden emergence of Chen Mo, who not only rescued Su Bingtian, but also derailed all his schemes. Could this matter simply be left unresolved? Gao Qixing still felt a sense of discontent. Today, the Gao family had lost face. If he didn't vent this frustration, they would be perpetually overshadowed by the Su family. After a prolonged silence, he finally commanded, "Issue my orders. No one is to speak a word about today's events. Should anyone dare utter even a single syllable, they will face dire consequences. From this day forth, the Gao family shall avoid any confrontation with the Su family. As long as that Chun remains with the Su family, we shall not engage in conflict." Understood, Gao Hongbin replied, his face marred by dejection. What about old Ko? Didn't he mention having several fellow disciples? Gao Qixing raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Gao Hongbin's eyes suddenly brightened. It seems that way. Father, do you mean to summon them for revenge? Gao Qixing shook his head. Incorrect. It is not for our vengeance, but for old Ku's. You must find a way to inform them that old Ku was killed by the Su family. However, remember this, we, the Gao family, must have no connection to this matter. Even if they come seeking revenge against the Su family, we must remain uninvolved. Gao Hongbin immediately grasped his father's intent. It was clear that he wished to watch from the sidelines as the two families clashed. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Meanwhile, on the Su family side, the prolonged silence had begun to cause anxiety among the members, particularly Su Zhanpeng and Jiang Chudai, who were tormented by the uncertainty of their only son's fate. Father, it has been so long. Surely, Xiaobo has not encountered any mishap? After much hesitation, Su Zhanpeng finally spoke up. Su Bingtian shared their concern, his worries extending beyond his grandson, Xiaobo, to Chun Imo, who was the last hope of the Chun family. If anything were to happen to him, how would he face the deceased Chen Qishui? Chapter 44. Are we prepared? Su Bingtian suddenly felt a pang of regret for allowing Chun Mo to venture to the Gao family for the antidote. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Let's go to the Gao family and rescue him." The old patriarch's command left no room for dissent among the others. In an instant, the entire Su family sprang into action, rallying together to confront the Gao family. Su Xinjiao observed the unfolding situation with quiet delight and whispered to Wan Yuanqing, "It seems the Su family is truly preparing for battle against the Gao family." Yuanqing, who do you think will prevail? Wan Yuanqing pondered. In business competition, the Su family may stand an equal chance against the Gao family. However, in a test of martial prowess, the Su family is unlikely to match the Gao family. Especially in their own territory, defeat is inevitable. Su Xinjiao smirked. I didn't expect that young man to hold such a significant place in the old patriarch's heart. To save him, the entire Su family is risking it all. Nonetheless, this also presents a splendid opportunity for me. My people are already en route. Once the Su and Gao families engage in mutual destruction, I shall step in and reap the benefits. This is what one might call the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lurks behind. A flicker of malice crossed Su Xinjiao's eyes. Yuanqing, once this is all over, that Chen fellow must be left to me for handling. Wan Yuanqing nodded. Rest assured, you may deal with him as you wish. The Su family, emboldened and united, advanced towards the Gao family estate. Before long, they arrived at the entrance, only to find the premises eerily quiet, devoid of any movement. Su Zhanpeng furrowed his brow. How peculiar. There is not even a soul in sight at the Gao family's entrance. Due to the old patriarch's physical limitations, Su Zhanpeng was tasked with leading this operation. Little did he know that, following Chun Mo's earlier commotion, all members of the Gao family had been summoned, including the guards. Shall we charge in? One of his subordinates inquired. Su Zhanpeng hesitated. Charging in would mean a definitive declaration of war between the Su and Gao families, leaving no room for retreat. Jiang Chudai urged him, Zhanpeng, at this point, we cannot overthink it. Rescuing him is our priority. Su Zhanpeng nodded, steeling himself. Very well, let us all charge in together. But remember, our primary objective is to rescue him, not to engage the Gao family unless absolutely necessary. Once we've rescued Xiaobo, we shall retreat immediately. Father, do not forget about Chunimo, Su Muxin reminded him. Su Zhanpeng shot her a sharp glare. Had it not been for Chunimo, Xiaobo would not have found himself in such peril. Just then, someone shouted, Patriarch, someone is coming out. Su Zhanpeng's spirits lifted as he commanded, prepare for battle. Everyone focused intently on the Gao family's entrance. Under the dim light, two figures gradually emerged from within the estate, one tall and the other short, walking slowly while engaged in quiet conversation. Due to the poor lighting, the crowd could not discern their features. As the figures approached the entrance, Su Muxin recognized the taller one immediately. Chen Montak, it's Chun Mo. He maintained his usual composure, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding an air of nonchalance as if dismissing everyone around him. Such an aura was unique to Chun Mo. The shorter figure beside him was none other than Xiaobo. Su Muxin felt a rush of exhilaration. She had always believed in Chun Mo's ability to emerge unscathed, and he had not disappointed her. With a light step, she nearly rushed forward, but another figure dashed ahead of her, reaching the two before she could. Xiaobo, unable to contain herself, Jiang Chudai charged forward and embraced her son, seeing him safe and sound, and with no Gao family members in pursuit. Su Zhamping finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Father, mother, sister, why are you all here? Xiao Bo asked, puzzled by the throng surrounding them. You silly child. Of course, we came to rescue you. Jiang Chudai fussed over him, checking him as if fearful of losing even a scrap of him. Rescue me? I wasn't in any danger. What was there to rescue? As Xiao Bo began to recount his experiences inside, Su Zhamping interrupted, Enough, enough. We can discuss it later. By the way, did you obtain the antidote? What about the Gao family? Of course. With my brother-in-law's help, we secured the antidote, and the Gao family members are thoroughly intimidated. Xiao Bo replied, brimming with a sense of accomplishment as if all the credit was his. Su Zhamping shot him a disapproving glare. Silence. With your limited abilities, you intimidated the Gao family? Spare us the embarrassment. Chen Montak chuckled. Xiao Bo certainly performed admirably. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Indeed, the Gao family must have released him out of respect for Xiao Bo. Jiang Chudai eagerly chimed in, as if searching for a plausible explanation. In the distance, Su Xinjiao and Wan Yuanqing exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend how the two had emerged unscathed. Prior to the events surrounding the Su family, news had reached Wan Yuanqing that even the Hai family had mobilized their Dark Dragon Guards. How could Chen Mo and Su Bo emerge unscathed? In a flurry, he seized his phone to make contact, but received no response. Regardless of disbelief, the facts were now evident. Indeed, the Su family had triumphed this time. Just as the Su family was preparing to depart for home, Chen Mo's phone buzzed. It was a message from Yi Xiaowan. Brother Chen Mo, something serious has happened at home. When will you return? I am scared. Chen must full it instantly. He set down his phone and approached Su Mujin, handing her the antidote for Li Pisan. Su Mujin gazed at him in confusion. What is this? It's the antidote for Grandfather Su. I have something to attend to, so I must leave. Please take it back and ensure Grandfather takes it, Chen Mo replied. Su Mujin was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Mo to truly procure the antidote. Just as she stood in astonishment, Su Han stepped closer, whispering to her, I promised I wouldn't let you down. In 3 months, we'll be together. Are you prepared? Before Su Mujin could respond, Chen Mo had already turned to leave, leaving her standing there, heart racing and cheeks flushed. Chapter 45. Innocence of Yi Xiao Wan. Chen Mo assumed that Yi Xiao Wan was in danger, and after departing from the Hai family, he hastened to her residence. Upon his return, he was surprised to find Qiu Hiwei waiting at the door. Young Master Chen, Qiu Hiwei exclaimed upon seeing him, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Chen Mo ignored him and entered the room to find Yi Xiaowan. After a brief 2 minutes of inquiry, he grasped the situation. Previously, at the underground fighting arena, Chen Mo had placed a bet, but due to the incident involving Oda Hai, he had left without even collecting his winnings. Qiu Hiwei had come to deliver the money to Chen Mo. Yet Yi Xiaowan, perceiving Qiu Hiwei's fierce appearance, nearly called the police, mistaking him for a villain. Once Chen Mo understood the entire story, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. However, it was reasonable. Qiu Hiwei, with his constant presence in the underground fighting scene, indeed bore a fearsome visage. Moreover, it was entirely normal for Yi Xiaowan, a solitary girl, to be on high alert at home. And why couldn't he have chosen a more appropriate time to come? It was rather late to discuss money. Qiu Hiwei felt wronged. He had only just learned that Chen Mo was the future son-in-law of the Su family, and that even Su Luan had been rendered powerless by Chen Mo. The news that Su Zhanyi had been expelled from the family due to Chen Mo's actions left him utterly astonished. To someone like Qiu Hiwei, entrenched in the underground society, the Su family was a formidable force. Even Su Luan could wield power over him. Thus, when he heard that Chen Mo had broken Su Luan's ribs and that even Su Zhanyi could do nothing against him, he was truly taken aback. Realizing Chen Mo's strength, he understood that such a powerful ally was not to be overlooked. He had searched for Chen Mo everywhere, even visiting the Su family, but was turned away by the guards. Eventually, he learned of Yi Xiaowan's whereabouts from Milan Bar. All right, you can leave now, Chen Mo said, glancing at Qiu Hiwei. Qiu Hiwei set down a suitcase containing 2 million in cash, but hesitated to depart, as if he had something more to say. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Well, young Master Chen, I have a humble request. Spit it out. I wish to follow you in the future. Would you consider allowing it? Xiao Hiwei stated, bracing himself. Previously, Su Luan had been his backing, but now it was clear that aligning with Chun Mo was the wiser choice. Chun Mo frowned, initially inclined to refuse, but upon reconsideration, he realized that having an aide could prove beneficial, so he acquiesced. By the way, I want to purchase a house. Please help me find a suitable one. Brother Chun Mo, are you really going to buy a house? Yi Xiao Wan asked, her face lighting up with excitement after Xiao Hiwei's departure. Chun Mo ruffled her hair and smiled. It's not just me. It's for us. Have you forgotten what I said before? As long as I'm here, you will never suffer again. It must be said that Xiao Hiwei's efficiency was commendable. As he arrived early the next morning to take Chun Mo and Yi Xiao Wan to view properties. Throughout the morning, they visited several neighborhoods and viewed numerous houses. And eventually, Yi Xiao Wan found one she adored. The environment of the community was pleasant, the layout was excellent, with good light and airflow, and most importantly, it featured a spacious balcony. The only drawback was the high floor, 32 stories up. Standing at the balcony's edge, gazing at the stunning view, Yi Xiao Wan exclaimed, Brother Chun Mo, I still feel as though I'm dreaming. I never imagined I would own a house one day. Seeing her, Chun Mo felt a pang of compassion. Over the years, Yi Xiao Wan had endured much, juggling school and work to support herself, unaware of how much hardship she had faced. Rest assured, this will be your home from now on. No, this is our home. We must never be apart again, all right? Yi Xiao Wan looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chun Mo nodded. Yes, we will always be together. Let us make a pinky promise. She extended her pinky. Chun Mo smiled gently and intertwined his finger with hers. Pinky promise for 100 years. If anyone breaks it, they are a little dog. Watching Yi Xiao Wan's innocent demeanor, reminiscent of her childhood, Chun Mo felt a warmth spread within him. After completing the paperwork, he instructed Xiao Hiwei, by the way, keep an eye out for a villa as well, something with a yard and good privacy. Xiao Hiwei promptly noted this down. While Yi Xiao Wan was curious about Chun Mo's intention behind seeking a villa, she refrained from asking further. In her heart, she believed Chun Mo was destined for greatness. All she needed to do was quietly accompany him. Once all formalities were completed, Yi Xiao Wan returned to school, while Chun Mo visited the Su family once more. It was apparent that the elder Su was in high spirits today. He had taken the antidote brought back by Su Mujin the previous night, and upon Chun Mo's examination, it was evident that the toxins from Li Pisan had been largely eradicated. Nevertheless, Chun Mo prescribed a regimen for his health, assuring that with the elder Su's constitution, he could easily live another decade. The attitude of the Su family members toward Chun Mo had shifted. Although they were unaware of the events that transpired between Chun Mo and Su Bo at the Hai family, at the very least, he had successfully retrieved the antidote for Li Pisan. Father, the Chao family from Rongqing has arrived in Xuanqing today, seeking partners for a new energy project. What do you think? Su Zhanpeng inquired after Chun Mo had finished his examination. Su Bingtian waved his hand dismissively. Now that you are the head of the Su family, you can make decisions regarding the family business without consulting me. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Chao family from Rongqing. Wasn't that the family of Chao Hixian? What brought them to Xuanqing in search of partners? However, he merely felt a passing curiosity, not deeming it significant. At the Shihao Grand Hotel, security personnel stood at attention, and the staff wore even brighter smiles than usual. Chairman Gao Yiyuan, in high spirits, personally greeted guests at the entrance. Although Gao Yiyuan was not a member of the Hai family, he had built the Yida Group through his own efforts and had also made a name for himself in Xuanqing, amassing a fortune in the billions. Behind him stood other senior members of the hotel, along with a young man, Gao Shiyu, his son, who appeared visibly anxious. Today marked a rare opportunity for him. The Shihao Grand Hotel was a 5-star establishment owned by the Yida Group and was a crucial asset for the company. Today, the young master of the Chao family from Rongqing, Chao Heshuan, is set to meet representatives from various prominent families and enterprises of Xuanqing at the Shihou Hotel to discuss potential collaborations. This occasion presents an extraordinary opportunity not only for the Shihou Hotel, but also for the Yida Group. Chapter 46, The Best Choice. The Chao family of Rongqing is indeed a prestigious lineage. Even the 4 great families of Xuanqing are of a lesser echelon in comparison. Establishing a connection with the young master of the Chao family could yield unimaginable benefits, not only for Gao Xiao, but for the entire Yida Group. Furthermore, Representatives from Xuanqing's elite families are expected to attend, leaving no room for Gao Xiu to underestimate the event. Just moments ago, Gao Qixing, the head of the Gao family, made a personal appearance. Despite sharing the same surname, Gao Yiyuan found himself deferential before Gao Qixing, who seemed disinclined to even acknowledge him. This stark contrast left Gao Xiu reflecting on the vast gulf separating him from the young master of the Chao family, as the esteemed families of Xuanqing regarded him with indifference. As Gao Xiu pondered this disparity, another luxury vehicle pulled up at the hotel entrance. Upon glancing at the license plate, he felt an inkling of familiarity. Meanwhile, Gao Yiyuan hurriedly approached the car, personally opening the door. The sight of the individual stepping out left Gao Xiu astounded. It was none other than Su Zhanting, the patriarch of the Su family, who had come in person. "Welcome, welcome." Gao Yiyuan beamed, extending his hand. Su Zhanting exchanged a brief handshake and replied nonchalantly, "No need for such formality. This is my son, Gao Xiu, who is currently in charge of the Shihou Hotel. He is primarily responsible for today's meeting," Gao Yiyuan introduced, making a point to present Gao Xiu. "Hello, Su Uncle." Gao Xiu quickly greeted. "It's a pleasure to have you at the Shihou Hotel. I am a friend of Mujin." Su Zhanting cast a glance at Gao Xiu, recalling that his daughter Su Mujin had mentioned him, albeit in a less than favorable light. Thus, he did not invest much thought into the encounter, merely nodding politely. Nevertheless, Gao Xiu felt a mix of astonishment and joy. "Su Uncle, I have prepared a VIP room for you. Allow me to escort you to rest for a moment." Su Zhanting frowned, glancing at the time, and said, "No need for rest. My appointment with young Master Chao is imminent. Please take me directly to him." Gao Yiyuan appeared troubled and explained, "I apologize, Su Patriarch, but you may need to wait a while." "Why is that?" "Su Fanteninke, visibly displeased." Gao Yiyuan hastily clarified. "The representatives from Zhongzhou who are meeting with young Master Chao have yet to emerge. The head of the Gao family arrived even earlier and is currently waiting as well." Su Zhanting was taken aback. Gao Qixing was also present. He had initially assumed he was the only patriarch making an appearance. The realization that representatives from Zhongzhou had come left him concerned. "Which family is represented?" "The Wan family." "The Wan family?" Su Zhanting's surprise deepened, prompting him to ask, "Who from the Wan family is here?" "Wan Zihong, Su Patriarch. You weren't aware?" Gao Yiyuan expressed his astonishment, as the Wan and Gao families were indeed related by marriage. Su Zhanting furrowed his brow. It was unexpected that the Wan family would send representatives to negotiate with the Chao family without prior notice. Had he been informed beforehand, a joint approach could have solidified their collaboration with the Chao family. Now, it seemed the Wan family was unwilling to assist the Su family, appearing to be allies on the surface while undermining them behind their backs. This felt exceedingly inappropriate to Su Zhanting, who inwardly seethed, though his exterior remained composed as he chuckled. "In that case, let them converse first. I shall catch up with Gao Qixing." "Very well. Please follow me, Su Patriarch." Gao Yiyuan guided Su Zhanting toward the VIP room where Gao Qixing was resting. Upon seeing Su Zhanting's uninvited presence, Gao Qixing's expression shifted. "Su, have you come to the wrong place? What brings you here?" Su Zhanting responded with a cold smile. "It has been some time since I last saw you, Gao Qixing. I thought it a good opportunity to catch up. Is it that you have a guilty conscience?" Gao Qixing's demeanor immediately cooled. Gao Yiyuan sensed the tension escalating between them, fully aware that the Gao and Su families had always been at odds and never anticipated it would reach such a level. However, allowing the situation to escalate would be detrimental to the Shihou Hotel and Yida Group. He quickly interjected, "It is rare for both family heads to be here. I suspect young Master Chao will take some time. How about I arrange some activities to pass the time?" "No need." Gao Qixing rose abruptly, casting a deep glance at Su Zhanting. "Since Su Patriarch has graced us with his presence, I shall not wait any longer. From now on, wherever the Su family appears, the Gao family shall graciously withdraw." With that, he exited the room without a backward glance, leaving Su Zhanting standing in bewilderment. Gao Qixing had conceded? How could that be? What was happening? Su Zhanting recalled some remarks made by Su Bo upon his return the previous evening, initially dismissing them as youthful bravado. Could it be that Su Bo had spoken the truth? Gao Yiyuan was equally astonished. The Gao and Su families were evenly matched, often at loggerheads. Why had Gao Qixing chosen to back down today, even declaring a retreat from the Su family? Was there a shift in the dynamics of Xuanqing? After another hour, Chao Huan finally met with Su Zhanting. Su Zhanting had come well prepared, with an extensive project proposal and enticing collaboration terms. Believing that his status as the head of the Su family would surely impress the Chao family. However, Chao Huan interrupted Su Zhanting after only a few remarks. I sincerely appreciate your presence for this collaboration discussion, but I believe we should conclude our meeting here for today. Although Chao Huan's words were polite, Su Zhanting could easily discern the underlying message of dismissal. Stunned, he quickly pressed on. Young Master Chao, please wait. I still have much to convey. No need, su patriarch. I have perused your collaboration proposal and found that, compared to other families, your offerings lack a distinct advantage, especially the Wan family, whose terms are quite compelling. Su Zhanting's expression darkened. Young Master Chao, while the Wan family indeed possesses greater overall strength, we are in Xuanqing. Surely, you are aware that the Su family is the most influential family here. Collaborating with us would be your wisest choice. Chapter 47. Let the son-in-law come. Upon hearing Su Zhanting's words, Chao Huan smiled faintly. I once shared that sentiment, but my experience in Xuanqing has revealed that the current state of the Su family may not align with what you have described. Furthermore, the Wan family's overall strength surpasses that of the Su family, and since they are allied with you, a partnership with them would also benefit the Su family. Su Zhanting's countenance darkened further. Yet, he was reluctant to concede defeat and aimed to negotiate further. Young Master Chao, regarding this collaboration, the Su family is genuinely earnest. Before Su Zhanting could finish, Chao Huan interjected, I can indeed sense your sincerity, Su Patriarch. How about this? Please return and revise your proposal. However, I feel there's a disconnect in our discussions. It may be best for you to send a different representative next time. A different representative? Su Zhanting was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Did it imply that he was inadequate? The esteemed head of the Su family had personally come to discuss cooperation, granting Chao Huan considerable respect. Yet he found it astonishing that Chao would express disdain. However, for the sake of the Su family's interests, he ultimately chose to endure the slight. Who did Chao Xiao wish to send for the negotiations? It was natural for young people to communicate with one another, and he had heard that the Su family had recently acquired a son-in-law. Why not invite him? A son-in-law? Sending the son-in-law to negotiate? Su Zhanting was even more bewildered. He returned to the Su family, seething with frustration, and slammed the contract onto the table. Upon seeing Su Zhanting's expression, Jiang Chudai immediately sensed that the negotiations had not gone well and hastily offered comfort. What happened, Zhanting? Did it not succeed? It's just a single opportunity. There will be more in the future. Su Zhanting gritted his teeth. It's not merely that the contract fell through. That Chao Xiao actually looked down on me and suggested sending someone else to negotiate. How outrageous! Someone else? Jiang Chudai inquired curiously. Who? Does he expect the old master to negotiate on his behalf? This Chao family is truly lacking in gratitude, regardless of their power. He is merely a young master of the Chao family, attempting to equate himself with our patriarch. It is utterly preposterous. No, he is not suggesting the old master go. He mentioned sending the Su family's son-in-law instead. Is this not an affront to my dignity? Su Zhanting was incensed at the mere thought. Such humiliation was intolerable. A name flickered in Jiang Chudai's mind, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Did he imply he wanted to negotiate with the Su family's son-in-law? What son-in-law could possibly represent the Su family? Su Zhanting exclaimed angrily, taking a deep breath before adding, forget it. I will consult with the old master. The patriarch, Su Laozhong, was equally perplexed, unable to decipher Chao Huan's intentions. However, given the precarious state of the Su family's affairs, the collaboration with the Chao family presented a rare opportunity that could not be squandered. For the sake of the Su family's welfare, even if it seemed unreasonable, they had to make an attempt. So, who do you think would be suitable to send, Zhanting? Su Laozhong posed a question to Su Zhanting. Su Zhanting replied, currently, the only viable candidates from our family are my elder brother-in-law, Wan Qianqing, and my younger brother-in-law, Peng Zhe. The Peng family is based in Rongqing. Could it be that Chao Xiao is referring to my brother-in-law, Peng Zhe? Su Laozhong concurred, very well. You should summon Peng Zhe and revise the cooperation proposal. If we can secure the partnership, even if it means conceding some profit, it is a worthwhile endeavor. If Peng Zhe is unsuitable, we can consider Wan Qianqing next. At that moment, Wang Xinrong interjected, Old Master, have you considered that the son-in-law Xiao mentioned might refer to someone else? Who? Su Bingtian and Su Zhangping looked at Wang Xinrong with curiosity. Chen Montauk, impossible. Su Zhangping immediately refuted. He is not even a son-in-law of the Su family at present. Moreover, how could Xiao Xiao have any connection with Chen Mo? Su Bingtian frowned in contemplation. Indeed, as Su Zhangping had pointed out, Chen Mo was not technically a son-in-law of the Su family. So how could Xiao Heshuan possibly know of him? Although Chen Mo possessed certain talents, he had never ventured into the realm of business, and given the gravity of this collaboration, it warranted careful consideration. After much deliberation, Su Bingtian ultimately resolved to proceed with the original plan and allow Peng Zhe to take a shot at it. At the entrance of the Shanghai Hotel, Gao Yuan observed another luxury vehicle approaching and promptly went to greet the arrival. It was none other than Peng Zhe. With an air of self-importance, Peng Zhe strutted in, hardly deigning to acknowledge Gao Yuan, and commanded, "Where's Xiao Xiao? Take me to see him." Gao Yuan felt irked but could only nod and escort Peng Zhe to the room where Xiao Heshuan awaited. Upon returning, Gao Xiu inquired, "Dad, why is the Duan family from Rongqing here as well?" Duan Zhe has come on behalf of the Su family. Apparently because Xiao Xiao specifically requested to negotiate with the Su family son-in-law. Gao Xiu's curiosity piqued. Does Xiao Xiao truly believe that the head of the Su family holds less weight than a mere son-in-law? Gao Yuan found it somewhat absurd as well. But lacking insight into the underlying circumstances, he refrained from making further comments. Less than 2 minutes passed before Duan Zhe emerged with a glum expression. Having not even been granted an audience with Xiao Heshuan, he appeared utterly transformed from the confident demeanor he had displayed upon entering, now resembling a defeated rooster. Head bowed and face sullen. Shortly after Duan Zhe returned to the Su family estate, Wan Qianqing arrived to represent the Su family. His reception was slightly better than Duan Zhe's, but Xiao Heshuan merely uttered a single phrase before dismissing him. "Apologies, Mr. Wan, but you're not the person I am expecting. Please relay to the head of the Su family that if there are no other sons-in-law from the Su family, there is no need to continue discussions." These were Xiao Heshuan's exact words. Upon returning to the Su family villa, Wan Qianqing conveyed this message verbatim to Su Bingtian. "Old master, I genuinely wish to assist the Su family. Yet this is the direct message from Xiao Xiao. I am truly powerless in this matter." Despite his words, Wan Qianqing's heart was alight with joy. The absence of opportunity for the Su family meant that the collaboration would likely fall into the hands of the Wan family. Su Zhangping's heart sank into despair, realizing that Xiao Heshuan had clearly resolved to reject him, merely masking the refusal with a semblance of respect by suggesting the alternative. Su Bingtian sighed deeply as well. Though the Chao family reigned supreme in Rongqing, they may not wield as much influence in Xuanqing. "Old master, could it be that Xiao Xiao genuinely meant Chen Mo? Are you truly not considering letting him try?" Wang Xinrong interjected once more. Chapter 48. Acknowledging mistakes. Duan Zhe and Wan Qianqing were both taken aback. That Chen fellow? When did he become a son-in-law of the Su family? What qualifies him to represent us? Wan Qianqing scoffed. Duan Zhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Xiao specifically mentioned wanting to negotiate with the Su family son-in-law. Chen Mo has yet to marry Mu Jin, so how can he be deemed a son-in-law? Su Zhangping voiced his disapproval as well. "No, this is absolutely unacceptable. The crux is that Chen Mo has no experience in this domain. Would he even know how to negotiate? Sending him would be a futile endeavor." After a prolonged silence, Su Bingtian finally declared, "Let him give it a try. A dead horse may serve as a live one. What if it works? Zhangping, please call Chen Mo." Just then, Chen Mo had received news from Chiu Hui, indicating that a suitable villa had been located, and he was preparing to head over. Just as he was about to depart, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he found it was a call from Su Zhangping, and he wondered why Su Zhangping was reaching out to him. When Su Zhangping requested that Chen Mo represent the Su family in the negotiations, Chen Mo declined on the spot. "Uncle Su, I know nothing about business. I cannot represent the Su family in negotiations. You should find someone else." Su Zhangping implored. "Chen Mo, this collaboration is of utmost importance to our Su family. Please do us this favor." Intrigued, Chen Mo pondered what kind of collaboration was significant enough to elicit such a plea from Su Zhangping. "With which family are you negotiating?" "The Chao family from Xuanqing." Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Mo, and he ultimately acquiesced. After hanging up, he set off for the Shanghai Hotel. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was promptly stopped by security. This scene caught Gao Xiu's attention, and feeling a sense of deja vu, he approached to inquire. What's going on? The security guard quickly explained, Gao Xiao. This young man claims to represent the Su family in negotiations with Cao Xiao, but he doesn't look the part, so I stopped him. Representing the Su family? Gao Xiao scrutinized Chen Mo for a moment, suddenly recalling the incident that had transpired at the Milan bar. With a cold smirk, he remarked, Isn't this the lad who was with the escort at the bar that night? What brings you here? Do you truly think you can represent the Su family? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, feeling little inclination to engage with such a trivial character. Yes, you. I am indeed here on behalf of the Su family to discuss a collaboration with the Chao family. Do take a good look at yourself. Cao Xiao is not someone you can simply approach at will. If you wish to ingratiate yourself with him, at least find a credible excuse. Gao Xiao scoffed disdainfully. He himself lacked the qualifications to meet Chao Heshuan, let alone Chen Mo, growing increasingly impatient. Chen Mo retorted, What is this? Is this not a hotel? Are you truly going to drive out the guests? Yet Gao Xiao replied, This hotel serves the public, but we certainly do not welcome someone of your ilk. Not everyone can afford to stay in a 5-star hotel. With that, he turned to the nearby security guard, barking, Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and escort him out. If he disturbs Cao Xiao, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Did you hear that? You'd best leave quickly instead of lingering here. Do you want me to throw you out? The security guard advanced towards Chen Mo with a calm smile. Chen Mo replied, Very well, but you do well not to come begging me later. Having said this, he turned and walked away, only to be met with Gao Xiao's arrogant laughter behind him. Begging to come in? Impossible. You watch closely. If this brat tries to sneak in, deal with him directly. Rest assured, young Master Gao. The security guard acknowledged, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo's retreating figure as if guarding against a thief. Knowing he had committed to this task, surrendering so easily was not in Chen Mo's character. After walking a sufficient distance, Chen Mo took out his phone and dialed Xiao Hui. Chen Xiao, what can I do for you? Do you have Cao Heshuan's contact information in Shuancheng? Yes. Please reach out to him and say after a brief exchange, Chen Mo hung up and awaited outside the hotel. Throughout this time, Gao Xiao lounged on a sofa in the hotel lobby, watching Chen Mo with a mocking expression. Moments later, the intercom crackled to life. Chen Xiao, Cao Xiao is coming down. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiao jolted upright, hurriedly straightening his clothes as he rushed towards the elevator. As the doors opened, Cao Heshuan emerged in a hurry. Cao Xiao. Gao Xiao bowed and greeted him. Yet Cao Heshuan didn't even glance his way, bypassing him and sprinting outside. This left Gao Xiao momentarily stunned, and as he regained his composure, he hurried after him, puzzled as to why Cao Heshuan was in such a rush. Upon exiting the hotel, Cao Heshuan spotted Chen Mo standing not far away, and he let out a relieved sigh. Approaching Chen Mo, he smiled. I've finally found you. It's not easy to catch you these days. Chen Mo turned to Cao Heshuan and responded with a smile. How could I possibly compare to you? Cao Xiao, I wanted to see you, but they wouldn't let me in, so I had no choice but to wait here. Cao Heshuan was taken aback, then sternly declared, How dare they block my friend? This is utterly unacceptable. Come, I'll take you inside. Let us see who dares stop us. He pulled Chen Mo toward the hotel, but Chen Mo halted him, saying, No need, I find this place quite agreeable. Let us stay here. Cao Heshuan glanced back at the hotel as if understanding something, then chuckled and casually found a spot to sit on the ground. Chen Mo joined him. The members of the Chao family, witnessing their young master's decision, stood by silently, creating a rather peculiar scene outside the Shanghai Grand Hotel. Two young men sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a throng of impeccably dressed, successful individuals. This sight left Gao Xiao utterly dumbfounded, rooted at the hotel entrance, unsure whether to advance or retreat. He hadn't anticipated that the boy he had just dismissed so casually truly knew Cao Heshuan, and they appeared quite familiar with one another. The hotel staff stood behind Gao Xiao, equally uncertain of how to proceed. Young Master Gao, what should we do now? Gao Xiao's mind was still echoing Chen Mo's earlier words. You'd best not come begging me later. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply. Though he was loath to do so, he realized he must bow his head and admit his mistake. Offending Chen Mo was akin to offending Cao Heshuan, and incurring the wrath of Cao Heshuan would mean offending the entire Chao family of Shuancheng, as well as every clan here to negotiate with him. If he failed to handle this situation appropriately, Gao Yun would likely strip him of his skin. Chapter 49. Ordering takeout at the hotel entrance. Chow Xiao. As dinner time approaches, our hotel has prepared a lavish feast for everyone. Shall we proceed to the banquet hall? Gao Xiao approached Chen Mo and Chao Heshuan. Forcing a smile, Chao Heshuan glanced at Chen Mo, who showed no reaction. Coupled with Chen Mo's previous remarks, he quickly grasped Chen Mo's intent. He couldn't help but look at Gao Xiao, wanting to see just how foolish this imbecile was to dare reject Chen Mo. Under Chao Heshuan's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Xiao began to sweat profusely. Chao Xiao. Chun Gao Xiao pressed his lips together and continued, Mr. Chun, the light outside is poor. It's better for the two of you to discuss matters inside the hotel. Chun Mo lifted his gaze to the glaring, illuminated sign above the hotel. A cold smile playing on his lips. This is a 5-star hotel. What right do I have to enter? What if I am thrown out? Gao Xiao's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly replied, I apologize, Chen Xiao. My previous oversight was due to my ignorance. I did not realize you and Chao Xiao were acquainted. Enough. I cannot bear such a burden. Chen Mo interrupted. Moreover, I find the setting quite suitable. Don't you agree, Chao Xiao? Chao Heshuan chuckled. If Chen Xiao says it's good, then it must indeed be so. Gao Xiao was utterly flabbergasted. Chao Heshuan's demeanor clearly indicated he wished to vindicate Chen Mo, and their relationship appeared far from ordinary. This was a man who had shown no regard for the head of the Su family, yet treated Chen Mo with such respect. Who exactly was this fellow? At that moment, Gao Xiao regretted not investigating Chen Mo's true identity and treating him with such disdain. Now, he found himself in a predicament of his own making. Meanwhile, news of the incident at the hotel entrance reached Gao Yun, who was furious enough to wish he could strangle Gao Xiao. To ensure a flawless reception for Chao Heshuan, he had personally come to the hotel to oversee the arrangements, fearing any oversight. As dusk approached, he had believed the day would conclude smoothly, with just the banquet to finalize. However, he never anticipated that trouble would arise, especially from his own son. Without even waiting for the elevator, Gao Yun dashed down the stairs. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he delivered a resounding slap to Gao Xiao's face before turning to Chao Heshuan and Chen Mo, saying, Chao Xiao, I sincerely apologize for my failure to discipline my son, resulting in this impertinence towards your friend. The banquet is ready. Let us proceed inside. Chao Heshuan remained silent, instead turning to Chen Mo and asking, Chen Xiao, shall we go inside to dine? After a long day, I am indeed a bit hungry. Hearing this, Gao Yun felt a weight lift from his chest. As long as Chao Heshuan was willing to return to the hotel, everything would be manageable. Gao Xiao too quietly sighed in relief. However, Chen Mo replied, we can eat anywhere. I find this place quite pleasant. Just have the food brought here. Gao Yun's brows knitted tightly, and he quickly interjected, This is not appropriate. Chao Heshuan chuckled, saying, Since Mr. Chen insists on dining here, let us do so. I have never experienced the sensation of dining at the entrance of a hotel. At this moment, Gao Yun's expression was more dismal than that of a bitter melon. Chen Mo interjected, What? Is that not permissible? If not, we can simply order takeout. Very well, let us order takeout. Chao Heshuan nodded in agreement. Gao Yun, already terrified, quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, gentlemen, there is no need to order takeout. I shall arrange for the dishes to be brought here immediately. He was genuinely frightened. The esteemed member of the Chao family from Xuanqing sitting at the entrance of the Shui Hotel ordering takeout? If word of this got out, the Shui Hotel might as well close its doors tomorrow. Consequently, Gao Yun hurriedly descended to make arrangements, ensuring that tables, chairs, and exquisite dishes were brought to the entrance of the hotel, maintaining the highest standards even in this setting. He even took the time to call the Su family. Having realized that all the tensions of the day centered around Chen Mo, only by alleviating Chen Mo's grievances could the matter be resolved. Chen Mo was said to represent the Su family. Whether this was true or not, it was only proper to inform them. Soon, the entrance of the hotel was beautifully arranged with a long dining table adorned with meticulously prepared dishes and lit candles, creating an ambience that rivaled that of the interior of the hotel. Once everything was set, Gao Yun approached Chao Heshuan and Chen Mo to invite them to dine. However, the two continued their jovial conversation, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Gao Yun glanced back at Gao Xiao, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Kneel. Huh? Gao Xiao was taken aback. thinking he must have misheard. You ungrateful wretch. All of this is because of you. Hurry and kneel to apologize to the two young masters. Gao Yiyuan reprimanded sternly. Dad! Gao Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, never expecting his father, who had always doted on him, to treat him in such a manner today. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice. Offending the Chao family and the prominent families of Xuanqing would leave them with no place to stand. Were it not for the fact that Gao Xiao was his only son, Gao Yiyuan might have wished to strangle him. Though Gao Xiao was unwilling, under his father's icy gaze, he ultimately knelt in humiliation. Young Master Chao, young Master Chun, I was in the wrong. I apologize to you both. Chao Xuan turned his gaze toward Chun Mo. The insignificant Yida group was of no concern to him. What mattered was Chun Mo's attitude. Should Chun Mo be dissatisfied, he would not hesitate to obliterate the entire Yida group. Chun Mo glanced at the kneeling Gao Xiao before speaking. Since you were so sincere, let us dine. One should know when to stop. Since Gao Xiao had received his due lesson and punishment, it was best to let him off the hook for now. With that, Chun Mo rose and walked toward the dining table. Upon witnessing this, Gao Yiyuan released a long sigh of relief. Chao Huan offered a faint smile and also took a seat beside Chun Mo. The last time at the underground boxing arena, Chun Mo's prowess had left him astounded. A master of his caliber was revered wherever he went. If he could cultivate a relationship with Chun Mo, the position of head of the Chao family might well be within his grasp. Thus, upon arriving in Xuanqing, Chao Huan's foremost objective was to find Chun Mo. After a few bites of food, Chun Mo suddenly asked Chao Huan, "Why did you specifically request that I represent the Su family for this collaboration?" Such an approach diminishes the dignity of the head of the Su family. Chao Huan chuckled. "Ah, this was merely a means to meet you. Lacking your contact information, I devised this plan. However, it also serves as a test for the Su family. Should they lack patience or fail to summon you, then I see no reason to cooperate with them. As for the head of the Su family's dignity, what concern is that of mine?" At this juncture, Chao Huan abruptly halted, then slapped his forehead with a laugh. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot that the head of the Su family is your future father-in-law. I wonder if Miss Su will have you sleep on the couch?" Chun Mo shot him a glare. "We haven't even established anything yet, so refrain from speaking carelessly. Now, let us eat quickly, and afterward we shall visit the Su family." Chao Huan was taken aback. "Is it really appropriate to go at this late hour? Can't we go tomorrow? If we delay until tomorrow, I fear the Su family will be unable to sleep tonight. Since I have promised them, I must see it through to the end. Moreover, the elder Su is a decent man. I cannot let him down. Additionally, I have other matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot afford to waste time." "Very well." Chao Huan dropped his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, stating, "However, I must say this in advance. According to my investigation, the Su group's recent circumstances are not favorable. If they cannot adjust promptly, I may still opt to collaborate with another family. After all, I represent the Chao family and must prioritize its interests." Chun Mo nodded. "That is only natural. I am no expert in business matters. You should negotiate with the Su family as you see fit, without concern for me." Previously, the Su group had suffered greatly due to the elder Su's health issues and the Gao family's interference. Now that Chun Mo had resolved these problems, it would not be long before the Su group recovered. Chao Huan looked astonished. "So, young Master Chun, you do not intend to participate in this collaboration?" Chun Mo shook his head. "I have no experience in business. Why should I involve myself? Understanding business is not strictly necessary. A true leader merely needs to grasp the overarching direction and know how to utilize talent," Chao Huan remarked. Chun Mo smiled. "That may be easy for families like yours. But as a solitary individual without funds or connections, where would I seek assistance? Brother Chun, you underestimate yourself. With your capabilities, such challenges are hardly daunting. Moreover, if you truly have such aspirations, I can recommend someone, a prodigy in the business world. Even my father speaks highly of him. You would truly be willing to recommend someone like that to me?" Chun Mo was skeptical. Chao Huan explained. "His name is Zhou Quan, once a renowned figure in the business circles of Zhongzhou. Unfortunately, he later offended a powerful figure, leading to his family's downfall. By chance, my father saved his life. Yet he has remained a mere layabout due to my father's reluctance to employ him." Chun Mo inquired, "What powerful figure could intimidate even your Chao family?" "It's not about fear. It would simply be unwise to offend someone over a single talent," Chao Huan replied. Chun Mo retorted, "So it would be advantageous for me? With your abilities, I doubt anyone in Jiangzhou would dare to provoke you. You need only avoid seeking trouble with others. Thus, after much consideration, I believe only you would be bold enough to employ Zhou Quan. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before responding. Let me think this over for now. Very well. As night fell, the Su family villa area remained brightly lit, the illumination even more splendid than before. When Chen Mo and Chao Hushuan arrived at the Su family villa, nearly all key members of the Su family were present, alongside Elder Su and Su Zhanpeng, who greeted them at the entrance. Su Zhanpeng's previous despondency had vanished, replaced by a beaming expression. Initially, he had thought the collaboration with the Chao family was doomed, and had only agreed to Elder Su's suggestion to invite Chen Mo as a last-ditch effort. To his astonishment, the situation had turned around completely. Furthermore, Gao Yuan had called earlier to report that Chen Mo and Chao Hushuan were enjoying a fruitful conversation, fostering a close relationship. This news filled Su Zhanpeng with delight, prompting him to summon the Su family members to announce the good tidings. Amidst the crowd, Peng Zhe's expression appeared somewhat grim. Previously, when he went to meet Chao Hushuan refused even to acknowledge him. As a result, upon Chen Mo's arrival, he directly invited the man to the Su family residence, which left him in a rather embarrassing position. Wang Yuanqing's expression also darkened considerably. Beside him, Su Xinjiao could not help but whisper, "What is happening? Did you not say that young Master Chao had already reached an agreement with Zihong?" It seemed that some unforeseen circumstances had arisen, and it must be that Chen Mo had employed some underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Wang Yuanqing spat with bitterness. Whenever Chen Mo's name was mentioned, Su Xinjiao felt a surge of anger, wishing she could eliminate him at once. However, how could a mere impoverished country boy possess any real ability? Do not underestimate him. I have already inquired. Gao Qixing publicly declared before all the Gao family members that wherever the Su family is present, the Gao family shall make a retreat. Do you think he would say such a thing without reason? Su Xinjiao was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. Are you suggesting that this matter is related to that Chen Mo? Wang Yuanqing nodded. Furthermore, I have just received news indicating that Chen Mo's relationship with Chao Hushuan is also quite significant. Thus, I suspect that Chen Mo might have been secretly bought off by the Chao family in advance. And this so-called collaboration is merely a plot devised by the Chao family to swallow the Su family whole. Yet even if the Chao family is formidable, this is still Xuanqing. How could they possibly consume the Su family? Su Xingxiao frowneth. Perhaps it was previously impossible, but now with Chen Mo as an insider? She glanced at Chen Mo, who was descending from the vehicle alongside Chao Hushuan, and hastily inquired, "What shall we do about our plan?" "Of course, we shall proceed." Wang Yuanqing replied with a faint smile, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. "By the way, make sure to inform your ineffectual brother about this matter. Such a significant event cannot be unknown to the eldest son of the Su family." As Chao Hushuan and Chen Mo stepped out of the car, Su Zhanpeng and the members of the Su family gathered around them. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Zhanpeng began to introduce the members of the Su family one by one. Upon reaching Su Mujin, Chao Hushuan's eyes lit up. "This must be Brother Chen's fiancée, indeed a match made in heaven," he exclaimed, laughter echoing. Chen Montauk was momentarily speechless, yet he gradually became accustomed to Chao Hushuan's personality. However, the members of the Su family frowned at his words, recalling Chen Mo's prior remarks in front of them, which made their expressions somewhat uncomfortable. Su Mujin offered a polite smile, responding, "You flatter me, young Master Chao." After delivering Chao Hushuan to the Su family, Chen Mo took his leave, reasoning that he would be of no assistance in the ensuing matters and that it would be better to return home for a rest. The next morning, Qiu Hui brought Chen Mo to a villa located in the northern outskirts of Xuanqing. This villa had been constructed nearly a decade ago, featuring a private courtyard, ensuring tranquility amidst a pleasant environment, aside from its somewhat inconvenient location. At the villa entrance, a young real estate agent awaited them eagerly. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Qiu Hui approach, he rushed over with a broad smile. "Good day, sir. I am Hao Tong, a top agent from Tianluo Real Estate." "Enough with the pleasantries. Lead us to the property," Qiu Hui interrupted, urging him on. Only then did Hao Tong produce the keys and unlock the villa's door. As soon as the door swung open, a wave of cold air rushed out, sending a chill through the air. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, but noticed nothing else amiss. "What's going on?" Why is it so cold inside? Xiao Hui inquired. Oh, it's been unoccupied for quite some time, so some dampness and chill are inevitable. Hao Tong stammered in explanation. Xiao Hui detected the agent's evasion and immediately rebuked. You're not hiding anything from us, are you? Of course not. I mentioned yesterday that this property is entrusted to our agency. However, the price is too high and the location slightly off, which is why it has not been rented out. Hao Tong said with a smile. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Let us not waste time. We'll take a look inside first. He stepped in ahead. The villa's courtyard was spacious, yet overgrown with weeds due to neglect. Though labeled as a villa, it was constructed in the style of an ancient courtyard, with 2 side rooms flanking the main house. The agent rambled on enthusiastically about the property's features, first leading them through the side rooms before finally opening the door to the main house. As the door opened, another gust of cold air hit them, causing Xiao Hui to shiver, nearly cursing aloud, but managed to restrain himself upon noticing Chen Mo beside him. The living room was furnished, yet a layer of dust covered everything, likely due to a lack of maintenance. After exploring the first floor, they ascended to the second floor, which was in a similar state of disrepair, also covered in dust. After completing their tour of the villa, they returned to the courtyard. The agent asked, so, what do you think? This villa has commendable conditions in all aspects. If you're interested, I can have someone come over to clean it up right away. If not, I can show you other options. Chen Mo waved his hand again. That will do. We want this one. Let us sign the contract. Are you serious, young Master Chen? Xiao Hui looked at him in astonishment. He felt that while the property met Chen Mo's criteria, something fell off about it. Chen Mo smiled. I'm most certainly serious. Hao Tong's expression brightened. Great. Let me take you to sign the contract. But I must inform you that the landlord requires a minimum 1-year contract, and there will be no refunds even if you do not stay for the entire year. Understood. Chen Mo nodded. The paperwork was completed swiftly, and the keys to the villa were handed over to Chen Mo. He tossed them to Xiao Hui, instructing him to arrange for cleaning and to procure some necessities. On the way back, after much hesitation, Xiao Hui finally asked young Master Chen, do you not think there's something off about that property? Chen Mo smiled lightly. What could possibly be wrong? I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels ominous inside. Could there be ghosts? What is there to fear from ghosts? The property meets all my requirements. I see no reason to squander time. Chen Mo replied casually, by the way, come back with me to the villa tonight. Why go back tonight? Xiao Hui asked curiously. Didn't you say the villa has ghosts? I'm taking you ghost hunting. At that moment, at Xuanqing International Airport, a plane from Japan landed smoothly. A young man in his 20s disembarked, his features striking, yet his brow bore a hint of menace. He moved swiftly through the crowd like a phantom, and before long, he exited the airport and boarded a taxi heading towards the Su family residence. Just as Su Xinjiao stepped outside, she encountered a young man in black. When she recognized his face, she gasped, Suja, when did you return? I came back to investigate as one of my seniors encountered trouble in Huagua, he replied. Aunt, where are you headed? Su Xinjiao sighed. Where else? To see your father and brother. Suja looked puzzled. See them? Aren't they at home? Or has something happened? Do you not know? Your father and brother have both been expelled from the Su family by the old man, and your brother has had 3 ribs broken. He is still bedridden. Suja's expression changed dramatically as he angrily demanded, who did this? This tale is quite lengthy, so allow me to guide you to their residence while I share the story. A few minutes later, under Su Xinjiao's guidance, Suja finally located the dwelling of Su Zhanya and Su Lin, simultaneously uncovering the recent turmoil that had befallen the Su family. Upon hearing this, Suja's expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chen Mo, is it? How dare you harm my father and injure my elder brother? I shall not let you escape unscathed. And that old wretch Su Bingtian, to have expelled us from the Su family, I will ensure you pay the price you deserve. As evening approached, Xiao Hui arrived punctually to fetch Chen Mo as per his instructions. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Xiao Hui immediately remarked, indeed, that house has issues. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and inquired, what kind of issues? It's haunted. I learned that several individuals previously rented that villa, but all vacated after just 2 days. It is said to contain unclean spirits, and there have even been fatalities. Damned intermediary. How could he dupe even me? I shall see to it that he pays dearly. Xiao Hui seethed with anger. Having navigated the underworld of Xian City for so long. It was the first time someone dared to trample upon his pride. It was one thing to bully him, but to target Chun Mo as well was intolerable. This was his first task for Chun Mo, and such an upheaval had tarnished his reputation. Chun Mo chuckled. "No need to worry. I shall help you exorcise the spirits." Chapter 52. The bait before the sun dipped below the horizon. Chun Mo and Chiu Hui returned to the villa. Upon opening the door, the yard appeared significantly tidier compared to the morning. It seemed how Tong had indeed arranged for a thorough cleaning, and the house was now stocked with an array of daily necessities, ready for occupancy. Chun Mo paced around the yard before summoning Chiu Hui to the second floor. With curiosity etched upon his face, Chiu Hui queried, "Chun Xiao, how shall we exorcise the spirit?" "Not we, but you," Chun Mo replied with a mischievous glint. "Me? But Chun Xiao, I lack courage. Please don't jest," Chiu Hui exclaimed, his face a portrait of dread. Chun Mo scolded, "Look at you, so spineless. All I need is for you to draw it out. I will handle the rest. Besides, have you ever encountered a genuine ghost?" Reassured by Chun Mo's confidence, Chiu Hui steadied himself. Having witnessed countless life-and-death encounters in the underground boxing ring, he possessed a fair measure of bravery. Yet this was an entirely new realm for him, and the prospect still unnerved him. With Chun Mo's assurance, he bravely declared, "Very well, I shall stake my life for Chun Xiao. Tonight, you will stay here. I will hide nearby, and if an emergency arises, just call me. Time is still ample. You might as well rest a while, for you may not sleep later." Chun Mo instructed before descending the stairs. "Wait, Chun Xiao, you truly intend to leave me here alone?" Chiu Hui protested. Yet, the sound of Chun Mo's footsteps faded away, clearly indicating he had indeed departed without leaving a trace. Chiu Hui approached the window, watching Chun Mo's figure gradually vanish from view. The lingering twilight cast a glow upon him, yet Chiu Hui felt no warmth. Instead, a chill crept over him, as if someone were exhaling cold air upon his back. He abruptly turned around, finding the room still empty, with no signs of disturbance. He nearly succumbed to the urge to flee, but recalling Chun Mo's words and strength, he clenched his teeth and resolved to remain. Life is fleeting. Fear is futile. After Chun Mo exited the villa, he circled around it before venturing into the woods behind. This area appeared to have been planted by the villa's previous owner, leading further to a small hill. It was not particularly high, yet from its peak, one could behold the surroundings in their entirety. Chun Mo ascended the hill, seeking a slightly concealed spot from which he could observe the villa situation. Meanwhile, Chiu Hui found himself alone on the second floor, battling boredom until he finally succumbed to sleep upon his bed. As night deepened, he sensed an oppressive weight, as if something were pressing down upon him. He struggled to open his eyes, but despite his efforts, they remained shut. Attempting to rise from a bed, he found his body utterly unresponsive, immobilized by an unseen force. Fear gripped him, and with a surge of determination, he finally managed to roll over and sit upright. Gasping for breath, he soon realized he had merely experienced a nightmare. Drenched in sweat, observing his surroundings, everything appeared unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. However, outside the window, the night had thickened, with only a crescent moon illuminating the darkness. Chiu Hui swung his legs over the bed, intending to pour himself a glass of water, but upon placing his feet on the floor, he froze in shock. His shoes were missing. At that moment, a wave of cold washed over him, sending shivers down his spine as dread blossomed within. What on earth is happening? He distinctly remembered placing his shoes beside the bed before lying down. How could they have vanished? Had Chun Xiao come in while he was asleep? Taking a deep breath, Chiu Hui rose to turn on all the lights in the room, feeling slightly more at ease. Just as he began to relax, a sound reached his ears, drawing closer. Straining to listen, he discerned the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. "Who is it?" Chiu Hui shouted. The noise ceased abruptly. Frowning, he recalled the villa's secluded location. During the day, he had noticed no signs of habitation nearby. Why would a woman be here at such an hour? Who goes there? "Show yourself," he called again. After a prolonged silence, the villa remained eerily quiet. Sighing in relief, Chiu Hui concluded that he had merely been overly tense and was now imagining things. Shaking his head, he thought how ridiculous it was that he who had faced death could be so frightened by his own imagination. If word got out, he would never show his face in public again. Besides, Chun Xiao was lurking in the shadows. If anything were amiss, he would certainly intervene. With that thought, Chiu returned to the bedside. Just as he prepared to lie down again, a sudden chill swept through the room, causing his neck to prickle. The lights flickered twice before extinguishing, plunging the space into darkness once more. Suddenly, a white figure flitted past the window. Startled, Chiu rushed to the window, peering outside, but found nothing but emptiness. Just as he feared it was another figment of his imagination, he felt a cold sensation above him, followed by several drops of liquid landing on his head. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it. In the moonlight, he discovered his palm was smeared with blood. What? How could there be blood here? Where did it come from? Chiu quickly looked upwards and nearly lost his wits at the sight before him. A woman's face loomed above, clad in a flowing red dress. Hovering in the air, her face was ghostly pale, and a long, crimson tongue dangled from her mouth, dripping with fresh blood. It was clear that the blood on his head had come from her. Even with Chiu audacity, having witnessed countless life-and-death situations in underground fighting arenas, he found himself paralyzed with fear, his very soul shaken, as he sat down hard on the ground. A sudden noise startled him. Something had crashed onto the floor nearby. This almost caused Chiu to lose control of his senses, as he tightly shut his eyes, gripped by terror. What was that? Chapter 53. The ninja techniques of the land of the rising sun. Enough of this nonsense. Open your eyes. A voice pierced through Chiu fear, prompting him to finally open his eyes. The room was illuminated, revealing Chun Mo, who had mysteriously appeared. On the floor lay a shadow that Chiu instinctively recoiled from. It was the ghostly figure he had just glimpsed. Upon closer inspection, he realized the specter was oddly familiar. What is this? Chun Mo kicked the apparition lightly and coldly commanded, "Get up, enough of this charade." The figure in red scrambled to its feet, hair disheveled, repeatedly pleading, "Mr. Chun, please spare me." Chiu gasped, How Tong. Indeed, the frightful red figure that had nearly terrified him was none other than their real estate agent. How Tong. To his astonishment, How Tong had appeared here in the dead of night, donned in such a guise. Chun Mo sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on How Tong. Explain yourself. After a few minutes of conversation, the truth unfolded. It was How Tong who had orchestrated this entire scheme. This villa had been entrusted to their agency for sale 5 years prior, yet after signing the contract, the owner had never returned. Subsequently, How Tong devised a plan to rent it out at a low price, then scare off tenants with his ghostly antics, pocketing both the deposits and rents. Initially, his scheme thrived, but as more victims fell prey to his tricks, rumors of the villa being haunted spread, deterring prospective renters until today. When Chiu expressed interest in renting a secluded villa, How Tong was ecstatic, intending to execute his plan once more. However, he never anticipated that Chun Mo would see through his ruse and catch him red-handed. "Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please, show mercy this one time." How Tong knelt, begging fervently. "Show mercy? You had the audacity to target me and Mr. Chun. Do you wish to perish?" Chiu seethed, delivering a harsh kick to How Tong. He had been genuinely frightened, believing the place was truly haunted, only to discover it was this trickster at play. The thought of the earlier scare ignited fury within him, and he raised his fist to strike How Tong again. Chun Mo intervened. "I ask you once more, who is the original owner of this villa? I have only seen him once, but he is said to be from the capital. However, there has been no news of him for years. Who knows if he has already passed away? Mr. Chun, I was misguided, but I have a family to support. Please, grant me mercy. If you spare me, you may stay in this villa for as long as you wish." He began to move towards Chun Mo, attempting to cling to him. Chun Mo frowned and turned to Chiu. "Take him outside. How you choose to deal with him is up to you. Rest assured, Mr. Chun." Chiu replied with a cold smile, dragging How Tong downstairs. Meanwhile, in the villa where Su Zhanya resided, the lights were still ablaze. Su Luan, who had earlier suffered 3 broken ribs due to Chun Mo's intervention, now appeared to have fully recovered, brimming with excitement. "Haha, Asia, your skills are extraordinary. I thought I would be bettered in for months, yet your return has restored me. It's nothing short of miraculous." Beside him, Su Zhanya expressed his delight. "I had no idea you learned such remarkable medical skills during your time in the land of the rising sun." Suja smiled modestly. "Father, brother, this is merely a trivial skill. It's just a few broken bones. It hardly requires extensive recuperation. I have joined the Jia-E sect and am among their most promising disciples, not only studying medicine but also mastering ninjutsu. Compared to the medical and martial arts of our homeland, those of the land of the rising sun are hardly significant. Is that so? You truly are impressive, Asia, Su Luan praised. By the way, is that ninjutsu really so formidable? Could you teach me as well? Once I master it, I shall take my vengeance on that Shun Mo. The memory of his humiliation and broken ribs filled Su Luan with animosity. Suja replied, brother, ninjutsu isn't something everyone can learn. It depends on your aptitude and your willingness to endure hardship. My master claims I'm a rare talent. Even so, I endured great suffering to barely achieve the rank of a superior ninja just days ago. What is the rank of a superior ninja? Su Luan inquired with curiosity. A superior ninja is a rank within ninjutsu, comparable to the transformation realm in our martial arts. That's extraordinary, Su Zhanya exclaimed, astonished. Though Su Luan did not comprehend the transformation realm, Su Zhanya was aware that his subordinate, Li Hu, had reached the pinnacle of the dark force. Su Fispo proudly. Brother, do not worry. I will handle Chun Mo. Be cautious, sure. I've heard that Chun Mo possesses exceptional skills. Even Li Hu is no match for him. Su Zhanya warned urgently. Suja scoffed dismissively. Li Hu is hardly a true martial artist. He's merely grazed the pinnacle of the dark force. Chun Mo is just in his 20s. How formidable can he truly be? Before me, he will be left searching for his teeth. As Su Zhanya observed his son brimming with confidence, he felt a sense of satisfaction. With you around, I am at ease. I estimate that within 2 years, our family will rise again, and we shall strike those who wronged us. Suja, however, retorted, Father, there is no need to wait 2 years. Tonight, I will pay a visit and reclaim what belongs to us. What? Su Zhanya gasped, quickly questioning, what do you plan to do? To the Su family villa. Suja's eyes glinted with malice. Had it not been for grandfather shielding that old fool, he would have long since met his end. And the entire Su family would rightfully belong to us. They dare to expel us from the Su family. Utterly ungrateful and treasonous. Tonight, I will avenge our late grandfather and restore our honor by eliminating those who have wronged us and reclaiming everything that belongs to us. Chapter 54. The ruthless Suja's words startled both Su Zhanya and Su Luan. Su Zhanya quickly cautioned, do not act impulsively. The old man's associate, Wang Xinrong, is also a formidable expert, and over the years, to counter the Gao family's Dark Dragon Guard, he has secretly trained a group of capable individuals. You must tread carefully. That, Suja scoffed. What is there to fear about a man whose body is half buried in the grave? As for the Gao family's Dark Dragon Guard, I regard them with disdain. Chun Mo single-handedly dealt with the Dark Dragon Guard. How strong can they truly be? Prepare to assume the position of the new head of the Su family. Having spoken, Suja's figure flickered and vanished from the sight of Su Zhanya and Su Luan. The two stood there, utterly astonished. To disappear so effortlessly, was this truly the prowess of a high-ranking ninja? It was simply miraculous. Once they regained their composure, Su Zhanya felt an overwhelming delight surge within him. He instructed Su Luan, prepare yourself. We must return to the Su family villa. At the Su family villa, a throng of security personnel and guards encircled Suja. With his hands clasped behind his back and a chilling smirk adorning his face, he advanced steadily towards the villa. The guards, however, wore expressions of sheer terror, retreating while calling out loudly. None dared to intervene, for if anyone ventured too close to Suja, they would promptly collapse. Completely bewildered by how he had attacked, Suja struck with ruthless efficiency. Those who dared to make a move against him either met their demise or suffered grievous injuries. Several even had their necks twisted mercilessly by him. At long last, Wang Xinrong arrived with a contingent of dozens. You have some audacity, daring to cause a ruckus at the Su family villa. Suja glanced at Wang Xinrong, a cold smile gracing his lips. Wang Xinrong, you are in no position to speak to me in such a manner. Summon that old relic, Su Bingtian. He declared today, I intend to leave no one alive from the Su family, unless that old relic emerges to kneel and admit his wrongs, and returns my brother to the Su family, transferring all authority to my father. Perhaps then I might spare his life. Wang Xinrong's fury ignited. Suja, the master has treated you well and has never wronged your family. Even in his grave illness, he still speaks of you. How can you act so treacherously? Are you even human? Or has your time in Japan stripped you of your humanity? He scoffed. If it weren't for our past ties, I would have long since charged in to eliminate him. Why would I waste my breath with you? Su Zhi retorted coolly. I have made my demands clear. If he kneels to me, admits his faults, and cedes the position of head of the Su family to my father, I may overlook the past and spare his life. Dream on. Wang Xinrong shot back. Su Zhanye colluded with outsiders to poison the master, nearly driving the Su family to ruin. Being expelled from the family was his just deserts. The master has already shown leniency. You not only lack remorse, but now dare to rebel? I warn you one last time, retreat at once, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wang Xinrong, having been closely associated with Su Bingtian, understood how Su Bingtian had treated Su Zhanye's family. Years ago, Su Zhanye's father had taken a blade for Su Bingtian, leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt. Over the years, Su Bingtian had regarded Su Zhanye as his own son, entrusting him with half of the family's assets. It was inconceivable that Su Zhanye would turn out to be an ungrateful wretch, conspiring with the Gao family to commit treachery. Yet, Su Zhi remained unfazed. His purpose today was to reclaim the position of head of the Su family for his father. Since that old relic is unwilling to come forth, I shall seek him out myself. With that, Su Zhi vanished once more from sight. This is bad, Wang Xinrong exclaimed, urgently calling out, form the formation, quickly. The group sprang into action, dispersing into their training formations. Yet, before they could properly position themselves, Su Zhi's figure reappeared among them. In the blink of an eye, several guards were hurled aside, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing his carefully trained subordinates falling one after another, Wang Xinrong was incensed and leapt into the fray. He too unleashed a lethal blow, determined to subdue Su Zhi. However, Su Zhi moved like a specter. Before Wang Xinrong's fist could reach him, he had already vanished. As Wang Xinrong searched frantically for Su Zhi, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind approaching the back of his head. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, he quickly ducked and stepped to the left. Nevertheless, he could not evade Su Zhi's strike, transforming his fist into an open palm. Su Zhi delivered a crushing blow to Wang Xinrong's right arm. With a sickening crack, Wang Xinrong's arm shattered. A cold smile crept across Su Zhi's lips as he pressed his advantage, kicking Wang Xinrong away before leaping onto his chest. Just as Su Zhi prepared to finish Wang Xinrong off, a voice rang out from behind him. Stop. Su Zhi halted, spinning around. Ah, the old relic finally deigns to show himself. Su Bingtian surveyed the scene, taking in the fallen guards and Wang Xinrong beneath Su Zhi's foot, his heart heavy with sorrow. Su Zhi, what are you doing? What am I doing, you ask? Why not first inquire what you, old relic, have done? Su Zhi scoffed. Had it not been for my grandfather taking a blade for you, you would have long since been reduced to mere dust. Yet how have you treated my family? You allowed my brother to have 3 ribs broken and even drove my father from the Su family? I am here today to seek justice for them. Su Bingtian replied. I have no regrets. Their fate is their own doing. Preposterous. Su Zhi countered. The position of head of the Su family rightfully belongs to my father. What wrong did he commit in seeking to reclaim it? Su Bingtian sighed deeply. Enough. I suspect that no matter how much I say now, you will not heed my words. I ask you, what must I do to ensure the Su family is spared? I have already stated my terms. Kneel, admit your faults, and relinquish the position of head of the Su family to my father. Should you do so, I may spare your life and let the Su family live. Chapter 55, An Outrageous Act. Su Bingtian trembled, raising a hand to point at Su Zhi, so enraged he could scarcely articulate his words. Ultimately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father, grandfather, old master, members of the Su family rushed out, surrounding the elder. Su Zhi regarded the assembled family with a cold smile. Ah, splendid. You've all come. This saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Jiang Chudai stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Su Zhi. Su Zhi, you ungrateful wretch. The old master has treated you and your family so well, even sending you abroad for your studies. And this is how you repay him? Slap. Before she could finish, Su Zhi struck her across the face. Jiang Chudai, unable to withstand the force, was sent sprawling to the ground, her face swelling visibly. Mother! Su Mujin exclaimed, rushing to help Jiang Chudai up. How dare you hit my mother? Su Bo roared, clenching his fists and charging at Su Zhi, intent on avenging her. Though Su Bo possessed some taekwondo skills, in Su Zhi's eyes, it was barely more than child's play, and he had no chance to strike. Before he could reach Su Zhi seized his neck, rendering him helpless despite his struggles. Suja sneered. You think you can lay a hand on me? Here, essay proposition. If you admit Su Bingtian is an ungrateful scoundrel, I will release you. What say you? Never. Su Bo glared defiantly at Suja. Seeing Su Bo in such peril, Su Zhanting intervened. Suja, release the boy. If you have grievances, come at me, and we can discuss it. Discuss? Suja laughed heartily. Your family's fate lies entirely in my hands. Why should I negotiate with you? Su Zhanping was filled with indignation, yet utterly powerless. Su Bo struggled desperately, but Suja's grip was like a vice, tightening with every attempt to break free. Suja, you better not be arrogant. When my brother-in-law arrives, just wait and see how he deals with you. Suja paused for a moment, then burst into a louder laugh. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law, you haven't even gotten married yet, and I hear your engagement might be called off. How dare you mention him? You've brought shame upon the Su family. Chinamo, right? I was just looking for him. Suja's murderous intent surged as he carelessly tossed Su Bo to the ground. Finally able to catch his breath, Su Bo clutched his neck and coughed violently. However, Suja seemed determined not to let Su Bo off easily, lifting his foot and kicking Su Bo in the chest. With a sickening crack, several of Su Bo's ribs shattered under the force. Consider this interest for how Chun Mo treated my brother. Su Bo was sent flying back to Su Zhanping's side, howling in agony due to the broken ribs. Both Su Zhanping and Jiang Chudai's faces paled as they rushed to support Su Bo. Suja, you madman. What do you want? Su Mujin shouted furiously. Suja roared back. Yes, I am mad, driven to madness by all of you. How my brother was treated by Chunamo, I will repay tenfold. 100-fold upon you. With that, he swiftly appeared beside Su Bo, catching everyone off guard with another kick. This blow was even more forceful than the last, sending Su Bo crashing to the ground, motionless. His chest visibly caved in, with only the slightest rise and fall indicating he was still alive. Little Bo. Jiang Chudai cried out in alarm, rushing to him. Suja grinned cruelly. Don't worry, he won't die just yet. ISN Chun Mo, quite capable? He even revived that old man. I want to see if he can save Su Bo. Turning to face Su Bingtian, he declared, Old man, now it's your turn. Su Bingtian looked coldly at Suja, his heart heavy with sorrow. For decades, the Su family had endured hardships, and through his efforts, they had finally begun to rise again. He had thought that even if he died, he could face his ancestors without regret. Yet, he never anticipated that such calamity would befall them today, especially at the hands of someone he had once held in high regard, someone he had hoped to groom as the successor of the Su family. The hatred in Su Bingtian's heart was profound. His own demise was trivial, but the entire Su family was at risk of ruin due to this ungrateful descendant. Suja, you wretched creature, just kill me, even as a ghost. I will not spare you, nor will the ancestors of the Su family. Enough with the empty words. Let us see if you can even become a ghost. Suja sneered, grabbing Su Bingtian and lifting him up. Suja, what are you doing? Put Grandpa down. Come at me if you dare. Su Mujin shouted. Suja glanced back at her with a faint smile. No need to rush, one at a time. The reason the Su family is in this state, and why my father and brother were cast out, is all because of you and Chun Mo. How could I possibly let you go? But don't fret. When Chun Mo arrives, I will incapacitate her before your very eyes, humiliating you and ensuring your suffering. You. Su Mujin instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to comprehend Suja's twisted nature. Had his time spent in Japan corrupted him? Ultimately, Suja refrained from harming Su Bingtian. Old man, considering your past kindness towards me, I shall spare your life for now. You think highly of Chinamo, right? Today, I'll show you who is truly stronger. Once I deal with that brat, I'll come back and settle scores with you. With that, he discarded Su Bingtian and turned to seize Su Mujin. Old man, tell Chinamo that I have taken Su Mujin. If he wants his fiancée, to be unharmed, he must come to me, but I only give him 10 hours. If he doesn't find me before dawn, he will regret it. With a firm grip on Su Mujin's shoulder, Suja vanished from sight. Chapter 56. Arriving too quickly after completing his ghostly antics, Chun Mo was preparing to rest when his phone suddenly rang. Upon receiving a call from the Su family, his expression changed dramatically. When he arrived at the Su family villa, he was met with the sight of injured guards and security personnel sprawled across the ground, causing his brow to furrow. Su Bingtian appeared to still be in shock, sitting on the ground, motionless, with a vacant gaze, lost in thought. Wang Xinrong had suffered a broken arm and serious internal injuries, but fortunately, his internal strength ensured he was not in mortal danger. Su Zhanping and Jiang Chudai were unharmed, but they remained by Su Bo's side, weeping. At that moment, Su Bo had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness, his face devoid of color, lying there barely breathing. When Chen Mo saw Su Bo's pitiful condition, a surge of rage ignited within him. However, the priority was to save him. Chen Mo hurried to Su Bo's side, grasping his wrist and channeling his vital energy into him. Slowly, Su Bo's complexion began to regain its color, and his breathing steadied. Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. Xiao Bo has only broken a few ribs. His life is not in danger. Chen Mo, hurry. You must save Mu Jin. Su Zha has taken her. Jiang Chudai urged urgently. Chen Mo's expression darkened as he quickly inquired, was it all Su Zha's doing? Where did he take Mu Jin? Jiang Chudai shook her head. I don't know. He said for you to find him. If you don't arrive before dawn or can't locate him, he will harm Mu Jin. Su Zha was nothing short of a beast. They could only imagine the horrors Mu Jin would face at his hands. Chen Mo, I was wrong before. I beg you, please, you must bring Mu Jin back. Jiang Chudai grasped Chen Mo's arm, pleading desperately, ready to kneel if he refused. Chen Mo's fury boiled over. Su Zha was insidious, forcing him to seek him out without revealing his location, clearly intending to make things difficult for him. Chen Mo picked up his phone and dialed a series of numbers. After 3 rings, the call was answered, and Chen Mo stated directly, I need you to track a person's location. After leaving the battlefield, Chen Mo had intended to heed his master's advice and immerse himself in the mundane world to cultivate his inner peace. However, today he was compelled to contact that mysterious department once more. In another residence, upon seeing Su Zha return with Su Mu Jin, Su Zhanya curiously asked, why did you bring her back? She is now bait. By bringing her back, Chen Mo will come running to his doom. With that, Su Zha unceremoniously tossed Su Mu Jin onto the sofa. Having been rendered immobile by Su Zha, Su Mu Jin could only glare angrily at the 3 Su family men. Su Lin, bedridden for days and deprived of any pleasures, felt his breath quicken at the sight of Su Mu Jin's alluring figure. Aja, you truly are impressive to have captured this woman. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, intending to take advantage of Su Mu Jin. Su Zhanyi furrowed his brow. He was well aware of his son's nature and quickly intervened, saying, what are you doing? She is your cousin. However, Su Lun replied, Dad, you still cling to that flimsy sense of kinship. If they truly regarded us as part of the Su family, we wouldn't have fallen to this sorry state. Su Zhanyi fell silent. Su Mu Jin glared fiercely at Su Luan, saying, Su Luan, dare you lay a finger on me? Have you forgotten the lesson from before? Recalling the incident where Chen Mo had broken 3 of his ribs, Su Luan shivered and instinctively took a step back. Yet he soon regained his composure, realizing that Su Zha was present. What could Chen Mo do, after all? Then I shall indeed test that. Not only will I touch you, but I will do so in front of Chen Mo and see how he reacts. Ha ha! With that, he reached out again toward Su Mu Jin. Unexpectedly, Su Zha interjected, wait, brother. Huh? Su Luan looked at Su Zha in confusion, unable to understand why he was being stopped. Su Zha explained, let's not forget our true target is Chen Mo. If you act against her now, there will be no entertainment once Chen Mo arrives. Moreover, on the way back, I fed Su Mu Jin something special. In a while, when it takes effect, wouldn't that be even better? Su Luan nodded in agreement. Indeed, his real enemy was Chen Mo. Today, he not only intended to eliminate him, but also to subject him to humiliation. What humiliation could surpass the disgrace of belittling his fiancée before him? Su Luan withdrew his hand and asked, Aja, are you certain that Chen Mo will come? Su Zha smirked coldly. If he cannot even find this place, he is unworthy of being my opponent. Su Zha then turned to Su Zhanyi, stating, Father, the Su family is currently weakened. You can start preparing. Once I deal with Chen Mo, you can officially take over the Su family. By the way, ISNTN already in Shin City? We can call them over tomorrow. With the Wan family as our backing, I believe no one will dare oppose us. Su Zhanyi frowned. I naturally trust your aunt. But the Wan family has ulterior motives. I worry. Su Zha smiled nonchalantly. Father, rest assured. As long as I am here, who would dare to covet our Su family? If one Yuan Qing dares to meddle, I shall cut off his claws. He was now the most outstanding genius of the Jiayi faction. Not only could he dominate Xian City, but he could also walk unchallenged in Zhongzhou. Su Zhanyi smiled with satisfaction. Ever since Su Zhe returned, everything had improved. As long as Su Zhe was present, he had no worries about achieving great things. Haha, with you here, I am at ease. I shall go find your aunt and plan for tomorrow. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Zhanyi left the courtyard. Not long after, a sound pierced the air towards the courtyard. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Has he arrived so soon? He swiftly appeared in the courtyard, with Su Luan following closely behind. At the same time, Chun Mo's figure descended, landing in the center of the yard. Chun Mo, you are Su Zhe? They both spoke simultaneously. Su Zhe nodded. Indeed, you arrived much quicker than I anticipated. Chun Mo frowned and coldly asked, Where's Mu Jin? Why the rush? Su Zhe smiled. Actually, I had prepared a little show for you, but your arrival was too swift. I haven't finished my preparations. Chapter 57. None are innocent. Seeing Chun Mo, Su Luan's heart trembled, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. However, thinking of his brother Su Zhe beside him, he felt slightly better, glaring at Chun Mo with hatred. Aja, should I bring that wretched Su Mu Jin out now and humiliate her in front of him? Su Zhe glanced at Chun Mo. Initially, he thought Chun Mo's rapid arrival indicated some skill, but upon seeing him unremarkable, he felt disdain. It seemed he was merely a waste. Brother, leave Su Mu Jin to me. With me here, let us see what they can do to you today. Su Luan was instantly elated, exclaiming, Chun Mo, watch closely as I humiliate that wretched Su Mu Jin. Not only that, but I will also find someone to toy with her before your very eyes and see what you can do about it. With that, he turned to go fetch Su Mu Jin. However, as he took a step forward, his vision blurred, and Chun Mo appeared right before him. You! Before Su Luan could utter another word, Chun Mo had already seized his neck. Su Zhe frowned. He had just thought Chun Mo was a waste, only to be slapped in the face the next moment. The speed Chun Mo exhibited was not something an ordinary person could possess. At the very least, he had to be at the transformation level. Su Zhe instinctively exclaimed, You are also at the transformation level? Believe what you wish, Chun Mo replied nonchalantly. Even if you are at the transformation level, what of it? If you know what is good for you, let go of my brother, or I will not hold back. Not hold back? Just you? Chun Mo scoffed, his disdain palpable. Su Zhe's anger nearly boiled over. He swiftly drew 2 daggers into his hands. With a swift kick, he propelled himself toward Chun Mo like an arrow released from a bow. Chun Mo took a step back, and, just as the daggers were about to strike him, he pushed Su Luan forward. Su Zhe was horrified and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed as both daggers plunged into Su Luan's back. Su Luan felt a wave of cold sweat wash over him from the pain. But with his neck in Chun Mo's grip, he could not even scream. Chun Mo, release my brother, or I will tear you apart. Su Zhe roared. Want him back? Then here you go, Chun Mo said, tossing Su Luan into the air and kicking him toward Su Zhe. Su Zhe leaped to catch Su Luan. But as soon as he made contact, a crack echoed, and all of Su Luan's bones shattered, causing him to lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. How ruthless! Su Zhe cradled Su Luan's limp body, his face twisted with hatred as he glared at Chun Mo. After placing Su Luan on the ground, Su Zhe launched another attack against Chun Mo. With his true energy infused, the daggers in his hands danced like fluttering butterflies, unleashing a fierce onslaught. At this moment, Su Zhe had entered the ultimate realm of ninja arts, achieving the unity of man and sword. He stepped forward, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, carrying boundless murderous intent, destruction, and strength, charging straight at Chun Mo. A cold smile graced Su Zhe's lips. The unity of man and sword was a technique only ninjas of the Umbu level could execute. But Su Zhe's extraordinary talent allowed him to utilize it at the Jonin level. With this strike, no one below the master level could withstand it. Moreover, with Su Luan not in Chun Mo's grasp, Chun Mo was undoubtedly doomed. With a whoosh, the razor-sharp sword energy sliced through Chun Mo's body, cleaving him in 2. Su Zhe landed, gasping for breath. This technique had nearly drained all his true energy, but thankfully, it did not disappoint. Chun Mo had been struck down, his body severed. No more than this, utterly worthless. Su Zhe laughed maniacally, having extinguished Chun Mo. Who could stand against him in the Su family now? Truly, nothing more than this. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Su Zhe. His heart raced, and he swiftly turned around. There stood Chun Mo, looking at him with a face full of disdain. You! Su Zha wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had clearly fallen victim and had been cleaved in two. How could he possibly be unscathed? What a farcical ninjutsu, merely a remnant of bygone days. You, a citizen of Huagua, forsake authentic martial arts to pursue the art of ninjutsu in Japan, all the while deluding yourself into believing you possess great prowess. Allow me to enlighten you today. With that, Chen Mo gestured, and a branch flew into his hand. Clang! With a flick of his wrist, the once pliable branch emitted a sound akin to a legendary sword. Simultaneously, a mysterious breeze began to swirl in the courtyard, converging wildly around Chen Mo. This spectacle left Su Zha utterly entranced. Could this be the fabled Huagua swordsmanship? With a swift motion, Chen Mo unleashed a sword chi that shot forth. In the midst of Su Zha's horrified gaze, the sword chi swept across him like a silken ribbon. The next instant, a line of crimson appeared on Su Zha's body. You, do not assume victory. Even if I perish, Su Mu Jin will accompany me in death. No sooner had Su Zha spoken than he was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Chen Mo furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it, stepping into the house. At the Su family villa, all members of the Su clan had gathered. Upon witnessing the carnage and bloodshed, they were rendered speechless. In the past 20 years, when had the Su family ever encountered such calamity? As a prestigious family in Xuanqing, they had always carried themselves with pride, yet when confronted with death and blood, they were engulfed by a profound panic, utterly at a loss. Su Bingtian remained seated, his eyes fixed on the door, awaiting Chen Mo's return. The fate of the entire Su family now rested solely on his shoulders. If he returned, the family would be safe, but if he failed to do so, the Su family would be doomed. Old Master Su remained immobile, and the others dared not leave. What had transpired? Su Xianyu and her husband rushed in, astonished by the scene before them, and immediately inquired about the situation. Jiang Chu Dai recounted the events, her face etched with concern. Mu Jin had been abducted by Su Zha, and Chen Mo had gone to rescue her. She wondered what had become of him. Su Xianyu exclaimed with disdain, I have long said that Su Zha is an ungrateful wretch. Father never believed me and continued to protect them. Indeed, that entire family is nothing but trouble. Jiang Chu Dai mirrored her sentiments with a face full of hatred. Su Zhanpeng glanced back at the two, urging enough. Speak less. The old man is suffering more than we are. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance. Oh, everyone is here. A group of individuals entered the Su family villa. Upon seeing them, the hearts of the Su clan sank, especially for Su Zhanyi and the others. They had eagerly anticipated Chen Mo's return, yet the newcomers were not him, but rather Su Zhanyi, along with Su Xianjiao and Wan Jiaqing. Following them was a throng of Wan family members. As they appeared, the expectant look on old Master Su's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of unwillingness and despair. Su Zhanyi, what brings you here? Su Zhanpeng pointed at them, his voice filled with fury. The old man has always treated you well, even regarding you as his own son, yet you dare act in this manner? You are nothing but a beast. Treat me well. Su Zhanyi replied with a cold smile. If it weren't for my father taking a blade for him back then, he would have been dead long ago. How charmingly he speaks of treating me like his own son. So why was it you who became the family head? Is it not because you are his biological son? Su Zhanyi then turned his gaze towards Su Bingtian. Old man, now you can see clearly who truly deserves to be the head of the Su family. Today, I shall reclaim what my father lost, what is rightfully mine. Su Zhanyi, you are delusional. Su Zhanpeng retorted angrily. According to Su family rules, the family head must be appointed by the old man and receive the consent of over 80% of the clan. For Su Zhanyi to become the family head, he would have to eliminate all present. Su Zhanyi smirked coldly. Given the current state of the Su family, do you believe they will still support you? Since everyone is here, allow me to ask, who do you support? Me or Su Zhanpeng? With that, he scanned the crowd. Those who had previously supported Su Zhanyi were now elated, while those beside Su Zhanpeng furrowed their brows. They had staunchly backed Su Zhanpeng, but with such upheaval, many began to waver. I support Zhanyi as the head of the Su family. Su Xianjiao was the first to declare. Wan Jiaqing stepped forward, stating, I also support Zhanyi. Not only I, but my Wan family also back Zhanyi as the head of the Su family. Once he assumes leadership, we shall collaborate closely. An uproar ensued. The Wan family's endorsement held considerable weight. Should they publicly support Su Zhanyi, many would have to reconsider their positions. Some who had merely been hesitant, given Su Zhanye's expulsion from the family and Su Zhe's extreme methods, now found themselves swayed by the Wan family's backing. One by one, others voiced their support for Su Zhanye. The ranks beside Su Zhanpeng dwindled, and before long, over half of the Su family members had aligned with Su Zhanye. Witnessing this, Su Xianyu stamped her foot in anger, cursing those who had turned traitor as ungrateful wretches. At that moment, her husband, Peng Zhe, subtly tugged at her. Upon turning to him, Su Xianyu saw his gaze fixed on Su Zhanye and immediately grasped his intention. Peng Zhe, what do you mean? Do you wish to join their side? If you dare, I shall divorce you. Peng Zhe indeed harbored thoughts of aligning with Su Zhanye, but he had not anticipated Su Xianyu would voice it so bluntly. His expression darkened. Xianyu, you married me. You are now part of the Peng family. Can you not consider my position within the family? Though the Peng family held some standing, it paled in comparison to the Wan family. Gaining their support would undoubtedly elevate his status within the Peng family. Having previously supported Su Zhanpeng solely due to his position as family head, he now saw the tide shifting in favor of Su Zhanye. With that realization, Peng Zhe moved closer to Su Zhanye. Brother Zhanye, congratulations on becoming the head of the Su family. Su Zhanye laughed heartily. Thank you, brother-in-law. Rest assured, the cooperation between the Su and Peng families will continue. Wan Jiaqing chimed in. The Wan family will also reach an agreement with the Peng family. Peng Zhe was overjoyed. Su Xianyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked over to stand beside her husband. Su Zhanpeng glanced back, realizing that only a handful remained to decide, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. In stark contrast, Su Zhanye wore a triumphant expression as he strode confidently towards Su Bingtian. Old man, do you see this? The people's hearts align with me as the rightful head of the Su family. Shouldn't you congratulate me now? Su Bingtian remained seated, his gaze fixed on the door. Su Zhanye followed his line of sight, peering toward the entrance. Ha ha, old man, what are you waiting for? Are you expecting that Chinemo? Do not harbor such illusions. He is likely reduced to nothing by now. Yet before he could finish, two figures emerged at the entrance of the Su family villa, stepping steadily toward it. Su Zhanye strained his eyes, attempting to see more clearly. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within him, growing ever more intense. Chun Mo supported Su Mujin as they entered the Su family villa. Observing the scene, he offered a faint smile. What is this? Had you all lined up while I was away? After speaking, he disregarded the crowd and approached Su Zhanye, returning Su Mujin to Jiang Chudai's care. Auntie, I brought Mujin back to you safe and sound. Gratitude shone on Jiang Chudai's face. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped her. For reasons unknown, Chun Mo instilled a profound sense of comfort in her, as if nothing could go awry under his watch. The same sentiment resonated with Su Zhanpeng. Turning, Chun Mo strode directly to Su Bingtian. Old master, I have returned. The tribulations of the Su family have come to an end. At this, Su Bingtian appeared to awaken from a dream, his eyes regaining their luster, and a single tear trickled down his cheek. Finally, Su Zhanye reacted, though a flicker of unease remained in his heart. Yet, surrounded by so many, he felt emboldened. Chin Mo, the head of the Su family, is now me. I command you, as the head, to leave at once. Chun Mo cast a cool glance at Su Zhanye and chuckled. The head of the Su family? Do you believe you are worthy of such a title? And who acknowledges you as the head? Is it them? He gestured toward the people surrounding Su Zhanye. Not one dared to speak. Many even shrank back. Chun Mo, do not be so arrogant. The unease in Su Zhanye's heart intensified, morphing into an inexplicable dread. Suddenly, he recalled that Su Mujin was under the control of Su Zhe and Su Luan. Now that Chun Mo had returned her, what had become of Su Zhe and Su Luan? What have you done to Xiao Zhe? Do not fret. You will see him shortly. Chun Mo replied with a smile. You, impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son Su Zhe is a master. Not even Wang Xinrong can match him. How could you possibly defeat him? Despite his words, Su Zhanye's heart plummeted. With Su Mujin returned unscathed and no news from Su Zhe, could it be that something truly had gone awry? Chun Mo's chilling laugh pierced the air. Do you not believe me? Then allow me to take you to meet him. With that, he waved his hand, and Su Zhanye was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered silent. Everyone stood in shock, particularly those near Su Zhanye. Wan Qingqing's eyes flickered, desperately contemplating their next move. The situation was unmistakable. Opposing Chun Mo would lead only to demise. Perhaps pleading for mercy was the only way to escape. With the Wan family backing him, surely the Su family would not pursue him to the end. If he were to die in the Su family, the Wan family would not rest easy. Preserving his life was paramount. He could think of a strategy against Chun Mo later. Resolute, Wan Qianqing forced a smile, preparing to apologize to Chun Mo. But just as he opened his mouth, Su Xinjiao unexpectedly drew a handgun, aiming it at Chun Mo. The humiliation she suffered at Chun Mo's hands burned deeply within her. She could not possibly bow to him again. With wild eyes and a cold smirk, she thought, no matter how formidable Chun Mo is, can he defy bullets? Startled, Wan Qianqing rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Bang! As the shot rang out, the breath of every onlooker was stolen away. Su Mujin felt her heart nearly cease, anxiety gripping her as she turned to Chun Mo. However, to everyone's astonishment, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize before Chun Mo, halting the speeding bullet midair, suspended before him. Su Xinjiao was left dumbfounded. Wan Qianqing, too, was aghast, as were all present. Moments later, Wan Qianqing was the first to recover, kneeling before Chun Mo. Chun Mo, young Master Chun, spare me, please. Chun Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Truth be told, I had no intention of killing you, but since you have invited death upon yourselves, I can hardly be blamed. With a flick of his finger, the bullet shot forth at double the speed, piercing Wan Qianqing's forehead. He collapsed, lifeless, eyes wide with terror. Su Xinjiao screamed in madness, her finger repeatedly pulling the trigger. She could not fathom that her husband had died by her hand. One bullet after another flew towards Chun Mo. Yet, as before, they lost momentum before reaching him, causing no harm. With another flick of his finger, a bullet rebounded, sending Su Xinjiao to meet the same fate as her husband. Madness enveloped the scene. Hong Zhe was nearly paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Chun Mo, it's over for you. You have killed them, and the Wan family will not let you off easily. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, ready to respond, when Jiang Chu Dai exclaimed, Mujin, Mujin, what is wrong? Chun Mo turned to see Su Mujin sway, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Jiang Chu Dai was quick to support her. Chun Mo, disregarding everyone else, leaped to Su Mujin's side. He noticed her face had turned ashen, her breathing rapid, and pain etched across her features. Frowning, he grasped her wrist to take her pulse. Poisoned? Discovering the state of Su Mujin's condition, his brow furrowed deeply. He recalled Su Zhe's dying words. He had indeed poisoned Su Mujin. He had noticed it before, but now the toxin was surging, threatening her very life. If not treated swiftly, she would perish. Jiang Chu Dai, sensing Chun Mo's grave expression, felt a tightening in her heart. Chun Mo, what is wrong with Mujin? Is she all right? Chun Mo shook his head. Auntie, Mujin has been poisoned. Poisoned? Then quickly detoxify her, Jiang Chu Dai urged. Yet Chun Mo remained contemplative, his brow still knitted. It wasn't tea that he hesitated to act, but the complexity of the toxin was overwhelming. It comprised a unique poison from the IGA clan of Japan, and to complicate matters further, it contained a lust-inducing toxin. After a moment of contemplation, he drafted a list of antidotes, nearly 100 in total. However, the family doctor, upon reviewing the list, was left speechless. The sheer number of ingredients, many of which were exceedingly rare, rendered immediate acquisition impossible. Chun Mo's earlier hesitation stemmed from this very concern. Yet time was of the essence. What are we to do now? Jiang Chu Dai exclaimed, akin to an ant on a hot pan, her panic palpable. Su Zhanping's expression darkened, his gaze shifting repeatedly to Chun Mo, filled with hope. Su Bingtian approached Chun Mo, pleading, Xiao Chun, think of a way. You must save Mujin. Chun Mo fell into deep thought. With the antidote preparation unfeasible, another method remained, to force the poison out using his vital energy. This involved channeling his energy into Su Mujin, clearing the toxic elements from her meridians. Given that Su Mujin was an ordinary person with no martial training, her blocked meridians would further complicate the process. Chun Mo would first need to open her meridians before expelling the poison. This endeavor was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to severe injury or even madness. Yet, how could Chun Mo stand idly by as Su Mujin faced death? Moreover, she was his fiancée. After making up his mind, Chun Mo crouched beside Su Mujin and leaned in to say, Mujin, I will take you to detoxify, but it will require some time, and it must be just the two of us. Is that acceptable? At this moment, Su Mujin felt an intense heat within her body. Although she had never experienced such situations before, she had seen many similar cases on television and recognized that the poison she had been afflicted with was undoubtedly the He-Huan poison. Hearing Chun Mo's intention to take her for detoxification, her heart tightened with apprehension. Despite trusting Chen Mo and secretly harboring feelings for him, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Her heart raced like a startled deer. Mujin, is it all right? Chen Mo asked again upon noticing her silence. Su Mujin lowered her head further, a faint blush rising on her originally pale face as she whispered, yes. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible to Chen Mo. Let us not delay. We must go now. With that, Chen Mo scooped Su Mujin into his arms and rushed outside. Jiang Chu Dai called after their retreating figures. Hey, there are many rooms here. Where are you two going? Su Zhanpeng replied. Chen Mo is looking for a secure place to detoxify Mujin. Why are you concerned? Chen Mo hurriedly carried Su Mujin to a secluded villa, an ideal location for forcing out her poison due to its remoteness and lack of human presence. To avoid any disturbances, he turned off his phone, ensuring they were not influenced by the outside world. After bringing Su Mujin to a room on the second floor, he informed her that they would need to remain there for the next 2 or 3 days. Su Mujin's gaze roamed anxiously around the bedroom, her mind in turmoil. Was her nearly 2-decade-long purity about to be shattered today? Now, please remove your clothing, Chen Mo instructed as he drew the curtains. Su Mujin trembled. Despite having mentally prepared herself on the way, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately reached for her top and pulled it off. Just as she was about to remove her pants, Chen Mo stopped her, saying, "This will suffice. You need not remove anything else." Confused, Su Mujin wondered how they would proceed without removing all her clothes. It was then that Chen Mo's words began to sink in. After a while, she realized that he had asked her to remove her top to facilitate the cleansing process. With a serious demeanor, Chen Mo began to teach her the essential incantations and principles, advising her on what to pay attention to. However, Su Mujin's mind was still clouded with chaotic thoughts, making it difficult for her to retain what he was saying. After Chen Mo chastised her a few times, she finally grasped that he was genuinely intent on cleansing her through this method. Once she focused her mind, Su Mujin slowly began to absorb everything Chen Mo was imparting. Even though it was her first encounter with martial arts, her performance impressed Chen Mo, as she quickly comprehended many concepts. Within half an hour, Su Mujin had gained a rough understanding of her body's major meridians and had a preliminary grasp of martial arts. Yet just then, the poison within her surged forth once more. Su Mujin felt a wave of heat radiating from her lower abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout her body. This was the insidious nature of Su's poison, which combined the He-Huan poison with several others, causing blood vessels to dilate and blood flow to accelerate, thereby hastening the spread of the other toxins. Her face flushed, her heart raced uncontrollably, and an inexplicable yearning surged within her. Especially when Chen Mo's voice reached her ears, she felt herself growing weak. Before long, her eyes began to glaze over, a burning flame igniting within them as she found herself willing to surrender to its heat. Noticing Su Mujin's transformation, Chen Mo furrowed his brow and leaped onto the bed, neglecting further explanations. He swiftly pressed his fingers to various acupoints on her body and then sat cross-legged behind her. He placed a palm on her back, channeling his vital energy through his hand into her body. This vital energy flowed like a refreshing stream, alleviating the intense heat within Su Mujin, momentarily clearing her mind, which had been engulfed in flames. "Close your eyes and follow the instructions I just gave you." Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Su Mujin promptly sat upright, cautiously controlling the flow of vital energy within her body according to Chen Mo's teachings. Since they were just beginning, he dared not supply too much energy, but even a small amount proved to be quite taxing for her to manage. Fortunately, with Chen Mo assisting her, her meridians gradually opened up. As time passed, the moon set and the stars faded, giving way to the dawn of a new day. The Su family home had been tidied up, the injured taken to the hospital for treatment, and the bloodstains cleaned away. Yet, remnants of last night's turmoil still lingered. Su Bingtian lay down once more, not from injury or illness, but from sheer exhaustion. After a lifetime of trials and tribulations, Witnessing countless storms and enduring all manner of hardships, he never anticipated that he would have to confront betrayal from those closest to him. What could be a more crushing blow? In this moment, Su Bingtian resembled a lamp devoid of oil, flickering precariously as the flame of his life waned. He was acutely aware that, even if Chun Mo's medical skills were extraordinary, they could not mend his broken spirit. He kept his eyes open, still worried about the Su family. The events of the previous day had dealt a tremendous blow, not only to Su Bingtian, but to the entire family. Although Chun Mo had eliminated the instigator, the morale of the Su family had been shattered, especially among those who had stood with Su Zhanyi the night before. Their hearts filled with trepidation. At this moment, Su Zhanyi lacked the energy to address these issues. The Su group was already struggling, and now faced numerous problems. Other forces in Xiancheng watched closely, waiting to see if the Su family could weather this storm. Most concerning was the Wan family, regardless of the reasons. Wan Jiaqing had died at the Su family's hands. Though Su Bingtian had commanded a unified narrative claiming that Su Xianjiao had shot Wan Jiaqing, the truth would ultimately prevail. How could the Wan family possibly accept this? They would surely seek revenge against the Su family. Even at their peak, the Su family had been no match for the Wan family, let alone now. If the Wan family decided to act against the Su family, they would stand no chance. All hope now rested on one person. Chun Mo Su Bingtian clung to his last breath, waiting for Chun Mo's return. Only Chun Mo could guide the Su family through this perilous time. Reflecting on this, a wry smile crept onto Su Bingtian's face. He had once vowed to give half of the Su family's assets to Chun Mo to help restore the Chun family. Little did he know that just days later, the fate of the entire Su family would rest upon Chun Mo's shoulders. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled across the earth, dispelling the darkness. The curtains on the second floor of the villa, shrouded for 2 days and nights, were finally drawn back, allowing beams of sunlight to flood in and illuminate a beautiful face. Exquisite. She was simply stunning, crafted like a masterpiece, radiating an ethereal charm. After the cleansing process, Su Mujin felt as if she had been reborn, her entire being exuding a sense of serenity. With her meridians fully opened, the vital energy flowed effortlessly within her, granting her an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. At that moment, Chun Mo appeared beside Su Mujin. Mujin, it's time to return. She nodded, embodying a picture of tender affection. When the Su family saw Chun Mo returning with Su Mujin, their anxious hearts finally found relief. These past 2 days have been unbearably tormenting for them, filled with worry not only for Su Mujin's life, but also for the future of the Su family. Now that Chun Mo has returned, it seems as though hope has blossomed anew. Su Bingtian lies in bed, finally sporting a smile upon his face. Chun Mo, I entrust Mujin to you from now on, but alas, I fear I may not witness your wedding. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Bingtian was seized by a fit of coughing. Chun Mo hurriedly leaned in to grasp Su Bingtian's wrist, and his brow furrowed immediately. The condition within Su Bingtian's body was far more severe than he had anticipated. After the last detoxification, the old master Su had seemingly recovered entirely, yet today, it felt as if he were in the twilight of his years. Was the end truly drawing near? Grandfather Su, do not dwell on such thoughts. Rest well. You have yet to partake in the celebratory feast of Mujin and me. After administering acupuncture to Su Bingtian, Chun Mo retreated. Given Su Bingtian's current situation, there was little that could be done but to nurture him slowly, unless a rare and extraordinary treasure could be found to prolong his life. Once these matters were settled, Chun Mo recalled that his phone had been off for over 2 days. Upon turning it on, a barrage of messages flooded in. Most were from Su Zhanpeng and Jiang Chudai, inquiring about the detoxification of Su Mujin. One message from Jiang Chudai left Chun Mo both amused and exasperated. She had asked whether he had prepared any safety measures, expressing concern that Su Mujin was still too young to have children. A few messages were from Yi Xiaowan, merely checking in after not having seen him for several days. 2 messages were from Qiu Hui, stating that he needed to discuss something important. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Mo decided to contact Qiu Hui first. What brings you to me? Young Master Chun, we have a serious problem. What is it? Chun Mo's brow furrowed as he asked in a somber tone. Yesterday, the Wan family of Zhongzhou issued a bounty of 50 million for your life. Young Master Chun, you must be cautious. Chun Mo chuckled coldly. He had not expected the Wan family to dare put a price on his head. 50 million? Who do they think they are? However, Chun Mo did not take this matter to heart. The Wan family was insignificant in his eyes, and should he desire, he could easily obliterate them. You needn't concern yourself with this triviality. They are merely the Wan family. Hearing Chun Mo's dismissive tone, Chiu Hui grew anxious and urged him, Young Master Chun, the Wan family's influence is far from ordinary. Though you are formidable, the Wan family is nonetheless vast and powerful. You should find somewhere to hide, as I know many are plotting against you. Chun Mo shook his head. In the martial arts world, there is a saying, beneath the master, all are but ants. What if the Wan family is mighty? If they are so formidable, do they not require a bounty to dare act against me? Chun Mo replied with a smile. Chiu Hui sighed in resignation. They possess wealth, and money is the greatest weapon. Chun Mo nodded slightly. This was indeed true. For the average person, money is the most powerful weapon. But he was not an average person. Now, you need not worry about this matter. The upheaval within the Su family left Su Zhanya and Jiang Chudai deeply affected, truly experiencing the capriciousness of society. The turmoil caused by Su Zhanya and his son had severely weakened the Su family's vitality, and the Su group, already struggling, faced further decline. Coupled with the Wan family's influence, former partners began to hesitate, and even those who were once close to the Su family dared not engage. Truly, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. That afternoon, the Su family finally received a visitor. Chao Xuan had arrived. Rest assured, head of the Su family, although your family has encountered difficulties, our cooperation remains intact. Upon hearing Chao Xuan's assurance, Su Zhamping felt immense gratitude. Yet he understood that Chao Xuan's support was not out of goodwill for the Su family, but rather for Chun Mo. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Zhamping, Chao Xuan ultimately approached Chun Mo. Brother Chun. As I mentioned before, I have brought Zhou Quan with me today. Would you care to meet him? Chun Mo nodded, intrigued to meet the commercial genius that Chao Xuan had praised so highly. Zhou Quan was a middle-aged man in his 40s, unremarkable in appearance, wearing glasses that gave him an air of scholarly demeanor. However, Chun Mo noticed the sharpness in Zhou Quan's eyes, akin to that of Coyote, concealing an inherent pride. As Chun Mo appraised Zhou Quan, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. Their meeting was not solely for Chun Mo to evaluate Zhou Quan's capabilities. Zhou Quan also sought to determine whether Chun Mo was worthy of his allegiance. Those with true talent often possess a certain pride. Prior to introducing Zhou Quan to Chun Mo, Chao Xuan had envisioned a scenario of verbal duels, where both would engage in a battle of wits, ultimately leading to Zhou Quan's admiration and loyalty to Chun Mo. However, the reality proved to be a disappointing contrast. After assessing each other, Chun Mo was the first to speak. I hear no one in Zhongzhou dares to employ you? Indeed, Zhou Quan replied succinctly. I can elevate you above all the aristocratic families in Zhongzhou. This was Chun Mo's second statement. Zhou Quan raised an eyebrow and adjusted his glasses, finally regarding Chun Mo with newfound seriousness. On what basis? On this, Chun Mo proclaimed, revealing his fist. Is that all? Zhou Quan Loga. Perceiving Chun Mo as a mere child, his initial curiosity swiftly dissipating. However, Chun Mo's subsequent action rendered Zhou Quan's amusement short-lived. With a swift motion, Chun Mo swung his fist, unleashing a white streak that crashed into a rock formation 100 meters away. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the rock formation shattered into countless pieces, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Zhou Quan's eyes widened in astonishment, a blend of fear and excitement flashing across his face. There is no better way to showcase one's power than this. Nothing is more awe-inspiring. The reason no family in Zhongzhou dared to employ Zhou Quan was due to the overwhelming power of his enemies, deterring anyone from provoking him lightly. In the realm of ordinary commercial competition, he would not fear anyone. What do you require of me? Zhou Quan asked directly. In 3 months, become a magnate in Zhongzhou. In 3 years, the foremost family in the capital. Chun Mo stated his ambitions plainly. Zhou Quan inquired further, what is the starting capital? None. Chun Mo shook his head. Zhou Quan's brow furrowed immediately. You expect to become a magnate in Zhongzhou in 3 months without any capital? This is a task beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, Zhou Quan was no ordinary person. Despite the harshness of Chun Mo's demands, he was undeterred. Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Quan asked, "You also plan to venture into the capital?" "Indeed, to be candid, I hail from the capital," Chun Mo replied. "Excellent. Let us enjoy this collaboration." Zhou Quan stood and extended his right hand to Chun Mo. Chun Mo rose as well, shaking Zhou Quan's hand firmly. Meanwhile, Chao Hshuan was left astonished, witnessing a scene he deemed surreal. These two had reached an agreement within mere moments. Their goal was to become a magnate in Zhongzhou in 3 months and the leading family in the capital in 3 years, all without capital. What audacity! They were nothing short of madmen. Brother Chun, may I join? Perhaps inspired by these two visionaries, Chao Hshuan found himself asking this question. Chun Mo smiled and replied, "Of course, without your involvement. Where would my capital come from? Very well, I shall join you in this madness." The thought of becoming the foremost family in the capital within 3 years is exhilarating, far more invigorating than attending any meeting. However, he added, "For now, I can only contribute 100 million in funds." Chao Hshuan was brimming with enthusiasm. What challenge could be more thrilling than this? Chun Mo nodded and patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder, saying, "I am not well versed in business matters, so I shall rely on you in that regard." Zhou Quan could sense Chun Mo's trust in him, yet he understood that he must demonstrate his own worth. The next 3 months would serve as his first test. Only by accomplishing this initial goal could he earn Chun Mo's complete confidence. Zhou Quan nodded emphatically. "All right, 100 million it is. To me, 100 million is no different from 10 billion. However, to ascend to the ranks of the elite in Zhongzhou, mere wealth is insufficient, and the time is too short. We must employ unconventional tactics." "What unconventional tactics?" Chao Hshuan inquired. Zhou Quan replied, "There's an old saying you may have heard. Gold belts can be acquired through murder and arson. The quickest route to wealth is through plunder." "Plunder?" Chao Hshuan exclaimed in shock. "Who are we to plunder, and how?" Zhou Quan shifted his gaze to Chun Mo. "The Su family is currently besieged on all sides and stand alone. This is the perfect opportunity. I have heard that you, Chun Shao, are to be the future son-in-law of the Su family. Old Master Su once declared he would bequeath half of the family's assets to you, making it entirely justifiable for you to take over the Su family at this juncture." Chun Mo immediately shook his head. "No, Old Master Su has been kind to me. I cannot engage in such actions." Zhou Quan's brow furrowed slightly. "Chun Shao, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Moreover, given the current state of the Su family, even if you refrain from acting, others will not easily let them be. If that is the case, why not seize the opportunity for yourself, ensuring that the Su family retains something?" Chun Mo still refused. But he mentioned another family. "The Wan family? Are you suggesting we go against the Wan family?" Chao Hshuan expressed excitement. "However, the Wan family is a renowned and formidable clan in Zhongzhou. Swallowing them whole will not be an easy feat." Zhou Quan's frown deepened. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Moments later, Zhou Quan's brow relaxed, a hint of madness flickering across his face. "If we truly manage to consume the Wan family, I can elevate you to the elite of Zhongzhou within a month." "But," Chun Mo interjected, "the Wan family has placed a bounty of 50 million on my head. Someone once told me that money is the most powerful weapon, so I shall render the Wan family destitute. Let's see how they can buy my life then." "All right, I've already sold my life to you. You make the call." Chao Hshuan could not help but marvel at the audacity of these two. The Wan family's power was no ordinary matter. Many esteemed families have been powerless against them. Targeting such an established family right from the outset was a considerable challenge, was it not? "So how do we begin?" Chao Hshuan inquired curiously. Zhou Quan adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "The first step, of course, is to establish a company." A few minutes later, a new company was established, named Qin Group, with its registration in the capital city. Zhou Quan would serve as the general manager, while Chun Mo's identity would remain confidential for the time being. The only information disclosed was that the behind-the-scenes owner of Qin Group was the young master from the capital. Once everything was finalized, Zhou Quan set off for the capital with the 100 million provided by Chao Hshuan to handle the necessary affairs. After bidding farewell to Chao Hshuan and Zhou Quan, Chun Mo visited Su Bo. Su Bo had sustained several broken ribs from Su Zhe, but after a few days of recuperation, he looked considerably better, though he still had to remain in bed. Upon seeing Chun Mo enter, Su Bo was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you are incredible. I'll learn martial arts from you." He had heard that Chun Mo had single-handedly dealt with Suja, showing no fear even of firearms. Su Bo admired Chun Mo immensely, wishing he could be as strong, so no one would dare bully him. Chun Mo approached Su Bo, channeling his energy to aid in his recovery, while saying, "Once you are healed, if you are willing to learn, I shall teach you." Really? Su Bo's face lit up with enthusiasm. Chun Mo nodded, "Of course, but you must be diligent in your studies." After 2 hours of treatment, Su Bo's broken ribs had been rejoined. Though not fully healed, he could move without issue. As soon as he got out of bed, Su Bo eagerly requested Chun Mo to teach him martial arts. Chun Mo smiled, saying, "Why don't you move in with me? It would make it easier for me to help you regain your strength and teach you martial arts." Upon learning that Su Bo intended to move in with Chun Mo, Jiang Chudai and Su Muxin were delighted and immediately began packing his belongings. Su Bo chuckled, "Mom, I'm just going to learn martial arts from my brother-in-law. Not leaving forever." Jiang Chudai shot him a look. "Does learning martial arts mean you want to need to live? By the way, why not let Muxin move in too? Two men living together could use a woman-esque care, don't you think?" Chapter 63, A New Dawn. "Mom." Su Muxin's face flushed crimson. "What kind of reckless mother are you, sending me off to live with men? I'll be returning to Zhongzhou in a few days. I want to have time to take care of them." Upon hearing that Su Muxin would be returning to Zhongzhou, Jiang Chudi's expression turned worried. "But the Wan family is in Zhongzhou, and our relationship with them has soured. If they were to target you." Su Muxin quickly reassured her, "It's all right. I'm usually at school, and we'll be fine." Chun Mo added, "Auntie, you need not worry. I might also go to Zhongzhou. With me around, Muxin will be safe. But you can't always be by Muxin's side, can you? The Wan family's power in Zhongzhou is formidable. We cannot match them." Indeed, Chun Mo affirmed, "This matter must be approached with caution." Su Zhanping interjected, "Given the current situation of the Su family, we can barely hold our ground in Xian City. But in Zhongzhou, it would be impossible." He had been troubled by this situation, acknowledging that while Wan Qian and Su Xinjiao had brought trouble upon themselves, the Wan family was simply too powerful for the Su family to contend with. Chun Mo smiled. "The Wan family is but a minor threat. They cannot sustain their position for long." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chudai and Su Zhanping were taken aback. Chun Mo continued, "Uncle Su, let me ask you this. If the Su family were to engage in war with the Wan family, how much confidence would you have?" Su Zhanping looked perplexed, not understanding why Chun Mo posed this question. If a full-scale war were to erupt, the Su family would undoubtedly lose. "How long could we hold out?" Su Zhanping furrowed his brow. "If the Wan family were to launch a full-scale assault, we could last at most 2 months, perhaps even less." Chun Mo's brow furrowed slightly. 2 months at most. That is a bit tight, but it should suffice. Chun Mo, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you implying that the Wan family is about to declare war on us? Su Zhanping's expression shifted to one of alarm. Chun Mo chuckled. "No, it is not the Wan family declaring war on the Su family, but rather the Su family taking the initiative to strike against the Wan family." At this revelation, both Su Zhanping and Jiang Chudai were left in stunned silence. It took a significant amount of time for them to process this information. The fact that the Wan family had not already attacked the Su family was already miraculous. For the Su family to now consider launching an offensive was tantamount to courting death. "Uncle Su, given the current circumstances, the Wan family is undoubtedly planning to make a move against the Su family. Their strategy is to gradually wear us down. We cannot simply follow their lead. Rather than sit idly by, we should take the initiative. But even if we strike first, we stand no chance of victory." Su Zhanping sighed. "Are you suggesting we allow ourselves to be slaughtered?" Su Zhanping fell silent. He too wished to resist, but the disparity in strength was simply too great. Noticing Su Zhanping's silence, Chun Mo continued, "Uncle Su, all you need to do is hold back the Wan family's assault. The rest I will handle." "Leave it to you?" Su Zhanping asked, incredulous. "You aren't suggesting that you plan to confront the Wan family with sheer force, are you?" Chun Mo shook his head, declaring, "If I had such intentions, the Wan family would have long since ceased to exist. So what do you plan to do?" The rationale behind instigating a conflict between the Su and Wan families was not solely to obliterate the latter. It was also a means to rejuvenate the Su family. Chun Mo elaborated, "Currently, the Su family is fragmented, lacking unity. This business war could significantly bolster the Su family's cohesion. If the Su family emerges victorious and acquires a portion of the Wan family's assets, don't you think, Uncle Su, that would be a considerable gain?" Su Zhanping regarded Chun Mo as though he were mad. Merely surviving a confrontation with the Wan family would be an accomplishment, let alone securing a victory. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Chun Mo's perspective offered a potential remedy for the Su family's current crisis, a strategy of survival through confrontation. After much deliberation, Su Zhanping ultimately nodded. However, Chun Mo, this matter is of great consequence. I must first consult with the elder, and then we will convene a family meeting to reach a decision. Jiang Chudai interjected, with the Su family in such disarray, why even hold a family meeting? She had heard Chun Mo's words clearly, and although she too thought his ideas were reckless, her intuition told her that if Chun Mo believed it could succeed, it likely would. Su Zhanping hesitated. Even his own sister had distanced herself from him, questioning the necessity of a meeting, yet tradition could not be disregarded. The group then proceeded to visit Su Bingtian. After receiving Chun Mo's treatment that morning, the elder spirits had noticeably improved. Su Zhanping cautiously briefed Su Bingtian on the Su family's current plight, prompting a frown from the elder. He had anticipated some repercussions, but had not expected them to be so dire. Xiao Chan is correct. Instead of waiting passively, we should take the initiative. If we are to perish, let us do so with valor and take a bite out of our enemies in the process. With the elder's endorsement, Su Zhanping had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, he still felt that Chun Mo's strategy was dangerously reckless. The Su family and the Wan family were hardly on the same tier. To openly declare war on the Wan family seemed a fool's errand. The family meeting, presided over by the elder himself, was directly called. Su Bingtian declared that anyone who failed to attend would be expelled from the family, severing all ties to the Su family. With such a consequence looming, no one dared to hide, hastily returning. Chun Mo reappeared in the family meeting hall, and this time, no one dared to voice dissent. After all, they had witnessed his decisive actions in subduing Su Zhanya's faction and rescuing the elder along with the rest of the family. Such deeds silenced any opposition. Su Bingtian began the meeting by summarizing the recent turmoil within the Su family. Finally, before all present, he erased Su Zhanya's name from the family registry. Those who had previously supported Su Zhanya fell silent, none daring to oppose the elder's decree. Next, Su Zhanping took the floor, offering a self-critique and promising the family that he would lead them through adversity to achieve renewed glory. However, when he finished speaking, the hall remained eerily quiet, with not a single applause. One brave soul stood and addressed him. Patriarch, you know better than anyone the dire state of the Su family. The Gao family is already eyeing us, and now the Wan family has issued a blockade against us. Under such circumstances, it would be a miracle if we do not disband, let alone talk about achieving greatness again. Su Zhanping, as the head of the family, you cannot only think of yourself. You are fully aware of how the Su family has come to this point. Are you intent on leading us to ruin? I suggest we go to the Wan family and apologize. We were once allies. Why turn this into a life and death struggle? What allies? You forget that one Yuanqing was killed by the Su family. If you were in my shoes, would you reconcile? But the perpetrator is not a member of our family. At this, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward Chun Mo. He remained silent, merely casting a calm gaze over the assembly. Though they had spoken boldly, the moment they met his eyes, they quickly lowered their heads. Su Mujin, seated beside Chun Mo, was incensed. Had Chun Mo not intervened in time, the Su family might have already been lost. Instead of gratitude, they mocked him and treated him as an adversary. Unable to contain herself, Su Mujin almost stood up to confront them, but Chun Mo gently restrained her. His hand clasped hers, sending a wave of warmth through her heart. Following his lead, she returned to her seat. Seeing that Chun Mo remained unperturbed, the crowd regained their momentum. I think seeking peace with the Wan family is a sound idea. The death of one Yuanqing has nothing to do with the Su family. Perhaps they are simply waiting for us to approach them for discussions. Many voices echoed this sentiment. That makes sense. The Wan family, a prominent clan in Zhongzhou, surely cannot be unreasonable. One must take responsibility for their own actions. We did not kill him, so why should we bear the blame? Chen Montauk chuckled lightly. I was the one who killed one Yuanqing, and I'm the one who provoked the Wan family. Here I am. Why not bind me and deliver me to the Wan family? You might even collect a bounty of 50 million. His gaze swept over the assembly once more, and the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, each member wishing they could hide. This killing machine feared no bullets. Who would dare assist him in claiming a bounty? The meeting room was engulfed in silence once more. Observing the assembly of the Su family, Su Zhangping sighed. In their time of crisis, he could not rely on any of them. In the face of danger, they would likely flee faster than anyone else. What use was it to have allies who only shared in prosperity but not in hardship? It was time for a significant transformation within the Su family. Chen Mo was right. Perhaps this was indeed a prime opportunity for the Su family to revitalize itself. Resolving this in his mind, Su Zhangping stood and declared, "Everyone, the purpose of today's meeting is to announce a critical decision. The Su family is officially declaring war on the Wan family." A stir erupted in the assembly, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil pond. What? A declaration of war against the Wan family? Has the patriarch lost his senses? Declaring war on the Wan family is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Foolish. Everyone in the Su family was stunned by this news. Madness. Pure madness. If Chen Mo is crazy, how can Su Zhangping be equally so? And where is the elder to stop this farce? Patriarch, you cannot be serious. The Wan family could annihilate us with ease. We should be grateful they haven't moved against us yet. Indeed, is this not the influence of that madman Chen Mo? Please, Patriarch, do not be foolish. Su Zhangping, if you wish to march to your own demise, do not drag me into it. The hall erupted into chaos. Voices clashing like a bustling marketplace. Su Zhangping furrowed his brow, raising his voice above the din. Ladies and gentlemen, do you truly believe the Wan family will allow us to escape unscathed? Their inaction is merely a tactic to ensnare us gradually. Are you willing to await your demise passively? Instead of waiting to perish, should we not fight back with all our might? Even if we lose, let's take a piece of flesh from them. Su Zhangping, while your words may sound pleasant, at the heart of the matter lies your unwillingness to relinquish Chen Mo and your reluctance to abandon the position of head of the Su family. With the Su family's strength, what qualifications do they possess to engage in combat with the Wan family? It is tantamount to courting death. The business world is akin to a battlefield, ultimately dictated by the strength of both parties. Even at the height of its power, the Su family could not compete with the Wan family, let alone now, when the Su family is severely weakened, beset by internal strife and external threats. The members of the Su family voiced their dissent. I disagree. I resolutely disagree. I also disagree. If you wish to fight, do so on your own. Do not involve me. This matter pertains to personal interests and could lead to fatalities. Who would willingly accompany Su Zhangping to their demise? The atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly agitated, clearly slipping from Su Zhangping's control. He could not help but cast a glance toward the elder Su. Su Bingtian coughed lightly, rising to his feet. Instantly, the room fell silent. Firstly, the matter that Zhangping just mentioned was decided with my consent. Su Bingtian surveyed the crowd before continuing. Secondly, as Zhangping stated, this decision was not up for discussion, but rather a notification. The declaration of war has already been prepared, and it will be publicly announced as soon as this meeting concludes. The elder Su spoke with clarity and authority, leaving no room for doubt. Elder, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Despite the pressure of potential repercussions, some dared to challenge the elderess authority. According to clan rules, such significant matters require a family vote, and a resolution must have the agreement of over 80% of the members. We were completely unaware of this decision beforehand, and now everyone is opposed. How can you act so unilaterally? Su Bingtian cast a cool glance at the speaker and replied, Indeed. There is such a clause in our clan rules. However, this is a critical moment for the survival of the Su family. The clan leader is entitled to make any necessary decisions. Of course, if you do not wish to remain with the Su family, you are free to leave. I will publicly declare your severance from the Su family, ensuring the Wan family will not target you. Immediately, the hall was enveloped in stunned silence. No one anticipated the elder Su would utter such words. After a long pause, someone finally stood, trembling. I withdraw. Me too. Count me in. Once someone took the lead, others who were previously hesitant began to rise as well. They lacked faith in the Su family, convinced that it could not withstand the Wan family and would ultimately face annihilation. Amidst the crowd, Peng Zhe and Su Xinyue were engaged in a hushed argument, which soon escalated. Peng Zhe forcefully pushed aside Su Xinyue, exclaiming, I have finally managed to persuade my family to continue collaborating with yours. Yet you dare to declare war on the Wan family? Is this not leading me into a pit of fire? I adamantly disagree. I wish to withdraw. No. Peng Zhe, please don't. Su Xinyue desperately tried to retain him, as she was supposed to stand by her brother, Su Zhamping, having betrayed him once before. Abandoning him now was simply unthinkable. Peng Zhe shook his head resolutely. Will you not come with me? A look of anguish crossed Su Xinyue's face as she hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, Last time, I forsook the Su family for your future, betraying my brother. But now, with the Su family on the brink of survival, as a daughter of the Su family, I cannot abandon them. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. Peng Zhe's expression darkened, and without a backward glance, he exited the Su family conference hall, with even Su Bingtian's son-in-law departing. Those who had been hesitant could no longer remain seated and began to rise and leave. Observing the growing vacancies in the hall, Su Bingtian felt a tumult of emotions. He scanned the faces of those who chose to stay and face adversity alongside the Su family, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you for choosing to remain with us during this challenging time. Elder, whether in life or death, we are of the Su family. We cannot betray our own. Others nodded in agreement. Su Bingtian, filled with emotion, recognized that although many had departed, the unity of the Su family had intensified manifold. Excellent. With all of you here, no matter how formidable the Wan family may be, they shall not prevail against us. Rest assured, while the Wan family is indeed powerful, we are not destined for defeat. Elder, what shall we do next? All eyes turned toward Su Bingtian, united in purpose. He looked at Chun Mo, stating, in this impending conflict with the Wan family, all matters will be directed by Chun Mo. The Su family's resources will be coordinated by him, and any disobedience will be dealt with according to clan regulations. As the family meeting concluded, news of the Su family's declaration of war against the Wan family spread rapidly, igniting a storm of controversy. Had the Su family gone mad? The Wan family was a prominent clan in Zhongzhou. While the Su family possessed some strength, it paled in comparison. Many factions that had previously collaborated with the Su family swiftly announced the termination of their contracts, severing all ties. Even before the battle commenced, the Su family found itself in dire straits. In Zhongzhou, the Wan family gathered all its core members. The head of the Wan family, Wan Hao, sat prominently at the head of the table, flanked by several direct descendants. Wan Yuanluo, Wan Yuanqing's elder brother, bowed to report. We have just received news that the Su family of Xuanqing has openly declared war on us. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Wan family erupted into laughter, dismissing it entirely. How audacious! They dare to initiate a war with us? They are but ants trying to shake a tree. Indeed, what qualifications does a mere Su family have to confront us directly? Wan Zihong added, previously, my second uncle suggested I pursue Su Mujin to strengthen our ties. Yet now the Su family has brought ruin upon my uncle and aunt. It seems they do not regard our Wan family with any respect. This time, we must annihilate the Su family, demonstrating our strength to all. While he spoke with bravado, Wan Zihong felt a twinge of regret. He had heard that Su Mujin was renowned in Xuanqing for her beauty, and he had intended to visit the Su family. However, with this unexpected turn of events, he thought it might be for the best. Once the Su family was destroyed, Su Mujin would ultimately become his possession, nothing more than a plaything. Wan Yuanluo scoffed. Yuanqing is simply too naive. The Su family is treacherous, unworthy of any alliance with us. Now they have lost their lives due to their ties to the Su family. However, this grudge must be avenged. We must ensure the Su family faces utter devastation. Wan Hao sipped from his teacup, then asked in a grave tone, have you considered why the Su family would dare to declare war against us, knowing they cannot win? They are simply lacking in reason. Otherwise, how could they make such a ludicrous decision? Wan Zihong replied. No sooner had he spoken than Wan Yuanluo shot him a fierce glare. Not every member of the Su family is a fool. How could they be as dim-witted as his own son? He worried about the future of the Wan family under the leadership of such a simpleton. Father, it is likely due to our relentless pressure on the Su family, pushing them to the brink of desperation, prompting them to fight to the death. However, it is ultimately a futile resistance. They cannot create significant waves. Wan Hao nodded slightly, but continued, I have heard that Su Bingtian is on his last legs, and as for Su Zhamping, he is timid and cautious, likely lacking the audacity to make such a decision. So, who could have made such a choice? Recently, I conducted an investigation, and it seems that Su Bingtian has temporarily handed over control of the Su family to his granddaughter's fiancé, Chen Mo. Oh, Wan Hao raised an eyebrow and inquired. Chen Mo? The second son died at his hands, correct? Wan Yuanluo nodded. The upheaval in the Su family was quelled by this young man. Have you looked into who he truly is? I have never heard of him before, Wan Hao pressed. We have conducted an investigation. Chen Mo is an orphan who survived by scavenging. He disappeared for a while and has only recently returned to Xuanqing, having acquired some skills along the way. He is quite formidable. Formidable? What is his cultivation level? Wan Hao asked again. We are still uncertain about the specifics, but reportedly, he once infiltrated the Gao family alone and managed to evade their Dark Dragon Guard. Afterward, he did not seek revenge on the Su family, suggesting his strength is not to be underestimated. Wan Hao nodded. I said it before, that old fox Su Bingtian would not entrust the Su family to a worthless individual. Oomph. Wan Zihong interjected with indignation. What does being strong amount to? He is merely a brute. If he were truly that powerful, why wouldn't he dare come to our Wan family? Others nodded in agreement. The Wan family had stood firm in Zhongzhou for many years and possessed many skilled individuals, bolstered by the support of a powerful figure. Even if Chen Mo were exceptional, could he possibly surpass that person? Chapter 66. Only envy the couple. Not the immortals. Wan Yuanluo found himself in agreement with his son's sentiments. Father, I concur with Zihong. If Chen Mo were truly that formidable, he would have come when we placed a bounty on him. His absence indicates fear. Wan Hao frowned. I've been feeling uneasy these past few days. We must not be overly cautious. This confrontation with the Su family must be swift and decisive, even if it incurs significant losses. Once we eliminate the Su family, I will ensure that Su Bingtian and that young man, Chen Mo, pay dearly for Yuanqing's death. Understood. The members of the Wan family responded in unison. The next morning, Chen Mo received delightful news. Zhou Quan had returned from the capital, and not only did he come back alone, but he also brought a professional team with him. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He had been a loss for how to confront the Su and Wan families, and Zhou Quan's return was perfectly timed. He hurriedly escorted Zhou Quan to the Su family villa for a clandestine meeting with Su Zhanya. Zhou Quan, a business prodigy praised by Chao Heshuan, swiftly analyzed the current situation and devised a comprehensive business strategy that even Su Bingtian commended. After finalizing the plan, Zhou Quan wasted no time in putting it into action. As the conflict between the Su and Wan families commenced, the Su family found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhou Quan's arrival served as a much-needed boost, revitalizing the nearly incapacitated Su group. The Su family members became busily engaged, while Chen Mo found himself with ample leisure time. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Mo began training Su Bo in martial arts. Although it was Su Bo's first foray into the martial arts, his innate talent astonished Chen Mo. Within just a few days of practice, his progress was remarkable. He was a natural fighter. In contrast, Su Mujin's aptitude was considerably lacking, initially ill-suited for martial training. However, after being poisoned, Chen Mo expended a significant amount of his true energy to cleanse her meridians, allowing her to step into the realm of martial arts. In recent days, she often visited the villa for Chen Mo's guidance. The once tranquil villa now buzzed with activity. As the sun began to set, Chen Mo gazed at Su Mujin's exquisite figure dancing in the wind, captivated by her beauty. Perhaps this is what is meant by the beauty of the human realm. Only envying the couple, not the immortals. Yet, such serene moments are fleeting. After a few days, Gao Hesuan Visai Personali, Brother Chun, there's an event in a couple of days. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Chen Mo paused, asking what kind of event. It's an underground black market trading meeting, essentially a gathering for several underground bosses to settle disputes. The location is in Rongqing. Rongqing? Chen Mo recalled Su Mujin's uncle, who belonged to the Peng family of Rongqing. Chao Heshuan continued. Indeed, this trading meeting involves Zhongzhou and two neighboring provinces, with Rongqing situated at the intersection of three provinces, making it an ideal venue. Furthermore, the Peng family is hosting the event. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo understood. Chao Heshuan was clearly inviting him to act as a bodyguard. Such gatherings undoubtedly involve many unsavory dealings, and with the Chao family operating in both legitimate and illicit spheres, they had a vested interest in such matters. With his schedule open, Chen Mo agreed to accompany Chao Heshuan. Relieved by Chen Mo's acceptance, Chao Heshuan explained, Let me outline the general process. Traditionally, the venue is arranged by the host and is not disclosed in advance. On the day of the event, the Peng family will send personnel to escort attendees, ensuring no one can lay ambush. What if the host colludes with another party? Chun Mo questioned, uncertain about the Peng family, having only met Su Mujin's uncle, Peng Zhe, whose demeanor left Chun Mo skeptical. Chao Heshuan shook his head, although the Peng family doesn't boast a prominent reputation. They have a long-standing heritage with a history spanning hundreds of years in Rongqing. They are unlikely to engage in self-destructive behavior. Chun Mo was taken aback. He anticipated the Peng family's deep-rooted history. Are there any notable figures in the Peng family? He inquired. Certainly. The elder of the Peng family, Peng Ruixian, enjoys high esteem in Rongqing and was a notable figure in the martial world years ago. This gathering is personally hosted by him. By the way, ISN Su family's son-in-law, Peng Zhe, connected to the Peng family? After speaking, Chao Xuan recalled that Peng Zhe had severed ties with the Su family. However, the reason for the ongoing collaboration between the Peng and Su families remained unclear. Noticing that anyone eligible to attend may bring only one bodyguard or assistant, and no one is permitted to engage in violence during the meeting. Disputes must be resolved through negotiation or gambling, and the host will officiate. If someone refuses to comply after the meeting, they will face collective repercussions. Chen Montauk smiled, asking, "It sounds relatively safe. It seems my attendance is inconsequential." Chao Heshuan replied, "That may be true, but ultimately it depends on who possesses the stronger fist. However, I merely wish to broaden my horizons. There's no significant issue at stake. During the gathering, various items will be traded, and who knows what unexpected gains might arise. The event is scheduled for tomorrow." With nothing pressing on his agenda, Chun Mo readily agreed. With Zhou Quan orchestrating the battle between the Su and Wan families, he felt entirely at ease. Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan had a few days left before school started. He could take them to Zhongzhou after returning from Rongqing. After arranging their departure time, Chao Heshuan took his leave to prepare. Just after bidding farewell to Chao Heshuan, Chun Mo received distressing news from the underground boxing arena. Qiu Hui was in trouble. Frowning at the news, Chun Mo recognized Qiu Hui as a valued subordinate to whom he entrusted many matters. Without hesitation, Chun Mo rushed to the hospital to ascertain the situation. When he arrived at Xuanqing First Hospital, the doctors were preoccupied with performing surgery on Qiu Hui. Upon hearing that Chun Mo had arrived, Dean Wang Zixing hurried over. Despite the unpleasantness of their previous encounter, Chun Mo was a man of genuine skill, and given his connection to the Su family, Wang Zixing dared not be neglectful. "How is the situation now?" Chun Mo inquired of Wang Zixing. After assessing the circumstances, Wang Zixing promptly reported, "The patient is stable, but unfortunately, that arm may be beyond saving." The assailant was exceedingly ruthless, severing the arm and damaging the wound, which has rendered the blood vessels and nerves irreparable. A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Mo's eyes as he solemnly declared, "Forget it. Have them step aside. I will take matters into my own hands." What? Wang Zixing thought he must have misheard. Chun Mo was adept at acupuncture, but this was a matter of reattaching an arm. No amount of acupuncture could remedy that. Ignoring Wang Zixing, Chun Mo pushed open the operating room door and stepped inside. Inside the operating room, Qiu Hui lay motionless on the surgical table, drenched in blood, with a severed arm nearby. It was evident that the arm had been hacked off at the shoulder. Due to excessive blood loss, Qiu Hui's face was ashen. Chun Mo glanced at the wound and immediately furrowed his brow. Indeed, as Wang Zixing had said, the injury was severely damaged, making reattachment nearly impossible. As someone entered, the attending physician was about to reprimand them, but was halted by Wang Zixing's intervention. "How much longer until the anesthesia wears off?" Chun Mo asked. A voice replied, "Less than an hour remains." Nodding, Chun Mo said nothing further and approached the surgical table. He grasped Qiu Hui's right wrist and infused a stream of true energy into his body. Gradually, Qiu Hui's previously pallid face began to regain color at a remarkable pace. The sight left several doctors dumbfounded, and what Chun Mo did next completely opened their eyes. He began to knead the severed arm's wound continuously, occasionally tapping on various acupoints. This process continued for over 10 minutes. "Someone assist with the suturing. The damage to the nerves and blood vessels is too severe. Even if we sew it up, the arm will still die," One doctor voiced his doubts. Chun Mo turned to him, saying, "You focus on the suturing. Leave the rest to me." The doctor cast a glance at Wang Zixing, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to step forward and take up the needle and thread to begin suturing. Throughout this time, Chun Mo stood beside, continuously channeling true energy into Chiu Hui's body, occasionally helping the suturing doctor align the meridians. This process lasted nearly half an hour, and once the suturing was complete, Chun Mo finally released Chiu Hui's hand. After a preliminary examination, it was evident that the reattachment of Chiu Hui's severed arm had been a resounding success, with blood supply and nerve conduction unaffected. Instantly, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the operating room. Chun Mo's actions had completely shattered their understanding of medical possibilities. They could hardly fathom how he had accomplished such a feat after completing the procedure. Chun Mo gently patted Chiu Hui's chest twice, and he, who had been in a comatose state, instantly awakened. Initially bewildered, Chiu Hui's eyes settled in relief upon noticing Chun Mo's presence. "Who did this?" Chun Mo asked. Chiu Hui's lips moved, and he finally uttered a name. "Chun Udehai. Is it him?" Chun Mo's brow furrowed, a surge of killing intent emanating from him. Previously, in the underground boxing arena, Chun Mo had exposed Udehai for secretly doping fighters, leading to Chiu Hui severing Udehai's hand right then. Now, this was clearly an act of revenge. Moreover, this incident was directly linked to Chun Mo. Udehai's vendetta would undoubtedly not be limited to just Chiu Hui. Chun Mo's suspicions were accurate. Udehai's targets extended beyond Chiu Hui to include Chun Mo himself. Previously deterred by Chun Mo's prowess, Udehai now felt emboldened. Emboldened further by the Wan family's bounty on Chun Mo. With the Wan family's backing, Udehai sensed his opportunity. Severing Chiu Hui's arm was merely the initial act of retribution. "Young Master Chun, I have embarrassed you," Chiu Hui expressed with a look of guilt. Chun Mo shook his head. "It's all right. Stand up and move around a bit." Chiu Hui sat up from the surgical table, staring incredulously at his reattached arm. He attempted to move it. Aside from a slight pain at the sutured area, it felt no different from before. He had feared that he would be left with only one arm for the rest of his life, but Chun Mo had once again astonished him. Seeing Chiu Hui's excitement, Chun Mo smiled gently and cautioned, "Now that it's reattached, refrain from any strenuous activities. You'll need time to recuperate fully." Chiu Hui nodded, and with a roll, he hopped off the surgical table and respectfully bowed to Chun Mo. "The young Master Chun, I owe you a debt I cannot repay from this day forth. My life belongs to you." Chun Mo helped Chiu Hui to his feet, smiling, "We are brothers. No need for such formalities." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, a glimmer of joy illuminated Chiu Hui's eyes. It was the first time Chun Mo had openly acknowledged him as one of their own. Chun Mo patted Chiu Hui's shoulder and added, "Take good care of yourself. I will avenge this grievance for you." After leaving the hospital, Chun Mo took Chiu Hui back to the villa, allowing him to stay temporarily. Given the recent incident involving Chiu Hui, Chun Mo set up additional precautions around the villa and also brought Yi Shaoan over to prevent similar occurrences. The next morning, Chao Heshuan arrived punctually as scheduled. After a 3-hour journey, the two finally reached the rendezvous point for the Peng family in Rongqing. The Peng family had long since prepared for their arrival, and after confirming their identities, led them to the gathering location. Rongqing was not particularly large, nestled between 3 states. It was often referred to as a place where one could step into 3 states at once. The car traversed the city and eventually halted at a manor on the northern outskirts. This estate belonged to the Peng family, surrounded by mountains and water, serene and elegant, a fitting venue for the gathering. When Chao Heshuan and Chun Mo arrived, the current head of the Peng family, Peng Binhai, was already waiting at the manor's entrance to greet them. "Young Master Chao." Upon seeing the two disembark, Peng Binhai hurriedly approached with a warm welcome. "How could I allow you to come out personally to greet us? That is quite unnecessary." Chao Heshuan, not one to stand on ceremony, quickly stepped forward and extended his right hand to shake Peng Binhai's. Chun Mo followed closely behind Chao Heshuan, who was also accompanied by Pengzhe, Su Mujin's uncle. After exchanging pleasantries, Peng Binhai pulled Pengzhe over, introducing, "Young Master Chao, allow me to present my son, Pengzhe." "Hello, young Master Chao." Pengzhe stepped forward and extended his hand to Chao Heshuan. However, Chao Heshuan merely offered a cold smile. young Master Duan is the son-in-law of the Su family. How could I not recognize you? Chao Huan did not even bother to shake Peng Zhe's hand. He was a man who valued loyalty, but he held disdain for those who distanced themselves from the Su family during their time of crisis. Of course, his attitude in front of Peng Binhai was also influenced by Chun Mo's presence. Peng Zhe awkwardly retracted his hand, and only then did he notice Chun Mo standing behind Chao Huan. His brow furrowed in surprise. Chun Mo, what are you doing here? Chun Mo merely cast an indifferent glance at Peng Zhe, disregarding him entirely. Such a heartless and ungrateful person was not worthy of his attention. Beside them, Peng Binhai was equally astonished. He had initially assumed that Chao Huan had brought along a bodyguard or assistant, but it turned out to be Chun Mo. He had heard of Chun Mo's name, but had never encountered him before. Upon Peng Zhe's return, he had recounted all that transpired within the Su family, painting Chun Mo as an unmitigated harbinger of misfortune. The multitude of events that transpired within the Su family can be traced back to Chun Mo. It was only after his arrival that the Su family faced such upheaval. Regarding this assertion about his son, Peng Binhai was somewhat skeptical. As the head of the Peng family, his experience and perspective were far from ordinary. How could the esteemed Su family, a prominent clan in Xuanqing, be reduced to such a state due to the presence of a single individual? Furthermore, after conducting his own inquiries, he found that rather than being a harbinger of misfortune, Chun Mo appeared to be a fortuitous star for the Su family. Had it not been for Chun Mo's timely intervention, the elderly patriarch of the Su family could have succumbed to poison, and the Su family would have long been devoured by the Gao family, leaving no opportunity for the Wan family to intervene. He believed that Su Bingtian, a figure comparable to the venerable Peng Ruixian, would not be so foolish as to accept a misfortune bringer as his grandson-in-law. Nevertheless, Peng Binhai did not elevate his regard for Chun Mo. He was merely intrigued by the nature of this young man. In Peng Binhai's view, regardless of Chun Mo's capabilities, his actions in the Su family's affairs, particularly the elimination of Wan Qianqing, could only lead to the family's downfall. The Su family's declaration of war against the Wan family was but a desperate struggle for survival. Peng Binhai scrutinized Chun Mo, then turned to Chao Huan, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. What could have prompted Chao Huan to ally himself with Chun Mo and bring him to this gathering? However, he dismissed further speculation and smiled lightly, saying, Chao Xiao, the arrangements have been made in advance for you. Please take some time to rest. I shall send someone to fetch you when the guests have mostly arrived. With a gesture of invitation, he signaled them inside. Chao Huan nodded and led Chun Mo towards the interior of the estate. In preparation for this gathering, the Peng family had cleared the entire estate, allowing only guests to stay. Many notable figures were present this time, including the esteemed Qi Yi from Tongzhou, Meng Tianhu from Dazhou, and Wang Sunguang from Zhongzhou. As they followed the directions, Chao Huan introduced Chun Mo to a figure ahead. Brother Chun, that man up ahead is Meng Tianhu from Dazhou. Chun Mo glanced up and nearly laughed aloud. Upon hearing the name Meng Tianhu, he had imagined a robust, formidable man. Instead, he found himself looking at someone of diminutive stature, not even reaching 1.70 meters. Yet, the aura emanating from him was decidedly restrained, indicating a strength that should not be underestimated. You've arrived rather late, Chao Xiao. Meng Tianhu greeted with a sly smile upon spotting Chao Huan. Tiger Lord. Chao Huan quickly returned the greeting. Their exchange was brief and polite before they parted ways to their respective quarters. Just as Chun Mo and Chao Huan were nearing their accommodations, Chun Mo unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Ode Hai from Yi City. Having just severed Qiu Hui's arm in Xuanqing, Chun Mo had been intent on seeking retribution. Yet here was Ode Hai, much to his surprise. Ode Hai, too, was taken aback to find Chun Mo. Upon seeing him, he instinctively recoiled a few steps, but hatred quickly surged within him, his remaining left hand clenching tightly. The memory of losing an arm in the underground boxing ring to Qiu Hui, compounded by his defeat at the hands of Chao Huan, was still a bitter pill to swallow. Had Chun Mo not intervened, he could have claimed the land along the Jintian River and the Chao family's business in Yi City, thus equating his strength with that of the elite families. Instead, everything had crumbled, leaving him not only empty-handed but also suffering losses. Therefore, vengeance was imperative. In recent days, he had caught wind of the Wan family's bounty of 50 million on Chun Mo's head, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He had first tracked down Xiu Hui in Xuanqing to settle a score by severing an arm, then hurried to Rongqing in hopes of enlisting the aid of a powerful ally to eliminate Chen Imo. To his dismay, he found Chen Imo already present, disrupting his plans. With no allies yet secured, he realized he was no match for Chen Imo at this moment. Just as Chen Imo was preparing to approach, Odhai slipped away, evading confrontation. Chen Imo contemplated chasing after him, but ultimately decided to let him live a few more days, planning to settle the score after the gathering concluded. Chao Xuan took a few steps out, then turned back to find Chen Imo still standing there, curiosity evident in his voice. "Brother Chen, what has captivated your attention?" Chen Imo smiled. "I wonder if you remember Odhai." "Odhai? You mean he is here too?" "Gao Hesun in Guit." "Indeed. He just severed Xiu Hui's arm in Xuanqing yesterday, and I was about to confront him when he conveniently appeared before me," Chen Imo replied. "After all, this situation arose due to my actions, so I should be involved." Chao Xuan chuckled. Meanwhile, after Odhai's hasty retreat, he found himself at the side of Qi Yi from Tongzhou. Qi Yi, an unassuming old man with no notable presence, nonetheless commanded fear throughout Tongzhou. In his earlier misfortunes, Odhai had once owed the O family a favor, and now he sought to leverage Qi Yi's influence to eliminate Chen Imo. "So, you have a grudge against that young man from the Chao family?" Qi Yi asked, squinting his eyes while reclining in his chair, sipping tea. "Odhai zet ponde. It's more complicated than that. My true target is the young man accompanying him." Qi Yi raised an eyebrow. "The bodyguard?" Odhai shook his head. "He is no ordinary bodyguard. You must have heard of the recent exorbitant bounty from the Wan family, right?" "I have," Qi Yi replied. "Are you implying that this young man is?" "Indeed, he is the very Chen Imo for whom the Wan family has placed a bounty. The Su family's future grandson-in-law. Is it truly him? How has he wronged you?" Qi Yi asked, puzzled. Odhai explained, "I lost my arm because of him, and though he possesses considerable skill, I must request your assistance in avenging my loss. I owe the O family a favor. If you request it, I shall assist in your quest for vengeance. But thereafter, our family shall have no further ties," Qi Yi stated coolly. With Qi Yi's agreement, Odhai was elated and expressed his gratitude. However, this young man possesses formidable strength. He may very well be a martial arts master, so you must exercise caution. "A martial arts master? At just 20 years old? That's preposterous." Qi Yi scoffed, then added, "Even if he is a martial arts master, I harbor no fear." As the prominent figures from the three provinces gradually assembled, before the formal gathering commenced, Peng Ruixian organized a series of private discussions, encouraging parties with grievances to seek resolution amicably. However, the attempts yielded little success. Each party was unyielding, and if they could negotiate privately, they would not have gathered here. At 6 in the evening, the official proceedings began. All dignitaries took their seats in the conference room, ready to engage in formal negotiations. The conference room of the Peng estate was expansive, accommodating over 1,000 attendees, adorned in a style reminiscent of the West, with a grand round table at its center. The assembled dignitaries formed a circle, gathering with familiar faces, yet an atmosphere of tension pervaded the room. Chen Imo and Chao Xuan found a spot to sit, scanning the room until they spotted Odhai conversing quietly with an elderly gentleman. Opposite Qi Yi sat Wang Sunguang from Zhongzhou. The positioning of the two parties and the occasional glances exchanged hinted at an irreconcilable conflict between Qi Yi and Wang Sunguang. Once all were present, the elder Peng Ruixian took his place at the head of the table, and the meeting formally commenced, with each family articulating their grievances and demands. The issues at hand were not overly complex. They primarily revolved around conflicts of interest and territorial disputes. Despite his advanced age, Peng Ruixian's reputation still commanded respect. After his mediation, the disputes among the families were swiftly resolved. However, the Peng family also sought to insert themselves into the matter, aiding both parties in resolving their conflicts while also securing some benefits for themselves. Before long, it was Chao Heshuan's turn. "Young Master Chao, your family is not primarily engaged in the film industry. Why cling so tightly to the film city? If you're willing to transfer it to me, I could even add 2 more percentage points," a representative from a He family in Rongqing stated. Chao Heshuan replied with a cold smile, "Mr. He, I am aware of the wealth your family possesses, but regardless of the amount you offer, the film city is not for sale by the Chao family. Do not underestimate others." "Young Master Chao, are you really going to show no regard for face at all?" He Yuda, the representative from the He family, said solemnly. Although the film city in Rongqing was not the pinnacle of Huagua's film industry, it was intertwined with numerous film bases across 3 states and hundreds of cinemas, fundamentally influencing the entertainment landscape of the entire region. The interests at stake were substantial. Otherwise, the He family would not be so fixated on the film city. In truth, Chao Heshuan did not wish to sell. The film city had not generated significant profit for the Chao family in recent years, and the conditions proposed by the He family were indeed tempting. However, the film city was a project personally initiated by the Chao family's elder. Without his approval, the Chao family dared not let it go. While selling it would yield a considerable sum, the Chao family was not currently in need of money. Moreover, the He family had made their fortune in internet finance and was now setting their sights on the entertainment sector, seeking to create a production line for star-making and films. Chao Heshuan personally disdained such an approach, which was why, despite the He family's numerous conditions, the Chao family remained steadfast. Mr. He, young Master Chao, since neither of you is willing to yield, let us proceed according to the rules. Will you choose to gamble or draw lots? Peng Binhai interjected. Gambling and drawing lots were common methods for resolving disputes, with the former typically divided into martial or literary contests. I choose martial combat, He Yuda declared first. Having anticipated that he could not persuade the Chao family and had already arranged for assistance beforehand, Chao Heshuan glanced at Chen Mo, who nodded, instilling confidence in him. Chao Heshuan deliberately suggested, Mr. He, why don't we opt for a literary contest instead? After all, it wouldn't be wise to risk injury. Hearing this, He Yuda's heart leaped with joy. He had investigated and found that the Chao family did not possess any notable experts, and Chao Heshuan had only brought along a 20-year-old assistant. In a martial contest, victory seemed assured. Could it be that young Master Chao forgot to bring any experts today? Or shall you return to summon someone? As long as old Master Peng agrees, I have no objections, He Yuda laughed. Chao Heshuan's expression darkened, but inwardly he smirked, relieved that he had brought Chen Mo along today. Otherwise, the He family's scheme might have succeeded. Indeed, Peng Binhai stated, since you are here, everything must be conducted according to the rules. Until this matter is resolved, no one may contact the outside. If young Master Chao disagrees with martial combat, he may opt for drawing lots instead. Chao Heshuan waved his hand. Since Mr. He has proposed martial combat, then let it be so. He Yuda continued to mock. Young Master Chao, this individual beside you is a renowned master of martial arts, Hai Yongbua. His skills have reached an extraordinary level. I doubt your assistant could withstand even a single blow, or perhaps young Master Chao could take the stage himself. I could instruct Master Hai to go easy on you. At that moment, Peng Zhe interjected, Mr. He, do not underestimate young Master Chao's companion. His name is Chen Mo, the unwed son-in-law of the Su family from Xuanqing. His abilities are quite formidable. Even the Wan family has placed a bounty of 50 million on his life. Do not let your arrogance lead to your downfall. Upon hearing Peng Zhe's remarks, everyone turned their attention to Chen Mo. The bounty from the Wan family was well known among them. Yet the 50 million did not seem substantial enough to merit concern, which is why they had not considered such thoughts. They were simply curious about the identity of this Chen Mo, who warranted a bounty from the Wan family. Upon receiving Peng Zhe's warning, Yuda did not increase his vigilance, but rather felt reassured. The son-in-law of the Su family. No, an unwed son-in-law. What capabilities could he possibly possess? Master Hai was a formidable expert, capable of establishing his own school. If one could defeat him, who would still want to be an unwed son-in-law? Young man, I advise you to value your life and return to Xuanqing to fulfill your role as a son-in-law. Why risk your life here? He Yuda said to Chen Mo. Chen Mo frowned, but said nothing. He Yuda then turned to Chao Heshuan. Young master, why not simply concede? Transfer the film city to me under the previously discussed terms. Chao Heshuan replied with a cold smile. Mr. He, have you rejoiced too soon? The outcome is still uncertain. So, young Master Chao intends to gamble with me? Indeed. Excellent. He Yuda clapped his hands and addressed Master Hai Yongbua. Master Hai, the outcome now rests in your hands. Master Hai nodded, striking the table with his hand, leaping gracefully as though he were a swift swallow, landing silently on the ground. This display garnered widespread applause. Though it was merely a simple action, it demonstrated that Master Hai had perfected his external martial arts to an extraordinary degree, wielding his strength with complete control. Standing in the arena, Master Hai clasped his fists and said to Chunimo, "Please." Chunimo slowly rose but did not step into the arena. Instead, he asked, "Since this is a wager, should both parties not have stakes?" Everyone was taken aback, unsure of Chunmo's intention. Before they could react, Peng Zhe spoke first. "Chunimo, what do you mean? Could it be you are afraid?" Chunimo raised an eyebrow. "Is my question inappropriate?" Peng Zhe prepared to respond, but was interrupted by Peng Bin Hai, who stood and said, "Naturally, there are stakes. Both parties are wagering the ownership of the Rongqing Film City. However, I just heard that if I lose, the Chow family must transfer the film city to the He family. What happens if I win?" Chen Montak inquired. Peng Bin Hai paused, realizing he had not addressed that aspect, only stating that the Chow family would surrender the film city if they lost, without mentioning what would occur if they won. "You win? How is that possible?" He Yuda scoffed. "Should you win, I shall no longer pursue the film city belonging to the Chow family." Chen Mo smirked. "If you win, the Chow family must relinquish the film city, while if you lose, you have no obligations. Is the He family planning to walk away empty-handed?" "Master Peng, does this wager not seem unfair?" Peng Bin Hai frowned and asked, "What is your suggestion?" "Since this is a wager, the stakes should be equivalent. If the Chow family loses, they transfer the film city. Conversely, if I win, the He family should also provide an asset of equal value to the Chow family. Only then can it be deemed fair." Peng Bin Hai looked to He Yuda and Chao Heshuan for their thoughts. Chao Heshuan felt a surge of joy. He would never disagree with this arrangement. Had it not been for Chun Mo's proposal, he might have overlooked it. However, He Yuda was furious. "I do not agree. We're discussing the film city today, and I'm not here to give anything away. Does Mr. He not dare to wager?" Chen Montak Chen get. "It seems today we shall not have the opportunity to clash." With that, he turned to return to his seat. "Nonsense. I am not afraid to wager. If I win, the Chow family shall give me the film city. Conversely, if I lose, I will unconditionally transfer the Xinyue shopping mall to the Chow family. How does that sound?" Chao Heshuan felt a swell of happiness and nodded vigorously. Trading the film city for the underwhelming Xinyue shopping mall was a tremendous profit for the Chow family. "Excellent. Since Mr. He is so forthright, I shall be equally candid. In a moment, I will execute a single strike. If Master Hai withstands unscathed, I shall concede my defeat." Chun Mo's declaration left everyone present momentarily speechless. A collective thought emerged. Is this fellow lacking in mental acuity? Hai Yanghua is a well-established master of martial arts, having perfected his skills in the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt to an extraordinary degree, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets. The odds were already stacked against Chun Mo in his duel with Hai Yanghua, and now he audaciously claimed he would defeat him with merely one move. Surely, even a jest should have its limits. However, Adehai found himself pondering whether Chun Mo truly possessed unwavering confidence. Recalling Chun Mo's performance in the underground boxing arena, Adehai could not help but inquire of Master Qi. "Master Qi, what is your opinion of that young man?" "Chun Mo? Nothing remarkable," Master Qi replied nonchalantly. Previously, upon hearing Adehai's assertion that Chun Mo might be a martial arts master, Master Qi had scrutinized Chun Mo closely. Observing his unremarkable demeanor and lack of any semblance of a masterly presence, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Upon hearing Master Qi's verdict, Adehai sighed in relief. The prevailing silence was soon shattered by He Yuda's laughter. "Ha ha, one move? Young Master Chow, where did you find such a madman?" After his laughter subsided, he turned to Hai Yanghua and asked, "Master Hai, this young man claims he will defeat you with a single strike. What do you think?" At that moment, Hai Yanhua's face had darkened to an extreme. How could he, a grandmaster of transformation, be belittled by an unknown youth? "Oomph. My golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt have reached a consummate level. Do not think that a single blow, or even 100, could harm me in the slightest." He Yuda nodded and turned to Chao Heshuan, asking, "What say you, young Master Chao? After all, this is your man making such claims. You wouldn't dare to retract now, would you?" Chao Heshuan gazed at Chun Mo. Although he believed in Chun Mo's ability to defeat Hai Yanghua, the stipulation of using only one move left him uncertain. He hesitated, as the stakes were high for the Chow family. A loss would mean not only the loss of the film city, but also the forfeiture of any financial gain. However, given the circumstances, withdrawing from the wager seemed impractical. Even without the bet, they risked losing everything today, and the reputation of the Chow family would also suffer. Finally, with a firm resolve, Chao Hshuan chose to trust Chun Mo once more. What Brother Chen intends is what I intend. I shall not waver. Ha ha ha, splendid. How delightful. He Yuda's face gleamed with satisfaction at the prospect of acquiring the film city. At that moment, Peng Binhai interjected, since both parties have agreed to the wager. Let the duel commence. Please take your positions in the arena. No need for that. A single strike will suffice. Right here's fine. Chun Mo replied as he slowly rose. Unlike Hai Yangbua, who sought to flaunt his prowess, Chun Mo circled the round table before stepping into the arena. Observing this, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Even before the match officially began, the outcome seemed predetermined. To claim he would defeat Master Hai with a single blow, how could that possibly be? Peng Zhe wore a cold smile, recalling how he had heard of Chun Mo's might during his time at the Su family, where he allegedly wreaked havoc. The notion that he could block bullets seemed absurd. It was evident that the Su family had spread such tales to instill fear in others. As Chun Mo entered the arena, he faced Hai Yangbua from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. You are young, yet your bravado is astounding. Today, I shall impart a lesson you will never forget. Hai Yangbua declared coldly. The audacity of the young man claiming he would defeat him with a single strike was a profound insult to Hai Yangbua's honor, especially in front of so many esteemed guests. Chun Mo remained unfazed and inquired, are there any restrictions for this duel? A life-and-death struggle, with no other limitations. Should you possess any secret technique, feel free to employ it, Hai Yangbua replied. In such instances, the fights typically concluded without serious injury. Yet there were occasions when fatalities occurred. Hai Yangbua's words indicated his intent to eliminate Chun Mo. However, this did not breach any rules, and no one objected. Chun Mo nodded and asked, does that mean weapons are permitted? Chun Mo, you aren't considering using a firearm, are you? Would you like me to procure one for you? Peng Zhe jested, prompting laughter from the crowd. Peng Binhai, suppressing his amusement, cleared his throat and stated, weapons may be used, but firearms and poison are prohibited. Understood. Chen Montak Aknoitget. Hai Yangbua chuckled. Let me be frank, my golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt have reached perfection. Not even a bullet can breach it. You would do well to surrender and avoid wasting your efforts. I wish to test that theory. Chun Mo replied, raising his hand to reveal a silver needle. The audience erupted in laughter once more. Did he truly believe that a mere silver needle could penetrate the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? Hai Yanbua's anger intensified. This young man was repeatedly humiliating him, as if he were a mere soft target. You are crossing a line. Initially, I intended to teach you a lesson. But since you seek your own demise, do not expect mercy. With that, Hai Yangbua flexed his arms, causing his shirt to burst open, revealing a physique as solid as steel. A powerful gust of energy surged through the arena, leaving all present momentarily stunned. They marveled at Hai Yangbua's might, secretly mocking Chun Mo's audacity to claim he could win with a single strike. Would he even withstand Hai Yangbua's attack? Chao Hshuan was taken aback by Hai Yangbua's display, casting a worried glance at Chun Mo. Meanwhile, Chun Mo remained composed, seemingly unaffected by Hai Yangbua's intimidation. Please prepare yourselves. After I call begin, you may commence, Peng Binhai instructed. He then reminded Chun Mo, Mr. Chun, you have but one opportunity. Chun Mo nodded. One strike is sufficient. Seeing both parties ready, Peng Binhai announced, let the duel commence. A cold smirk crept across Hai Yangbua's face as he slapped his chest, producing a dull thud. Come on, young man. Since you claim you will defeat me with a single strike, I shall allow you to make the first move. I wouldn't want you to be unable to withstand even one of my blows and be swiftly defeated. Chen Montag smiled lightly, unperturbed. He leaped forward, delivering a punch aimed at Hai Yangbua's chest. However, to the spectators, it lacked both power and speed, devoid of any imposing aura. Hai Yangbua regarded Chun Mo's fist with disdain, unfazed as it struck his chest. The feeble force lacked even the capacity to tickle him, let alone breach his defenses. With a dull thud, Chun Mo's fist made contact with Hai Yangbua's chest. After landing the blow, Chun Mo withdrew his hand and stood still. All right, I have finished my strike. Huh? The crowd stared in disbelief. Was this the conclusion? Surely this was farcical. It appeared that this fellow had come merely to amuse them. Chao Hshuan was also bewildered. What was Chun Mo attempting? Even if he couldn't win, this was hardly the manner to conduct oneself. Had he misjudged? Ha ha ha. Is this the so-called expert the Chao family has summoned? The Wan family even offered a bounty of 50 million Had I known this was the case, I could have plucked anyone off the street to face Master Hai. Heida laughed loudly. Peng Zhe felt immense satisfaction at the unfolding spectacle. This young man was not just a jinx, but a fraud, having deceived the Su family and now attempting to swindle the Chao family. Truly, misfortune seemed to follow him wherever he went. Master Qi looked at Udehai in astonishment, his expression tinged with anger. As if to say, is this the caliber of individual worthy of my involvement? The confrontation had reached its climax. Yet Chun Mo had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Hai Yonghua. Udehai furrowed his brows, recalling the prowess he had witnessed from Chun Mo. This outcome was unexpected. He could not fathom the nature of Chun Mo's seemingly effortless strike. Ahem. Peng Binhai coughed lightly, breaking the tension. Chow Xiao, it appears that Mr. Chun is merely playing a jest with us. Let's consider this bout a farce and move on. You should proceed with the sale of the film city as per Mr. He's intentions. Yuda was not pleased and immediately retorted, head of the Peng family. This is hardly appropriate. We had agreed on a duel. Are you suggesting that the Peng family should lead in breaking the rules? Peng Binhai's expression faltered. He had intended to mediate and avoid conflict. However, given Yuda's stance, he decided to step back, realizing the losses were those of the Chao family, not his concern. Clearing his throat, he addressed Chun Mo. Mr. Chun, you have made your move, and the victor has been determined. If there are no objections, I shall execute the prior agreement. You ought to inquire about any objections from the losing party, rather than myself. Chun Mo replied coolly. What? Peng Binhai was taken aback. What did he mean? Was Chun Mo implying that Hai Yonghua had lost? Surely, this was absurd. The outcome was unmistakable. Was Chun Mo reneging on his words? Peng Binhai's countenance darkened as he confronted Chun Mo. Mr. Chun, you promised before everyone that you would only strike once. If that single strike could not defeat Master Hai, then it would be your loss. Are you now denying your own words? This was the Peng family. Anyone daring to act rogue in such a setting would inevitably face the wrath of the crowd. Chun Mo frowned. Who said I lost? Kid, do you think we were blind? The evidence is before us. If he did not lose, then does that mean Master Hai did? Chapter 72. The Clash of Titans. Ha ha ha. I lost. How could I possibly lose? Ha ha. Hai Yonghua laughed heartily, but after just a couple of chuckles, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Gasps of shock filled the room. Yuda's face froze instantly. Two figures leapt from their seats and rushed into the arena. They were Seventh Master and Sun Guang. They knelt beside Hai Yonghua, one checking his pulse and the other assessing his condition. At that moment, blood was oozing from Hai Yonghua's mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back, and his internal energy was in disarray. Seventh Master pressed on several key acupoints on Hai Yonghua's body, while Sun Guang swiftly produced a silver needle from his hand, the very one Chun Mo had wielded earlier. The golden needle of acupoint fixation. Both exclaimed in unison. The crowd was taken aback. Although most were unfamiliar with the significance of the needle, the reactions of Seventh Master and Sun Guang indicated its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the fact that Chun Mo had utilized such a small instrument to breach Hai Yonghua's formidable defenses was nothing short of astonishing. After a moment, Peng Binhai regained his composure and declared, in this bout, the Chao family emerges victorious. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuda shouted, stepping into the fray. You think a mere silver needle could penetrate the perfected golden bell shield? I refuse to believe it. He must have employed some underhanded tactics. Surely, he poisoned the needle. And Master Hai was caught off guard. Peng Binhai harbored doubts as well. Chun Mo's seemingly effortless strike against the renowned Master Hai was indeed hard to accept. He turned to Chun Mo. Mr. Chun, according to the rules of the duel, the use of poison is strictly prohibited. I must request your needle for testing. If it is found to be toxic, Chun Mo nodded. That is acceptable, but there is no need for such formality. You could simply ask Master Hai himself whether he has been poisoned. The crowd's attention shifted back to Hai Yonghua, who, having received urgent care from Seventh Master, began to regain stability. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his face unusually flushed, and addressed the audience. I have not been poisoned. I simply lack the skill. He then turned to Chun Mo, clasping his hands. Mr. Chun has decisively broken through my golden bell shield. I admit my loss with full respect. Seeing Hai Yonghua's candid demeanor, Chun Mo felt a surge of admiration and returned the gesture. Master Hai, you are too kind. It was merely a stroke of luck. Though your golden bell shield has reached a high level, without the mastery of a grandmaster, your upper and lower dantians cannot connect. By inserting the needle into your Zhongwan acupoint, I disrupted your internal energy, thereby causing your shield to falter. But why did I only feel discomfort when I spoke? Hai Zhangbo Inquit Pu Dao. The rest of the assembly shared in his curiosity. Just moments ago, Hai Yangbo had shown no signs of distress until he laughed. Chun Mo explained. At the moment the needle pierced your Zhongwan acupoint, your golden bell shield was already compromised. When you laughed, your energy was disrupted, leading to internal injury. Realization dawned upon Hai Yangbo. Meanwhile, Gyuda's expression darkened. Despite his internal resistance, with Hai Yangbo openly acknowledging his defeat in front of so many, he cannot afford to act dishonorably. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the transfer of the New Moon shopping mall to the Chow family, witnessed by Peng Binhai. This confrontation had shifted the crowd's perception of Chun Mo. Only Peng Zhe silently cursed. Believing that Chun Mo had merely exploited a flaw in Hai Yangbo's defenses and had not demonstrated true strength. Chun Mo returned to his seat, where Chao Hshuan beamed with joy, yet felt slightly embarrassed upon seeing Chun Mo, realizing he had previously doubted his capabilities. Brother Chun, thank you. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries among brothers. Indeed, brothers do not speak of gratitude. Henceforth, your affairs will be my own, Chao Hshuan declared earnestly. With this matter concluded, attention turned to the gathering's main event, the final conflict between 7th Master of Tongzhou and Sun Guang of Zhongzhou. A mountain named Dakingshan lay between their territories, and 6 months prior, a mineral vein had been discovered there, igniting the rivalry. Typically, such disputes could be resolved amicably through joint development and profit sharing. Yet, the Sun family's ancestral grave rested atop Dakingshan, and 7th Master sought to excavate the mountain, while the Sun family vehemently opposed disturbing their forebears' resting place. With neither side willing to relent, they had clashed numerous times, both overtly and covertly. Ultimately, this issue had to be resolved at the gathering. This predicament was particularly delicate, leaving Peng Binhai at a loss for how to mediate. In the end, he summoned the Elder Peng for guidance. After understanding the situation, Elder Peng addressed 7th Master. Old 7, we are all people of the martial world. Disturbing an ancestral grave is a grave taboo. Perhaps you should consider relinquishing this mineral vein? 7th Master frowned. Elder Peng, you are known for your wisdom and fairness, which is why I sought your counsel here. According to the rules, conflicts can be resolved through duels. Why should others be permitted to do so? Yet I cannot. Moreover, I never stated I would disturb the Sun family's grave. I intend to mine my minerals while they tend to their graves. These should not interfere. Sun Guang scoffed. Nonsense. If your ancestral grave were to be excavated and filled with holes, would you be pleased? 7th Master chuckled. What is there to be unwilling about? I am but a solitary man, unaware of even the location of my ancestral grave. Perhaps the Sun family could assist me in locating it? Moreover, I shall not dig in vain. I will offer you a share of 30% of the profits. Is that not a fair offer? Sun Guang shot a fierce glare at 7th Master, declaring, absolutely not. Even if you offered us 100%, you shall not disturb a single stone of the Great Green Mountain. Sun Guang's stance was unwavering. For noble families, ancestral graves held greater significance than life itself. While life could be sacrificed, the sanctity of ancestral graves must remain untarnished. 7th Master, equally resolute, retorted, then let me reiterate, I shall excavate this mine, and you will yield whether you like it or not. Neither party was willing to concede, and their gazes ultimately turned to Peng Ruixian, awaiting his resolution. Chapter 73. Overstepping Boundaries. After a moment of contemplation, Peng Ruixian spoke. Old 7, we both understand that the prosperity of a family is closely tied to its ancestral graves. Forcing someone to relocate their ancestral grave is akin to severing their future. This is merely a mine. It would be unwise to jeopardize the harmony between both parties over such a matter. How about you forego the mine, and in return, the Sun family will provide you with satisfactory compensation? He then turned to Sun Guang. Is that agreeable to you? Sun Guang nodded. The Sun family has no objections. We can engage a third-party agency to assess the mine and provide double the value in compensation. This offer showcased the sincerity of the Sun family. As mining requires significant investment, if 7th Master agrees, he could obtain double compensation without lifting a finger. Who would refuse such an opportunity? However, to everyone's astonishment, seventh master spat, "Pa, who needs your compensation? Besides, the mine lies beneath the earth. Who can accurately assess its worth? If I claim it is worth 100 billion, will you pay?" Sun Guang's expression darkened. It was clear that seventh master was not interested in negotiation. Peng Ruixian's face also soured as he sternly remarked, "Old Seven, you are crossing the line. It was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously?" Seventh master chuckled and replied to Sun Guang, "The mine indeed holds great significance for me, one that transcends mere monetary value. The concept of fortune is abstract, and given the vastness of our nation, there are countless auspicious sites. If your family agrees to relocate your ancestral grave, I can offer you a Dui Dan." What? The mention of Dui Dan elicited gasps from a crowd. Peng Ruixian was equally astonished, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Chao Xuan turned to Chen Mo and asked, "What is a Dui Dan?" Chen Montauk explained it. Dui Dan is a martial arts elixir said to aid in breaking through the innate realm, worth its weight in gold. In this era of scarce spiritual energy and resources, Dui Dan has become a legendary item. To witness it today is a rare opportunity. Peng Ruixian inquired, "Old Seven, do you truly possess a Dui Dan?" Seventh Master smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the crowd's astonishment. He scanned the audience and held up a small wooden box. "This is the Dui Dan." He opened the box, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the conference hall, refreshing everyone present. The scent invigorated Peng Ruixian, and a frenzied expression crossed his face. Indeed, this was Dui Dan. 30 years ago, I was fortunate enough to see one, and to behold it again today. After a moment of display, Seventh Master closed the box. "Sun Master, you are surely aware of the value of Dui Dan. I propose to exchange one for your family's relocation of the ancestral grave. Is that not a fair proposition?" Sun Guang's breath quickened. As Seventh Master pointed out, the notion of ancestral fortune was indeed nebulous. Trading it for the invaluable Dui Dan would be a significant gain for the Sun family. However, he remained curious as to why Seventh Master would part with such a precious item. After all, as a martial artist, he could certainly benefit from the Dui Dan himself. Seemingly reading Sun Guang's thoughts, Seventh Master explained, 2 years ago, I fortuitously acquired 2 Dui Dan. I have no kin, and one for personal use suffices. The other, I offer as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. Indeed, while Dui Dan was extraordinary, a single individual could only consume one. It was only logical for Seventh Master to trade the surplus for gain. However, to exchange one for the Sun family's ancestral grave seemed excessively disproportionate. Yet, no one dared voice such thoughts. Neither Seventh Master nor the Sun family was someone they could afford to offend. Sun Guang frowned, sensing something amiss. He had dealt with Seventh Master before. When had he ever engaged in a losing trade? Was there some trickery afoot? Yet, Peng Ruixian had confirmed the authenticity of the Dui Dan. Or was it possible that something extraordinary lay beneath the great green mountain? "Sun Master, will you exchange or not? The choice is yours," Seventh Master urged. Sun Guang remained silent, but Peng Ruixian interjected, "Old Seven, trading a Dui Dan for a grave is a considerable loss. How about you sell it to me instead? I would willingly part with my entire family's assets for it." Sun Guang became anxious, exclaiming, "Peng Lao, the Dui Dan must first be returned to me. Furthermore, as the host, is it appropriate for you to compete with us guests for such a treasure?" He then turned to Seventh Master and declared, "The Sun family agrees." Seventh Master laughed heartily and said to Peng Ruixian, "I apologize, but please prepare the contract." Peng Ruixian wore a helpless expression. Had he known Seventh Master possessed the Dui Dan, he would have made every effort to secure it. Possessing such an elixir would elevate him to the ranks of innate warriors, advancing his power and significantly extending his lifespan. Yet, now that both parties had reached an agreement, he had no recourse. He was about to instruct Peng Binhai to prepare the contract when a voice interrupted. "Wait." The crowd turned to see Chen Mo standing from his seat. Peng Ruixian frowned and asked, "Mr. Chen, do you have something to say?" "That Dui Dan is a fake." The hall erupted in uproar. Seventh Master was furious, pointing at Chen Mo and shouting, "Nonsense! You, a mere child, likely have never even seen a Dui Dan. What gives you the right to declare it fake?" Everyone here witnessed it, and even Peng Lao confirmed its authenticity. "Do you believe you are superior to him?" Peng Ruixian's expression darkened as Chun Mo's accusations clearly struck at his credibility. Young man, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak indiscriminately. If you claim that Dewey Dan is fake, please provide evidence. Otherwise, I shall have you removed for disturbing the order of this gathering. Chen Mo, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Chao Xuan quickly reached out to pull Chen Mo back, but Chen Mo evaded his grasp and strode into the center of the hall. Given Chun Mo's nature, he was typically disinclined to interfere. However, this matter involved Seventh Master, compelling him to take action. He had observed that O.D. Hai had been closely accompanying Seventh Master, indicating a significant relationship. The truth cannot disguise itself. What is false cannot become true. Once in the center, Chun Mo seized the wooden box, raised it high, and forcefully brought it down to the ground. Chapter 74. Killing Seventh Master. Stop. This is outrageous. Both Peng Ruixian and Seventh Master were taken aback, shouting in unison to halt him. Yet, their warning came too late, and the wooden box crashed to the floor, exploding upon impact, sending the Dewey Dan rolling out. Suddenly, a rich fragrance once again filled the entire conference hall. However, this aroma was somewhat overpowering, even somewhat pungent. At this moment, even those unfamiliar with medicine or who had never seen the Dewey pill could sense that something was amiss with this scent. A genuine medicinal pill would never possess such a fragrance. It was clear that fragrant powder had been concealed within the box beforehand. Earlier, the scent had diffused slowly from the box, which was why no one had noticed. Undoubtedly, this Dewey pill must be a counterfeit. Upon realizing the ruse had been exposed, the Seventh Master's expression darkened to an extreme, filled with rage and humiliation. You dare to destroy my pill. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from his body, causing everyone present to shudder. Kid, didn't you just defeat Haiyangbo with a single move? Now I'm giving you a chance. If you can withstand one of my strikes without dying, I shall spare your life today. Seventh Master, didn't you promise to kill that brat? Just slap him dead. Odihai exclaimed. The Seventh Master had clearly vowed to avenge him by eliminating Chun Mo. How could he now go back on his word? The Seventh Master cast a cold glance at him. When did it become your turn to interject in my affairs? A chill surged through Odihai, causing him to instinctively shut his mouth. Chun Mo, however, merely smiled faintly. You wish to kill me with one strike? Such arrogance. But since I am in a good mood today, I shall grant you this opportunity. What? Is this kid insane? He actually thinks he can give the Seventh Master a chance. Does he believe he is invincible after defeating Haiyangbo? The crowd erupted in whispers. The name of the Seventh Master was known far and wide, his strength undeniable. Peng Ruixian shook his head, incredulous that a mere youth would dare to challenge the Seventh Master. It was truly a death wish. Though Chun Mo's exposure of the Seventh Master's deception indirectly preserved the Peng family's honor, it also served to slap Peng Ruixian's face. As the Seventh Master prepared to strike Chun Mo down, he lost interest and returned to his seat. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the Seventh Master smirked coldly. You heard their words, didn't you? Do you still dare to speak as you did before? Why waste words? Are you afraid to act? Chun Mo glanced at the Seventh Master, speaking with indifference. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The Seventh Master's expression turned icy as he stepped forward, striking towards Chun Mo with his palm. Sun Guang clenched his fists, ready to intervene and shield Chun Mo from the blow, but ultimately hesitated. From Chun Mo's previous demeanor, he sensed that Chun Mo was not the reckless type, so he chose to observe for the moment. The Seventh Master, a master of the realm, had strength that surpassed ordinary limits. This seemingly simple strike contained power exceeding 1,000 pounds. Chun Mo, be careful, Chao Xuan warned, anxiety gripping his heart. A smile returned to Odihai's face. He had underestimated the Seventh Master's might. Could Chun Mo possibly survive such a blow? Standing firm, Chun Mo neither flinched nor evaded as the formidable palm descended upon him. Bang! The Seventh Master's hand landed heavily on Chun Mo, producing a thunderous sound. Not only that, but a terrifying energy swept through the room, sending several onlookers flying. As the dust settled, the Seventh Master stood before Chun Mo, his powerful strike suspended above Chun Mo's head, unable to advance even an inch, as though an invisible barrier stood between them. What is happening? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Kid, What kind of trickery is this? If you have the ability, fight me fairly. The seventh master, faced with this bizarre situation, could only vent his frustration. You asked me to strike back. This is your request, and I shall fulfill it. Chun Mo replied with a calm smile, delivering a swift kick to the seventh master's abdomen. Oomph. A smirk of derision crossed the seventh master's face as he stood his ground, ready to absorb Chun Mo's strike. Yet, he was ultimately overconfident. This kick, appearing casual, contained immense power beyond a mere 1,000 pounds. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as the seventh master was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the conference hall's wall and tumbling hundreds of meters away before landing heavily on the ground. An immediate silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the sound of people swallowing nervously. Chun Mo smiled faintly, exuding an air of ease. One strike, while the seventh master's attack had barely grazed him. Chun Mo's single blow had sent the seventh master flying. Had no one witnessed it, who would have believed it? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Chun Mo leaped outside. What is he planning to do? Kill the seventh master? Someone trembled as they spoke. Gasp! Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. A 20-year-old youth daring to confront a martial arts master? Who would have dared to imagine such a thing before? Yet now, as they gazed at that figure, their eyes filled with awe, no one dared to question. Seeing Chun Mo's silhouette leaving the conference hall, the crowd hurriedly followed. Chen Montak leaped, covering 300 meters effortlessly. By now, the seventh master had risen from the ground, despite his unwillingness to admit it. He had been defeated by Chun Mo in just one strike. The seventh master suddenly realized he was no match for Chun Mo, defeated and dispirited. Upon seeing Chun Mo pursuing him, he quickly fled towards the estate's exit. As long as he preserved his life, there would always be opportunities for vengeance in the future. The seventh master fled desperately, channeling his energy into his legs, sprinting away at breakneck speed, covering 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Upon escaping the estate, the seventh master finally exhaled in relief, glancing back to see if Chun Mo was in pursuit. But at that moment his heart sank. In his sight, a silver needle soared towards him, piercing his brow as he stared in horror. Thud! In the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, the seventh master fell back, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. After eliminating the seventh master, Chun Mo didn't spare him another glance or linger. Instead, he propelled himself back into the estate. Seeing Chun Mo's figure return, the crowd was filled with confusion. Hadn't he gone to hunt down the seventh master? Why was he back so soon? Did he not catch up? After a moment's hesitation, Peng Ruixian spoke up. Mr. Chun, where is old seven? Dead, Chun Mo replied coolly. Dead? The crowd stared at Chun Mo in shock. He had truly killed the seventh master. Chapter 75. The sovereign of three states. After a moment of silence, Sun Guang, the first among the crowd, stepped forward. Young Chun, your youth belies your remarkable abilities, and your righteous actions today have profoundly impressed me. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Sun family. Whenever you require assistance, the Sun family will serve you loyally. Sun Guang's words instantly roused the crowd. Once they processed his declaration, they flocked toward Chun Mo. The astonishing prowess he had just displayed left them in awe. No amount of wealth or power mattered in the face of absolute strength. Everything else was irrelevant. However, with their own abilities and standing, they felt unworthy of befriending Chun Mo. Ultimately, someone gritted their teeth and knelt before Chun Mo. Young Master Chun, you are like a star in the heavens. I greatly admire you. From now on, you shall be my idol, and I shall serve you faithfully. I too feel the same, others echoed, following suit. Witnessing this, many cast envious glances at Chao Hshuan, who had evidently positioned himself ahead of everyone else. What they didn't know was that Chao Hshuan's heart raced with even greater excitement. To be truthful, he had never anticipated that Chun Mo's strength could rival that of the seventh master. When Chun Mo had initially stood up, he had intended to intervene. But it was too late. The two had already engaged in battle. Now he finally comprehended that he had underestimated Chun Mo time and again. Outhai was genuinely terrified, his heart torn with anguish. He never anticipated that the seventh master would perish at Chun Mo's hands without even managing to withstand a single blow. The seventh master was indeed the most formidable figure in Tongzhou. With a mere stamp of his foot, the entire region would tremble. If even he could not contend with Chun Mo, who else could? Thud! Out Hai's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Apart from this, he could hardly conceive of any other course of action. Escape? If the seventh master could not flee, how could he? Young Master Chun, I was wrong. I implore you to spare my life. The others were taken aback, bewildered by Out Hai's sudden outburst. Was it merely because he had previously stood beside the seventh master, fearing Chun Mo's wrath would fall upon him? But surely it could not instill such fear. Witnessing this scene, Peng Zhe was also drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. He too had a past with Chun Mo, having previously mocked him. If Out Hai was to meet his demise, surely he was even more doomed. Contemplating this, Peng Zhe's legs weakened, and he almost knelt down. Chun Mo cast a cold glance at Out Hai and said, I shall not kill you today. Out Hai sighed in relief, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, young Master Chun. However, I will take you back to Chiohui. Your fate shall be determined by him. Out Hai was utterly stunned, collapsing to the ground in despair. Chun Mo did not spare him another glance and returned to his seat. All present now looked to Chun Mo with unwavering allegiance, even wishing to embrace his legs. With so many watching, how could Out Hai dare to flee? Peng Ruixian, as the host, stepped forward and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have the young hero, young Master Chun, among us today. I declare that from this day forth, my Peng family shall honor young Master Chun as our esteemed leader. In the future, should he require our assistance, we shall not hesitate to face any peril. After this, he turned to Peng Zhe and scolded, Wretched grandson, why do you not hurry and apologize to young Master Chun? This grandson, being the son-in-law of the Su family, should have had the best opportunity to befriend Chun Mo. Yet he severed ties with the Su family and offended Chun Mo, slandering him as an ill omen. This was akin to courting death. If he chose to seek his own demise, that was one thing, but he must not drag the entire Peng family down with him. Peng Zhe's face turned pale, and he was terrified, but he could only steel himself and tremblingly approach Peng Ruixian. Kneel! Peng Zhe shuddered and immediately fell to his knees. Peng Ruixian pleaded, Young Master Chun, my foolish grandson does not understand. Please spare his life. Peng Binhai echoed, Yes, young Master Chun, you are magnanimous. Do not hold it against him. Chun Mo glanced at Peng Zhe and replied indifferently, I never regarded him as a concern, nor did I ever contemplate killing him. Thank you, young Master Chun. Young Master, now that he has acknowledged his mistakes, would it be acceptable for him to return to the Su family? Chun Mo furrowed his brow. Whether he returns to the Su family has nothing to do with me. The ones you should inquire of are the Su family. Peng Ruixian kicked Peng Zhe fiercely. Go to the Su family now and apologize. If they do not forgive you, you need not return for the rest of your life. Yes, I shall go now. Peng Zhe replied hastily, scrambling away. Peng Ruixian and Peng Binhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at Chun Mo, he proposed, Everyone, young Master Chun is a rare talent with extraordinary abilities. I propose we all honor him as the sovereign of the 3 prefectures. What does everyone think? The notion of the sovereign of the 3 prefectures left the crowd momentarily stunned, akin to the ancient martial arts alliance leader. Many astute minds recognized the Peng family's ulterior motives. As the organizers of this meeting, if Chun Mo were to become the sovereign, the Peng family would hold the highest position as his loyal subjects, allowing them to expand their influence. However, it also served as a means to forge a closer bond with Chun Mo, who would oppose such a proposal. Thus, everyone unanimously agreed that from this day forth, Chun Mo would be the sovereign of the 3 prefectures, and all martial artists would honor him. Chun Mo, however, waved his hand in refusal. The title of sovereign is not for me. I am accustomed to my freedom and have matters to attend to. I am not interested in such affairs. Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, disappointment washed over the crowd, yet they could only relinquish the idea. Peng Ruixian, slightly embarrassed, chuckled lightly. Since young Master Chun is unwilling to be the sovereign, we shall not press the issue. Nevertheless, let it be known that should young Master Chun require assistance, we shall comply without hesitation. The crowd echoed in agreement. The gathering concluded, and the Peng family arranged a lavish, celebratory banquet. Everyone gathered around Chun Mo, while the 7th master had long been forgotten. During the feast, Sun Guang approached Chun Mo with a cup in hand, expressing his gratitude once more. Young Master Chun, It is thanks to your chivalrous intervention that my family has avoided becoming a laughingstock in the martial world. Chun Mo waved his hand, indicating no need for formality. Young Master Chun, I reiterate, you need not thank me excessively. In the future, should there be any opportunity for my family to assist you, please do not hesitate to command us. By the way, I have heard that the Wan family of Zhongzhou is currently suppressing the Su family. Would you like me to lend assistance? Chapter 76. A good niece. The meeting concluded successfully, and no one mentioned the seventh master again. Rejecting the crowd's fervent pleas to stay, Chun Mo departed without Hai and Chao Hshuan under the cover of night, returning to Xuanqing. When Qiu Hui beheld out Hai, discarded like a dead dog before him, he was immediately taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chun Mo would locate out Hai and bring him before him in such a short span of time. After the initial shock, Qiu Hui felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Having risen from a mere hoodlum through countless trials, he believed the sentiment of gratitude had long since faded from his life. Yet, after his arm had been broken, Chun Mo not only rushed to reattach it, but even personally captured his foe for him to exact his revenge. How could he not be moved by such loyalty? With such a formidable ally, what more could he desire? From that moment onward, Qiu Hui silently vowed to recognize Chun Mo as his sole leader for life, following him unwaveringly, even into the fiercest of battles. As he regarded out Hai, whose eyes were filled with malice, he knew all too well the fate that awaited him. But now, all of out Hai's cultivation had been rendered useless. His meridians sealed by Chun Mo, he could only kneel and fervently beg for mercy. Yet, how could Qiu Hui show him any mercy? Drawing a dagger, he plunged it mercilessly into out Hai's heart. Thus, the tyrant of Acheng, out Hai, was extinguished forever. At the Su family villa, Peng Zhe rushed back that very night, only to be halted by the guards at the entrance. Infuriated, he bellowed, "You wretched cur, are you blind? You do not recognize me?" The guard scoffed disdainfully. "Of course I know who you are, but did you not claim to have severed all ties with the Su family? What brings you back now?" "You." Peng Zhe's anger surged. "This is a matter between the Su family and me. You, a mere doorkeeper, dare to interfere? Step aside." However, the guard remained unmoved, continuing to block Peng Zhe's path. "Mr. Peng, it is not that I am unwilling to let you in, but the old master of the Su family has decreed that anyone who severs ties with the Su family is strictly forbidden from stepping foot inside." Upon hearing that it was a direct order from the old master, Peng Zhe's fury subsided significantly, and he refrained from lashing out. Reluctantly, he took out his phone to call his wife, Su Xinyue. "Xinyue, I." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xinyue hung up on him. Infuriated, he nearly threw his phone. Yet, recalling his grandfather's words, he could only suppress his anger once more. "If today I fail to gain the forgiveness of the Su family, then I shall no longer recognize him as my grandson, and the Peng family will forsake him as well." Contemplating these thoughts, Peng Zhe felt an overwhelming mix of anger and frustration. All of this turmoil stemmed from Chun Mo, were it not for him. How could he have fallen into such despair? Yet, the moment he recalled Chun Mo's formidable prowess displayed within the Peng household, he found himself devoid of even the courage to complain. Gazing at the firmly shut gates of the Su family estate and the vigilant guards stationed at the entrance, Peng Zhe ultimately gritted his teeth, his legs giving way as he knelt before the Su family, calling out loudly, "Xinyue, my dear wife, I was wrong." This exclamation drew upon every ounce of strength he could muster, echoing throughout the Su villa, startling all its inhabitants. One by one, the members of the Su family emerged, and soon, nearly everyone still residing at the estate gathered, save for the elderly patriarch. Upon seeing Su Xinyue, Peng Zhe hastily implored, "Xinyue, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. Are you not the one who sought a divorce and wished to sever all ties with the Su family? Do you still have the audacity to return?" Su Xinyue replied coldly, her demeanor still frosty, yet internally her heart had softened considerably. Feng Shi, well acquainted with Su Xinyue's temperament, felt a flicker of hope and quickly adopted a more submissive tone in his apologies. After much pleading from Peng Zhe, Su Xinyue ultimately chose to accept him once more. "Very well, let us discuss this inside. Do not embarrass yourself here." Peng Zhe scrambled to his feet, nearly moved to tears. Once they entered the Su family's gates, he sidled up to Su Mujin and implored, "Mujin, my dear niece, could you do your uncle a favor?" Su Mujin looked at him puzzled. Could you please give Chen Xiao, that is Chen Mo, a call and inform him that I have returned to admit my wrongs, and that you have all forgiven me? Sumuine's confusion deepened. What could this mean? Why would Peng Zhe feel the need to report his return to Chen Mo? Others were equally bewildered, unsure of Peng Zhe's intentions. With an awkward smile, he quickly clarified, "It's nothing serious, just a message for Chen Mo Mujin, I beseech you." At this moment, many began to piece together the puzzle. No wonder Peng Zhe had returned so late in such a state. It was all due to Chen Mo. Su Xinyue's expression darkened immediately, and with a swift motion, she pushed Peng Zhe away in anger and departed. The others shook their heads and followed suit, leaving Peng Zhe alone as he chased after Su Mujin, calling out, "Mujin, dear niece, just convey a message to Chen Mo, or at least send a text." In the following 2 days, Chen Mo spent the majority of his time within the villa. Aside from instructing Su Bo and Su Mujin in martial arts, he dedicated himself to his own training. His master had spoken true. The trials of the mortal world sharpen the heart. During his brief return of less than a month, he had experienced a myriad of events, gaining insights into the complexities of human emotions and the harshness of reality, which had deepened his understanding. He intended to take these days to thoroughly digest his reflections. Once he had processed these insights, his state of mind would surely ascend to a higher plane. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Su family and the Wan family had officially ignited. Su Zhanpeng, deviating from his usual demeanor, took the initiative to launch an offensive against the Wan family. This strategy was, of course, the brainchild of Zhou Quan, for the Wan family's strength far surpassed that of the Su family, rendering their chances of victory in this confrontation slim. Only by taking them by surprise and striking first could they hope to gain a slight advantage at the outset, thereby maximizing their opportunity to stall for time. In this initial skirmish, with careful planning and Zhou Quan's strategic counsel, the Wan family was caught off guard, suffering considerable losses before they even had time to respond. Seizing the moment, Zhou Quan boldly announced a strategic partnership between the Chun group of the capital and the Su group, pledging full support for the Su family. This initial victory, combined with the backing of the Chun group, and the unexpected return of Peng Zhe, who had previously severed ties with the Su family, caused those who had distanced themselves from the Su family to waver once more. Chapter 77. Two blossoms of gold in the Wan family of Zhongzhou. The patriarch Wan Hao and his son Wan Yuan were leisurely engaged in a game of chess. "Father, the Su family has acted quite inexplicably, daring not only to declare war on us publicly, but also to launch an offensive. Do they truly wish for mutual destruction?" Wan Hao shook his head. "They are merely a cornered beast fighting back. While the fish may perish, the net is not guaranteed to break. If they hasten towards their demise, then let us assist them in their folly. Beginning tomorrow, we shall unleash all our means and might." "Understood." Wan Yuan nodded, agreeing with his father's assessment. Indeed, how could such a trifling Su family hope to contend with the Wan family? Yet, their recent actions have surpassed my expectations. "Father, I have heard that the Su family has not only secured the support of the Chao family from Rongqing, but another power has also emerged, the Chun group from the capital. Even the Peng family seems to be offering covert assistance. It appears that the Su family has received guidance from a formidable figure. In recent skirmishes, while we have not suffered defeats, we have also gained little advantage. Now that Su Bingtian awaits death in bed, and Su Zhanping lacks the necessary abilities. Is it that Chen Mo?" Wan Hao inquired. Wan Yuan shook his head. "According to the reports, that fellow Chen Mo has not appeared at the Su family estate these past few days. It should not be him." Wan Hao chuckled coldly. "Indeed, rumors are often unreliable. I had thought that lad possessed some capabilities. It seems I have overestimated him." Days passed in serene leisure for Chen Mo. After thoroughly reflecting during these days, although he had not yet broken through to the innate realm, his state of mind had significantly improved, and he was confident that it would not be long before he shattered the bottleneck. The time had come for Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan to return to school. On the eve of the new semester, Chen Mo invited Yi Xiaowan to the villa. Upon witnessing Su Mujin gracefully soaring through the courtyard like a butterfly, Yi Xiaowan's face was filled with envy. "Mujin, when did you become so formidable?" Su Mujin halted her movements and replied with a smile, "This is all thanks to you, brother Chen Mo." Although her aptitude was somewhat lacking, Su Mujin's progress had been rapid following Chen Mo's cleansing and channeling techniques, allowing her to officially enter the ranks of practitioners and reach the pinnacle of the Mingjing realm in just a few days. While she may not stand out against true masters, she could easily handle ordinary ruffians. Yi Shaowan immediately clutched Chun Mo's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother Chun Mo, I want to learn too. I want to." All right, I will cleanse and channel for you today as well. However, since you both will be attending school tomorrow, let Mujin teach you for now, Chun Mo replied. He had long intended to teach Yi Shaowan martial arts, but his recent focus on introspection had delayed him. Yi Shaowan beamed with joy, turning to Su Mujin. "Mujin, does this mean I should start calling you master?" "Oh no, perhaps calling you sister-in-law would be more fitting." Su Mujin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You little rascal, are you already learning to be mischievous before university even starts? Just wait until I catch you." With that, she lunged toward Yi Shaowan, attempting to tickle her. Yi Shaowan was unwilling to surrender easily, and the two became entangled in a playful struggle. The weather remained warm, and both were dressed lightly, resulting in an unintentional display that allowed Chun Mo to feast his eyes. Yet, he harbored no ulterior thoughts, only a profound sense of warmth. The following morning, Chun Mo personally escorted the two young women to Zhongzhou University for enrollment. Su Mujin was already renowned as the campus belle, garnering significant attention at Zhongzhou University. After undergoing Chun Mo's cleansing and channeling, Yi Shaowan appeared even more radiant, her pure aura exuding an ethereal charm. As they arrived at the university entrance, they attracted the gaze of countless onlookers. Isn't that the Su campus belle? After some time apart, she has become even more beautiful. Indeed, she must undoubtedly be the unrivaled belle of Zhongzhou University now. But who is that stunning beauty by her side? Goodness, could this be a case of birds of a feather flocking together? I sense that my spring is about to arrive. But what is that girl's name? I must win her heart. Step aside. I clearly noticed her first. You should queue behind me. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Su Mujin and Yi Shaowan exchanged a knowing smile, each taking one of Chun Mo's arms. Chun Mo immediately stiffened, trying to withdraw his arm, but the strength of the two girls proved surprisingly formidable, leaving him unable to escape their grasp. This scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded, their glasses falling to the ground. Who is this young man that has captivated both school beauties? The crowd turned their gazes towards Chun Mo, filled with envy and resentment. Yet, Chun Mo paid them no mind, moving towards the girls' dormitory under their embrace. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in a luxury car nearby, watching them with a dark intensity through the glass. Wan Zihong glared at Su Mujin holding Chun Mo's arm as they entered the campus, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Although this was his first encounter with Chun Mo, the Wan family had mobilized extensive resources to investigate him in recent days. How could he not recognize that face? "Young Master Wan, who is that fellow? How dare he be so intimate with Su Mujin?" The speaker was Wan Hong, a member of the Wan family from Zhongzhou. The Wan family's influence paled in comparison to the Wan family. So although Wan Hong served as the president of the student union at Zhongzhou University, he was merely Wan Zihong's lapdog. Wan Zihong smirked coldly, just a poor country boy. "By the way, how are the arrangements for tonight's banquet coming along?" Wan Hong promptly nodded. "Everything is set, and I assure you it will meet your satisfaction." "Good. But remember, there must be no mistakes, otherwise. Do not blame me for being unacquainted with you. Young Master Wan, rest assured, I will personally oversee this matter to ensure nothing goes awry." With that, Wan Hong opened the car door and stepped out. Wan Zihong watched him depart, a cold smile gracing his lips, and his gaze returned to the window. There, Chun Mo remained ensconced between Su Mujin and Yi Shaowan, their figures gradually fading from sight. He yearned to find someone to eliminate Chun Mo on the spot. As for the rumors circulating from Xian City regarding Chun Mo's potential as a master, Wan Zihong scoffed at such claims. How could a youth so young possibly be a master? After all, he had encountered masters before. The foremost master of Zhongzhou, Pei Xingteng, had connections with the Wan family. Pei had only attained that status at the age of 56. Chun Mo appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could he possibly be a master? Chun Mo, I will eventually tear you to shreds. And as for Su Mujin, that wretched girl, I shall properly discipline you once the Su family is eradicated. After escorting Su Mujin and Yi Shaowan to their dormitory, Chun Mo was promptly dismissed. The reason given was that there were too many temptresses around, and they feared he might be devoured by others. Chun Mo could only laugh helplessly and leave. Not long after, Su Mujin received a call from Wan Hong, inviting her to tonight's welcome banquet, with a proposal for her to serve as the host. This so-called welcome banquet was not a formal event. Rather, it was organized by the scions of noble families, with attendance limited to those deemed worthy by them. The purpose of such gatherings was to foster connections and secure resources for their families. This year, the guest of honor was Sun Tianqing, the son of the Wang family of Zhongzhou. Su Mujin held little interest in such events, but upon hearing Wang's son Guang's name, she hesitated. The Wang family was renowned in Zhongzhou. Establishing a connection with the Sun family would greatly benefit the Su family. However, she had originally planned to dine with Chun Mo tonight, and abandoning him was not an option. After a moment's thought, Su Mujin inquired, President Wen, may I bring a friend to the banquet? Is it permissible for me to bring my boyfriend? That is out of the question. You know that only those of status are allowed to attend. Outsiders are strictly prohibited. Well, very well then. As night fell, the Mingzhu clubhouse near Zhongzhou University was bustling with numerous young men and women, all of whom were elegantly dressed, clearly from affluent families. Wen Hong was currently fawning over a robust young man, saying, It is a tremendous honor for Zhongzhou University to have you here, young master's son. Sun Tianqing chuckled. President Wen is being too kind. It is an honor for me to study at such a prestigious institution. While Sun Tianqing spoke these words, he felt quite pleased with Wen Hong's demeanor. Wen Hong beamed at being referred to as President Wen, delighted by the attention. He had not expected the son of the Wang family to be so approachable. Forming a friendship with him would greatly benefit the Wen family. Thus, he continued, You are too modest, young Master Sunday. Everyone knows your father's illustrious name. You will soon be the king of Zhongzhou University. Sun Tianqing laughed heartily. Thank you for your hospitality, President Wen. Rest assured, I will look out for you during my time at Zhongzhou University. Yet Wen Hong interjected, Young Master's son. While I organize this event, the one footing the bill is not me. Oh, who is it then? I must meet them. As he spoke, Sun Tianqing began scanning the crowd. It is young Master Wan. He arranged all the details for tonight's gathering. However, he is not a student at Zhongzhou University, so he cannot make an appearance. Nonetheless, young Master Wan asked me to extend his apologies and promised to invite you personally another time. Sun Tianqing raised an eyebrow before smiling. Young Master Wan is considerate. Please convey to him that I will visit him next time. Of course. Wen on ijali. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The first task of the evening had been successfully completed. Sun Tianqing surveyed the crowd once more and asked, President Wen, are all the noble youths from Zhongzhou University present? Young Master Sun, being a scion of a prestigious family, had been exposed to family management from a young age. His purpose for attending university was not merely education, but rather to cultivate relationships with his peers to enrich his own standing. Wen on replié. Aside from a few who had prior commitments, everyone else is here. However, Sun Tianqing's brow furrowed. However, one individual was supposed to attend and was even slated to host the banquet, but she declined. Who is she? It is Su Mujin, the young lady of the Su family from Xian City. She is a sophomore at Zhongzhou University. The Su family from Xian City? The ones who dare to stand against the Wan family? Indeed, Wen Hong confirmed with a nod. I made every effort to invite her, even mentioning her name. Young Master Sun, but Miss Su still declined. Sun Tianqing did not dwell on it, saying perhaps she truly had other matters to attend to. If she does not wish to come, so be it. We can get to know each other gradually. What could possibly be more important? Hosting a welcome banquet for young Master Sun is an immense honor for her. Her absence is a blatant disregard for your esteem. Wen on finit d'indignation. Sun Tianqing, however, countered, let it go. Did you not just say that this gathering was arranged by young Master Wan? Given the relationship between the Su and Wan families, it is only natural for her not to attend. Young Master, you are too kind. Young Master Wan is the only one aware of the arrangements for this banquet. Miss Su's refusal to attend is clearly a slight against you. Not only did she refuse to come, but she also spoke arrogantly. Arrogantly? How so? Sun Tianqing furrowed his brow, inquiring further. She claimed, What of the son of the Wang family? In my eyes, you are nothing. After Wen Hong spoke, he discreetly glanced at Sun Tianqing, noting the darkening expression on his face, and felt a surge of satisfaction within. What the son of the king of Zhongzhou? Is he not merely a puppet in the hands of others? Wen Hong continued to embellish the tale. In truth, Su Muxin had initially agreed to preside over tonight's welcoming banquet, but upon learning that the evening's guest of honor was you, young Master's son, she declined. I had hoped to provide her with an opportunity to make your acquaintance. With your charm, Who in all of Zhongzhou could rival you? To my astonishment, Su Muxin, in her ignorance, went so far as to declare you a debauched scion, suggesting that without the king of Zhongzhou, you would amount to nothing, even less than a fraction of her fiancé. Sun Tianqing's expression darkened to a forbidding extent, and he seethed. Who is her fiancé? I've heard he hails from the countryside, now riding the coattails of the Su family, behaving with outrageous arrogance. His surname is Chun. I believe it is Chun Mo. Sun Tianqing crushed the wine glass in his hand, his voice laced with venom. Chun Mo, is it? Then I shall have to pay him a visit and ascertain just who he thinks he is. Wen Hong felt elated, having achieved his aim, and refrained from further comment. Young Master Sun, let's not linger on such unpleasant matters. Tonight, you are the star of the banquet. Let's take a seat over there, as the formal proceedings are about to commence. He had essentially fulfilled the task assigned by Wan Zihong, and had also established a rapport with Sun Tianqing. From their earlier interaction, it appeared that Sun Tianqing, despite his notorious reputation, possessed a rather pedestrian intellect, and with a modicum of maneuvering, he could be easily manipulated. At that moment, Wen Hong received a message from Su Muxin, indicating her intention to attend the banquet. Chapter 79. Not even a fraction. Su Muxin had initially planned to dine with Chun Mo that evening, but when she inquired about his whereabouts, he unexpectedly mentioned having prior commitments and would not be joining her. Thus, she sent a message to Wen Hong, stating her willingness to attend the banquet. Upon receiving her message, Wen Hong felt a twinge of surprise. However, having just spoken to Sun Tianqing as he had, Su Muxin's appearance at this juncture would surely reveal the truth. Yet, Wen Hong quickly devised a plan and approached Sun Tianqing, saying, "Young Master Sun, I find it difficult to swallow this slight. Please remain here. I shall fetch Su Muxin. She must attend for your sake." Sun Tianqing frowned slightly, replying, "There is no need for such trouble. I am a newcomer, and it is unnecessary to make a fuss. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead." Wen Hong, however, persisted. "Young Master Sun, your willingness to overlook this matter is commendable, but Su Muxin must learn a lesson this evening, lest she think you an easy target." With that, he turned and exited the venue. When Su Muxin arrived at Mingzhu Club, she spotted Wen Hong waiting at the entrance. As she alighted from her vehicle, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Muxin, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to despair." Su Muxin questioned, "Isn't this merely a welcoming banquet? How could it possibly trouble the esteemed chairman one? It is young Master Sun who has specifically requested to meet you. Had he not come, he might have caused quite the scene. But I do not know him. Why would he wish to meet me? So Muxin Froneth, you are the belle of our university. Who does not know your name? Your absence at this banquet would surely incite his ire. He even claimed you looked down upon him and intended to cause you trouble." Su Muxin's countenance darkened. She had intended to come solely to meet Sun Tianqing in hopes of forging some connections for the Su family. However, being targeted before even meeting him was unexpected. Nevertheless, now that she was here, she decided to see what transpired. Upon entering the club, she found Sun Tianqing lounging on a sofa, a glass of wine in hand and his leg crossed. Wen Hong approached and raised a glass, saying, "Apologies, young Master Sun, for keeping you waiting. Allow me to drink this in atonement." With that, he downed the drink in one gulp. Setting down the glass, he turned his gaze toward Su Muxin, a silent yet palpable tension in the air. Su Muxin knit her brows, hesitating before lifting a glass of juice, saying, "Young Master Sun, I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. I sincerely apologize. I hope you do not take offense." She too drank it down in one go. Wen Hong lingered, swirling his wine. "What is this? You want to even have a drink, and a mere apology suffices? It appears the rumors are true. Miss Su has indeed chosen a rustic fiancé, and now bears an air of superiority." Su Muxin's expression soured immediately. She had played her part, yet Sun Tianqing maintained his haughty demeanor and even spoke disparagingly of Chun Mo. She resolved not to grant him any further courtesy. "I once thought the son of the king of Zhongzhou to be a figure of significance, yet he appears just another debauched youth. Furthermore, my fiancé is no provincial simpleton. He is a man of great stature, and you must apologize for your earlier remarks." Sun Tianqing merely smiled. "I have spoken no falsehood. Why should I apologize? I have heard he scavenged for scraps in his youth. Calling him a rustic is but an elevation of his status." Wen Hong, witnessing their altercation, felt a surge of delight but interjected, "Miss Su, young Master Sun speaks candidly, though without malice. I urge you not to take his words to heart. Young Master Sun, Miss Su has misinterpreted your intentions. You are magnanimous enough to rise above this. Sun Tianqing raised an eyebrow. If you wish for me to overlook this, then she must first down this drink. Surely, Miss Su will not deny such a small courtesy? All present were of noble lineage, yet none could compare to the standing of the king of Zhongzhou. Seeing Sun Tianqing's displeasure, the others turned their attention to Su Muxin. Miss Su, young master Sun has shown remarkable forbearance. Do not hesitate. Indeed, it is merely a drink. It is not a matter of life and death. Why the pretense? Young master Sun is offering her an opportunity. Perhaps if she complies, he may even be inclined to assist the Su family. The murmurs and laughter grew louder, and Su Muxin's face shifted between shades of green and white. Her tolerance for alcohol was limited. Should she drink this, she might not even leave the venue. She glanced at Wen Hong, hoping for aid, only to find that he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he offered her a glass of wine. It dawned on Su Muxin that Wen Hong was the true instigator behind this scheme. The real villain was indeed Wen Hong. Sun Tianqing furrowed his brow, sensing he had fallen into a trap, manipulated by others. Yet, given the current circumstances, retreating was no longer a viable option before such an audience. If he did not salvage his dignity, how could he continue to navigate the social waters of Zhongzhou University? Moreover, this was not merely about his reputation. It was also about the honor of the Sun family and the king of Zhongzhou. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, Su Muxin must drink this cup, and his face must be saved. Taking a deep breath, Su Muxin finally pulled out her phone, preparing to call for Chun Mo's assistance. Young master Sun, she's calling for help. You must stop her. However, Sun Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. No need. She is likely seeking her rustic fiancé. I am curious to see if he is even a fraction of my worth. At that moment, Chun Mo was at the Sun residence, and upon seeing Chun Mo arrive, Sun Guang was overjoyed and quickly gathered everyone to welcome him. Everyone from the Sun family was in attendance except for Sun Tianqing. As Sun Guang enthusiastically entertained Chun Mo, he suddenly received a distress call from Su Muxin. Instantly, Chun Mo's expression darkened, a murderous aura suffusing the room. How dare anyone coerce Su Muxin into drinking? This was tantamount to courting death. The room fell silent, none comprehending the unfolding events. Sun Guang, trembling, inquired, Miss Su, what has transpired? Chun Mo cast a cold glance at Sun Guang and inquired, Son, do you have a son named Sun Tianqing? Indeed, Sun Guang replied, his heart sinking. He just reported to Zhongzhou University today and mentioned there would be a banquet in the evening, which is why he hasn't returned. Chun Mo's voice turned icy. Your son seems rather audacious, insisting that my fiancé drink. Chapter 80. Public humiliation. Sun Tianqing compelled the fiancé of a powerful figure to drink. Sun Guang felt a sudden rush of dizziness, realizing the gravity of the situation. Here he was, trying to curry favor with Chun Mo, while his own son was creating a scandal. At that moment, Sun Guang felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Sun Tianqing. Young Master Chun, this must be a misunderstanding. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and attempted to call Sun Tianqing, but the call went unanswered. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone and knelt down without hesitation. Young Master Chun, please do not be angry. I will bring my wayward son back immediately at your command. There's no need. If he wishes to see me, I shall pay him a visit personally. Chun Mo rose abruptly and exited the Sun residence. Sun Guang was drenched in sweat, his entire shirt soaked through. The thought of his son forcing Chun Mo's fiancée to drink filled him with dread. What folly to offend this man, a being of such stature that even Sun Guang dared not provoke. This insubordinate son was on the verge of dragging the entire Sun family into irreparable ruin. However, since Chun Mo had not exploded in anger on the spot, it indicated he was still granting the Sun family a chance. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences long ago. With this realization, he dared not delay any further and hurried toward Mingzhu Club. As he rushed, he repeatedly tried to contact Sun Tianqing, but to no avail. Inside Mingzhu Club, Sun Tianqing, upon finishing a phone call with Su Muxin, sneered, What? Are you calling your rustic fiancé here? To be frank, you are bound to drink tonight, regardless of who comes. Su Muxin remained silent, but regret began to gnaw at her. The only person she had thought of was Chun Mo, yet she now realized that she was not only facing Sun Tianqing, but also the formidable Sun family and the esteemed Sun Guang of Zhongzhou. No matter how capable Chun Mo was, could he truly contend with the likes of the Zhongzhou king? All she could do was hope that the Zhongzhou king was not unreasonable. Meanwhile, Wen Hong, upon hearing that Chun Mo was coming, felt a surge of excitement. The task assigned to him by Wan Zihong had been perfectly executed. If Sun Tianqing clashed with Chun Mo, it would be an extraordinary outcome. Whether Sun Tianqing subdued Chun Mo or vice versa, Wan Zihong would ultimately benefit. After a moment, as Chun Mo had yet to arrive, Wan Hong discreetly signaled to a woman beside him, Qin Jinghan, his girlfriend. She nodded slightly and raised a glass towards Sun Tianqing. Young Master Sun, please do not be upset. Some people simply do not know their place. Allow me to toast you. Yet Sun Tianqing did not even glance in her direction, coldly responding, Toast me? You lack the qualification. Qin Jinghan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yes, I was presumptuous. Since I lack the qualification to toast young Master Sun, let me express my displeasure on your behalf. With that, she abruptly turned and splashed her drink onto Su Mujin. The crowd was taken aback, but no one dared to intervene. After all, Qin Jinghan had claimed to be acting on young Master Sun's behalf. Su Mujin was caught completely off guard, and by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late to evade the incoming stream of red wine. Just as the liquid was about to drench her, a hand appeared, pulling her aside. Su Mujin shifted sideways, narrowly avoiding the wine, which splattered instead onto Wen Hong, who was now soaked and furious. Qin Jinghan, what are you doing? Qin Jinghan was equally stunned. I meant to splash that when Su Mujin, not you. At that moment, Su Mujin had no time to concern herself with the two. Her gaze was fixed on the newcomer, none other than Chun Mo, who had arrived just in time. I'm fortunate to have come when I did, or you would have been soaked in public. Su Mujin shot him a fierce glare, surprised that he would joke in such a situation. Yet, with his arrival, her anxious heart finally found some solace. Qin Jinghan, red with embarrassment and anger, was about to reprimand Chun Mo when he turned to her with a cold gaze, causing her to shiver and swallow her words. Chun Mo took Su Mujin's hand and stepped forward, directing his inquiry at Sun Tianqing. Was it you who compelled her to drink? Who are you? Sun Tianqing frowned. Chen Montak. Sun Tianqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun Mo's swift arrival. Chun Mo continued, considering your father's reputation, if you kneel and apologize now, I might spare you today. Sun Tianqing chuckled, incredulous. You expect me to believe that? You should be the one begging for mercy. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Mucking Chen mus audacity. This kid must be a country bumpkin, having never encountered real power. Perhaps he consumed too much garbage as a child and damaged his brain. Wen Hong, drenched and seething, glared at Chun Mo. You have no idea who young Master Sun is, do you? He is from the Sun family of Zhongzhou, and his father is the illustrious Zhongzhou king. You've probably never even heard of him. Chun Mo smirked disdainfully. Who says I haven't? He just invited me to dinner. His words sent the crowd into another round of raucous laughter. While the others found amusement, Sun Tianqing's smile faded. He had no quarrel with Su Mujin. Today was merely about preserving the Sun family's dignity. Yet now, he found himself ridiculed by a fool, which was a blow to the Sun family's reputation. Coldly, Sun Tianqing declared, You've thoroughly angered me, boy. Kneel and apologize now, or I will ruin you. Chun Mo retorted with equal coldness. That is precisely what I wish to say to you. Wen Hong reveled in the escalating tension, eager for Sun Tianqing to strike Chun Mo. Just then, a deafening crash echoed from outside, as the door to Mingzhu Club was forcefully kicked open. A group rushed in, led by Sun Guang, who stormed into the room, exuding an intimidating presence that commanded instant respect. Sun Tianqing immediately spotted his father and was puzzled as to why he was there. However, Sun Guang approached him in a fury, and before Sun Tianqing could speak, his father delivered a sharp slap across his face, the sound resonating throughout the room. Sun Guang unleashed all his pent-up frustration in that one blow, sending Sun Tianqing sprawling, a red mark left on his cheek. As Sun Tianqing struggled to rise, he clutched his face in confusion, looking at his father. However, Sun Guang did not give him a chance to speak. He stepped forward and kicked Sun Tianqing again, sending him flying once more. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. Who is this man? Upon entering, he immediately attacked young Master Sun without a word. Could he possibly be a lunatic? Even more puzzling was the fact that Sun Tianqing was being brutally beaten. Yet the bodyguards who had always been by his side remained completely indifferent, merely watching the assault unfold. Sun Tiancheng, with one hand clutching his face and the other protecting his abdomen, struggled to rise from the ground. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" Only then did the crowd realize that the man before them was none other than Sun Tiancheng's father, the renowned Sun Guang of Zhongzhou. Yet confusion ensued. Was Sun Guang not Sun Tiancheng's father? Why was he beating him so mercilessly right from the start? With a cold expression, Sun Guang exclaimed, "If it weren't for your deceased mother, I would have killed you today." Sun Tiancheng trembled at these words, finally understanding that Sun Guang was genuinely furious. Sun Guang cast a glance at Chun Mo and continued, "How have I raised you? I told you to be low-key and avoid causing trouble. And on the very first day of school, you've already stirred up such a mess." I didn't cause any trouble," Sun Tiancheng protested, looking aggrieved. Still daring to argue? Sun Guang's simmering anger flared up again as he advanced, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on Sun Tiancheng. "You didn't cause trouble? Wasn't it you who pressured someone else's fiancée? Eat a drink?" Though Sun Guang refrained from using his internal energy, his blows landed with fierce intensity, causing Sun Tiancheng to scream and cry out for mercy. Chun Mo, alongside Su Mujin, silently observed the scene, showing no inclination to intervene. After a full 2 minutes of punishment, Sun Guang finally ceased his onslaught. After all, this was his only son. How could he not feel any pangs of pain? Yet, upon recalling Chun Mo's display of prowess in Rongqing's Peng family, a chill ran down his spine. Such a figure was someone he would be fortunate to curry favor with. How could this rebellious son dare to provoke him? Was this not a betrayal of his own father? Seeing that his father had finally stopped, Sun Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, his heart still brimmed with indignation. "Dad, I merely invited Miss Su for a drink. There was no malice intended. Besides, we are all alumni. There's nothing wrong with that. But that Chen fellow actually demanded I kneel and apologize. This is clearly a blatant disrespect towards the Sun family and you, father." Sun Tiancheng raged, completely oblivious to the fact that Sun Guang's face had turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Enough! Sun Guang's heart raced again with fury. He wished he could knock out Sun Tiancheng's teeth and crack open his skull to see if it was filled with pig dung. He even began to doubt if Sun Tiancheng was truly his son. This performance had been a ruse to show Chun Mo. If he truly wanted to inflict harm, he could have easily killed Sun Tiancheng with a single slap. Yet, after all this effort, this fool failed to grasp the situation. With a deep sigh, Sun Tiancheng turned to face Chun Mo and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him. "Mr. Chun, it is my failure to discipline him that has led to such a mess. Please, show mercy and spare his life." Instantly, the entire venue fell into stunned silence. Many rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have misjudged the sight before them. The illustrious Sun Guang, king of Zhongzhou, was kneeling in apology to Chun Mo. How humbling. Countless astonished gazes were fixed on Chun Mo, filled with curiosity. Wasn't this fellow merely a country bumpkin, or a son-in-law, yet to be formally accepted by the Su family? Could all of this be false? Who then was he truly? Chun Mo chuckled. "Master Sun, your speed is quite impressive." Sun Guang replied with a bitter smile. He dared not delay, having rushed over at nearly 240 kilometers per hour, fearful that Chun Mo might kill Sun Tiancheng in a fit of rage. "Mr. Chun, it is said that a lack of proper teaching is a parent's fault. I have failed in my guidance, allowing this rebellious son to offend your fiancé, E. If you could spare his life, I would agree to any conditions. You needn't ask me. To spare him or not, you must consult Mujin. If she is unwilling to forgive, your pleas are futile." With that, Chun Mo turned to Su Mujin. Sun Guang's heart sank, and he quickly looked at her. Su Mujin replied coolly, as Sun Shao has pointed out, since it was a misunderstanding, let it go. Though she felt deeply dissatisfied, she dared not voice her grievances before the formidable Sun Guang. Sun Guang understood the veiled implications in Su Mujin's words. Rising, he approached Sun Tiancheng. Seeing his father's fierce demeanor nearly terrified Sun Tiancheng. "Dad, what? What are you going to do?" Sun Guang's brow twitched slightly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he raised his right foot and stomped down hard on Sun Tiancheng's leg. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed throughout the hall, and Sun Tiancheng screamed in agony, sounding like a slaughtered pig. Everyone was astonished. Even a tiger would not harm its own cub, Yet Sun Guang had just personally broken Sun Tiancheng's leg. Truly, he was the king of Zhongzhou, capable of such brutality even against his own flesh and blood. Yet, what terrified the onlookers even more was Chen Mo. The crowd once again turned their gazes toward him. Although he appeared calm, even wearing a faint smile, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Who could compel the king of Zhongzhou to kneel in apology, and then personally break his son's leg? This was unprecedented. I have warned you repeatedly not to cause trouble outside. You dare to offend Mr. Chen. Today, I will render your legs useless, and you shall spend the rest of your life in bed, unable to cause me any more trouble. With that, Sun Guang prepared to raise his foot to break Sun Tiancheng's other leg. Chen Montak, Su Mujin could no longer restrain herself and called out. Understanding her intent, Chen Mo interjected, Master Sun, that is enough. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Sun Guang finally exhaled in relief, lowering his raised foot. However, he shot Sun Tiancheng a fierce glare. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's magnanimity, I would have crippled you today. Hurry up and thank Mr. Chen. Even Sun Tiancheng, no matter how dull-witted, realized that this Chen Mo was no mere country bumpkin. He was a figure even his father feared. Sun Guang's status in Zhongzhou was well known. And in all these years, when had he ever seen Sun Guang bow to anyone? Mr. Chen, Miss Su, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. However, all of this was instigated by Wen Hong. Saying this, he cast a resentful glare at Wen Hong. If it weren't for Wen Hong's meddling, he would never have forced Su Mujin to drink. Sun Guang also turned his gaze towards Wen Hong, his expression icy. At that moment, Wen Hong was trembling, unable to maintain his composure. Sun Xiao, Master Sun, I did not. This is a misunderstanding, with a belly full of rage and nowhere to vent it. Sun Guang advanced menacingly toward Wen Hong. Terrified, Wen Hong stumbled backward several steps. How could he not sense the murderous intent radiating from Sun Guang? The infamous king of Zhongzhou standing before him? No, it wasn't me. It was Wan Zihong who instructed me to do this. Wen Ungstamod. The hall erupted in an uproar. No one had anticipated that the conflict would involve the Wan family. Now, there was a spectacle to behold. On one side stood the king of Zhongzhou, and on the other, the Wan family. Would these two powerful families come to blows? Chen Mo, too, was slightly taken aback. He had initially thought Sun Tiancheng was merely infatuated with Su Mujin, but it seemed there were deeper intrigues at play. Yet, it was within reason. Now that they were on the Wan family's territory, how could they remain passive? With these thoughts, Chen Mo smiled coldly. Hearing no response from Wen Hong and the others, he assumed they were stunned by Wan Jia's power, and his inner fear began to dissipate. Today's incident was indeed a misunderstanding, one he never anticipated would escalate to this extent. How about this? I will return and properly apologize to Wan Xiao. Have him extend his apologies to all of you, and we will consider this matter settled. What do you think? Apologize my foot. Sun Guang suddenly erupted, kicking Wen Hong away with a ferocious strike. This kick was unlike the one he had delivered to Sun Tiancheng. It contained not only a hint of true energy, but also all of Sun Guang's fury. Wen Hong was sent flying, crashing heavily against a wall before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. This scene instantly terrified everyone present. They had all heard the infamous name of the king of Zhongzhou, but today was the first time they witnessed Sun Guang in action. He had just broken his own son's leg and now, without hesitation, resorted to violence again. He truly was a ruthless individual. The entire Mingzhu club fell into an eerie silence, with everyone rendered mute, afraid even to breathe. Many recalled their previous disrespectful remarks toward Chen Mo and Su Mujin, feeling a wave of weakness wash over them, wishing they could vanish on the spot, not wanting to share Wen Hong's fate. After dealing with Wen Hong, Sun Guang's anger subsided considerably. He turned to Chen Mo, resuming a respectful demeanor. Chen Xiao, I apologize for my temper. I hope I did not amuse you too much. Chen Mo shook his head, but he recognized Sun Guang's underlying intentions. After all, Wen Hong was merely a lapdog of the Wan family. Killing him in public was tantamount to slapping the Wan family in the face and indirectly signaling his stance to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled faintly, rising to approach Sun Tiancheng, grasping his injured leg. Sun Tiancheng trembled involuntarily. What? What are you going to do? Sun Guang was equally tense, unsure of Chen Mo's intentions. Chen Mo pressed and kneaded Sun Tiancheng's leg a few times, then gently manipulated it. The injury was a mere minor fracture. With a casual touch, Chen Mo could easily mend it. All right, it's nothing serious. Just rest for a few days, and you'll be back to normal. Chen Montaka Suat. What? Sun Tianqing thought he must have misheard. His leg was broken. Isn't it said that an injury to the bones takes 100 days to heal? How could he recover in just a few days? Sun Guang, however, wore a look of astonishment. He understood Chen Mo's capabilities. If Chen Mo said it was fixed, then it surely was. If Chen Xiao says it's fine, then it's fine. Sun, stand up and take a few steps. Huh? Sun Tianqing was bewildered, wondering if his father had lost his mind. Nevertheless, he cautiously attempted to stand. It doesn't hurt. It's really healed? Not only Sun Tianqing, but everyone else present was equally astonished. Just like that, the broken leg was mended. Everyone instinctively turned to Chen Mo, feeling his figure suddenly grow immensely tall. Shrouded in mystery, Chen Mo surveyed the crowd before declaring, "Today, I originally came to happily escort my fiancée, Su Mujin, and my sister, Yi Xiaowan, to school. But I never expected such an incident to occur. However, I hope this will be the last time something like this happens. All of you present here, remember this. If anyone dares to bully my sister and fiancé Yi again, I will not let it slide." In this setting, nearly all the prominent scions of Zhongzhou University were gathered. Chen Mo personally warned them, leaving no room for anyone to dare bully Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan in the future. Having witnessed the recent events, who would still dare to cross Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan? Regardless of Chen Mo's actual strength, even the formidable king of Zhongzhou had bowed respectfully before him. They were certainly not to be trifled with. Many silently resolved to curry favor with Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan from that moment on. After addressing everything, the banquet concluded hastily. As they parted ways, Sun Guang inquired whether Chen Mo needed assistance dealing with the Wan family, but Chen Mo declined. With his strength, annihilating the Wan family would be effortless. Yet, he wished to use this opportunity to train and nurture Zhou Quan. Still, Wan Zihong's audacity in targeting Su Mujin warranted a lesson. After escorting Su Mujin back to school, Chen Mo made his way alone to the entrance of the Wan family estate. It was already late at night, and most lights in the Wan estate were extinguished, save for the one in Wan Zihong's residence. Wan Zihong stood alone in the living room, excitement written all over his face. "Master, can I truly become an unparalleled master?" If anyone had been near Wan Zihong at that moment, they would have been horrified, for the expansive living room contained no other presence. He was speaking to the air. Yet, even more chilling was the fact that he received a response. "Your talent may be lacking, but with my guidance, even a foolish pig can become a master." Instead of being angered, Wan Zihong was overjoyed, hastily kneeling to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your cultivation, master. By the way, I heard that the Chun fellow is quite formidable. How long will it take for me to defeat him? That individual is no ordinary foe. Defeating him is not something that can be accomplished in just a few months, especially since he is a descendant of the Chun family." "The Chun family?" Wan Zihong scoffed. "The family of scavengers? Scavengers? When the Chun family was at its peak, not even 10 Wan families would be a match for them. 10 Wan families wouldn't suffice? Even the 4 great families of the capital paled in comparison, yet none of them bore the surname Chun. Wan Zihong gasped, realizing the enormity of the Wan family's status as a top family in Zhongzhou. Their power was beyond ordinary comprehension. If his master claimed that 10 Wan families wouldn't hold a candle to the Chun family, just how terrifying was their strength? He even began to doubt if his master was deceiving him. In Wan Zihong's eyes, Chen Mo was merely a somewhat capable country bumpkin. If it weren't for his connection with the Su family, he might still be washing dishes in some restaurant. The 4 great families? The Chen family was once known as the foremost family. Had they not been exterminated, the 4 great families would have never existed. What? Wan Zihong was utterly dumbfounded. He vaguely recalled his grandfather mentioning a super family in the capital that mysteriously vanished 20 years ago, with no one ever knowing who was responsible. Moreover, Wan Hao had warned him that this was a taboo topic, one he should never speak of to anyone. "Master, how do you know this?" "Me? Of course I know." "Ha ha ha." The mysterious voice erupted into a triumphant laugh, brimming with pride. Suddenly, the laughter ceased. "He is coming." "Who?" Wan Zihong instinctively asked. Just then, a voice boomed from outside. "Wan Zihong, get out here." The voice was like thunder, echoing across the Wan estate, startling everyone within. "He is looking for you." "Is Is that Chen Mo? Wan Zihong had never interacted with Chen Mo. He had only seen him from a distance once. And this was the first time he heard Chen Mo's voice. Master, what should we do now? What? Are you afraid? Ridiculous. Would I be afraid of him? This is the Wan family. Chen Mo stood alone at the entrance of the Wan estate, leisurely admiring the beauty of the night. A few security guards at the entrance looked at him nervously. Just moments ago, they had stopped this young man from entering the Wan estate. Yet he boldly proclaimed for young master Wan Zihong to come out. Initially, they thought he was a lunatic, but upon hearing his voice, which resonated like thunder, they realized this young man was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, how could he produce such a powerful sound? Who would dare to act so brazenly at the entrance of the Wan family? Soon, dozens of security personnel surged out from within. What is happening? The head of the security team inquired. The guard at the entrance pointed at Chen Mo and said, Captain, it's him. He was the one shouting. The captain scrutinized Chen Mo and barked. Do you not know where this is? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Do you wish to endanger your life? Chen Mo cast a cold glance at him, dismissing him entirely. He was merely a gatekeeper, not worth his attention. Seeing Chen Mo's indifference, the captain's fury ignited. Seize this brat. We will hand him over to the master tomorrow. With a command, several guards rushed toward Chen Mo. However, before they could approach, Chen Mo stomped his foot, and the guards were instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The captain realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and asked, Who on earth are you? What brings you here at this hour? I am Chen Montak. He replied coldly. I have already stated that I want Wan Zihong to come out and meet me. If he does not, do not blame me for flattening the Wan family. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Such audacity. Did he truly claim he would bring down the Wan family? The captain found himself in a dilemma. How could he possibly relay such words inside? Wan Yuanluo had just fallen asleep when Chen Mo's voice jolted him awake, nearly causing him to tumble from his bed. After consulting with his wife, he confirmed that someone indeed dared to stir trouble at the Wan family's doorstep. What is going on? Wan Madam asked anxiously. Did Zihong offend someone outside? Wan Yuanluo chuckled. Do not worry. Even if Zihong has offended someone, so what? In Zhongzhou, does the Wan family fear anyone? Wan Madam sighed. You only spoil him. What if one day he truly provokes someone beyond our means to confront? Dressed, the couple exited their bedroom to find the steward waiting. Wan Yuanluo inquired, What exactly happened? The steward replied hastily. The guards at the entrance reported a young man causing a scene, demanding to see young Master Zihong. We have already dispatched people to handle it. Wan Yuanluo nodded. Bring Zihong to me. Just as the steward was about to find Wan Zihong, the captain rushed in. Master, you should go out. Several of our men have already been struck down. That person said. The captain hesitated, struggling to articulate the next words. What did he say? Wan Yuanluo's expression darkened as he pressed. He said, he demands young Master Zihong come out to see him, or else he will flatten the entire Wan family. Flatten the Wan family? Such audacity. Wan Yuanluo laughed. Who dares to be so brazen? He claims his name is Chen Mo. The captain said cautiously. Chen Montak? Wan Yuanluo's brow furrowed. Wan Madam interjected. Isn't this the one who killed Wan Yuanxing? Humph. Wan Yuanluo scoffed. I was just planning to find that brat for revenge for error's sake. Since he has come knocking on our door, let him leave his life here. He then instructed the steward, gather the offerings. We must capture this young man. I will head to see the old master. Have Zihong come to his grandfather. With that, Wan Yuanluo made his way toward Wan Hao's quarters. Chapter 84. A journey to the underworld. Wan Hao had also heard the commotion outside and had risen from his slumber. Seeing Wan Yuanluo approach, he promptly asked, Yuanluo, what has transpired? Father, do not worry. It is merely a small-time troublemaker. Wan Hao replied, I fear it is not as simple as that. The voice I heard could not have come from an ordinary martial artist. Father, you must be mistaken. The person outside is Chen Mo, a mere 20-year-old. How could he possibly be a master? Wan Yuanluo asserted. I have already sent the offerings. I trust they can handle a trivial character like Chen Mo with ease. Chen Mo is the one causing the disturbance? Wan Hao was taken aback, beginning to doubt his earlier perception. Yuanluo, remember to never underestimate anyone. I have closely examined the events surrounding the Su family and discovered that this Chen Mo is indeed rather remarkable. Just as Wan Yuanluo was about to counter, Wan Hao interrupted, Also, nothing is absolute in this world. Always be prepared. What if Chen Mo's strength exceeds my assumptions and is indeed beyond the ordinary? Though he felt his father was overly anxious, when Yuan Luo humbly accepted Wan Hao's counsel. With Master Pei Xingteng currently in seclusion to prepare for the upcoming martial arts conference, it was best not to disturb him. Call Yuaning back. Meanwhile, Wan Zihong was engaging in a conversation with a mysterious figure who ominously warned, "Your family's protector, Pei Xingteng, is currently in seclusion. The Wan family is likely facing grave peril." Wan Zihong retorted defiantly, "Our Wan family has hundreds of guards and several masters. Chen Mo is but one solitary individual. What can he do?" The mysterious figure chuckled coldly. "In the presence of true masters, numbers are meaningless. Unless Pei Xingteng intervenes, no one can contend with him." "Surely not, master. Even if they cannot handle him, we have firearms." "I refuse to believe he is unafraid of bullets," Wan Zihong insisted. "Then let us wait and see." The mysterious figure's serious demeanor began to sow seeds of doubt in Wan Zihong's heart. "Master, if he truly comes, what should I do?" "Ha, what is there to fear? Am I not here? Come, disciple, take this pill." As the words fell, a red pill flew into Wan Zihong's hand. "What is this, master?" Wan Zihong inquired, examining the pill. "Consider it a token of my mentorship. You wish to become an unparalleled master swiftly. Consume this pill," his master instructed. Believing the pill would help him cultivate, Wan Zihong swallowed it without hesitation. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Young Master Zihong, the master requests your presence." "Understood. I will be right there," Wan Zihong responded. Outside the Su family estate, Chen Mo awaited leisurely. He could have barged in as he did at the Gao family, but today he preferred a different approach. He had demanded Wan Zihong to come out, and he expected compliance. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to strike the Wan family as pride fiercely. The guards, on high alert, kept their eyes fixed on Chen Mo, yet none dared to step forward. Moments later, a group approached the entrance. Along with them, some figures stealthily circled around the estate, intending to surround him. Additionally, numerous snipers lay in wait in concealed corners, their sights trained on Chen Mo, ready to fire at a moment's notice. However, these maneuvers did not escape Chen Mo's keen perception. He merely smiled faintly, unconcerned. It must be said that the Wan family was indeed a top-tier family in Zhongzhou, a stark contrast to the Gao family in Xian City. As the estate's gates swung open, several imposing figures emerged, led by Jiang Yang, a master of Taijiquan, who had been hired at great expense by the Wan family, and possessed peak prowess in martial arts. Jiang Yang's piercing gaze locked onto Chen Mo. "Are you the one who boasted of flattening the Wan family?" Chen Montag spoke lightly. "Although it may be somewhat exaggerated, there are indeed too many houses in the Wan family. If one were to truly flatten them, it would require considerable effort. But dealing with a few individuals is quite feasible." Jiang Yang, filled with rage, found this young man insufferably arrogant. "Boy, don't think that just because you possess some skill, you can act recklessly. This is the Wan family, not a place for you to run wild." With that, a powerful aura emanated from him, accompanied by a palpable killing intent that enveloped the area. "What is Wan Zihong? That turtle, too afraid to show himself, and sent you to your doom?" Chen Montag retorted. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into Jiang Yang's space, and with a mere wave, Jiang Yang was sent flying, unable to mount any defense. Bang! He soared over 100 meters, crashing through a wall of the Wan family estate before landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the Tai Chi energy within him provided some protection. Otherwise, he might have suffered severe injuries. Nevertheless, he felt greatly discomfort, and, despite struggling to stand, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other members of the Wan family who had accompanied Jiang Yang were left dumbfounded. Jiang Yang was the strongest among them, yet even he could not withstand a single blow from Chen Mo. This was simply unbelievable. More astonishing was the fact that this young man appeared to be around 20 years of age. A master at 20? What kind of monster is this? Who are you? Jiang Yang asked, clutching his chest in shock as he gazed at Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head and refrained from disclosing his name. "I have already told you, none of you are my match. Have Wan Zihong come out." Jiang Yang felt a mix of shame and anger, but deep down, he understood that Chen Mo was beyond his capability to confront. He hesitated, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. The other members of the Wan family and the security guards wore expressions of confusion. The hidden gunmen, lacking orders, remained still, refraining from any rash actions. Ignoring them, Chen Mo called out to the Wan family estate. "Wan Zihong, I give you one more opportunity. Come out and meet me." His voice reverberated throughout the estate. Just as his words fell, a voice emerged in response. Chen Mo, do you truly think I fear you? Just wait. Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. Chapter 85. Annihilation. Clue. Chen Mo raised his gaze towards the Wan family estate, and the others turned to look as well. That voice sounds like young Master Zihong. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed young Master Zihong's voice. How could he dare to emerge when he is so powerful? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, a figure soared out from the Wan family estate and landed steadily at the entrance. It was indeed young Master Zihong. He had flown out. Could it be that he was a hidden master? Observing the arrival of Wan Zihong, Chen Mo smiled slightly, but his gaze shifted to the shadows nearby. While others failed to notice, Chen Mo understood that Wan Zihong's flight was aided by someone else's energy. Wan Zihong steadied himself and regarded Chen Mo with a cold smile. Chen Mo, didn't you call for me? Now that I am here, speak your mind. Otherwise, soon you shall have no chance left. Chen Mo frowned, not due to Wan Zihong's words, but because he found the person concealed in the shadows somewhat inscrutable. However, he remained undaunted and coldly replied, I initially intended to have a word with you, but now I feel there is nothing worthwhile to discuss. Chen Mo's gaze remained fixed on the shadows. You. Ha ha ha. Wan Zihong was about to speak when the mysterious figure interrupted. It seems I underestimated you, Chen family boy. What surprises me even more is that there are still remnants of the Chen family alive. Chen Mo's heart raced. Who is this person? How could they know his identity? Could they be connected to the annihilation of the Chen family? He immediately demanded, You know my identity? Your brazen arrogance makes it impossible not to recognize you. The mysterious figure chuckled. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Su Bingtian was right. Only by establishing a reputation would the enemies of the Chen family reveal themselves. So, it follows that you were one of those who exterminated the Chen family? Haha, I am merely one among many, and not even a significant one at that, the mysterious figure replied nonchalantly. What? Do you wish to kill me to avenge the Chen family? Unfortunately, with your current abilities, such aspirations are futile. Chen Mo's brow furrowed as he pressed. Who are the others? Why did you do this? That is a question for your Chen family. Some matters are beyond the reach of a mere Chen family. What matters? Chen Montak in Kvilet. Haha boy, do not act innocent. The Chen family now consists solely of you. If that thing is not in your possession, where else could it be? If you can hand that thing over, not only will I spare your life, but I can also tell you everything that transpired back then. Chen Mo appeared puzzled. He genuinely did not understand what the figure referred to. From their tone, it seemed that this object was of great significance. Otherwise, how could it have led to the massacre of the Wan family? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo tentatively said, No, you must first tell me what happened back then before I will consider retrieving that object. That object is indeed in your possession, the mysterious figure exclaimed. I knew it. How could one so young possess such strength? Hand it over, or I shall kill you now. No, you must first reveal what transpired then and who was involved before I will relinquish it to you. You currently lack the qualifications to bargain. Let me subdue you first. As the words fell, a chilling and terrifying aura enveloped the area, causing the security guards and members to shudder, as if they were plunged into the depths of hell. Chen Mo frowned. This mysterious individual not only concealed their identity, but also exuded a malevolent power. Clearly not a person of virtue. The frigid energy spread outward, and the guards and members could no longer withstand it, hastily fleeing. Yet it was too late. Aside from a few who managed to escape, the ordinary security guards remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Boy, prepare to meet your end, the mysterious figure sneered, extending a hand as a stream of energy surged towards Chen Mo. Trivial skills. Chen Mo scoffed, unleashing his energy like a torrent of flames, colliding with the oncoming force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, dispersing the chilling energy instantaneously. Solar true energy? The mysterious figure gasped in astonishment. However, before he could react, Chen Mo had already materialized before him. The figure was shrouded in black, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes, leaving Chen Mo unable to discern their features. Chen Mo gathered his solar true energy once more, demanding, Tell me the details of the extermination of the Chen family, or I shall send you to hell this instant. The mysterious figure, rather than expressing fear, smirked coldly. Boy, what if you possess the solar true energy to restrain me? Without entering the innate realm, you will ultimately be unable to fully harness its true might. Enough, I shall spare your life today, allowing you a few more days to live." With that, the mysterious figure flickered, transforming into 3 afterimages that darted in different directions. Chun Mo's heart sank. He hurriedly pursued, but alas, the afterimages dissipated after a few hundred meters. Evading his grasp, a voice echoed from the opposite direction. "Chun Mo, I shall return to seek you again. Next time will be your demise." Chun Mo's expression darkened, realizing the truth in the mysterious figure's words. He had yet to reach the innate stage, and thus the blazing sun's true energy could not be unleashed to its fullest potential. Although he had managed to restrain his opponent, he could not deliver a fatal blow. Another factor was that Chun Mo sought to extract more information regarding the annihilation of the Chun family from the enigmatic individual, which restrained him from unleashing his full might. To his surprise, the person was exceedingly cunning, fleeing the scene at the first sign of danger. Nevertheless, today had not been without gains. He had at least uncovered the reason behind the Chun family's ruin and recognized that the adversary lurking in the shadows possessed formidable strength. It seemed imperative to accelerate his cultivation, striving to break through to the innate realm without delay. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Mo turned and returned to the entrance of the Wan family estate. At that moment, Wan Zihong was no longer brimming with confidence. He lay crumpled on the ground. "Who was that person? How do you know him?" Chun Mo inquired coldly, his gaze icy. Wan Zihong, now utterly demoralized, recalled how he had believed his master would surely subdue Chun Mo. However, after just one exchange, his master had abandoned him and fled, leaving Wan Zihong in a state of utter despair. I don't know who he is. He approached me today, claiming he wanted to take me as his disciple." Chapter 86. Release my grandson nonsense. "Speak the truth, or I shall kill you now." Chun Mo was clearly skeptical. Wan Zihong nearly soiled himself in fear. I truly do not know. He appeared this morning, and I didn't even see what he looked like." "What did he speak to you about? What actions did he take?" "He asked to see your information, stating you were the person he sought, the last remnant of the Chun family. He then remarked on my talent, offering to take me as his disciple, and even gave me a pill." Wan Zihong, not daring to withhold anything, recounted the events in detail. Chun Mo's brow furrowed as he grasped Wan Zihong's wrist. Just then, a voice pierced through the air. "Chun Mo, release my grandson." Wan Hao and Wan Yuanluo emerged. Chun Mo loosened his grip on Wan Zihong and slowly rose to his feet. Unexpectedly, the previously unharmed Wan Zihong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion rapidly turning pale, almost taking on a bluish hue, as if he were on the brink of death. Wan Yuanluo rushed forward, supporting Wan Zihong, and glared at Chun Mo. "What have you done to Zihong?" Chun Mo, initially reluctant to explain, interjected, "I have done nothing to him. He is poisoned. You should hasten to find someone to treat him. Perhaps he can still be saved. If you delay too long, not even a great immortal can save him." "Nonsense. You are the one who harmed Zihong." Wan Yuanluo retorted angrily, having clearly witnessed Chun Mo's actions against Wan Zihong, finding the other party unwilling to believe him. Chun Mo chose not to elaborate further. After all, he had come to settle accounts with Wan Zihong, who had received his due punishment. Whether he had delivered the harm was of little consequence. Yet, Wan Hao furrowed his brow, beginning to believe Chun Mo's words. Moments ago, he had been conversing with Wan Yuanluo when Wan Zihong approached, boasting of a master who would surely defeat Chun Mo. Furthermore, Wan Zihong, who had no martial skills, had inexplicably flown out. Clearly, there was another expert hidden within the Wan family, coupled with the commotion at the entrance. Wan Hao found himself inclined to accept Chun Mo's assertion as truth. Yuanluo quickly summoned Elder Wang. Wan Hao urged. Wan Yuanluo paused. "Father, you believe him? Are you truly willing to watch Zihong die?" Regardless of who dealt the blow, the priority now is to save Zihong. Realizing the urgency, Wan Yuanluo reluctantly acknowledged the need to seek help, casting a fierce glare at Chun Mo before dispatching someone to summon Elder Wang. Wan Hao turned his attention to Chun Mo, stating, "No matter who harmed Zihong, today's events have arisen because of you. You killed my son Yuan Qing at the Su family estate and now have harmed my grandson Zihong at the entrance of the Wan family. This debt must be settled today." Chun Mo sneered coldly. "They brought this upon themselves. They deserve their fate. If you wish to settle accounts with me, then feel free to come forth. Do not presume that your mere abilities grant you impunity. Not only you, but even the most renowned masters would not dare to trample upon the Wan family. Just a mere Wan family? How impressive can that be? Chen Montauk scoffed disdainfully. Wan Hao, enraged, had not anticipated Chun Mo's arrogance to exceed his expectations. You, young man, must not be too conceited. What does your strength matter? I shall inform you that I have already laid a trap around you. At my command, they will strike simultaneously. I do not believe you are unafraid of bullets. As he spoke, multiple red dots converged on Chun Mo, sealing his movements from all directions. Wan Hao continued, I heard you are not afraid of bullets, so I had special weapons prepared a few days ago. These can pierce through armored vehicles. I do not believe you will remain unscathed. In truth, such methods were more than sufficient against ordinary masters. Yet, regrettably, they were now facing Chun Mo. In the outer battlefield, not to mention sniper rifles, even rocket launchers posed no threat to him. Chun Mo remained calm, allowing the red dots to dance across him. This demeanor caused Wan Hao to wonder if the young man had some hidden reliance. As Wan Hao hesitated, a figure swiftly approached the entrance of the Wan family estate. Who dares to wreak havoc at the Wan family? As the words fell, a figure, swift as lightning, landed between Wan Hao and Chun Mo Yuanheng. You have returned. Wan Hao and Wan Yuan Luo exclaimed in unison. Father, brother, am I late? Yuanheng inquired. Wan Hao shook his head. It is good that you are back. How is Master Pei? Master is currently in seclusion. Upon his emergence, he shall undoubtedly become the foremost master of Zhongzhou. Yuanheng replied with pride. Excellent. Once Master Pei emerges, the Wan family must prepare a grand gift. Yes, you may make arrangements. Now allow me to deal with this young man first. Wan Hao nodded. Yuanheng, this lad is rather extraordinary. You must exercise caution. Yuanheng smiled coldly, turning to Chun Mo. You, young man, are the one who declared intentions to flatten the Wan family? As he spoke, a domineering true energy emanated from Yuanheng, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wan Hao and Wan Yuan Luo quickly retreated, finding relief only after distancing themselves by over 100 meters. To their astonishment, Yuanheng's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, a mere step away from the master realm. Truly, the family's fortune was commendable. Wan Hao was exhilarated. Chun Mo, too, felt a twinge of surprise. Yuanheng's strength was indeed impressive, surpassing that of the previous Jiangyang by a margin. This must surely be a testament to Master Pei's influence. Die for me. Yuanheng clenched his fists, enveloped in a thick aura of killing intent, and launched a powerful punch towards Chun Mo's face. This strike was imbued with immense force, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. The spectacle left the onlookers gasping in awe, marveling at the prowess of one trained by Master Pei. Chun Mo inwardly commended the master, recognizing the skill that had produced such a disciple. Facing Yuanheng's terrifying assault, Chun Mo stood unflinching, raising his hand gently. The explosive sounds ceased abruptly. How is this possible? Yuanheng's voice rang out in astonishment. You are a master? As the dust settled, the crowd blinked in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. They beheld the scene before them. Yuanheng's fist was firmly gripped in Chun Mo's hand, unable to advance even a fraction further. The formidable punch delivered by Wan Yuanheng was terrifying to such an extent. However, Chun Mo managed to subdue him using only one hand. Chapter 87. Master Pei Xingting. With a sudden jolt, Wan Yuanheng spat out a mouthful of blood. The technique he had just employed was none other than Pei Xingting's renowned skill. As Pei Xingting's most favored disciple, Wan Yuanheng had naturally mastered the technique deeply. Today, he intended to showcase his prowess in front of his father and elder brother, exerting nearly all his strength. He had anticipated easily dispatching Chun Mo, but instead found himself effortlessly countered. This not only inflicted a severe backlash on Wan Yuanheng, but also left him feeling frustrated. Wan Yuan's face turned anxious as he rushed to support Wan Yuanheng, urgently asking, Yuanheng, are you all right? A trace of pain crossed Wan Yuanheng's face as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous blood surging within him. He had barely begun to touch the threshold of the master realm, and now, severely injured, he had no idea how long it would take to recover. Observing his son's condition, Wan Hao realized that Wan Yuanheng had suffered a significant defeat at Chun Mo's hands. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Chun Mo, do you dare to harm my son? Fire! At his command, hidden gunmen simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Chun Mo's position. However, Chun Mo remained seemingly oblivious, focusing solely on the danger that loomed ahead. He sensed correctly that it was there where Wan Hao had procured special ammunition, capable of penetrating even armored vehicles. Thus, it posed the greatest threat to him. Chun Mo had no choice but to concentrate entirely, his vital energy surging forth to rapidly form a transparent barrier around him. As the ordinary bullets approached within 10 meters, their speed abruptly diminished, finally halting 2 meters from Chun Mo, unable to advance further. However, the armor-piercing round, brimming with tremendous force, struck against Chun Mo's vital energy barrier, producing a deafening sound. Ultimately, the barrier faltered, yielding to the impact of the armor-piercing bullet after 2 seconds of resistance. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo extended his right hand to meet it. The bullet came to a stop less than 2 centimeters from his fist, spinning in place. This astonishing scene left everyone present in shock. Even Wan Hao wore an expression of disbelief. The rumors were indeed true. This young man was genuinely unafraid of bullets. Even the armor-piercing round was ineffective against him. What manner of monster had emerged here? Just as Wan Hao was caught in astonishment, Chun Mo flicked his fingers, sending the bullets hurtling back with even greater velocity than before. In the next moment, the air was filled with cries of anguish. Standing with his hands withdrawn, Chun Mo addressed Wan Hao, saying, "In truth, I came today merely to impart a small lesson to the Wan family, to ensure you cease using despicable methods to disturb my fiancée, and sister. It seems I have been too lenient with you." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, Wan Hao felt a sinking sensation in his heart, despair washing over him. They were not incompetent. It was merely that their opponent was too formidable. Faced with such an adversary, what could they do? Was the Wan family destined to face this calamity today? Just as Chun Mo prepared to act, a distant ethereal voice rang out, "Stop." At the same time, a figure swiftly approached the entrance of the Wan family estate, moving with the speed of sound. Wan Yuanheng exclaimed, "Master!" Wan Hao's spirit surged with surprise. "Master Pei!" In an instant, a figure exuding an otherworldly aura appeared above the Wan family estate, suspended in midair, his garments billowing as if blown by an unseen wind. The sight of Pei Xingting's true form ignited excitement among the Wan clan, who erupted into cheers. Wan Yuanheng, despite his injuries, strained to kneel before the figure, declaring, "Master, I have brought shame upon you." Chun Mo regarded this figure with mild astonishment. This was the strongest martial artist he had encountered since returning, on the verge of entering the innate realm. Unfortunately, that final half-step proved tremendously challenging, with some dedicating their lives without success. "Young friend, the Wan family and I share a certain connection. Would you be so kind as to spare them today for my sake?" Pei Xingtung surveyed Chun Mo intently, a palpable pressure enveloping him. Yet, Chun Mo remained unfazed, meeting Pei Xingting's gaze with a smile. "Is this our first meeting? Why should I grant you any favor?" Pei Xingting's brow furrowed. "What? Do you wish to exchange blows with me? If you are willing, I would gladly oblige." Chun Mo retorted, refusing to back down. "But, given your current state, it might be unwise to engage in combat. Moreover, you have already mentioned doing so for the sake of your reputation. Losing to me would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it?" Chun Mo discerned that Pei Xingting had just made a breakthrough and had yet to stabilize his strength before arriving. Engaging in battle could risk reverting to a lower state, making further advancement nearly impossible for a lifetime. Pei Xingting burst into hearty laughter, clearly surprised that Chun Mo had recognized his condition so swiftly. "Interesting. I did not expect to encounter such a prodigious junior. However, you are correct. Today is indeed not a suitable time for conflict. How about this? There will be a martial arts tournament in a month's time. If you are interested, you may come and spar with me. That is a matter for another day. How shall we resolve today as predicament?" "Chen Montak in Kviat," Pei Xingting replied, "as practitioners of martial arts. Why should we take advantage of the weak? I care not for the grievances between you and the Wan family, but if you insist on attacking today, I shall stop you, even at the cost of my own realm." Chun Mo frowned. To be honest, he was not afraid of Pei Xingting. Rather, he recognized the difficulty of Pei Xingting's current situation and was reluctant to jeopardize his path. Additionally, Pei Xingting had not used his status as a master to pressure him, which led Chun Mo to view him as a person of integrity. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo spoke, "Very well, I shall temporarily spare the Wan family today. However, they must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Pei Xingting asked solemnly. Chun Mo turned to Wan Hao as the head of the Wan family. Since the Su family has formally challenged you, the two families should settle matters in the commercial arena rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. If the Wan family ceases all covert actions against the Su family and my friends from this day forth, I too shall refrain from using force against the Wan family. But should the Wan family dare to act recklessly again? Chun Mo's gaze turned icy as he declared, I shall raze the Wan family to the ground. And I shall keep my word. Chapter 88, A New Dawn. Wan Hao, witnessing Chun Mo's refusal to yield, even to Pei Xingting, felt a genuine sense of panic. He was somewhat aware of Pei Xingting's current state. Should Chun Mo truly strike, Pei Xingting might preserve their lives, yet the vast Wan family would ultimately face ruin. Moreover, Pei Xingting could not remain at the Wan family indefinitely. Historically, one could only be a thief for 1,000 days. How could one defend against a thief for 1,000 days? Just as despair gripped him, he was taken aback by Chun Mo's unexpected proposal. Wan Hao's heart soared with joy. In commercial battles, the Su family would hardly be a match for the Wan family. Furthermore, Chun Mo's willingness to forego violence and resolve matters through business was a significant boon for the Wan family. How could Wan Hao refuse? Very well, I accept your terms. From this day forth, the Wan family shall not disturb the Su family or anyone associated with Qin Shao. We shall settle our differences in the marketplace. Chen Montauk nodded, expressing his hope that they would honor their words. He then clasped his hands, a gesture of respect towards Master Pei, saying, Master Pei, let's meet again in a month. Very well, let's not miss our meeting. Pei Xingting replied, stepping forward with an ethereal grace, soon vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Chun Mo similarly turned to leave, leaving the Wan family standing at the entrance of the Wan Manor. After a considerable time, the crowd finally regained their senses and hurriedly assisted Wan Yuanheng and Wan Zihong into the manor. At this moment, Old Wang was finally invited over. He first examined Wan Yuanheng, who, despite suffering significant internal injuries, was not in mortal danger and simply required a period of rest and recuperation. Following this, Old Wang began to examine Wan Zihong, who had fallen into a complete state of unconsciousness, his complexion pale, lips darkened to a deep purple. Upon completing his examination, Old Wang's brow furrowed deeply. Master Wan, young Wan's condition resembles that of someone poisoned, with the toxin having penetrated deeply into his organs. I am powerless to assist. Wan Hao and Wan Yuanlu were immediately taken aback. Old Wang, you are the most skilled physician in Zhongzhou. Please think of something. Old Wang sighed softly. I have never encountered such a situation before. I can only temporarily contain the toxin within young Wan's body, but to completely cure him, we must seek assistance elsewhere. However, I recently heard from my friend Zhao He that a miraculous physician has emerged in Xuanqing, renowned for his exceptional acupuncture skills. Perhaps he could heal young Wan. Wan Yuanlu's face lit up with hope, and he promptly inquired, Do you know the name of this miraculous physician? Let me think. It seems to be a young man with the surname Chun. Named Chun Mo, yes, that's it. What? Both Wan Hao and Wan Yuanlu were taken aback. Could there be another young man named Chun Mo in Xuanqing? Father, what should we do now? Wan Yuanlu asked anxiously after Old Wang departed. Wan Hao rubbed his forehead in exasperation. What are we to do? Should I personally go and seek him out? Even if I do go, he may not be willing to help. Yet, must we simply watch as Zihong? Wan Yuanlu could not bear to finish his sentence. What should we do? Should I kneel before that lad? Wan Hao reprimanded angrily. This trouble is one your precious son invited upon himself. If you wish to seek help, you must do so yourself. Seeing his father's anger, Wan Yuanlu quickly fell silent, understanding that given the current relationship between the Wan and Su families, even if they approached Chun Mo, he might not agree to assist. Enough. Wan Hao sighed deeply. The most pressing matter now is to defeat the Su family. Starting tomorrow, we must mobilize all our resources and efforts to bring the Su family down in the shortest possible time. Only by overcoming the Su family will we have the standing to request Qin Mo's aid. Wan Yuanlu nodded. Father, rest assured. The Su family's ambitions in the business world are but a pipe dream. I just worry whether Zihong can hold on until then. So you must act swiftly. Additionally, consider other alternatives. With such a vast nation, it cannot be that only Chun Mo can save Zihong. After leaving the Wan family, Chun Mo walked alone on the road, pondering the words of the mysterious figure from earlier. It was evident that the annihilation of the Chun family was inextricably linked to this individual, and he was aware of the true reason behind their demise. To uncover the truth of those events, he must locate the enigmatic figure. However, in this vast sea of humanity, where could he possibly search? It seemed time for a journey to the capital. As for the Su family's affairs, he had initially intended to sever all ties after withdrawing from the engagement, but unexpectedly found himself entangled deeper, even developing inexplicable feelings for Su Mujin. Coupled with the gratitude owed to the elder Su, Chun Mo felt increasingly ensnared. The current business conflict between the Wan and Su families had also been instigated by him. With these thoughts, Chun Mo frowned. After tonight, the Wan family would surely exert all their efforts to engage the Su family. He wondered if Zhou Quan could withstand the pressure. Nevertheless, Chun Mo was not in a rush to intervene. He wished to observe Zhou Quan's capabilities through this ordeal. And then there was his duel with Pei Xingting. Lost in thought, Chun Mo rubbed his forehead. His master had spoken of tempering the heart amidst the mundane, urging him to experience life's myriad challenges to achieve a complete state of mind. Yet, these matters were indeed taxing on his spirit. As he walked, dawn broke, revealing a hint of pale light on the horizon. The streets began to bustle with activity, vendors swiftly preparing their stalls, arranging tables and chairs to welcome the day as first patrons. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the morning breeze, reminding Chun Mo that he had neglected to eat dinner the previous night while rushing to save Su Mujin. He found a spot at a small stall and ordered 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soybean milk, relishing the meal. As the sun ascended, it painted half the sky in hues of crimson. The morning streets quickly transformed into a lively hub, with people rushing about, each pursuing their own aspirations. Observing the throngs of bustling pedestrians and vehicles, Chun Mo fell into contemplation. This city mirrored an individual. The roads resembled the veins within a body, while the continuous flow of people appeared as the lifeblood coursing through the city, invigorating its every corner. It was precisely this influx of fresh vitality that bestowed the city with its vibrancy. Yet, while a person possesses a heart, a city does not. What then drives this lifeblood to flow? As the city awakened, something within Chun Mo began to stir with renewed vitality. Chapter 89. The Gate of Innate Potential. After giving instructions to Su Mujin and Yi Wan, Chun Mo returned to Xuanqing. Following the events of yesterday, it was likely that the Wan family would refrain from further aggression towards Su Mujin and Yi Wan, possibly even taking measures to ensure their safety to avoid provoking Chun Mo. He had already formulated a plan to visit the capital next, hoping to uncover valuable clues. However, before heading to the capital, he remained uneasy about the situation with the Su family. Upon arriving at the Su family estate, he found Zhou Quan already in discussion with Su Zhanpeng regarding the ongoing business conflict. The Wan family had inexplicably intensified their efforts today. A worried expression crossed Su Zhanpeng's face. Our defenses of the Su family are under severe strain, and our financial resources are critically tight. If we continue to patch up one issue by creating another, I fear we won't last long. Zhou Quan, however, smiled. This only indicates that the Wan family is anxious. If we can weather this storm, there will be no further issues. But I fear we may not survive even this wave. Su Zhanpeng replied, the Wan family's strength far exceeds ours, and we are now isolated and unsupported. Those families and companies that were once on friendly terms with us have either sided with the Wan family or are remaining neutral. We are left to fight this battle alone. Zhou Quan remained unconcerned, adjusting his glasses as a glimmer sparked in his eyes. I anticipated this situation. We simply need to. He proceeded to outline an array of strategies and countermeasures, impressing Su Zhanpeng with his insights. Chun Mo, not particularly versed in business matters, listened quietly from the side. Zhou Quan was a strategist, while Su Zhanpeng excelled in defense. Their collaboration was seamless. Having chosen to trust Zhou Quan, Chun Mo refrained from intervening. Once Zhou Quan finished detailing his plans, Chun Mo casually inquired, how long until this battle concludes? If the Wan family does not make any blunders, at most 3 months. If they do err, 2 months will suffice. I have prepared ample tactics for the Wan family. Eagerly awaiting their response, a flicker of fierce determination flashed in Zhou Quan's eyes, transforming him momentarily into an invincible general on the battlefield. Chun Mo nodded affirmatively. Fine. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. If it ultimately proves unmanageable, I shall intervene. Zhou Quan refrained from further comments, casting a curious glance at Chen Imo. Su Zhanpeng, too, remained silent. Chen Imo had already bestowed numerous surprises upon the Su family, and now the family's future was intricately tied to him as their son-in-law. A tinge of anxiety rose within Su Zhanpeng, for Su Mujin and Chen Imo had yet to formalize their marriage, existing merely through a written agreement. What if one day, Chen Imo decided he no longer wanted Su Mujin? After spending a brief period there, Chen Imo rose and approached Su Bingtian. Su Bingtian appeared to be in remarkable spirits, his complexion radiant, reminiscent of someone rejuvenated by years. Yet, Chen Imo was acutely aware that Su Bingtian's time was dwindling. His current state was merely a fleeting moment of vitality, sustained only by sheer will. Once that will faltered, he would inevitably succumb. The cycle of life and death is an immutable law of nature, a reality Chen Imo could not alter. Nevertheless, he had promised Su Bingtian he would ensure he witnessed the day of his engagement to Su Mujin. At noon, Jiang Chudai personally prepared an extravagant meal for Chen Imo. This marked Chen Mo's inaugural taste of his future mother-in-law's culinary skills. Throughout the meal, Jiang Chudai incessantly served him dishes, eagerly inquiring if he found them delectable. To be fair, her cooking was commendable. While it may not rival the offerings of a five-star hotel, the exquisite home-cooked flavors were undeniably charming. Jiang Chudai beamed with delight upon noticing Chen Mo's enjoyment, exclaiming, "Since you like it, I shall prepare meals for you every day once you and Mujin are wed." Chen Imo felt a wave of embarrassment. Why had the conversation shifted to marriage again? Su Zhanping shot a disapproving glance at Jiang Chudai. They are currently relishing their coupledom. Why intrude upon their private world? Jiang Chudai retorted, "What? Am I already being considered old? If you find me bothersome, I shall move in with my daughter and son-in-law, leaving you to dwell in solitude." Her words incited laughter all around, even eliciting a smile from Chen Imo. Initially somewhat put off by Jiang Chudai, he had come to realize that she was not as unpleasant as he first thought. When Chen Imo next visited the Su family, 7 days had elapsed. After a week of seclusion, although his cultivation had not visibly progressed, an ethereal aura now surrounded him, suggesting a transformation. Chen Imo understood that the door to innate potential had been opened. With just half a step or a stroke of luck, he could formally enter that realm. However, his master had once advised him that such matters could not be rushed. When the opportunity arose, even a sip of water could catalyze a breakthrough. During those 7 days, the conflict between the Su and Wan families intensified without any significant events occurring elsewhere. Su Mujin and Yi Shaowan thrived at school, and the elder Su remained spirited. What puzzled Chen Imo was the absence of Jiang Chudai, who had always been enthusiastic in her demeanor. After inquiring with Su Zhanpeng, he learned that the Jiang family had encountered troubles, prompting Jiang Chudai to return to her family home. Alas, our Su family has been inadvertently entangled in this. The ongoing business war with the Wan family has adversely affected the Jiang family. Their business has plummeted, and my father-in-law has fallen gravely ill due to overexertion. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is this the work of the Wan family?" "Not entirely," Su Zhanping replied. "As you are aware, our Su family is currently viewed unfavorably, and many have been secretly undermining us. The Jiang family has its adversaries, but previously, they refrained from acting against the Jiang family due to our alliance. Now, with the Wan family preoccupied, they're seizing the opportunity to suppress the Jiang family, seeking revenge while currying favor with the Wans." Chen Imo nodded, reflecting on the harsh reality of society, where few offered assistance in times of need, but many reveled in another's misfortune. "Uncle Su, if assistance is required on that front, please do not hesitate to inform me." Su Zhanpeng acknowledged Chen Mo's medical prowess, mentioning, "We did consider having you assist, but you were in seclusion. However, Jiang Chudai informed me yesterday that the elder's health has improved and should be fine." Chen Mo did not dwell on this matter further. Instead, he advised Su Zhanpeng, "Uncle Su, I need to make a trip to the capital. Should any issues arise during my absence, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Chapter 90. Arrival in the capital as night enveloped the sky. A plane descended upon the capital international airport. Though Chen Imo was born in the capital, he bore no recollection of it. As he set foot on its soil, an inexplicable sensation welled within him. Upon exiting the airport, he wasted no time and proceeded directly to the old residence of the Chen family. The ancestral home was expansive, constructed in an ancient architectural style. While it could not rival the grandeur of bygone royal estates, it ranked among the finest residences in the capital. Chun Mo was aware that the Chun family had once owned more than just this property. 2 decades had elapsed, and the old residence bore signs of neglect. Though much of its charm remained intact, Chun Mo circled the estate, ensuring no one was watching before he leaped over the wall. To his surprise, after 20 years, the Chun family residence still stood uninhabited. Given its prime location in the bustling heart of the capital, it was curious that no one had claimed it. The front yard lay in disarray, overtaken by weeds, yet the layout still hinted at the former splendor of the Chun family. Chun Mo sought to uncover the events that had led to the family's sudden demise, but after 2 decades, any evidence of the past had vanished. However, he could ascertain that the adversaries involved must have been immensely powerful, as there were no signs of struggle left behind. After a thorough inspection, Chun Mo entered the back courtyard. Upon stepping through the gate, he froze. Signs of habitation were evident, suggesting that someone had been living there for quite some time. His brow furrowed in suspicion. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Chun Mo swiftly turned to see a disheveled, elderly woman standing at the flower gate of the courtyard. "And who might you be? Why are you here?" Chen Monta counted, refusing to answer her question. "This is my territory. I have resided here for years. If you have nowhere else to go, find another place. Do not intrude upon my space." The elderly woman regarded him with a scowl. Based on her appearance and demeanor, Chun Mo deduced that she was either a vagrant or a beggar. The Chun family residence, with its favorable conditions and lack of occupants, had evidently become a refuge for her. "This is clearly my family home. How can it belong to you?" Chen Montak asserted. "My family home?" The woman scoffed. "I have lived here for over a decade, and I have never seen the owner." "You claim this is your home?" She continued. "I have inquired about the previous owner, and I know that the Chun family was completely wiped out 20 years ago, with not a single survivor. How can you possibly claim this as your home?" Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised by the woman's knowledge. Simultaneously, he grew wary. Could this woman be connected to the events that befell the Chun family? Or perhaps she was simply an informant left behind by those responsible. Yet what did it matter? He had prepared himself before arriving in the capital. He feared not the absence of adversaries but the lack of any leads. Chun Mo declared, "I am indeed of the Chun lineage. I am a member of the Chun family. Who dares to impersonate a Chun? Seeking death." As his words echoed, the seemingly frail old lady, who appeared disheveled, suddenly exuded a fierce aura, launching herself directly at Chun Mo with lethal intent. Despite her benign appearance, her strikes were cunningly aimed at Chun Mo's vital points. A sense of foreboding gripped Chun Mo. It was evident that this old woman was deeply entangled in the downfall of the Chun family. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, he deftly reversed his wrist, containing his inner energy, and seized her wrist. With his other hand, he swiftly ensnared her neck. The old lady gasped in shock, struggling fiercely. But Chun Mo's grip was unyielding. No matter how she writhed, she could not break free. It dawned on her that she had kicked against iron. "Spare me, spare me. I am merely a beggar. Please, let me go," the old lady pleaded. The abrupt shift in her demeanor left Chun Mo momentarily stunned. Her change of face was alarmingly swift. "Tell me, did you partake in the obliteration of the Chun family 2 decades ago? And why have you remained here?" He demanded coldly. "I will consider sparing your life if you speak the truth, a single lie, and I shall ensure your soul departs this realm." Chun Mo warned. "I swear, I will tell you everything you wish to know," the old lady cried, though her eyes darted suspiciously. "Who are you? Why do you reside here?" Chun Mo inquired. I am but a scavenger. I saw that no one lived here, so I took refuge," she stammered. Chun Mo scoffed, dismissing her words as mere deceit. "If you were truly a beggar, how could you possess such skills? I speak the truth. If I utter a single lie, may I meet a wretched end," she swore, raising her right hand to the heavens. Chun Mo remained unconvinced by her frantic claims, tightening his grip to teach her a lesson. However, to his astonishment, as he applied pressure, the old lady slipped from his grasp like a slippery eel. Bone contraction technique? Chun Mo thought, realizing that this old woman was not only adept, but also possessed this unusual skill. By the time he regained his composure, she had already made it to the doorway. With a cold snort, he propelled himself into the air, reaching out to seize her, his killing intent firmly locking onto her. Just as the old lady began to feel relief from her escape, a chill enveloped her. Instinctively looking up, she found Chun Mo hovering above her. Terror gripped her heart. You can fly. Preternatural? In her state of fright, Chun Mo descended gracefully before her. This time, he offered her no chance, sealing all her acupoints with his energy, leaving only her mouth and eyes free to move. Young hero, I was wrong. I truly was. Please, spare me. If you have questions, I shall answer truthfully. I am not a young hero, Chun Mo interjected. I am Chun Mo, a descendant of the Chun family. His introduction served as a test. If this old woman were indeed affiliated with a mysterious figure from the Wan family, she would surely recognize his name. Upon hearing his introduction, her expression shifted to one of shock. What? You are Chun Mo? Her eyes widened. I've heard of you, Chun Mo. Indeed, it is you. Her excitement rendered her speechless. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on him, a mix of suspicion and exhilaration. Chun Mo's expression darkened. No need to gawk. Iam Chen Nan Xian's Gain Son, Chen Montak. Are there others here, or are you alone? Others? What others? The old lady feigned confusion. Yet her eyes remained fixed on him, as if attempting to perceive every detail. You do resemble him. Indeed, you are Chun Mo, the son of Chen Tianhua and the young lady. Yes, you are the young master of the Chun family. The old lady exclaimed, her excitement mounting. Had Chun Mo not sealed her acupoints, she might have leapt in joy. What? Chun Mo frowned, wondering if he had misjudged her. Could this old lady be an enemy of the Chun family? Your mother, Yin Jinwei, was named by your grandfather, and I was present at that time. I thought the Chun family had perished, yet here you are, alive. Mother? Which mother? Chun Mo questioned, perplexed. Your mother, Yin Jinwei. You are the child of Yin Jinwei and Chen Tianhua. Lady Yin was my savior. After her passing, I had nowhere to go, so I remained here. As the old lady spoke, fragments of memories began to surface in Chun Mo's mind. Yet, he remained skeptical of her words. Despite her age, there was a cunningness about her. If she had been close to his mother, why had she not perished? Speak clearly about everything. Remember, your life is in my hands. If you utter a single lie, I shall end you, Chun Mo warned, still refusing to release her acupoints. Yes, yes. If I speak a single lie, may I be struck by lightning. She hurriedly replied. I was once a discarded child who was trafficked. Lady Yin rescued me and taught me martial arts. I served her, accompanying her into the Chun family. She was beautiful and kind, never treating me as a servant, but rather like a sister. Chen Montak frowned, urging her to focus. Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point. All right. The point is your father, Chen Tianhua. He was a renowned figure in the capital, charming and talented, and many young women pledged their hearts to him. Yet, he paid them no mind, and after leaving the capital, he brought Lady Yin back. She glanced at Chun Mo before continuing. Only someone like her was worthy of your father. They were a perfect match. And then, Chun Mo pressed for more. And then, you were born. You old woman, did you not say to get to the point? Why are you rambling again? Chun Mo interjected. I ask again, were you involved in the downfall of the Chun family? Unjust. A great injustice. The old lady protested. I was a servant to your mother. How could I harm the Chun family? Besides, with my limited abilities, I could not have orchestrated such a thing. Chun Mo silently acknowledged her skill. While she was capable, 20 years ago, she was likely only at the dark energy level, far from being a substantial threat. Yet, if she was not involved, why had she remained? If it was not you, then who? He inquired further. I do not know. I have been investigating this matter for years. The old lady shook her head. Chun Mo furrowed his brows deeper. Aren't you my mother's maid? Why is it that every member of the Chun family was slaughtered, yet you remain unharmed? I was not at the Chun residence on the day of the incident. The young lady had found me a suitor that day, and I went on a blind date, which allowed me to escape that calamity, the old woman replied. Before she passed away, she entrusted me with a secret order to find you. But I searched for many years without success. I thought you too had fallen victim to those vile individuals. Oh, how I have longed for this day to finally encounter you. The old woman was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she gazed at Chun Mo. He lowered his head in contemplation. Logically, her words seemed plausible. He had been concealed by Chun Chi Shui in a refuse dump. Not even the enemies had managed to locate him, let alone this old woman. Nevertheless, while there were flaws in her narrative, the sentiment she displayed when mentioning his mother suggested she was not deceiving him. Thus, The trail regarding the assailants grew cold once more. How long have you resided here? I've been here for 8 years. Throughout these years, I have nearly scoured the entirety of Hua country, yet I could not find any trace of you. I believed you had truly perished, which is why I returned here. While cultivating, I sought the culprits, hoping one day to avenge the young lady, but who could have foreseen? As she spoke, the old woman became genuinely emotional, her voice trembling. Chun Mo recognized that her sentiment was authentic, and he could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that this elderly woman was indeed a person of deep loyalty and affection. Merciful heavens, not only are you alive, but you have also grown formidable. Surely, if the young lady were aware of your remarkable capabilities, she would be overjoyed in the afterlife. Have you discovered nothing during your 8 years here? I have. What? Speak quickly. After a moment of recollection, the old woman continued. Approximately 6 years ago, one night, several individuals arrived and scoured the Chun family estate from top to bottom. Did they uncover anything? They did find a secret chamber, but contained nothing of value. Chun Mo inquired further. Did they not notice you? They did. But at that time, I had no cultivation. Disguised as a beggar, they merely asked me a few questions before disregarding me. Where is this secret chamber? Let me there. With that, Chun Mo released the old woman's acupoint, allowing her to guide him to the secret chamber. Chapter 92. The 7-star chamber. The old woman ceased her antics and obediently led Chun Mo towards the eastern wing of the residence. Historically, the eastern wing was typically the dwelling of the head of the family's son, similar to the eastern palace in a royal court. Passing through a lengthy corridor, the old woman pointed to a room, saying, "Young master, this is where your parents once resided, and where you were born." Chun Mo was taken aback by her sudden revelation. He stepped forward and pushed open the door, finding it still bore remnants of its former appearance, invoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. "Where is the secret chamber?" he asked, surveying the room. "Below," she replied. Approaching a specific section of the wall, the old woman tapped several times. With a faint sound, a hidden passageway emerged in the corner of the room. Chun Mo noted the clever design of the mechanism, its concealment so profound that it was no wonder it had eluded discovery. The two entered the underground passage, arriving at the secret chamber, which was quite spacious and divided into several rooms, though the interior was now in disarray, clearly having been rummaged through. It appeared that, as the old woman claimed, those intruders had failed to find what they sought. Otherwise, the mysterious figure within the Chun family would not have continued to believe that the items were with Chun Mo. Chun Mo began to search meticulously, yet after inspecting several rooms, he too found nothing of significance. However, he refused to relent, feeling a persistent intuition that the chamber concealed some secret. After circling through the 6 rooms, confusion washed over him. The layout was peculiar, with the rooms arranged haphazardly, lacking any discernible order. Chun Mo closed his eyes, mentally mapping the layout of the underground chamber. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The arrangement of the 6 rooms bore a resemblance to the configuration of the Big Dipper, albeit missing the handle. Elated with this discovery, Chun Mo hastened to the handle's vicinity, searching fervently. After some exploration, he finally uncovered a rather inconspicuous mechanism. Twisting it, the entrance to the final chamber swung open with a resounding boom. There's more? The old woman was equally astonished, having not anticipated the existence of another room. The sight that greeted them was a trove filled with antiques and exquisite calligraphy, each piece radiating immense value. However, Chun Mo's attention was fixated on the wooden desk at the center of the room, upon which lay a wooden box. Approaching the desk, he opened the box, revealing a jade pendant shaped like a dragon. Chun Mo examined the pendant closely. Its translucence was striking, with ethereal light seemingly swirling within, making the dragon appear almost alive. After scrutinizing it for some time, he found no extraordinary features. Securing the pendant, Chun Mo turned to the old woman trailing behind him and inquired, "What is your name?" The old woman nodded. "The young lady used to call me Aunt Rome." "Then I shall call you Granny Rome from now on." "Very well, let us depart." With that, Chun Mo stepped towards the exit. "Young master, what about these items?" Granny Rome suddenly halted him. "Let them remain here for now. When I return to the capital and restore the Chun family, I shall address these matters then." "Are you heading elsewhere?" Granny Rong asked in surprise. "I am returning to Zhongzhou. There are matters yet unresolved." "Oh," Granny Rong nodded, promptly following Chun Mo as they exited the secret chamber. After resetting all the mechanisms, Chun Mo leaped to the highest point of the old residence, gazing at the Chun family estate, reflecting inwardly, "This is my birthplace." Once a prestigious family, the Chun clan had now faded into obscurity. Such is the nature of fate, how it changes so unpredictably. Granny Rong looked up at Chun Mo, the moonlight casting a luminous glow behind him, enhancing his ethereal presence. She could not help but reminisce about Qin Tianhua. Although Chun Mo did not possess the same charm as the renowned figure, he exuded a decisive and assertive aura that Qin Tianhua lacked. It was evident that the young master had endured much over the years. Had the young lady still been alive, she would undoubtedly be immensely proud. After surveying the old estate one last time, Chun Mo gracefully descended outside. To his surprise, Granny Rong followed him out. "Why do you follow me?" he queried, puzzled. With the young lady gone, her final wish was for me to care for you. Hence, I must accompany you, she replied. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo decided, "Very well, you should remain at the old residence for the time being. All right, wherever you wish for me to be, I shall be. However, you must ensure your safety while alone here." Previously, they assumed the Chun residence was vacant. Now that I have returned, those individuals may resurface. If they do return, simply observe from the shadows and relay any information to me. I will come at the first opportunity. With that, Chun Mo provided his contact number to Granny Rong. Although Grandma Rong's cultivation was not particularly high, she was exceptionally astute. Having lived in the area for quite some time, she usually did not attract much attention from others. With a reluctant expression, Grandma Rong noted the number down, fully aware of the weight of her responsibilities. She assured Chun Mo, "Rest assured, young master, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure the Chun family's ancestral home remains safe and sound." In the following 2 days, Chun Mo remained in the capital, hoping to uncover more clues from years past. However, the passage of time had rendered his efforts largely fruitless. On the 3rd day, he received a desperate call from Su Bo brother-in-law. "Could you possibly make a trip to Jiangzhou? It seems something has happened to my grandfather." Jiangzhou, named for its encirclement by a grand river, was known for its rich resources and the fragrant rice it produced. Although the Jiang family was not the most prestigious clan in Jiangzhou, their long-standing heritage afforded them a respectable position within the community. After departing from the capital, Chun Mo made his way alone to the Jiang residence, which was also a sizable and ancient manor. After surveying the surroundings, he approached and rang the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing a servant who scrutinized Chun Mo for a moment before inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" "I am looking for Miss Jiang Chu Dai," Chen Montauk replied. Upon hearing his words, the servant's demeanor shifted dramatically, and with a frosty tone, she retorted, "There is no such person here." With that, she slammed the door shut. Taken aback, Chun Mo glanced at the plaque on the door and the location Su Bo had sent him, confirming he was indeed at the right place. He continued to knock. The servant opened the door once more, her impatience palpable. "What is your problem? Can't you understand? I told you, there is no one by that name here. Is this not the Jiang family of Jiangzhou?" Chun Mo asked. The servant nodded yes. "But there is no Jiang Chu Dai. I am looking for Jiang Kong." Jiang Kong was Su Bo's grandfather and Jiang Chudi's father. To Chun Mo's surprise, the servant maintained her cold demeanor and bluntly stated, "He is dead." Without waiting for further inquiry, she closed the door once more. Confusion washed over Chun Mo. Su Bo had sent him to the Jiang family to attend to Jiang Kang's illness, and he had only mentioned that the situation had worsened. There was no indication of impending death. If he had truly passed away, the family should be mourning, yet there were no signs of such, and they were denying him entry. What was even more perplexing was the servant's attitude. Jiang Kong was the head of the family, yet she spoke so bluntly of his demise. With no other option, Chun Mo took out his phone to contact Jiang Chu Dai. Upon learning that Chun Mo had arrived in Jiangzhou, Jiang Chu Dai was overjoyed and hurriedly promised to come and pick him up personally. Half an hour later, she appeared at the gates of the Jiang residence, but instead of approaching, she waved him over from a distance, seemingly reluctant to come near. As Chun Mo approached, he noticed that this future mother-in-law, whom he had not seen for a few days, appeared significantly haggard, her face etched with worry. "Xiao Chun, what brings you here?" she asked curiously once he was in the car. Chun Mo explained, "Su Bo asked me to come. He said his grandfather is gravely ill and requested my presence. I originally intended to ask for your help, but I heard you went to the capital and didn't want to delay you. so I refrained from telling you. I didn't expect little Bo would reach out to you. Jiang Chudai sighed in relief, then started the car. Noticing that Jiang Chudai was not heading towards the Jiang residence, Chen Mo finally voiced his concern. Annie, is this not the Jiang family? Is the old man not inside? Also, when I inquired about you, they claimed there was no such person here. What is going on? Jiang Chudi's expression darkened, revealing her complexity of emotions. However, she said little, merely explaining, my father and I are currently not residing in the Jiang family. Chen Mo realized that something significant must have transpired within the Jiang family, and the truth was likely more complicated than Jiang Chudai had disclosed. He pressed further, Andy, what exactly has happened? There is no need to conceal it from me. With an awkward smile, Jiang Chudai admitted, indeed, we are family, and there is nothing that cannot be shared. This all stems from the conflict between the Su family and the Wan family. Through Jiang Chudi's explanation, Chen Mo finally grasped the situation. The war between the Su and Wan families had inadvertently embroiled the Jiang family due to Jiang Chudi's connections. Jiang Kong, defying the objections of others, had resolutely chosen to side with the Su family, thereby placing the Jiang family in the crosshairs of the Wan family's wrath. Compounded by the betrayal of other clans, Jiang Kang's health had deteriorated under immense pressure, leading to his current state of illness. With Jiang Kong incapacitated, the family's burdens fell upon Jiang Chudi's brother, under his wife's influence, directly contradicted their father's decisions. Not only did he publicly align with the Wan family, severing ties with the Su family, but he also expelled Jiang Kong from the Jiang residence. The elder was so enraged that he nearly lost his life and fell into a coma. As Jiang Chudi's voice trembled with indignation, Chen Mo furrowed his brow, realizing the extent of his connection to this turmoil. Since the matter now implicated him, he could not remain indifferent. Sometime later, Jiang Chudai brought Chen Mo to a hospital where Jiang Kong was being treated, cared for solely by her. There, Jiang Kong lay quietly on the hospital bed, appearing frail and devoid of color. Dad, look who has come. Jiang Chudai called softly, leaning closer to the bed. Hearing his name, Jiang Kong slowly opened his eyes, but his frailty was evident, and he lacked any semblance of vitality. His lips moved without sound. Struggling to focus on Chen Mo, suppressing her tears, Jiang Chudai informed Chen Mo, since being admitted to the hospital, although my father has managed to regain consciousness, he remains in this state, unable to speak. If not for Dr. Zhang's daily administration of special medication, he might have already. Chen Montauk nodded. Reconnaissant Jean Cagnes dire condition. Without hesitation, he approached and took Jiang Kang's wrist to check his pulse. While doing so, he inquired, who is this Dr. Jiang? Dr. Jiang is my father's attending physician, an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. When he was admitted, others were at a loss, but Dr. Jiang's intervention proved effective. However, he has stressed that my father's condition is exceedingly grave and can only be sustained through special medication. Is there a prescription for that medication? Please let me see it. There is no prescription. The medicine is prepared by him, and we administer it directly to my father, Jiang Chudai replied, shaking her head. Oh, I have one left here, which I was about to give him before your call interrupted me. With that, Jiang Chudai retrieved a bottle of medicine from the bedside cabinet and handed it to Chen Mo. As he poured out the pill, its dark brown hue and pungent aroma revealed its unusual composition. Chen Mo's understanding deepened. Jiang Kang's condition was not as dire as it appeared. This was evidently the result of deliberate manipulation to create such an illusion. It seemed that Dr. Jiang was the mastermind behind this scheme. However, Chen Mo pondered the motives behind this behavior. Was Dr. Jiang acting out of self-interest to reap greater benefits, or was he under someone else's orders? Placing the pill back into the bottle, Chen Mo casually inquired, Annie, has Dr. Jiang visited today? He typically comes once in the morning and once at night. He left this pill in the morning and departed, Jiang Chudai explained. Xiao Chun, do you think my father can still be cured? Jiang Chudai looked at Chen Mo with hopeful anticipation. Chen Mo shook his head, replying, let's not rush. We should wait to see Dr. Jiang before making any conclusions. Jiang Chudai was momentarily taken aback. Yet being astute, she sensed something amiss from Chen Mo's demeanor, but refrained from pressing further. Just then, her phone rang. What? Xiaobo, you're in Jiangzhou too? It was a call from Subo, and she was surprised that he had also come to Jiangzhou. Before long, Subo arrived at the hospital, visibly agitated, clearly having learned about Jiang Kong and Jiang Chu-dai being ousted by the Jiang family. Mom, what on earth happened? How could Jiang Chu-fan drive you out? This is simply unacceptable, Su Bo exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Chu-dai shot him an admonishing glance. You're just a child. Mind your words. Yet, Su Bo remained indignant. Humph. He kicked both you and Grandpa out. Am I supposed to remain silent? If I hadn't been so eager to find you, I would have barged in there myself. Chun Mo interjected. Do you truly wish to confront them? Absolutely. They're being utterly unreasonable. Brother-in-law, why not help me deal with them? Su Bo replied, his face lighting up with excitement, recalling how Chun Mo had wreaked havoc at the Gao family residence that fateful night. However, Chun Mo shook his head. This is ultimately a matter within the Jiang family. I won't meddle lightly. If you wish to retaliate, it must be on your own accord, as the grandson of old Master Jiang, with Jiang blood coursing through your veins. It is only fitting for you to seek justice for your grandfather. Su Bo hesitated, but what if I can't hold my own against them? What a shame. Are you so timid? I can assist you once or twice, but I cannot be your crutch for a lifetime. Besides, with me by your side, what is there to fear? Su Bo's expression shifted slightly, a hint of shame washing over him. You're right, brother-in-law. I was wrong. Chen Montauk nodded, satisfied with Su Bo's willingness to speak up and admit fault. Jiang Chu-dai, overhearing their exchange, remained silent, recognizing the Jiang family's actions as indeed excessive. With Chun Mo as her son-in-law, what was there to fear? Seeing Jiang Chu-dai as tacit approval, Su Bo rolled up his sleeves, eager to confront the Jiang family. Yet, Chun Mo held him back. What's the rush? I have an important task to assign to you first. What task? Su Bo quidi basev. Chun Mo leaned in and whispered a few instructions into his ear. Su Bo nodded enthusiastically and dashed out of the hospital room to make arrangements. Jiang Chu-dai, observing the two in their secretive exchange, inquired curiously, "What are you up to?" Chun Mo smiled. "It's nothing. You'll find out soon enough, Auntie." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night gradually descended. Dr. Jiang, having completed his previous tasks, finally arrived at old Master Jiang's hospital room. Dr. Jiang, whose real name was Jiang Yicheng, appeared to be in his 60s, with a somewhat diminutive stature. Clad in a white coat, his long beard lent him an air of wisdom. Upon entering, Jiang Chu-dai greeted him warmly. "Dr. Jiang, you're here. Thank you for your hard work." Dr. Jiang chuckled. "No trouble at all. It is my duty." Noticing Chun Mo standing beside her, he inquired, "And who might this be?" Jiang Chu-dai hesitated to introduce Chun Mo as her future son-in-law in front of outsiders, and simply stated, "This is Mr. Chun, here to visit my father." Dr. Jiang nodded, not pressing for further details, though his gaze scrutinized. Chun Mo appraised Dr. Jiang in return, noting that he indeed appeared to be merely a physician, and opted not to comment further. Subsequently, Dr. Jiang approached old Master Jiang's bedside and began an examination, putting on an air of seriousness. Jiang Chu-dai asked Dr. Jiang, "Is my father doing any better?" The doctor nodded slightly. "He has improved a bit, but his recovery is still rather slow. Let us try changing his medication today." As he opened his medical kit, retrieving a box of silver needles among other items, he suddenly turned to Chun Mo and Jiang Chu-dai, frowning. "What are you two doing here? Step outside and wait." Chun Mo asked curiously, "Why can't we stay?" Dr. Jiang's expression darkened, preparing to scold him, but Jiang Chu-dai interjected. "Xiao Chun, this is Dr. Jiang's rule. He does not allow anyone else to be present while treating patients." She then turned to Jiang Yicheng, asking, "Dr. Jiang, Mr. Chun has some medical knowledge. Would it be permissible for him to?" "No." Dr. Jiang cut her off sharply. "My techniques are not for just anyone to observe. Moreover, I am quite irked by individuals like him. Those who only dabble in medicine without proper understanding ruin the reputation of our craft." "Ruin the reputation of our craft." Chun Mo chuckled softly, choosing to refrain from further comment as he stepped out of the room. Jiang Chu-dai felt a twinge of awkwardness, fearing Chun Mo might be upset. After apologizing to Dr. Jiang, she hurriedly followed him outside. "Xiao Chun, that's just how Dr. Jiang is. Don't take it to heart." Chun Mo smiled. "It's nothing. I'm not bothered by such trivial matters." Jiang Chu-dai continued. "Xiao Chun, there is something I still don't understand. Your medical skills should be on par with Dr. Jiang's. Why allow him to treat my father?" This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, and despite her multiple attempts to voice it, she had held back. In her view, Chun Mo's arrival should have been sufficient to remedy her father's condition. Yet he seemed indifferent, merely engaging in some mysterious activities with Su Bo, who had now vanished. Annie, rest assured, grandfather is fine. You will understand everything shortly. With that, Chun Mo headed towards a secluded corner. Although anxious, Jiang Chudai had no choice but to follow him. They found a chair to sit down, and just then, Chun Mo's phone rang. It was a call from Su Bo. Chun Mo answered, putting the call on speaker while activating the recording function. After doing so, he gestured for Jiang Chudai to be silent. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chudai watched Chun Mo with intrigue. The voice that emerged from the phone was not Su Bo's, but rather Dr. Jiang's. Jiang family head. What are you contemplating? I must say, your obstinacy is quite vexing. If you would simply hand over that manual, this would all be resolved. Instead, you endure all this suffering while burdening me with your troubles. I'm extremely busy, you know. If you're willing to relinquish the manual, just blink, and I will take it back and complete my task, allowing you to escape this torment. Wouldn't that be better? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chudai was rendered speechless, unable to believe that Dr. Jiang had uttered such words. But the voice was undeniably his. In that instant, everything fell into place. It became clear why her father had suddenly fallen ill and remained unwell despite prolonged hospitalization. Someone had covertly manipulated events. Yet she was puzzled about what the manual mentioned by Dr. Jiang could possibly be. Dr. Jiang's voice continued, Jiang family head, do not glare at me. I'm not the one who wanted this. I am compelled by the circumstances. There's a saying, taking someone's money to avert disaster. Just hand over that manual, and I will fulfill my task, allowing you to find relief, correct? Do not hold me accountable for this matter. Your daughter-in-law has generously provided me with 20 million to acquire the secret manuscript. Who would turn away from such wealth? Moreover, they have ordered me to eliminate you. Yet I have graciously allowed you to retain your breath. Cease your stubbornness. You are well aware of my medical prowess. If you hand over the manuscript, I assure you that I will restore your health promptly upon receiving the funds. We can part without further grievances. Do you not agree? Look at you, glaring at me again. You can hardly speak, yet do you still wish to resort to violence against me? If you do not care for your own well-being, consider the safety of your family. Are you not afraid they might be harmed? That treacherous woman is capable of anything. Just look at your daughter, who has been by your side 24 hours a day, utterly exhausted and utterly worn down. I have also heard that the Su family is in dire straits, nearing ruin. Without your protection, what will become of her? Have you pondered this? Hearing these words, Jiang Chudai's face turned pale with fury. She could hardly fathom the depth of this conspiracy. In the hospital room, old Master Jiang was equally enraged, nearly succumbing to a fit of coughing, followed by a disconcerting silence, indicating he may have fainted from the agitation. Jiang Chudai could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, intent on confronting Dr. Jiang. Chun Mo, aware that the time had come, spoke up, Xiao Bo, take action. Understood, brother-in-law. So what do you believe? Had it not been for Chun Mo's prior admonition to refrain from action without his command, he would have relished the chance to eliminate Dr. Jiang. Inside the ward, Dr. Jiang attempted to soothe old Master Jiang while retrieving silver needles to administer acupuncture. He had no inkling that someone was concealed beneath the bed, relaying his previous remarks to others. Suddenly, Su Bo's voice startled him, nearly causing him to stab himself with the needle. However, before he could react, Su Bo emerged from beneath the bed, seized Dr. Jiang, and forcefully brought him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. When Chun Mo and Jiang Chudai returned to the ward, Dr. Jiang was already bruised and bloodied. Su Bo, still unsatisfied, delivered a heavy kick to Dr. Jiang's abdomen, sending him flying. Dr. Jiang doubled over, clutching his midsection, resembling a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Chun Mo approached Dr. Jiang, crouching beside him with a sardonic smile. It is not I who tarnishes the reputation of the medical profession, but you, a once respectable physician, now complicit in schemes of greed and murder. Truly, you have brought this upon yourself. Jiang Chudai joined him, seizing Dr. Jiang's clothing, demanding, why have you done this? With each question, she struck him sharply across the face. Jiang Yicheng, having been brutally beaten by Su Bo and now by Jiang Chudai, was nearly rendered senseless. What? What do you intend to do? How dare you strike me in a hospital? Beware, I will call the police and have you all arrested. He stammered. How dare you? Subo stepped forward to deliver another kick. He was ready to continue, yet Chun Mo restrained him. Calling the police, are we? Perfect. I also have matters to present to them. I am certain they will deliver justice after hearing this. With that, Chun Mo activated the recording on his phone, replaying Dr. Zhang's words with crystal clarity. Suddenly, Jiang Yicheng fell silent, hastily pleading, "No, I want to call the police. I want to. I was coerced into this. Please let me go. Who compelled you to act thus?" Jiang Chudai pressed. It was Fengwen who instructed me, and your elder brother, Jiang Chufeng, was present at the time. While Jiang Chudai had suspected this individual beforehand, hearing those names now filled her with profound dismay. Fengwen was indeed her sister-in-law, Jiang Chufeng's wife. What pained her further was the realization that her elder brother had been aware of these machinations, yet chose to remain passive, allowing Jiang Yicheng to torment their grandfather. Previously, she had believed her brother merely had a gentle disposition, too submissive to oppose Fengwen. But now it was evident he was complicit in allowing this injustice to unfold. Where was the son in him? He was nothing less than a disgrace. Chen Montak, sensing Jiang Chudi's anguish, reassured her, "Do not worry, auntie. As long as I am here, old Master Jiang will not come to harm." This comforted Jiang Chudai somewhat, her eyes brimming with gratitude. With Chun Mo's affirmation, she felt a glimmer of hope for her grandfather's recovery. Chin moturn to subo, instructing xiaobo. You shall handle this matter. Ensure he divulges everything and record it all. Understood, brother-in-law. Subo responded eagerly, then dragged Jiang Yicheng into the restroom. Chen Mo and Jiang Chudai approached old Master Jiang's bedside. The old man's condition was not as dire as it appeared. Jiang Yicheng had employed certain underhanded tactics to manipulate him into this state. Yet these methods were so sophisticated that even the advanced hospital equipment could not detect them. Coupled with Jiang Yicheng's twice-daily interventions, old Master Jiang had been kept in this weakened condition. However, for Chen Mo, these tricks were child's play. With a few deft acupuncture needles, old Master Jiang's pallid complexion gradually transformed to a healthy hue, and his breathing grew stronger. Chapter 96, Reluctance Father. You are awake? Jiang Chudai exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed old Master Jiang slowly open his eyes. He gazed at her with a faint smile before shifting his attention to Chun Mo. Father, this is the man I spoke of, Mukjin's fiancé, Chun Mo. He is the one who saved you. Old Master Jiang attempted to move, and Jiang Chudai hurried to support him upright against the headboard. Although Chun Mo had restored him, old Master Jiang remained frail, gasping for breath before addressing Chun Mo. Young Master Chun, I owe you my life. Not only have you saved me, but you have also unraveled the conspiracy behind it all. Chun Mo quickly replied, Old Master, you are Mukjin's grandfather. There is no need for such formality. Indeed, we are family. There is no need for politeness. Jiang Chudai added. Old Master Jiang suddenly sighed, deeply. Alas, I never imagined my eldest son would. I had thought him merely timid, yet he would conspire against his own father. How base. I truly regret not having suffocated him at birth. As he spoke, another violent fit of coughing overcame him. Jiang Chudai rushed to soothe him, offering comfort. Father, your health is paramount. Do not let your anger consume you. Perhaps elder brother has his reasons. What reasons could justify this? He fears his wife. For the sake of his wife's words, he has abandoned his own father. Old Master Jiang grew increasingly agitated, and Chun Mo suspected that had Jiang Chufeng been present, old Master Jiang would leap from his bed to confront him. Just as he was in the throes of indignation, Subo emerged, dragging Jiang Yicheng along. Brother-in-law, he has confessed everything, and I have recorded his statements. Only then did Subo notice that old Master Jiang was awake, exclaiming in delight, Grandfather, you are awake. Old Master Jiang paused, turning to Subo with a smile. It is all well, thanks to your brother-in-law. Subo's admiration for Chun Mo grew as he witnessed the miraculous recovery of old Master Jiang in such a short span of time. To comprehend this tactic, one must acknowledge that he discovered it within an ancient text, a method that has consistently proven effective. It is fair to assert that his current stature is largely attributed to this stratagem. However, he was taken aback when Chun Mo effortlessly dismantled it. In his astonishment, Jiang Yicheng abruptly knelt beside the bed and pleaded, Old Master Jiang, young Master Chun, I have revealed all that I needed to. I implore you, spare me. Chun Mo cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "If you wish for mercy, it is quite simple. It all depends on your subsequent actions." With that, Chun Mo turned to Su Bo and stated, "Did you not desire to infiltrate the Jiang family? Now that we possess the evidence, it is up to you to decide whether you dare to proceed." "Idare," Su Bo exclaimed, his fearlessness morphing into exhilaration. "Brother-in-law, shall we annihilate them completely, just as we did with the Gao family?" Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Su Bo quickly fell silent. "Chen Montak Chakut, that will depend on your uncle and aunt's stance. However, this time, the onus is primarily on you. Unless you find yourself in mortal peril, I shall not intervene lightly. What is there to fear? After learning from you for so long, I am eager to test my skills." Su Bo appeared eager for action. Old Master Jiang, however, did not express anger at their intentions to storm the Jiang family, but instead wore a worried expression. "Since my illness, all power within the Jiang family has been seized by Feng Wan. The Feng family has ties to the martial world, and I fear." Jiang Yicheng, still kneeling, interjected, "As far as I know, a mysterious master has recently appeared in the Jiang family, rumored to possess extraordinary strength." Yet, Su Bo appeared unfazed. With Chun Mo by his side, he feared no one. Chun Mo shared a similar indifference, and once Jiang Yicheng finished speaking, he addressed him directly. "All right, you may leave now." Jiang Yicheng was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Su Bo too looked bewildered at Chun Mo, utterly perplexed. Chun Mo continued, "Return and inform your benefactor that old Master Jiang has fully recovered. Let them prepare for his return to the Jiang family. If they behave well, perhaps they might be spared from death." As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Chun Mo, nearly suffocating Jiang Yicheng. He felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he were trapped in a hellish nightmare. It dawned on him that this youth was a formidable figure, one he could not provoke. Moments later, as Chun Mo retracted his oppressive aura, Jiang Yicheng felt some relief. However, the fear in his gaze towards Chun Mo remained palpable. You truly intend to let me go?" Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in further discourse. Su Bo stepped forward menacingly. "What? Do you not wish to leave? Or do you feel you have not been sufficiently beaten? Enough, enough. I will leave at once." With that, Jiang Yicheng scrambled out in haste. Su Bo, watching his retreating figure, expressed his discontent. "Brother-in-law, are we truly just going to let him go?" Chun Mo sneered, "Of course not. Do you believe he can escape unscathed? Perhaps we won't even need to lift a finger. Others will take care of him." He then instructed Su Bo to accompany him outside to assess his martial progress and impart new knowledge. Su Bo's face lit up with excitement, eagerly following. Once they exited the hospital room, old Master Jiang turned to Jiang Chudai and remarked, "Your future son-in-law is no ordinary man." Jiang Chudai beamed with pride indeed. Yet, beneath her bravado, she felt a twinge of guilt for having once attempted to drive Chun Mo away, even resorting to humiliation. Reflecting on this, her shame deepened. Old Master Jiang continued, "However, what is it, father? What troubles you? I worry whether Mujin can bear such fortune." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chudai began to frown in contemplation. Indeed, Chun Mo was exceedingly exceptional. Like gold, he would inevitably shine. Although no other women had emerged in his life thus far, the future remained uncertain. It seemed imperative for Su Mujin to intensify her efforts and secure Chun Mo's affections promptly. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Jiang Yicheng neglected to tend to his wounds and rushed directly to the Jiang family. However, upon arriving at their doorstep, he hesitated. Initially, he had no intention of going to the Jiang family, but Chun Mo's formidable presence instilled a fear that left him no choice. He contemplated fleeing, but hesitated at the thought of the reward promised by Feng Wan, feeling reluctant to abandon it. Previously, Feng Mei had assured him that should he procure the secret manual, he would receive 20 million, with an additional 20 million upon old Master Jiang's demise. Yet, having endured a beating and gained nothing, Jiang Yicheng felt an undeniable sense of frustration. After much deliberation, he resolved to knock on the Jiang family's door, hoping to request a portion of the promised payment. Additionally, a flicker of hope remained in Jiang Yicheng's mind. What if Feng Mei's benefactor was even more formidable than Chun Mo? In that case, what did he have to fear? Even if things went awry, he could always flee once the two sides clashed. The world was vast, and he believed there must be a place to hide. When Feng Mei learned of Jiang Yicheng's visit, she assumed he had succeeded and quickly summoned him inside. However, Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback, nearly failing to recognize him. Jiang Yicheng, tears and snot streaming down his face, recounted the day's events at the hospital to Feng Mei and Jiang Chufeng. Initially, Jiang Chufeng believed Feng Mei had coerced Jiang Yicheng into pressuring old Master Jiang for the manual, only to discover that Jiang Yicheng and Feng Mei had orchestrated the elder's illness. "How could you poison my father?" Jiang Chufeng shouted angrily. Yet, Feng Mei and Jiang Yicheng did not even spare him a glance. Feng Mei promptly called upon her brother, and the previously loquacious Jiang Chufeng fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. The Feng family had certain connections within the martial world, and Feng Gui possessed considerable skills, often throwing his weight around. Old Master Jiang had disapproved of the Feng family's ways and harbored a deep-seated disdain for them, leading to Feng Gui's intense animosity towards Old Master Jiang. "Has that old fool found allies?" Feng Gui demanded of Jiang Yicheng. "Indeed, look at my injuries. They were inflicted by them, one of whom is Jiang Chudi's son, and the other is her son-in-law." As he spoke, Jiang Yicheng displayed his wounds. Feng Gui furrowed his brow. "How is that possible? I thought Jiang Chudi's son was still in school. How could he possess such skills?" Feng Mei interjected, "Let's not dwell on that now. Our priority is to obtain the manual. Jiang Chudai is always by that old fool's side. If he hands a manual to her, we will be in grave trouble. Bring Master Nye here. If necessary, we will have him intervene personally." Feng Gui nodded and stepped aside to call Master Nye. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yicheng approached Feng Mei about the money. Feng Mei raised an eyebrow. "Money? What money? You promised me 20 million. That was the deal. Are you now reneging?" Jiang Yicheng shouted in desperation. "I never said I wouldn't pay, but you failed to accomplish your task. How can you expect payment now?" "But this is not my fault," Jiang Yicheng lamented. "I did everything I was supposed to do. Who could have anticipated that an unexpected complication would arise? Look at my condition now. You must give me at least some funds for treatment. I don't ask for much, just 2 million will suffice. Otherwise, don't blame me for exposing what you wanted me to do." "What? Are you threatening me?" Feng Mei sneered. At that moment, Feng Gui had just finished a phone call and approached Jiang Yicheng, grabbing him fiercely and scolding, "You old fool! How dare you threaten my sister?" He then unleashed a flurry of punches upon Jiang Yicheng. Feng Gui was already infuriated by the fact that old Master Jiang had not died, and now he found a convenient outlet for his anger in Jiang Yicheng. While pummeling him, he continued to curse, "Didn't you claim this matter was in your hands? It's been days, and there's not a shred of progress. That old codger has been rescued, and you still dare to ask for money?" Jiang Yicheng, whose head was already swollen like a pig's head, was now utterly disfigured. He was truly at a loss, regretting not having left directly before. Now, not only had he failed to obtain the money, but he had also sustained numerous injuries. "Stop. Please, I beg you, don't hit me anymore. I don't want the money. I want to disclose your matters, and I will still help you obtain the secret manual." After enduring several punches from Feng Gui, Jiang Yicheng hastily pleaded for mercy. You no longer need it, just get lost." With that, Feng Gui unceremoniously threw Jiang Yicheng out of the Jiang residence. Lying outside, Jiang Yicheng took a long time to catch his breath. However, he now understood that the money was surely unattainable. Preserving his life was the best he could hope for. He struggled to get up from the ground and limped away. Just as he had not traveled far, he encountered Master Nye returning from outside. "Oh, isn't this Dr. Jiang? What happened to you? Did you manage to get the secret manual?" Master Nye inquired with curiosity upon seeing Jiang Yicheng. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Yicheng, and he quickly explained. "Two experts have come to old Master Jiang's side. I fear the manual is beyond my reach now." Master Nye frowned and asked, "Then what are you doing?" "Going home. I'm going home," Jiang Yicheng replied, preparing to leave in haste, but unexpectedly, Master Nye grabbed him. Jiang Yicheng felt utterly helpless. What was happening today? Why did everyone want to grab him? Before he could react, Master Nye's words pierced his ears. "So, you become useless? What is the point of keeping you around?" With a forceful grip, Jiang Yicheng didn't even have time to beg for mercy before Master Nye snapped his neck, extinguishing his life. Master Nye discarded Jiang Yicheng's lifeless body as if it were a dead dog, remarking, "Blame it on knowing too much. Since you've lost your value, it's time for you to die." Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Feng Mei and her brother were waiting, while Jiang Chufeng had seemingly left at some point. As Master Nye entered, Feng Mei and her brother hurried to greet him. "Master Nye, We sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late. That old codger has recovered and plans to return tomorrow. We truly don't know what to do, Feng Gui said. Oomph. I've said it before, don't waste time. Just capture that old man and force him to hand over the manual. Why did you insist on letting that damn Dr. Jiang use tricks? Wasting so much time. Feng Mei shot him a glare. What do you know? Although that old man was expelled from the Jiang family, he still holds considerable power. If we do that, we'll only gain a reputation for being unfilial. No one will interfere in our family matters. But if we truly capture and kill him, that is a different story. At that point, not just the Jiang family, but we want to have a foothold in the entire Jiangzhou. What should we do then? That old codger is returning tomorrow. Are we to just sit here and wait for our doom? Feng Gui fumed. Feng Mei furrowed her brow. That old man is not the issue. It's that young man Jiang Yicheng mentioned. If he deceived me, then this is indeed quite troublesome. She then cast her gaze towards Master Nya. Master Nya laughed heartily. That mere boy, how formidable can he be? As long as they dare to come tomorrow, I will ensure they return without success. The priority now was to swiftly acquire that manual. I've waited long enough and have no patience to prolong this any further. Master Nya, what is this manual exactly? Feng Mei inquired. Master Nya's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, that is not for you to know. According to our previous agreement, I will help you deal with that old man, and you will hand over the manual to me. Of course. Feng Mei shuddered and nodded in agreement. Tomorrow. It all depends on you, Master Nya. Rest assured, as soon as that old man hands over the manual, I will deliver it to you without delay. Feng Gui added. With Master Nya here, what is there to fear? We'll take down that old man, and I don't believe he won't comply. That old man is not easy to deal with. Going in hard might not be the best approach. Feng Mei hesitated. Her ambition was to seize control of the entire Jiang family, and she did not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. Then we'll capture members of the Jiang family and use them to threaten that old man. The next morning, Jiang Chudai arrived punctually at the Jiang family gate with old Master Jiang, Chen Mo, and Su Bo. After alighting from the car, Chen Mo signaled Su Bo to step forward and knock on the door. Watching Su Bo's eager demeanor, Chen Mo worried that this young man might kick down the entire gate. As expected, in the next moment, Su Bo launched a flying kick. With a resounding crash, the Jiang family gate toppled, crashing into the courtyard. Jiang Chudai was taken aback, while old Master Jiang appeared unfazed. He intended to escalate matters as much as possible. Such a commotion immediately drew the attention of the Jiang family members. Several security guards rushed out, fiercely declaring, "Do you not know this is the Jiang family? Who dares to cause trouble here? Do you seek death?" Upon noticing old Master Jiang behind them, they quickly fell silent. However, Su Bo showed no mercy, advancing and sending each of the guards flying with a kick, striding into the Jiang family residence. Observing his grandson's prowess, old Master Jiang silently nodded, appreciating. The Su family has indeed produced capable successors. This was all thanks to Chen Mo's guidance. Jiang Chudai felt a sense of pride, her heart brimming with joy. Though she expressed such sentiments, she secretly hoped that once Chen Mo married Su Muxin, they would soon have a chubby little child. By the way, Chen Mo had promised the Su family to become engaged within 3 months. Calculating the days, it seemed that time was approaching. However, just as they entered the Jiang family residence, they were intercepted by Feng Gui and his men, who had prepared in advance. "This is the Jiang family. What are you doing here? Seize these criminals," Feng Gui commanded, leading his men towards Chen Mo and the others. This was the plan devised by Feng Mei and her brother, aiming to control old Master Jiang swiftly, thus minimizing the impact. Before they could encircle them, Su Bo charged forward and threw a punch at Feng Gui. Although Feng Gui had some skills, he underestimated Su Bo. In that moment, he was caught off guard, watching helplessly as Su Bo's fist struck his chest, sending him flying. Fortunately, the men behind him caught him, preventing him from being thrown too far. But Feng Gui still suffered greatly, spitting out blood. Realizing he had underestimated them, Feng Gui wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted angrily, "What are you all waiting for? Go take that kid down." Only then did the guards spring into action. Yet, if even Feng Gui could not match Su Bo, these mere lackeys were no match at all. In no time, they were sent fleeing in panic. At that moment, another group emerged from within, led by Feng Mei. Feng Mei glanced at the injured Feng Gui and the disheveled security guards, her brow furrowed. She then turned her gaze towards old Master Jiang and Jiang Chudai. Father, you're feeling better? Aradiant smile adorned fin meis fage. I must apologize for being so busy these past few days that I hardly had the chance to visit you. You should have informed me upon your return. I would have come to fetch you. Old Master Jiang responded with a cold smile. Spare me your pleasantries. Where is Jiang Chufeng? Why hasn't he come out? Father, Jiang Chufeng is currently unable to appear. If you have anything to discuss, please speak directly to me. Discuss with you? You are not worthy of such a privilege. Moreover, we have yet to settle the matter of you attempting to poison me. Old Master Jiang declared sternly, now at once. Take everyone from the Feng family and leave the Jiang residence. Seeing Old Master Jiang's attitude, Feng Mei no longer pretended to be cordial. Father, you are in the wrong here. I am your daughter-in-law, and yet you wish to expel me? They say Old Master Jiang is a man of integrity, yet he proves to be a hypocrite. You, Old Master Jiang, trembled with rage. Chun Emo silently shook his head beside them. How could this woman, Feng Mei, have reached such a point, yet still expect to reason with her? However, given that this was the Jiang family, it would be inappropriate for him to intervene recklessly. He turned to Su Bo and said, What are you waiting for? Do you need me to take action? Su Bo did not strike, but instead inquired, Brother-in-law, are you suggesting we hit a woman? Why? Do you believe women are not human? Suwori Tortiv. This woman has bullied your grandfather to this extent. Should you not avenge him? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Bo approached Feng Mei with a cold smirk. Feng Mei, noticing his advance, hurriedly stepped back, exclaiming, Su Bo, what do you intend to do? I am your aunt. You dare lay a hand on me? You're at my foot. Stomping forward toward Feng Wei. Before Feng Wei could react, Su Bo was already before him, delivering a resounding slap across Feng Wei's face, causing her cheek to swell. You. Feng Wei stammered, covering her face in disbelief. You truly dare to strike me? Chapter 99. The test continues with another resounding slap. Su Bo struck Feng Mei's other cheek, leaving matching imprints on both sides of her face. I will make you pay for this. Feng Mei screamed, but she did not let her anger cloud her judgment. After retreating a few steps, she shouted, Bring them out. As her words fell, several individuals were pushed forward, bound and gagged as if they had been kidnapped. Elder brother, younger sister, Jiang Chudai exclaimed, her gaze shifting to Feng Mei. This woman was truly malicious, having not only captured her sister-in-law, but also her husband. At that moment, Feng Gui had managed to rise and approached Jiang Chufeng, brandishing a dagger at his neck. Old Master Jiang, if you wish for your son and daughter to live, hand over the secret manual. And that brat who dared to strike me must be delivered as well. Feng Mei added, Such an unfilial child. If you wish to kill them, do so. Old Master Jiang replied, having lost all faith in Jiang Chufeng upon hearing that he knew Feng Mei had sent someone to harm him, but chose to ignore it. Moreover, Jiang Chufeng was Feng Mei's husband, and Old Master Jiang found it hard to believe she could be so ruthless as to wish for her husband's death. Do you think the stakes are insufficient? Then let us add her into the mix, Feng Mei said, pulling out Old Master Jiang's youngest daughter. Old Master Jiang hesitated immediately. Old fool, I will give you 3 counts. If you do not surrender the item, I will kill them all. 1. Su Bo was at a loss as to how to proceed and leaned towards Chun Mo, whispering, Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Jiang Chudai looked to Chun Mo with pleading eyes, knowing he was likely the only one who could resolve this predicament. Yet, Chun Mo shook his head. As I stated earlier, this is a matter for the Jiang family. I will only intervene if your life is in danger. Recall the techniques I taught you yesterday. You can handle this minor issue yourself. 2. Feng Mei shouted, a hint of madness creeping into her expression. Su Bo pondered Chun Mo's words. 3. In the blink of an eye, Old Master Jiang shuddered, about to speak, when a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Turning, he saw Chun Mo's resolute expression. Old fool, it appears you are resolute. Is that so? If so, do not blame me for being ruthless. Little brother, take action. Feng Gui smirked coldly, the dagger in his hand glinting ominously. At that moment, Su Bo finally moved. He stepped forward, his body tracing a graceful arc, and in an instant, he appeared before Feng Gui, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. With a swift motion, he grasped Jiang Chufeng and his aunt, lightly stepping back to their original position. It was only then that Feng Gui collapsed to the ground. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, even taking less than a second. Many were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. In the span of a heartbeat, Su Bo had rescued them, and Feng Gui lay defeated. Chun Imo silently nodded, approving of Su Bo's perceptiveness. All his efforts in teaching were not in vain. Feng Mei's face was one of astonishment, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. A voice broke the silence, awakening Feng Mei. Master Nie emerged, clapping his hands. I never expected to witness such an exhilarating scene here. Young man, would you be interested in joining me in the future? Master Nie's gaze was fixed on Su Bo, full of admiration. Seeing Master Nie, Feng Mei felt a wave of relief and called out, Master Nie, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Mo's brow furrowed. This Master Nie gave him an exceedingly strange feeling. He suspected this was the expert Jiang Yicheng had mentioned. Nonsense. Su Bo angrily retorted, you shameless old man. Do you think you are worthy of my allegiance? It will be more appropriate for you to follow me. Master Nie's expression darkened. I initially spared your life due to your potential, but since you were so ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Master Nie waved his hand, releasing a cloud of white powder that quickly enveloped the area. Su Bo was taken aback, recognizing the familiar scene. Chun Imo frowned, realizing Master Nie employed the same tactics as the previous adversary from the Ku family. Did they share some connection? However, Chun Imo did not rush to intervene. Instead, he shielded Jiang Chudai and the others while focusing on Su Bo, observing how he would respond. This could serve as a test for him. The security guards of the Jiang family were the first to be affected, and by the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. They clutched their throats and collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Understanding the danger of the powder, Su Bo held his breath, having learned from previous encounters. He felt emboldened and lunged toward Master Nie once more. Yet, Master Nie was not only adept with poison, but also possessed formidable skills of his own. He evaded effortlessly, periodically dispersing various toxins. Soon, the entire Jiang estate, save for the area occupied by Chun Imo and his companions, was shrouded in toxic mist. Even Feng Mei and her brother Feng Gui were not spared, succumbing to the poison and collapsing. As time passed, fatigue began to show on Su Bo's face, prompting him to seek Chun Imo's assistance. Brother-in-law, I am on the verge of collapse. Use your intellect. You have matured and cannot rely on others for everything. Chen Montauk reminded. Su Bo, feeling helpless, persisted and unleashed several strikes to disperse the toxic mist before him, allowing himself a moment to breathe. However, more poisonous fog quickly gathered again. Su Bo thought to himself that if this continued, he would ultimately succumb to a futile demise, sharing the same fate as those security guards. He lifted his gaze and scanned his surroundings, piercing through layers of toxic fog until he finally spotted Master Nie's figure. With a swift step, he moved like lightning, appearing before Master Nie in an instant. Master Nie, at that moment, wore a smug expression as he observed Su Bo struggling. He never anticipated that Su Bo would charge directly at him. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Su Bo's fist landed heavily on his chest. Su Bo exerted all his strength in this punch, driven by a determination that if he did not succeed, he would perish in the attempt. Coupled with his speed advantage, a crack resonated as Master Nie's chest caved in deeply. He died with an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that he was slain by a mere youth. Chapter 100. Chun Imo is a villain with Master Nie's demise. Su Bo finally exhaled a breath of relief. His internal energy spent, he collapsed to the ground. Chun Imo hurried to his side, sweeping away all the toxic mist with a wave of his hand, then lifted Su Bo and promptly pressed several acupoints on him. Brother-in-law, I didn't let you down, did I? Su Bo asked with a smile. Chun Imo nodded. You performed admirably. In the realm of martial arts, one must possess the courage to risk everything, to embrace life or death. I shall remember that. With Master Nie dead, even the Feng siblings reaped the consequences of their actions, allowing Elder Jiang and Jiang Chudai to finally relax their anxieties. Jiang Chudai approached to untie her sister first, but as she prepared to free Jiang Chufeng, she suddenly heard Elder Jiang's loud reprimand. Ignore him. Jiang Chudai hesitated for a moment, but obediently withdrew her hands. Dad! Jiang Chufeng knelt on the ground, calling out. Do not call me Dad. I have no son like you. Elder Jiang retorted angrily. Dad, this is not my fault. I was coerced by that wretched Feng Mei. Please forgive me. Jiang Chufeng pleaded, but seeing that Elder Jiang remained unmoved, he turned his hopes to Jiang Chudai. Chudai's sister. Say something for me. You know I had no idea they intended to harm Dad. How could I do something so treacherous? Now you remember me? When Dad and I were expelled from the Jiang family, where were you? From that moment, you ceased to be my elder brother. Jiang Chudai similarly turned her head away. Meanwhile, while the Jiang family dealt with the aftermath, the Wan family welcomed a distinguished guest. Brother Dong, you have arrived. Please come inside. The visitor was named Dong Hao, a longtime friend of Wan Hao, now serving as a military doctor in the War Department of Huagua. The Wan family had searched for nearly every renowned physician in Zhongzhou, yet found no remedy for Wan Zihong's condition, prompting Wan Hao to seek out Dong Hao. I apologize, Brother Wan. I've been quite occupied with urgent matters in the military, Dong Hao said with a smile. No worries, no worries. Please come in. I have arranged a feast, he said, ushering Dong Hao inside. However, Dong Hao interjected. Not yet. Saving lives takes precedence. Where is Zihong? I must see him first. Upon seeing Wan Zihong, Dong Hao's brow furrowed, and after taking his pulse, his expression grew even graver. The poison has penetrated deep, severely damaging his internal organs. Who administered this venom? The Wan family gasped in horror at Dong Hao's grim demeanor. Could it be that even he was at a loss regarding Wan Zihong's condition? Wan Yuanlu urgently implored Dong Hao to do everything possible to save Wan Zihong's life. Dong Hao replied solemnly, I can save him, but due to the delay, some of the toxins have infiltrated his brain, which may affect his mental faculties. Are you suggesting there's a chance he could become a fool? A fool is better than death. Wan Hao and Wan Yuanlu's expression soured, their resentment towards Chun Mo intensifying. Subsequently, Dong Hao first administered acupuncture to Wan Zihong, expelling much of the toxic blood from his body, then wrote a prescription, concluding the initial treatment. By the way, you have yet to tell me who was responsible for this heinous act against Zihong? Dong Hao suddenly inquired. It was a person named Chun Mo. The Wan family embellished the tale, recounting how Chun Mo had covertly harmed Wan Yuanqing and subsequently provoked them. They omitted mention of the mysterious figure, fully aware of how Wan Zihong had come to his current state, yet they placed all blame on Chun Mo. Dong Hao, known for his fiery temperament, felt a surge of anger, compounded by guilt for arriving late and missing the optimal treatment window. However, he sensed that such methods resembled those of a clandestine force. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly reported his findings. The authorities took Dong Hao's report seriously, adhering to the principle that it is better to wrongly accuse than to let a guilty party escape, and immediate arrangements were made. The emergence of a hidden force in Xi'an City even drew the attention of Wei Bufan, the national envoy from Donghai. At the airport, Chen Mo had mentioned this matter, advising the others to remain vigilant. If they truly uncovered the trail of this secretive force, it would be a monumental achievement. Where was it discovered? Sir, it is reported to be in the Wan family of Zhongzhou. The individual is the son-in-law of the Su family in Xi'an City, and orders have been issued for the relevant personnel to handle the situation. The Su family of Xi'an City? Son-in-law? Wei Bufan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled that the supreme war god had indeed settled in Xi'an City. He inquired further, by the way, what is the name of this son-in-law from the Su family? I believe it is Chen Montak. Yes, Chen Montak. Chen Montak. Wei Bufan was taken aback, leaping from his seat. Could it be? Quickly prepare. I am heading to Xi'an City immediately. That afternoon, a large group of individuals marched towards the Su family villa in an orderly fashion. The security guard at the entrance prepared to intervene, but was instantly rendered speechless upon seeing the armed personnel. Dong Hao, with a stern expression, inquired, is this the Su family? The guard, paralyzed by fear, could hardly respond. Wan Yuanlu, following Dong Hao, remarked, Uncle Dong, why waste time with them? Let us just go in and apprehend that brat. He had not anticipated that Dong Hao's call would summon military personnel. Given the overwhelming display, he doubted Chun Mo would dare to resist. Just as the group was about to storm into the Su family, the old butler, Wang Xinrong, hurried out. Upon witnessing the scene outside, he was taken aback. Gentlemen, this is the Su family. What is the meaning of this? We are here under military orders to apprehend the criminal Chun Mo. Hand him over quickly to avoid unnecessary casualties. Don ao spoke in aggraveton. Wang Xinrong exclaimed in shock. Chun Mo is the future son-in-law of the Su family. How can he be labeled a criminal? Is there some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Look closely. We are from the War Department, acting on military orders. How could there be a misunderstanding? Dong Hao replied with furrowed brows. Wan Yuanlu chimed in. Butler Wang, I advise you to swiftly surrender the individual. Once the War Department clarifies the situation, any misunderstanding will become apparent. At that moment, Wang Xinrong noticed Wan Yuanlu among the crowd and frowned. It seemed that the Wan family was orchestrating the situation from behind the scenes. Chapter 101. Using a knife to kill Wang Xinrong initially harbored trepidation towards these individuals, hence he was exceedingly polite. However, the appearance of Wan Jialao led him to believe that these people were undoubtedly sent by the Wan family to confront the Su family. He immediately retorted, "Humph. There exists a law in this world. What does the War Department amount to? Can they arbitrarily, wrongfully accuse individuals and indiscriminately arrest people? What distinguishes you from the brigands and ruffians? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not take anyone from the Su family." Dong Hao was instantly incensed. Does the War Department need anyone's consent to apprehend individuals? Given that you are merely a steward of the Su family, I shall not hold this against you today. But should you dare to speak further, I shall treat you as an accomplice and take you back to the War Department for questioning. Wang Xinrong coldly chuckled. So your true colors are revealed, are they? When one wishes to impose a crime, there is no shortage of pretext. If you wish to arrest us, go ahead. I refuse to believe that there exists no law in this world. Dong Hao furrowed his brow. He had initially thought that bringing people to the Su family would compel them to comply, but he was astonished by the Su family's obstinate stance. If they were to employ force and storm into the Su residence, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon returning. Yet, if he refrained from acting today, and Chinamo were to learn of it and go into hiding, he would find himself in a dilemma. At this moment, Wan Jialao interjected, "Uncle Dong, what is there to discuss with such people? Just charge in and apprehend them. Since when does the War Department need to explain itself? Are we to be obstructed by a mere doorman?" Wang Xinrong could hardly tolerate being referred to as a doorman. With a resounding shout, he rallied his companions to confront the War Department personnel. Dong Hao hesitated. Engaging the Su family would undoubtedly lead to punishment upon his return to the War Department. However, if he yielded now, not only would he fail to complete his task, but he would also disgrace the War Department. Unexpectedly, Wan Jialao leapt forward, declaring, "If the Su family is so ungrateful, do not blame us for being impolite." With that, he charged directly at Wang Xinrong. Wang Xinrong's movement acted as a spark, igniting chaos throughout the scene. The Su family members surged forward, attempting to expel Wan Jialao, while the War Department personnel grew tense, raising their firearms and aiming at the Su family. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Wang Xinrong squarely in the chest. He fell to the ground with a thud, struggling for a moment before spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling silent. Dong Hao was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he feared that control over the scene was slipping away. Indeed, upon witnessing Wang Xinrong's death, the Su family was consumed by fury. Unlike ordinary security guards, these individuals were all trained by Wang Xinrong himself. He was their mentor. Now that Wang Xinrong had been murdered, they could no longer contain their rage and charged forward, intent on confronting the War Department personnel. Aware of their culpability, the War Department personnel refrained from firing again, resulting in utter chaos. "Cease!" A commanding voice rang out, prompting everyone to halt. The elder Su Bingtian, accompanied by Su Zhanping and several bodyguards, emerged. Observing the disarray, Su Bingtian furrowed his brow deeply, then noticed Wang Xinrong lying on the ground. He hurried over, softly calling, "Xinrong, Xinrong." However, Wang Xinrong showed no response. Su Zhanping crouched beside him and checked for a pulse. He had long since departed this world. "He is dead." Su Bingtian felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Xinrong, how could you leave me before I do?" Resigned, he added, "Well, once I fulfill my final wishes, I shall join you." After a few mournful cries, Su Bingtian glared at Dong Hao and the others. "The Su family has always adhered to the law, and we bear no animosity towards you. Why have you come to our doorstep today and taken the life of my kin?" Dong Hao, taken aback by the turn of events, quickly explained, "Old sir, this is all a misunderstanding. We did not come here to target the Su family. We are under military orders to apprehend the criminal Chinamo. It was Wang the steward who refused to surrender the criminal and obstructed our entry. We did not intend to kill anyone. It was merely an unfortunate accident. I ask for your understanding. Is this what you call an unintentional killing? Is this merely a small mishap?" Su Bingtian pointed at Wang Xinrong's lifeless body and the surrounding chaos with indignation. Dong Hao appeared somewhat remorseful, yet the situation had escalated beyond his ability to retreat. Old sir, we are acting under orders from the War Department to apprehend a criminal. I have also made several attempts to persuade you, yet you insisted on obstructing us. Thus, you can only be viewed as accomplices. If you are dissatisfied, you may lodge a complaint with the War Department. Su Bingtian scoffed. Then let me inquire. What heinous act has Chun Mo committed to be deemed a criminal by you? Dong Hao replied, this pertains to confidential matters of the War Department. I cannot disclose such information lightly. Haha, what a fine excuse of military secrecy. Su Bingtian sneered. When one wishes to impose a crime, there is no shortage of pretext. You claim Chun Mo is a criminal. Do you possess any evidence? Evidence? Chun Mo injured Wan Jialuo's grandson, Wan Zihong, and upon investigation, I discovered a rare toxin in his system, one that only exists within a criminal organization. If Chun Mo is not a criminal, then what is he? Su Bingtian pressed further. You claim Chun Mo poisoned Wan Zihong? Were you an eyewitness to this? No. Dong Hao shook his head. Had I been present, I would not have stood idly by and allowed him to act recklessly. Then how can you be certain that the poison in Wan Zihong's body was administered by Chun Mo? Dong Hao was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Wan Jialuo spoke up. I can testify, and dozens from the Wan family witnessed it firsthand. Su Bingtian erupted in laughter. The esteemed War Department wishes to condemn a person based solely on the word of the Wan family? How utterly ludicrous! Dong Hao became furious. Do you dare tarnish the reputation of the War Department? Su Bingtian, realizing further argument would be futile, expressed, I am merely an ordinary man. How could I dare to sully the name of the War Department? However, there are laws of the land and rules of the family. Even the War Department cannot arbitrarily dictate life and death. Moreover, Chun Mo is not even present within the Su family. You may return for now. Upon his return, I shall personally escort him to the War Department to clarify matters. Surely that would suffice? Dong Hao furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, but Wan Jialuo interjected, Humph. We are leaving. What if you alert Chun Mo and he goes into hiding? Dong Hao cast a few glances at Wan Jialuo. Had it not been for Wan Jialuo's impulsive actions, such an incident would not have occurred. However, reprimanding Wan Jialuo in front of so many people seemed inappropriate. And besides, he was not wrong. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose not to say more. Chapter 102. Surrendering, then, I shall accompany you. Once Chun Mo returns, he will surely come looking for me. Su Bingtian declared promptly. Dong Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall trust you once. We will take you back to wait. Su Bingtian glanced back at Wang Xinrong's lifeless form, sighed deeply, and instructed Su Zhanpeng, take care of the household. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Also, notify Chun Mo that I am visiting the War Department as a guest, and he need not worry. In truth, Su Bingtian was uncertain whether Chun Mo had indeed committed any wrongdoing. If he were to be apprehended by the War Department with incriminating evidence, would he not be walking into a trap? Thus, his earlier words were also a subtle hint to Chun Mo, urging him to hide if necessary. He was merely an ordinary man and believed the War Department would not dare to truly harm him. Having conveyed his instructions, Su Bingtian followed Dong Hao and the others out of the Su residence. When Chun Mo received Su Zhanpeng's call, the affairs with the Zhang family were nearly concluded. Upon hearing that trouble had befallen the Su family, Chun Mo's expression instantly darkened. After hanging up the phone, Chun Mo briefly instructed Su Bo and Jiang Chudai before leaping away, vanishing from sight like a celestial bird in flight. In less than an hour, he returned to Xuanqing, making no delay as he headed straight for the Su family villa. By that time, the chaos at the entrance had been cleared, but the body of Wang Xinrong still lay nearby, awaiting transfer to the funeral home. Chun Mo gazed at Wang Xinrong's lifeless form, his expression as cold as ice. Although he had not interacted much with Wang Xinrong, he was aware of the deep bond between Wang Xinrong and Old Master Su. Now, with Wang Xinrong deceased, Old Master Su would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Who did this? Chun Mo asked in a low voice. Su Zhanpeng promptly recounted the events that had transpired. The War Department's people? Chun Mo's brow furrowed in concern. How could they have appeared here and killed Wang Xinrong? Su Thampen, anxious, questioned. What should we do now that the old master has also been taken away? Do not worry. I shall go to the War Department immediately and ensure that Grandfather Su is returned safely. With that, Chun Mo disappeared from Su Zhangping's view in an instant. At the Xuanqing War Department camp, Su Bingtian was being held in a small room under guard. The head of the Xuanqing War Department, Wu Yuqing, was having tea with Dong Hao in the office. Unable to contain himself, Wu Yuqing spoke up, Dong La, did we perhaps go a bit too far today at the Su residence? Dong Hao, initially considering that they might have overstepped, felt his decision questioned by Wu Yuqing. He raised an eyebrow, irritation evident. How we gone too far? Are you implying that the orders of the War Department are flawed? No. Wu Yuqing quickly denied. The orders of the War Department are certainly correct, but our target was merely Chun Mo. The Su family are all innocent. Innocent? Dong Hao laughed coldly. Since that scoundrel Chun Mo is the son-in-law of the Su family, how could they possibly be innocent? And you, as the head of the Xuanqing War Department, fail to notice such a villain on your territory. This is negligence on your part. Wu Yuqing felt wronged. How could he have known that Chun Mo was associated with a mysterious force? Moreover, Chun Mo had not committed any heinous acts in Xuanqing. However, he dared not voice these thoughts to Dong Hao and merely bowed his head, stating, Yes, it is indeed my oversight. Please punish me, Dong La. Dong Hao waved his hand dismissively. Let the punishment go. If you manage to capture Chun Mo, it would be a significant achievement for you, perhaps even paving the way for your advancement. Hearing this, Wu Yuqing felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, Thank you, Dong La. At that moment, Wan Jialuo stealthily approached the room where Su Bingtian was confined. The guard immediately shouted, Halt! This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. Instead of retreating, Wan Jialuo stepped forward, asserting, Who is unauthorized? Dong La is my uncle. I have come on his orders to interrogate that old fool and compel him to reveal Chun Mo's whereabouts. Why do you hinder me? Are you in league with that villain, Chun Mo? The guard hesitated, recalling Wan Jialuo's close relationship with Dong Hao. Even hearing him refer to Dong Hao as Uncle Dong, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately allowed Wan Jialuo to enter the room. Once inside, Wan Jialuo swiftly closed the door behind him, a sly smile creeping across his face. What brings you here, young man? Subintian in Koyed, Fronin. Old fool, you should have died long ago, but that little brat Chun Mo somehow managed to save you. Today, let me send you to your demise. With that, taking advantage of Su Bingtian's momentary surprise, he attempted to force several pills into his mouth. Su Bingtian struggled desperately, but as an ordinary man nearing the end of his life, he was no match for Wan Jialuo, unable even to make a significant noise. He could only watch helplessly as Wan Jialuo forced 2 dark red pills into his mouth. Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion echoed from outside. The entire War Department camp erupted in alarm, with everyone rushing to the source of the commotion. Dong Hao and Wu Yuqing arrived promptly. They beheld a young man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere within the camp. Dressed simply, his expression was stern, with a barely concealed fury in his brow. Though motionless, he emanated an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, leaving others breathless. Wu Yuqing furrowed his brow, wanting to inquire about the newcomer's identity, but found himself unable to utter a sound, only able to stare wide-eyed at the young figure, trembling in fear. Chun Mo? Dong Hao asked. Wu Yuqing's pupils constricted in horror. This is Chun Mo? So young? Yet his aura is terrifying. What level of power does he possess? In an instant, everyone felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Chun Mo. You are the one who brought men to the Su residence. Claiming you would take me away? Chun Mo ignored the others, directing his gaze at Dong Hao as he asked in a deep voice. Indeed, it was I. The War Department's duty is to safeguard the peace and stability of Huagua. You, as a member of the poisonous sect, dare to commit crimes within the nation. Now that we have discovered you, surrender at once. Dong Hao sneered, believing that no matter how formidable Chun Mo was, he could not escape from the War Department's domain. Chapter 103. Chun Mo is doomed. You claim I am a member of the poisonous sect? As a member of the War Department, you have not even conducted an investigation and merely relied on hearsay to condemn me? Chen Montakli taught it coldly. The War Department operates under its own principles, and you have no right to meddle here. Moreover, your vile methods against the Wan family. Are you not a member of the poisonous sect? Chun Mo scoffed, no longer interested in explanations, and directly inquired. Where is old Master Su? Rest assured, he remains unharmed. As long as you comply and surrender, we will not harm the innocent. Dong Hao replied. not harm the innocent? Chun Mo retorted with derision. What about the events that transpired at the Su Villa? Wasn't it your people who killed Butler Wang? Don't tell me he was also a member of the poisonous sect? There was a slight mishap. It was all a misunderstanding, Dong Hao stammered, suddenly feeling awkward. A misunderstanding? When lives are at stake, can you simply dismiss it as a misunderstanding? Chun Mo's expression darkened, his gaze icy as it bore down on Dong Hao, sending a chill through him. Dong Hao shivered involuntarily, rendered speechless. At that moment, he was cursing Wan Jialuo in his heart. Had it not been for his sudden attack, they would not be in such a passive position. He glanced around, but could not find Wan Jialuo. Wu Yuqing then spoke up. When has the War Department needed to provide explanations? Now that this brat has willingly walked into our trap, we should take him down. He then commanded his subordinates to prepare for an assault on Chun Mo. Chun Mo frowned, standing his ground as the surrounding men eyed him warily. Attack! With a single command, dozens of men surged towards Chun Mo, aiming to subdue him. Without firearms to extract more information about the poisonous sect, they tried to overpower him with sheer force. However, before they could even close in within a meter of Chun Mo, they sensed an invisible barrier standing in their way, preventing them from advancing. Get lost! A fierce shout erupted from Chun Mo, and instantly, the 20 or so men were sent flying back as if struck by a powerful force. The onlookers were left stunned by the spectacle. What is happening here? How can a mere roar possess such formidable power? Charge! All of you advance. If not, shoot. I refuse to believe this young man fears bullets. Wu Yuqing issued his command once more. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Countless bullets swarming toward Chun Mo like a horde of locusts. Undoubtedly, if such a multitude of bullets struck a person, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome spectacle. Yet, in the next moment, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. The bullets, upon nearing within a meter of Chun Mo, suspended mid-air, utterly unable to proceed. What is happening? Everyone was left in shock. This was utterly ludicrous. When had they ever witnessed such an inexplicable occurrence? At that moment, while the attention of everyone in the War Department was captivated by this scene of astonishment, a figure stealthily escaped from the camp. Wan Jialuo, hearing the dense gunfire, felt a surge of joy. He knew this commotion was certainly aimed at Chun Mo. With so many bullets, how could Chun Mo possibly escape unscathed? If Chun Mo were to be killed, old Master Su would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Alone, Su Zhanping would hardly stand a chance against the Wan family. Who exactly are you? Dong Hao gazed at Chun Mo in disbelief, utterly incredulous. However, Chun Mo merely shot him a cold glance, offering no response. Returning, what is yours? Chun Mo waved his hand, and the bullets promptly reversed their course, shooting back into the bodies of the soldiers who had fired upon him. Yet, considering they were soldiers of the War Department, merely following orders, Chun Mo chose not to deliver a lethal blow. As for the instigator, Dong Hao, he deemed him unworthy of mercy. Chun Mo advanced step by step toward Dong Hao. The latter, filled with trepidation, attempted to flee, only to find himself unable to lift his feet. As a soldier of the War Department, one's duty is to protect the homeland. How could he abandon his post and attack innocents? Such actions are treacherous. Accepting a single account without thorough investigation, rashly concluding life and death, and resorting to force is unjust. A traitor of such magnitude deserves death. With that, Chun Mo prepared to strike down Dong Hao. Spare him. At that moment, a voice interrupted Chun Mo's actions. Frowning, he instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. A figure was rushing toward him, none other than Wei Bufan, the envoy of Dong Hai. Dong Hao recognized the individual as well, his heart soaring with joy. He had not expected Wei Bufan to arrive personally. With Wei Bufan present, he believed they could surely subdue Chun Mo. Wei Bufan arrived, panting, and surveyed the chaotic scene, his heart sinking. Despite his haste, he had arrived too late. Welcome, General Wei, Dong Hao exclaimed loudly. Wu Yuqing and the other soldiers, equally astonished, quickly followed suit, exclaiming, Welcome, General Wei. As the envoy of Dong Hai, Wei Bufan held the highest military authority across the entire region and its neighboring states. His appearance was nothing short of shocking. However, what transpired next nearly caused everyone to drop their jaws in disbelief. Wei Bufan merely cast a cold glance at them before hastily approaching Chun Mo and kneeling before him. exclaiming, "I apologize for my tardiness. Esteemed war god, please forgive me." Wu Yuqing was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock, unable to utter a single word. Dong Hao shared the same sentiment, utterly bewildered that the formidable envoy Wei Bufan would kneel before Chun Mo without hesitation. What on earth is happening? Was he referring to Chun Mo as the esteemed war god? Forgive me? Is this how you govern as an envoy? Indulging your subordinates, exerting pressure, blurring the lines between right and wrong, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. Such behavior is unworthy of a soldier. The reputation of the War Department has been tarnished by your actions. Wei Bufan, alarmed, turned to Dong Hao and Wu Yuqing, coldly demanding, "What is going on here?" Dong Hao and Wu Yuqing trembled in fear, collapsing to their knees. "General Wei, Dong Hao stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, it was Wu Yuqing who recounted the events in their entirety. Upon hearing that Dong Hao had led others to attack the Su family, murdering its members and taking Old Master Su hostage to coerce Chun Mo, Wei Bufan nearly succumbed to rage. The duty of the War Department is to protect the homeland. Where is Old Master Su? Hurry and release him." Wu Yuqing nodded vigorously before rushing to the room where Su Bingtian was being held. However, as soon as he entered, a gasp echoed from within. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, swiftly following him inside, with Wei Bufan and the others close behind. Inside the room, they found Su Bingtian already unconscious, slumped in a chair. His face pale, lips darkened, and his breath weak. Chun Mo rushed over, grasping Su Bingtian's wrist, checking his condition while channeling his energy to preserve his life. The others remained silent, too fearful to utter a word. After a considerable time, Chun Mo managed to expel all the toxins from Su Bingtian's body before withdrawing. His face had turned ashen. Following the upheaval of the Su family, Su Bingtian's condition had deteriorated severely. Chun Mo had employed various means to stabilize him, having promised Su Bingtian that he would witness the day of his engagement to Su Mujin and witness the Su family's resurgence. Yet now, all his efforts seemed in vain. Who did this? Chun Mo's icy gaze fixed intently on Dong Hao. I don't know. Dong Hao appeared equally bewildered. Earlier, he had inadvertently killed Wang Xinrong at the Su family estate, and though he felt some guilt, he had instructed that Su Bingtian be treated well upon his return, hoping to avoid any mishaps. Yet, he had never anticipated that calamity would befall him. Suddenly, Su Yuqing spoke up. Could it have been him? Who? The individual from the Wan family, Su Yuqing replied. It was known that this was the War Department, and outsiders could hardly enter easily. Given Old Master Su's condition, it was evident he had been poisoned recently. The only one with the means to do so was Wan Jialuo. Su Yuqing immediately summoned those who had been guarding the area, and after a round of questioning, it was confirmed that Wan Jialuo had indeed been present. Is this the misunderstanding you speak of? Is this what you call not harming innocents? Chun Mo coldly interrogated. Wei Bufan was drenched in cold sweat. On his way here, he had already ascertained that Chun Mo was to be the future son-in-law of the Su family. These fools had mistaken Chun Mo for a villain from the Poison Saber sect, and had gone so far as to kill members of the Su family, leading to Old Master Su being poisoned within the camp. How could his subordinates be so foolish? Even Dong Hao, despite his usual dullness, realized he had been manipulated by the Wan family, yet he struggled to find the words to explain himself. What do you mean by I? You deserve to die. Wei Bufan could no longer suppress his fury, and with a swift motion, he struck Dong Hao on the head, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Wei Bufan understood that today, he must provide Chun Mo with an explanation. Moreover, this entire incident had stemmed from Dong Hao's actions. What purpose was there in allowing him to live? After eliminating Dong Hao, Wei Bufan turned to Chun Mo and said, "Rest assured, I will lead a team to the Wan family. No need, I will handle this matter personally." Chun Mo replied. Wei Bufan appeared awkward. He wished to say more, but Chun Mo had already picked up Su Bingtian and exited. He hurriedly chased after, and Wei Bufan could easily perceive the suppressed anger within Chun Mo. When the Supreme War God is enraged, not only he, but even the entire Eastern Sea War Department could not withstand it. The Supreme. As Chun Mo reached the center of the camp, Wei Bufan knelt behind him. Today's incident is entirely my fault for inadequate guidance, allowing petty individuals to take advantage, resulting in innocent casualties. I implore the Supreme to impose punishment. The others quickly followed suit, kneeling in silence. Chun Mo paused, turned, and coldly addressed Wei Buffon. In warfare, one must be vigilant. It is a nation's crucial asset. As the envoy of the Eastern Sea, you bear undeniable responsibility for such grave issues among your subordinates. For today, I shall spare them, but should this occur again, I will hold you accountable. Yes, yes, thank you, Supreme War God. Wei Buffon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Chun Mo was about to leave to seek vengeance against the Wan family, his phone suddenly rang. Upon reading the message, Chun Mo's entire being shook. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Ensure that old Master Su is safely returned to the Su family. With that, Chun Mo vanished from sight in an instant. After leaving the War Department's camp, Wan Jialua hurried back to the Wan family. Father, I have good news. That brat Chun Mo is dead. Not only him, but also the old man from the Su family will not last much longer. Wan Hao was startled by these words and quickly inquired, is that true? Absolutely. Without a doubt. What exactly happened? Tell me at once. Wan Jialua then recounted the events of the day in detail. Upon hearing how Wan Jialua had manipulated circumstances to have old Master Su taken by the War Department, and how Chun Mo had willingly walked into a trap, Wan Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Jialua, you executed this splendidly. However, that Chun Mo seems somewhat extraordinary. Are you certain he is truly dead? Wan Hao asked. Wan Jialua nodded emphatically. I am certain 100%. That brat Chun Mo is undoubtedly dead, his body likely reduced to a sieve. With that many bullets, not even a steel body could remain unscathed. Ha ha, excellent. Without Chun Mo, let us see how the Su family dares to contend with us. Send the order to mobilize all forces to suppress the Su family. We must take them down in the shortest possible time. In the following days, the Wan family suddenly intensified their offensive against the Su family, catching them completely off guard. Fortunately, with Zhou Quan's presence, and Wan Hao's lingering uncertainty about Chun Mo's fate, they refrained from employing extreme measures, allowing the Su family to barely hold on. However, gradually, news began to spread through Xian City and Zhongzhou. Initially, Su Zhangping could hardly believe it, having witnessed Chun Mo's capabilities firsthand. Yet, after several days passed without any contact from Chun Mo, it became apparent that he seemed to have evaporated from existence. Panic set in for Su Zhangping. Could it be that Chun Mo truly perished? Chapter 105. Firm belief Zhangping. Chun Mo, he really is dead? Jiang Chudai was also reluctant to accept this grim reality. How could such an outstanding son-in-law simply vanish? Su Zhangping wanted to deny it. But with over a week having gone by without a word from Chun Mo, what other conclusion could there be? Over a week ago, the War Department had returned old Master Su. Su Zhangping had inquired about Chun Mo, but the War Department personnel remained tight-lipped. Later, when Su Zhangping sought them out multiple times for information, Wei Buffon had already issued a gag order. Who dared to utter a word? Su Zhangping had not taken it seriously at the time, but now he was genuinely alarmed. Chun Mo was crucial to the Su family. They had placed all their hopes on him. If he were to die, the Su family would be plunged into despair. Against the Wan family, the Su family stood no chance. It was all due to Chun Mo that they had any hope at all. Zhou Quan was there to command, but without Chun Mo, all would be lost. In truth, Su Zhangping believed that even if the Su family were to fall to the Wan family, it would not be the end. After all, the Su family had faced decline before. As long as people remained, there would always be a chance for revival. With Chun Mo still alive, no one would dare to harm the Su family. But if Chun Mo were to die, it meant losing their strongest ally. The Wan family would not only oppress the Su family, but would also pursue complete annihilation. This would be an absolute catastrophe for the Su family. What to do? What should we do? Su Zhangping was in disarray, preparing to consult old Master Su. Jiang Chudai quickly stopped him. Zhangping, it's best not to let grandfather know about this. His health is already fragile. If he learns of Chun Mo's death, it would surely distress him. As long as he is alive, at least we have a pillar of support if anything were to happen to him. Su Zhangping sighed deeply. You are right. I have lost my composure. I had imagined that once Chun Mo married Mu Jin, I would hand the family business over to them, and we could enjoy a peaceful life together. But now everything is lost. Jiang Chudai comforted him. For now, do not dwell on such thoughts. The most pressing matter is to manage the current situation. I believe Chun Mo will not simply perish. He has surprised us more than once. Perhaps this time is merely a false alarm. Though she spoke encouragingly, Jiang Chudi's heart was heavy. She had lost count of how many calls and messages she had sent to Chen Mo, yet there was still no response. Let us not inform Mu Jin and the others just yet. Su Zhangping nodded. Yes, let us keep it from them for now, but I must inform Mr. Zhou. But what if Mr. Zhou learns that Chen Mo is in trouble? Jiang Chudai expressed her concerns. Su Zhangping replied, with Mr. Zhou's capabilities, he must already be aware of the situation. Concealing it would be worse. Indeed, when Su Zhangping conveyed the news of Chen Mo's predicament to Zhou Quan, Zhou maintained an expression of calm indifference, not even asking further questions. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Quan finally spoke. I understand. I cannot concern myself with others' reactions, but I will uphold my promise. In Zhou Quan's heart, he firmly believed that Chen Mo was not dead. Furthermore, let this news be disseminated. What? Su Zhangping was taken aback. Mr. Zhou, if everyone learns that Chen Mo is dead, then the forces and families currently allied with the Su family were almost entirely due to Chen Mo's influence. If they discovered his demise, none would remain loyal to the Su family. Zhou Quan, however, appeared unconcerned. This is precisely right. It will help young Master Chen gauge their true intentions. Moreover, this matter cannot be concealed for long. If we take the initiative to spread the news, others will doubt our motives, especially the Wan family. The more we do this, the less willing the Wan family will be to confront us, allowing us to endure a while longer. Su Zhangping silently admired Zhou Quan's intelligence. Such composure was rare. He also respected Chen Mo's judgment, having heard that Chen Mo had entrusted all authority to Zhou Quan after their first meeting. Only someone of Chen Mo's caliber could effectively manage a talent like Zhou Quan. Yet, it was regrettable. He still did not know where Chen Mo was or whether he was alive or dead. Days passed, and news of Chen Mo's supposed death continued to spread, not only in Xian City, but also in Zhongzhou. Although Chen Mo was renowned at certain levels, he could not truly be considered a celebrity. The news of his demise circulated only within specific circles. Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan eventually learned of this tragic event, with Yi Xiaowan weeping inconsolably. Chen Mo was her sole kin, having vanished for over a decade, only to return to her side briefly before being lost once more. Ultimately, it was Su Mujin's comforting words that helped her regain composure. Su Mujin expressed, Xiaowan, others may declare that Chen Mo has passed, but we must not. I firmly believe that he is safe. Perhaps he is merely preoccupied with some matters and will return to us soon. Yi Xiaowan nodded emphatically, affirming yes. I too believe that brother Chen Mo is alive. While Su Mujin and Yi Xiaowan held on a hope, many others were quick to accept Chen Mo's death as a reality. Several individuals approached Sun Tiancheng, urging him to take notice. Young Master Sun, have you heard? That fellow Chen is dead. We once thought him a remarkable figure, but it turns out he was merely short-lived. From now on, the younger generation of Zhongzhou shall regard you with reverence. They scoffed. Humph, that wretched Su Mujin thinks she has some charm. She dares to look down on you. Young Master Sunday, now that Chen is gone, the Su family is bound to meet their demise. Let us see how she maintains her arrogance then. They continued. Shall I fetch that vile woman for you, young Master Sun? The entire landscape of Zhongzhou seems to be shifting. Has your family considered becoming involved? These individuals buzzed around Sun Tiancheng like flies, nearly driving him to distraction. While he had indeed heard the news of Chen Mo's passing, he paid it little mind. Life, death, and illness are the most ordinary occurrences. However, he would not stoop to taking advantage of another's misfortune. Though Chen Mo had once dealt with him, it was due to his own shortcomings. Even if Chen Mo had died, he had no intention of targeting Su Mujin or Yi Xiaowan, nor would he permit anyone else to harm them. Nonetheless, he found a final suggestion worthy of contemplation.